Stanley is not a cage. It is Huo Tianqing's training base for military kings. Once released from prison, bind the explosive weapon system and exchange money for unlimited dead soldiers. Big Brother B wants to use a knife to kill someone? Then let this knife strike the wielder first. The trap of Ba closed, and Chen Haonan's disastrous defeat were just a light step on his chessboard. His gaze had already transcended the neon lights of Causeway Bay and turned towards a broader horizon. Wealth, beauty, power, he wants them all. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Was Big Boss B fooled after being released from prison? Bind explosive weapon system. Summon death soldiers in Hong Kong dollars. Huo Tianqing stood outside the heavy iron gate of Stanley Prison. The afternoon sun was a bit dazzling, but he couldn't feel any warmth. The old jacket on my body, which had been washed white, was the same one I wore when I went in 2 years ago. Now, when I put it on myself, it was empty, with a musty and prison-specific smell of disinfectant. He squinted his eyes and looked at the winding mountain roads in the distance and the blurry city outlines even further away, his face so gloomy that it could drip water. 3 years. 3 whole years. Not because he committed anything, but because of a damn lottery. 2 years ago, he inexplicably arrived in this seemingly ambiguous world and had not yet figured out the situation when he became the most inconspicuous member of the Big Boss B of the Hongxing Club in Causeway Bay. Not long after, Big Brother B faced imprisonment for a troublesome injury case in order to protect himself. The hall master came up with a way to hold his subordinates accountable. It is called lottery and fair and voluntary. In fact, all the people present at that time were his trusted aides or capable generals who had been with him for many years and had some experience. Only Huo Tianqing, a newcomer who had just arrived and had no roots or foundation, became the unlucky one who filled the pit. Signed, it was already decided internally. Huo Tianqing remembers very clearly that night, in the boxing gym filled with the smell of tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. Big Brother B patted his shoulder and promised loudly in front of all his brothers. "Aching, don't worry. It's only been 3 years, and it'll be over in the blink of an eye. After coming out, I'll immediately set up an incense hall for you and tie a red stick for you. In the future, in Causeway Bay, if my boss B has a meal to eat, you won't be without me. Brothers can all testify." Red Stick, the vanguard general of the club, is qualified to lead troops and collect protection fees, and his status is far beyond that of an ordinary 49-year-old. At that time, Huo Tianqing was a newcomer and had no choice but to accept. He even had a ridiculous fantasy. Perhaps this was really an opportunity. However, at this moment, the prison gate was empty, except for the occasional mountain breeze and the blurry figures on the guard tower in the distance. There was not even a ghost shadow. There are no brothers who come to pick up the dust, no brazier and new clothes that symbolize dispelling bad luck, and no big shot B who promised to wait here and prepare to celebrate his achievements. The cold wind carried gravel and hit my face, causing a slight pain. The little fantasy in Huo Tianqing's heart was like being completely blown away by this cold wind, leaving only cold ashes and raging anger. He licked his slightly cracked lips and tasted a hint of rust. That's the smell of anger. "Okay, very good," Huo Tianqing whispered to himself, his voice hoarse but with a piercing chill. "Big Brother B, if you're unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I, Huo Tianqing, have endured 3 years of hardship on your behalf, including capital and benefits. I will personally retrieve it." Just as his anger surged in his heart, calculating how to start revenge in the most direct and bloody way, an emotionless mechanical sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected strong survival and conquest will of the host. Meets the binding conditions. In the binding of the explosive weapon system. 10, 50, 100, binding successful. Huo Tianqing was suddenly stunned, his pupils shrank, and he quickly looked around. Apart from the desolate mountain road, there was nothing else. But that voice was incredibly clear, not an illusion. This system aims to provide the host with absolutely loyal combat units. The host can summon units by consuming the world's circulating currency, Hong Kong dollars. Ordinary soldier, adult male soldier with standard military literacy, 100 loyalty, summoning fee, 10,000 Hong Kong dollars per person. Special Forces King, an elite warrior proficient in various combat skills, infiltration, assassination, and protection, with 100 loyalty. Summoning fee, 1 million Hong Kong dollars per person. Technical branches, special talents covering communication, electronics, blasting, medical, and other professional fields, with 100 loyalty, summoning fee, 1 million Hong Kong dollars per person. All summoning units will automatically generate legal identity backgrounds and obey all commands of the host absolutely, never betraying. Initial binding, free beginner gift package, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. It has been stored in the system space and can be easily retrieved by the host at any time. More functions and units will be gradually unlocked as the host's strength increases. A series of information streams rushed into his mind. and it took Huo Tianqing more than 10 seconds to fully digest them. After the initial shock, an indescribable sense of ecstasy and icy control quickly replaced the previous anger and powerlessness. System explosive soldiers? An absolutely loyal soldier? We need money, a lot of money. Huo Tianqing slowly lifted his head and looked towards the direction of Causeway Bay, his mouth slightly curled up, eventually forming a sinister and extremely cold smile. In this smile, there is no more confusion or forbearance, only clear ambition and cold, killing intent. Asterisk. Chapter 2. Jiang Tianxing's deadly orders to deal with Ba Bai. Chen Haonan seizes the red stick position? How intriguing indeed. He chuckled softly, his laughter low and resonant. The game involving Big Boss B, Hongxing, and Hehitu has only just begun. The red stick? Huh, that was merely what you owed me. But now, what I seek extends far beyond that. He patted his empty pockets, relieved that the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in the system space were indeed tangible. With a flicker of thought, a stack of $1,000 bills appeared in his hand, thick and exuding the scent of fresh ink. In this world, having money makes everything more manageable. Without a moment's hesitation, he set off down the mountain path. His silhouette stretched long in the slanting rays of the setting sun. Solitary yet radiating a steadfastness akin to that of a rock, coupled with an impending aura of danger. Simultaneously, in Causeway Bay, within Big Boss B's gym, the air was thick with the scents of sweat, leather, and a faint trace of smoke and alcohol. The dull thuds of punching bags being struck blended with the metallic clang of equipment and the shouts of exertion, creating a raw vitality. In the office on the second floor, a contrasting scene unfolded. Big Boss B, clad in a floral shirt, lounged in a spacious leather chair. A cigar clamped between his fingers, surrounded by bottles of beer and plates of marinated delicacies. He appeared to be in his 40s, stocky in build, with a square jaw and a pair of keen, slightly squinting eyes that conveyed both shrewdness and a hint of menace. At that moment, he was sharing a drink with a young man seated opposite him. The young man, in his early 20s, sported shoulder-length hair, handsomely striking, with bright eyes radiating an untamed sharpness and cleverness. He was none other than Chen Haonan, Big Boss B's valued confidant in recent years. B bro, let me raise a glass to you. Chen Haonan lifted his glass, his demeanor respectful. Thank you, B bro, for all your care. Haha, Anay and your family. No need for such formalities. Big Boss B chuckled and took a sip of his drink, patting Chen Haonan on the shoulder. You're sharp and skilled. Stay close to me, and your future is limitless. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and never disappoint your expectations. B bro, Chen Haonan replied earnestly. Just then, Big Boss B's mobile phone on the table rang out. He glanced at the caller ID, his expression turning slightly serious, signaling Chen Haonan to be quiet. Before answering the call, hello, Yao, what made you think to call me? Big Boss B's tone was warm and welcoming. On the other end of the line, the calm and unruffled voice of Chen Yaoping from the Hongxing Society came through. Hey B, Mr. Jiang has a task for you. Instantly, Big Boss B sat up straight. What matter does Mr. Jiang need me to handle? Just say the word. The Ba Bai from Hehitu is increasingly disregarding the rules. I warned him last time not to distribute goods on our turf, but he treated my words as mere wind. Recently, he has been secretly selling in Wanchai and North Point, overstepping his boundaries. Chen Yaoping's voice came through clearly. Mr. Jiang means to give him a severe lesson to ensure he remembers his place. If he continues to be oblivious to danger, next time, we won't hold back. Chen Yaoping added. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Big Boss B's eyes. That bastard Ba Bai. I've never liked him. Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will handle this matter splendidly. Chen Yaoping paused before adding. Mr. Jiang also mentioned that once this is accomplished, there will be an additional red stick position in the society. B, if you have any talented subordinates, this is a splendid opportunity. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Big Boss B's face, tinged with urgency. Understood. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, and thank you, Yao, for the heads up. I will deal with Ba Bai swiftly. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yaoping hung up. Big Boss B set down his phone. Taking a deep drag from his cigar, slowly exhaling a plume of smoke, his excitement and scheming evident. Dealing with Ba Bai was something he wholeheartedly welcomed, for several reasons. First, Ba Bai managed the powder business for Hehitu, and his expansion directly impacted Hongxing, particularly Big Boss B's gray income in Causeway Bay and its vicinity. Second, Ba Bai was closely associated with another home master, Liang Kuan, with whom Big Boss B had a contentious relationship. Moreover, Liang Kuan had historically been at odds with the head, Huo Tianqing. Thus, targeting Ba Bai would indirectly undermine Liang Kuan, while also earning merit in Mr. Zhang's eyes. Third, Big Boss B himself harbored long-standing grievances against Ba Bai and Liang Kuan over territory disputes, having clashed several times. Lastly, the most practical reason was the coveted red stick position. A red stick's place signifies the legitimate expansion of one's power, the ability to recruit more subordinates, dominate more territory, and accumulate more wealth. More importantly, it serves to win hearts and solidify one's standing. 3 years prior, he had utilized a mere promise of a vacant red stick position to persuade the recently arrived, seemingly naive Huo Tianqing to willingly take the fall. Huo Tianqing Big Boss B furrowed his brow slightly, recalling having heard the name mentioned by his subordinates. Wasn't he that the kid who was due for release soon? He couldn't quite remember the exact date. A mere bottom-tier underling, having spent 3 years in prison, what could he possibly achieve upon his return? Chapter 3. Huo Tianqing seeks an explanation. Big Boss B. Eliminate Bai first, then discuss the red stick. It's likely he'll struggle even to find a meal. When the time comes, a bit of relocation assistance to a remote venue should suffice to settle the matter. A red stick? How could that ever be his? This position must be reserved to incentivize truly capable and loyal subordinates. With this thought in mind, Big Boss B's gaze naturally fell upon Chen Haonan across from him. Haonan is a spirited lad, understands the rules, and has gathered several capable and daring brothers around him. Like Shanji and de Tian'er, they are promising prospects. If I entrust this task to him, bro, is there something good brewing? Chen Haonan, perceptive and astute, noticed Big Boss B's excitement after the call and looked at him eagerly, promptly refilling Big Boss B's glass with wine. Big Boss B flicked the ash from his cigar, regarding Chen Haonan. Haonan, just now a Yao called, Mr. Zhang has issued orders for us to deal with Bai from Heidu. Bai. Chen Haonan's eyes narrowed. That powder dealer? He has indeed been too arrogant lately, frequently lurking around our venues. Precisely. Mr. Jiang is quite displeased and wants us to teach him a harsh lesson. Moreover, Big Boss B deliberately elongated his tone, gauging Chen Haonan's reaction. Once it's accomplished, Mr. Jiang will bestow a red stick position. A red stick? Chen Haonan's breath hitched, his eyes igniting with fervent desire. Who in the society wouldn't wish to ascend in rank? A red stick is a genuine symbol of status and power. He immediately stood tall, straightening his posture, his voice fervent and sincere. Bro, please assign this task to me. With Shanji, de Tian'er, and Chao Pai by my side, we will surely handle Bai. We will not let you or Mr. Jiang down. Big Boss B observed Chen Haonan's eagerness with satisfaction. Yet he maintained a facade of concern. Haonan, your enthusiasm is commendable. However, Bai, despite being a powder dealer, is quite fearful. He always has several bodyguards by his side and is very cautious. It won't be easy to take him down. The risks are considerable. Bro. Chen Haonan stepped forward, his tone resolute. I understand the risks, but for the society, for you, bro, Chen Haonan, fear nothing. We brothers will devise a solid plan, identify Bai's vulnerabilities, and carry out this task decisively. Please, Brother B, grant us an opportunity to prove our worth to the organization. Such heartfelt declarations of loyalty were eloquently articulated, and Brother B nodded in approval, his smile betraying his delight. Just as he was about to speak, intending to assign a task to Chen Haonan, while subtly hinting at matters concerning the red sticks, there was a knock at the office door. Come in, he beckoned, tempering his smile as he leaned back in his chair. A subordinate entered, bowing respectfully. Brother B. Brother Tianqing has arrived and is waiting outside the boxing gym. Brother Tianqing? Brother B momentarily faltered, instinctively questioning the name. His thoughts were preoccupied with the matters of Bai and the red sticks, rendering the name somewhat unfamiliar. The subordinate quickly clarified, it's Huo Tianqing. Brother B, the one who took the fall for you 3 years ago. He has just been released and wishes to pay his respects. At this revelation, an ephemeral pause enveloped the office. Brother B's smile momentarily faltered, a flicker of surprise and irritation crossing his eyes. He had completely forgotten the date of Huo Tianqing's release and was taken aback by his sudden appearance at such a crucial juncture. Chen Haonan, too, was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at Brother B, he had a vague impression of Huo Tianqing as a rather taciturn individual who had unexpectedly taken the blame and gone to prison 3 years prior, never to be mentioned again until now. Brother B swiftly regained his composure, though annoyance brewed within him. It was as if Huo Tianqing had chosen the most inopportune moment to appear, right when he was engaged in significant discussions with Chen Haonan. What could a fated scapegoat possibly want? Surely, he was here to claim the promised benefits, or perhaps request a settling-in fee. Truly, he had no sense of timing. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone laced with impatience as he instructed the subordinate, understood. Have him wait downstairs for a moment. I am currently in a crucial discussion with Haonan. We shall speak with him once we conclude. Yes, Brother B, the subordinate replied, retreating and gently closing the door behind him. The office returned to a hushed silence. Yet the earlier excitement and camaraderie surrounding the impending assignment felt momentarily disrupted by this interruption. Brother B took a deep draw from his cigar, attempting to redirect the conversation. Meanwhile, just outside the dimly lit lobby of the boxing gym, Huo Tianqing stood quietly, clad in a simple black tracksuit purchased with funds provided by the system. He had shed the remnants of his prison life. Yet the gloom and coldness in his gaze were more pronounced than when he had first stepped out of the prison gates. Chapter 4, 100,000 Hong Kong dollars summons 10 loyal warriors. Huo Tianqing, this is merely the beginning. He could hear the faint sounds of punches being thrown and the distant chatter within, and noticed the brief flash of awkwardness and sympathy on the face of the subordinate who had gone inside to deliver the message. The subordinate approached him, maintaining a courteous tone, albeit tinged with distance. Brother Tianqing, Brother B is currently engaged in a very important discussion upstairs. He requests that you wait here for a moment. Huo Tianqing's expression remained impassive, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He moved to the wall, leaning against the cold surface, his hands tucked into his pockets, calmly surveying the unfamiliar faces within the gym, who were either drenched in sweat or chatting boisterously. No one recognized him, nor did anyone spare him a second glance. He felt like an inconsequential speck of dust, isolated from the surrounding clamor. Waiting? A cold, enigmatic smile crept across Huo Tianqing's lips, deeper and more elusive this time. His consciousness delved into his mind, where the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in startup capital lay dormant. The interface of the explosive soldier system was stark and unforgiving. His gaze fell upon the option for ordinary soldiers. With a flicker of intent, the summoning commenced. Consuming 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, summoning 1 ordinary soldier. Consuming 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, summoning 1 ordinary soldier. The numerical value of his funds dwindled swiftly, while an invisible connection began to forge between Huo Tianqing and the unknown corners of this city. 10 summons later, the entirety of the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars evaporated. 10 utterly loyal, well-trained ordinary soldiers were being assembled under the system's guidance, adopting reasonable identities and methods to converge upon his location. Strength, bit by bit, began to coalesce within his grasp. Meanwhile, Brother B upstairs was still weighing the potential benefits of assigning the task to Chen Haonan against his own interests, pondering how best to leverage the red stick position for maximum gain. He may have completely forgotten about the old subordinate waiting downstairs. Or perhaps he remembered but dismissed him as a trivial inconvenience to be brushed aside. Huo Tianqing's wait downstairs extended longer than anticipated. The cacophony of the gym felt distant. He leaned against the wall, his gaze scanning the surroundings, yet his mind engaged in simple communication and confirmation with the 10 loyal thoughts he had just established. These 10 ordinary soldiers were being arranged by the system, converging from various locations around Causeway Bay, each adopting plausible identities. They would serve as his initial, utterly dependable foundation. At last, the subordinate who had gone inside emerged once more, his expression noticeably more natural this time as he addressed Huo Tianqing. Brother Tianqing, Brother B requests your presence upstairs. Huo Tianqing nodded, following the subordinate through the noisy training area on the first floor. Many of the underlings engaged in workouts or casual conversations cast curious or indifferent glances his way, showing little interest in the ordinary-looking stranger who was being referred to as brother. 3 years was ample time for a lowly underling to fade from the collective memory of most. Ascending the somewhat narrow staircase to the second floor, they arrived at the familiar office door. The subordinate knocked lightly, and Brother B's distinctive, slightly gruff voice resonated from within. Come in. As he entered, the first sight that greeted him was Brother B, seated behind a large desk, cigar in hand, alongside Chen Haonan, who was also looking in his direction. The room still lingered with the scent of alcohol and smoke. Upon seeing Huo Tianqing, Brother B immediately donned a warm smile, even rising from his chair to circumvent the desk, feigning eagerness to greet him. Ah, Qing, it's truly you. Why didn't you give us a heads up before coming out? I could have had the brothers come to welcome you. Look at you. You've lost weight. Must have endured a great deal inside, huh? He patted Huo Tianqing's arm, scrutinizing him with feigned concern, as if a long-lost older brother were reuniting with a loyal younger sibling. Yet Huo Tianqing discerned the fleeting unfamiliarity, scrutiny, and barely perceptible disdain lurking beneath that warm facade. Brother B's acting was commendable, but unfortunately, Huo Tianqing was no longer the naive individual he had been 3 years prior. During his time in Stanley Prison, he had encountered far too many duplicitous faces. Brother B, Huo Tianqing's voice was flat, devoid of excitement from a long-awaited reunion or any grievances. Merely a simple address followed by a calm gaze directed at Brother B, before shifting his attention to Chen Haonan, who regarded him with a mix of scrutiny and subtle wariness. Huo Tianqing's presence undeniably unsettled Brother B. It was not merely because Huo's arrival interrupted his crucial dialogue with Chen Haonan, but also because Huo Tianqing served as a lingering reminder of a rather unseemly chapter in Brother B's past, sending a subordinate to take the fall through a stroke of luck in a draw. Although such occurrences were not uncommon at the grassroots level of the organization, they were hardly a source of pride. Furthermore, Huo Tianqing had spent 3 years in Stanley Prison, a place rife with both the virtuous and the vile. What had his thoughts been during that time? Were there feelings of resentment? How much loyalty remained? All of these remained uncertain. Entrusting a significant position of power to someone with dubious background, who lacks any roots within the organization and may even harbor resentment, is perceived by Boss B as an exceedingly foolish and unwise transaction. Chapter 5. A Confrontation. In a public setting, Huo Tianqing directly questioned Boss B, asking if Chen Haonan still dared to speak up. A plan rapidly took shape in his mind as he observed the overly calm demeanor of Huo Tianqing. Currently, the leader, Jiang Tiansheng, was preparing to deal with Ba Bai and had promised a position as a reward. This was, without a doubt, a fortuitous opportunity to achieve 2 objectives with 1 stroke. Internally, Boss B scoffed. Yet his facade remained amiable as he gestured for Huo Tianqing to sit on a nearby sofa. Come now, take a seat, no need to stand. Anan, fetch a cup of tea, he instructed Chen Haonan, displaying a significant regard for Huo Tianqing. Chen Haonan's eyes flickered, but he complied, pouring a cup of tea and placing it on the table before Huo Tianqing. He then returned to stand by his desk, adopting a respectful posture while keeping his gaze fixed on Huo Tianqing. Qing, these past 3 years have been hard on you, Boss B sighed, resuming his seat with a semblance of nostalgia. I have always remembered your kindness, thinking of the day you'd emerge. Rest assured, as long as you follow Brother B and work diligently, you will not be treated poorly. Huo Tianqing did not reach for the tea, leaning slightly forward. He clasped his hands on his knees, lifting his gaze directly to Boss B, getting straight to the point without any pleasantries. Brother B, let's dispense with the formalities. I am here to inquire whether the promise you made 3 years ago, in this very room, in front of so many brothers, still holds weight. His voice was not raised, yet it resonated with clarity and strength, each word striking like a hammer in the now silent room. The smile on Boss B's face faltered slightly, a shadow passing through his eyes. He was well aware of the promise regarding the position of Red Stick that Huo Tianqing referred to, but he had not anticipated such a direct and unyielding confrontation. This incited a sense of offense within him, further confirming his impression that Huo Tianqing indeed harbored grievances and was difficult to control. Before Boss B could respond, Chen Haonan, standing beside them, furrowed his brow and stepped forward slightly, his tone laced with reprimand. Huo Tianqing, how can you speak to Brother B like that? Have you forgotten the rules upon your return? Brother B cares for you out of nostalgia. What is this attitude? Chen Haonan's defense drew a silent nod of approval from Boss B. This was the demeanor expected of a loyal and understanding subordinate, contrasting sharply with Huo Tianqing's aggressive stance, which appeared ungrateful. Huo Tianqing, hearing this, allowed a faint, sardonic smile to curl at the corners of his mouth as he slowly turned to face Chen Haonan, scrutinizing him as if for the first time. So you are Chen Haonan? I have heard that Brother B has recently held you in high regard. His tone was nonchalant, yet it instilled an inexplicable pressure in Chen Haonan. Who I am is of little importance, Chen Haonan retorted, puffing out his chest, youthful fervor preventing him from yielding in intensity. What matters is showing proper respect to our leader. Brother B's promises undoubtedly hold weight. When and how they are fulfilled is not for you to question. Wait. Huo Tianqing scoffed, his gaze returning to Boss B, the sarcasm more pronounced. Brother B, it seems you have quite the knack for managing your subordinates. The ability to speak well and flatter certainly surpasses our honest ilk who merely take the blame. This statement was incredibly piercing, not only mocking Chen Haonan, but also laying bare the disparity between past sacrifices and present treatment. Chen Haonan's expression darkened, ready to retaliate, while Boss B's countenance also soured, Huo Tianqing's sharpness exceeding his expectations. Qing, Boss B raised a hand, halting Chen Haonan's impending outburst. The smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by an expression marked by seriousness and discomfort. Your words suggest that I, Boss B, am a man of broken promises. I have not forgotten the commitment I made to you. The position of Red Stick has always been on my mind. He paused, gauging Huo Tianqing's reaction, and upon noting his continued impassivity, he continued in a tone that was both earnest and tinged with resignation. However, Qing, you must understand that a Red Stick is not something easily bestowed like a common cabbage. The organization has its rules, particularly in a society like ours, where positions are limited. The final decision lies with the leader, Mr. Jiang. Although I, Boss B, am a person of authority in this area, I cannot act unilaterally. He began to present his premeditated argument, attempting to shift the burden onto the so-called rules of the organization and the decisions of the leader. Huo Tianqing listened quietly, his expression unwavering, as if he had anticipated this very response. Observing his lack of vehement rebuttal, Boss B assumed his words were having an effect and softened his tone, presenting a tantalizing bait. However, Qing, your return comes at a fortuitous moment. There exists an excellent opportunity for Mr. Jiang to officially promote you to the position of Red Stick. Chapter 6. Do you want me to be your scapegoat? Huo Tianqing, is this a ruse? He leaned forward, lowering his voice to convey an air of mystery and gravity. You are aware of the troublemaker Ba Bai, are you not? That reckless figure has recently overstepped boundaries, peddling goods on Mr. Jiang's territory. Mr. Jiang is furious and has ordered a severe lesson to be taught. He has explicitly stated that whoever can handle this matter effectively will secure the next Red Stick position. He fixed his gaze intently on Huo Tianqing, striving to project sincerity and anticipation. Qing, as an old brother just out, this is the perfect time for you to prove yourself. If you can resolve the Ba Bai situation, it will be a tremendous contribution to the organization. I will personally take you to meet Mr. Jiang to commend your efforts. The Red Stick you were promised will naturally follow. This is your best opportunity to reclaim what is rightfully yours. Boss B articulated his points with heartfelt sincerity, as if everything was designed for Huo Tianqing, paving a path for him. Internally, however, he was chuckling coldly. Go ahead, Huo Tianqing. Make a bold move and attract the attention of Ba Bai and his crafty entourage. Take on the greatest risks. A newly released individual, with no power and likely without even the means to defend himself, confronting a man surrounded by bodyguards? This is akin to courting death. Even if by some stroke of luck he survives, escalating the situation and drawing police attention will effectively obliterate his chances of ever claiming the Red Stick. The true lethal blow would be orchestrated by him, sending Chen Haonan and his men to execute the task covertly. The glory would belong to Chen Haonan, as would the position of Red Stick, while Huo Tianqing, this troublesome old debt and potential threat, would be perfectly eliminated. Yet, Huo Tianqing's reaction once again caught Boss B off guard. He displayed no signs of excitement, gratitude, or eagerness. Instead, he appeared to have heard an exceedingly poor joke. He gently shook his head, looking at Boss B with an unmistakable tone of mockery and disappointment. Brother B, it has been 3 years, and your storytelling skills have indeed improved, but this line of reasoning is rather insulting to my intelligence. Boss B's brow furrowed sharply. What do you mean? My meaning is quite simple. Huo Tianqing stood up, looking down at the still-seated Boss B, his calm yet suppressed intensity causing Chen Haonan to instinctively become wary. 3 years ago, when you had me take the blame, you did not mention anything about needing the leader's approval or waiting for an opportunity to prove myself. You once thumped your chest in assurance, declaring that upon my emergence, the incense hall would be established and the red sticks would be brandished. The brothers present were all witnesses. His voice gradually escalated, imbued with a chilling intensity. Now that I have emerged, where is the incense hall? Where are the red sticks? What are you prattling on about concerning the rules of the society and the decisions of the leader? When you made your promises back then, why did you not mention these rules and the leader? Brother B's complexion flushed crimson. Being so brazenly confronted by Huo Tianqing left him feeling immensely humiliated and enraged, especially in front of his confidant, Chen Haonan. You want me to take action against Ba Bai? Huo Tianqing continued with a cold smile. A freshly released inmate, devoid of money, allies, and even unaware of where to obtain a watermelon knife. You expect a mere fourth nine to confront Ba Bai regarding the records? Brother B, are you asking me to achieve merit, or are you simply sending me to fill the sea? This statement thoroughly pierced through Brother B's facade of hypocrisy, laying bare the malicious calculations beneath. Brother B could no longer maintain his composure. He slammed the table, rising abruptly, and bellowed, Huo Tianqing, you are being outrageous. Seeing this, Chen Haonan immediately stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Brother B, pointing an accusatory finger at Huo Tianqing, and admonished, Huo Tianqing, that is enough. Do not presume that just because you took the blame for Brother B, you can act with impunity. There are rules within the society. When the leader speaks, subordinates ought to listen and act. Being tasked with a job is an opportunity, so do not be ungrateful. Should you disrespect Brother B again, do not blame me for being impolite. The atmosphere in the room plummeted to a freezing point, charged with tension. Chen Haonan, youthful and impassioned, was eager to defend his superior, his hand already inching towards his waist, while Brother B was furious. Seeing Chen Haonan so fiercely defend him instilled a flicker of satisfaction within him, simultaneously reinforcing his resolve to support Chen Haonan and eliminate Huo Tianqing. He suppressed his rage, attempting one last effort to corner Huo Tianqing into the trap he had meticulously laid. Haonan, calm down, Brother B urged, firmly grasping Chen Haonan's shoulder. His gaze dark and fixed upon Huo Tianqing. Qing, I understand that you are aggrieved. However, the path has been laid out for you. Achieving merit for the society is the rightful way to ascend. This matter regarding Ba Bai is your opportunity. If you still consider yourself Brother B's comrade and wish to make a name for yourself within Hongxing, then handle this matter. If successful, the position of Red Stick will be yours, and I shall honor the previous promises. If you fail, he deliberately paused, his tone growing frigid. Chapter 7. Brother B offers 100,000 as a hush fee. Huo Tianqing, I graciously accept this goodwill. Or if you refuse to act, then consider it a misjudgment on my part in choosing you. Do not mention any promises again. The society does not harbor idlers, nor does it tolerate the ungrateful who disregard orders. Huo Tianqing responded to Chen Haonan's threats regarding the society's rules with nothing but a faint, cold chuckle. The disdain and chill within that laughter rendering Chen Haonan's expression even more unpleasant. Huo Tianqing no longer regarded Chen Haonan, his gaze returning to Brother B's feigned authoritative demeanor. And he slowly spoke, Brother B, rules are immutable, yet human hearts are dynamic. When promises were made, rules were disregarded. Now that it is time to fulfill them, suddenly the rules emerge. This reasoning seems to falter wherever one goes, does it not? These words were laced with barbs, once again illuminating Brother B's duplicity. Brother B's eyes twitched, fury roiling within him, wishing desperately to have this audacious individual dragged out and dealt with immediately. Yet, having navigated the underworld for years, he was deeply astute. Huo Tianqing had only just been released, creating a significant disturbance, especially one that could lead to bloodshed, would tarnish Brother B's reputation, potentially causing his other subordinates to perceive him as harsh and ungrateful, unable to tolerate even those who had taken the blame for him, detrimental to his efforts in garnering loyalty and maintaining respect. Suppressing his murderous intentions, Brother B forced a smile, albeit a warped one, while striving to sound calm and even magnanimous. Aching, look at you still so hot-headed, having spent 3 years in confinement. It's only natural to harbor resentment, and I understand. Let us all take a moment to cool down and converse amicably. He returned to his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved several thick bundles of $1,000 Hong Kong notes, which, upon cursory inspection, amounted to about 100,000. He placed the money on the table and pushed it towards Huo Tianqing. The matter of the red stick pertains to the society's rules and the leader's will. It cannot be rushed. However, I shall not treat you unjustly. Brother B pointed to the stack of money. Here is 100,000. Take it for now. Having just emerged, you must find it inconvenient to be without funds. Go find a place to bathe, change into fresh attire, and enjoy the company of a lovely lady to lift your spirits. As for the other matters, we shall deliberate in due course. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. He sought to ease the tension with money and seemingly caring words, attempting to temporarily silence Huo Tianqing with this 100,000, hoping to send him on his way. In Brother B's view, for a freshly released, impoverished youth, 100,000 was no trifling sum. It would likely keep him quiet for a spell, at least preventing immediate confrontations. Huo Tianqing regarded the stack of freshly printed bills on the table, then looked up at Brother B's facade of generosity, a knowing smile gradually widening on his lips. He did not decline. Stepping forward, he grasped the stack of money, weighing it in his hands, its heft substantial. Then I shall express my gratitude to Brother B. Huo Tianqing's tone betrayed no discernible emotion. He casually stuffed the bills into the inner pocket of his old jacket and patted it. Brother B's goodwill has been duly noted. With that, he ceased further conversation and turned to leave. As he passed by the still hostile Chen Haonan, Huo Tianqing's shoulder purposefully collided with him. Taken off guard, Chen Haonan stumbled back a step, his face flushing crimson, fury igniting in his eyes as his fists clenched. Yet Huo Tianqing acted as if nothing had occurred, not sparing Chen Haonan a glance, opening the door and striding out, the sound of his footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Damn it, this scoundrel! Chen Haonan muttered under his breath, rubbing his painfully bumped shoulder, turning to Brother B. Brother B, you are just letting him go like this? And giving him money? Look at how arrogant he is. He clearly has no regard for you. The smile on Brother B's face had long since vanished, replaced by a sullen expression and a glint of coldness in his eyes. He approached the window, lifting a corner of the blinds, and looked down, just in time to see Huo Tianqing's slender silhouette merge into the throng of people on the streets of Causeway Bay, swiftly disappearing from sight. 100,000. Buying his temporary silence also grants us a bit of time. Brother B's voice was icy. Anan, you are correct. This individual harbors deep resentment and has become inscrutable. Keeping him around will inevitably lead to trouble. Chen Haonan stepped closer to Brother B, speaking in hushed tones. Brother B, since he does not appreciate our goodwill and bears animosity towards us, we absolutely cannot afford to give him the opportunity to rise. He has just emerged, devoid of money and allies. He is at his most vulnerable. Brother B cast a sidelong glance at Chen Haonan. What are your thoughts? A glimmer of cunning and ruthlessness crossed Chen Haonan's eyes. Does he not desire the position of Red Stick? Is not this matter regarding Ba Bai potentially his opportunity? We can lend him a hand, truly delivering this opportunity directly into Ba Bai's ears. Brother B's brow twitched in interest. Oh, how so? We can devise a way to inadvertently let it slip to Ba Bai. Chapter 8. Using a knife to kill. Chen Haonan attempts to scheme against Huo Tianqing, only to be outmaneuvered. Chen Haonan lowered his voice. Let it be known that there is a newly released individual from Hongxing named Huo Tianqing, a fourth nine, who, in his ambition to become the Red Stick, is exceedingly arrogant, boldly proclaiming his intent to take action against Ba Bai to establish his reputation. Convey to the formidable individual the distinctive features of Huo Tianqing, along with his potential activities, embellishing the details. He paused momentarily, scrutinizing the expression of the influential figure B, and continued. That individual, Ba Bai, is both fearful of death and highly suspicious, aware that a brash newcomer has set his sights on him. He would undoubtedly take preemptive action. At that juncture, we need not lift a finger. Ba Bai will naturally handle the troublesome Huo Tianqing for us. Furthermore, should the plot to assassinate Ba Bai by Huo Tianqing come to light, regardless of its success or failure, it is of no consequence to us. It would be deemed Huo Tianqing's personal endeavor, and perhaps it could even cause a stir between Ba Bai and Liang Kuan's faction. Upon hearing this, the influential figure B did not immediately respond, but slowly settled back into his chair, igniting a fresh cigar and inhaling languidly. Amidst the swirling smoke, his countenance fluctuated between light and shadow. Chen Haonan's scheme of employing a knife to kill from a distance resonated well with his inclinations. It not only eliminated the unstable element of Huo Tianqing, but also posed an inconvenience to Ba Bai while simultaneously absolving himself and the organization of any involvement. After a lengthy pause, the influential figure B exhaled a ring of smoke, gazing at Chen Haonan, and ambiguously remarked, "Anan, what are you implying? I find myself struggling to comprehend. The grievances between Ba Bai and Huo Tianqing are their own affair. We, in Hongxing, pride ourselves on conducting matters with integrity." His words seemed to refute, yet there was no trace of reproach in his eyes, rather an implicit consent. Chen Haonan immediately grasped the underlying message and respectfully nodded. "Yes, Brother B, I understand. We are indeed unaware of any personal grievances between Ba Bai and Huo Tianqing. However, addressing Ba Bai and fulfilling Mr. Zhang's entrusted task is our pressing concern." The influential figure B nodded in satisfaction. "I entrust this matter entirely to you and Shanji to handle. Remember, it must be executed cleanly and elegantly. I await the opportunity to celebrate your success in attaining the position of Red Stick. Thank you for your trust, Brother B. I assure you, I will not let you down." Chen Haonan's spirits lifted, brimming with confidence. After leaving the boxing gym, Huo Tianqing did not genuinely seek out beautiful women for relaxation. He took the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars and first visited a reputable hotel, booking a room to luxuriate in a hot shower, thoroughly washing away the oppressive aura he had carried from prison. Subsequently, he donned fresh attire and ventured to an upscale restaurant, where he savored a long-awaited, exquisite, and tranquil dinner alone. Absent were the raucous antics of gangsters and the machinations of bigwigs. Only the authentic flavors of the food and the clarity of his inner scheming remained. This fleeting moment of serenity was more soothing to him than any indulgence could offer. That night, he lay on the hotel's soft bed, sinking into an extraordinarily deep slumber. It was not until the following day, nearing noon, when the sunlight filtered through the curtain's gaps, casting its warm glow upon his face, that he awoke naturally. The instant he opened his eyes, Huo Tianqing felt an unprecedented clarity and sense of power. The confrontations, humiliations, and conspiracies of yesterday seemed to fade into a distant background. He sat upright, gazing out at the bustling cityscape, as a clear and profound ambition surged within him, quickly taking root. Wealth, endless wealth, sufficient to summon legions. Beauties, stunning maidens, who could embellish his path of power and conquest. Power, the supreme authority, to make this city, and indeed the broader world, tremble under his will. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. These 8 words were etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. After freshening up, Huo Tianqing assessed his available funds. The 100,000 provided by the influential figure B, combined with the initial 100,000 from the system, had seen the expenditure of 100,000 to summon soldiers. However, after the previous summoning, he should still have some of the initial 100,000 left unspent. No. As per prior descriptions, the entire initial 100,000 had been utilized to summon 10 soldiers. Thus, at present, he possessed merely the 100,000 Hong Kong dollars in cash given by the influential figure B. A thought crossed his mind, and he connected with the system interface in his mind. The list of summoning units was clear, and the sense of the 10 ordinary soldiers still lingered. They awaited commands in different corners of the city. To execute his plan, he required a more direct and elite force. System: expend 30,000 Hong Kong dollars to summon 3 ordinary soldiers. Huo Tianqing issued the command. He needed personnel he could immediately mobilize. Expenditure of 30,000 Hong Kong dollars. Summoning 3 ordinary soldiers. Summoning complete. Soldier identities generated. Veterans of the Vietnam War, having fallen into hardship due to war trauma and life-vest demands. currently operating as lower-tier gang members in Hong Kong. Presently located in the eastern part of Causeway Bay, near the abandoned dock area. Loyalty, 100. Almost simultaneously with the notification sound, Huo Tianqing sensed 3 new, sharp-minded connections through the system, situated not far away in the abandoned dock area. He glanced at the remaining 70,000 in cash, secured it, and departed the hotel. Chapter 9. Reverse Incitement. Huo Tianqing orders Ba Bai to keep a close watch on Chen Haonan, while he himself plays the role of the cultured bigwig. Half an hour later, Huo Tianqing arrived at the chaotic, pungent, and rust-laden abandoned dock area on the eastern side of Causeway Bay, where he met the 3 soldiers he had summoned. The trio appeared somewhat disheveled, clad in ill-fitting, stained, old garments, their hair and beards unkempt. Yet their eyes, along with the subtle display of sharpness, vigilance, and coordination in their movements, starkly contrasted with the true homeless or lower-tier gangsters around them. It was the essence of individuals who had endured the trials of real warfare, calm, indifferent, imbued with a hint of disdain for life and absolute obedience to orders. Upon noticing Huo Tianqing's approach, the 3 exchanged no words, simultaneously straightening their postures and focusing their gazes upon him, exuding a natural air of respect. Huo Tianqing stepped before them, surveying the trio. From now on, you shall be known as a Long, a Hu, and a Bao. He casually bestowed upon them their names. Refer to me as boss. Yes, boss, they replied in unison. Their voices unassuming yet crisp and resolute, lacking any hesitation. Huo Tianqing produced 50,000 Hong Kong dollars from his pocket and handed it to the leader, a Long. Take this money, acquire inconspicuous yet sharp attire, and enjoy a decent meal. For the remainder, find a way through your channels to procure a few reliable, easily concealable firearms. If the funds fall short, come back to me. Along accepted the money without a word, merely nodding. Understood, boss. Additionally, there is an urgent task for you to undertake. Huo Tianqing lowered his voice. Investigate the places where Ba Bai, associated with He too, frequently frequents, particularly his entertainment venues. Then, find a way to relay a message to him or a trusted subordinate nearby. The 3 listened attentively. The content of the message is as follows. The Hongxing leader in Causeway Bay, Big Boss B, has ostensibly dispatched a pawn named Huo Tianqing to divert attention. But the true plot to eliminate you, Ba Bai, lies with his most capable team, led by Chen Haonan. They should remain vigilant. After Huo Tianqing finished speaking, he looked at the 3. Remember, it must be executed discreetly, as if it were an inadvertent leak or conveyed through an unreliable third party. Never allow the trail to lead back to you. Is that clear? Along pondered briefly before shaking his head. No problem, boss. We know what to do. Excellent. Go forth. Once you have arranged everything, contact me. Huo Tianqing waved his hand. The trio nodded once more, swiftly turning and vanishing into the shadows of the chaotic dock area, their movements silent and remarkably efficient. After dismissing the 3, Huo Tianqing glanced at his still ordinary attire and turned toward the bustling commercial district. He stepped into an upscale tailor shop, meticulously selecting a well-fitted dark suit, accompanied by a crisp shirt and polished leather shoes. Later, at an eyewear store, he purchased a pair of gold-rimmed glasses devoid of lenses. When he stood before the fitting mirror once more, the reflection revealed a transformed individual. The sharp suit accentuated his tall stature, though slightly gaunt. It imbued him with an understated intensity. The dark attire contrasted with his somewhat pallid complexion, rendering his gaze inscrutable behind the frames. The habitual curve at the corner of his lips, paired with this ensemble, no longer exuded mere coldness or sinister charm, but rather conveyed a peculiar, scholarly elegance, beneath which lurked an undercurrent of disquieting tension. Huo Tianqing gazed at his reflection with a satisfied smile. This image, he realized, would serve as one of his masks in the future, a mysterious, perhaps well-connected legitimate businessman. As for the clandestine affairs, they would be orchestrated under the guise of his role as the boss. Meanwhile, in a lavish private room of a nightclub on Hong Kong Island, the atmosphere was intoxicating, filled with vibrant lights and raucous music. Ba Bai lounged on a spacious sofa, his beer belly prominent, with a scantily clad young woman on either side, his hands roving inappropriately, prompting peals of laughter from the ladies. His face bore the bloated visage of excess, bloodshot eyes brimming with excitement as he bellowed for his underlings to pour him more drinks. The coffee table was cluttered with bottles and fruit platters, enveloped in swirling smoke. Several men, resembling bodyguards, stood watch in the corners and at the door, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. However, Ba Bai's revelry did not last long. Just as he was pouring drinks for the women, a trusted subordinate burst into the room, whispering a few urgent words in his ear. Ba Bai's previously dazed eyes narrowed slightly as he waved the women aside. He straightened up, his lewd grin fading, replaced by the shrewdness and ferocity characteristic of a businessman. Is the information credible? A newly released 4-9 member from Hongxing, named Huo Tianqing, intends to challenge me? Yes, boss. The news came from two different sources, both indicating that this Huo Tianqing has made threats in Causeway Bay, aiming to establish his reputation and undermine the Hong Quan. The subordinate replied respectfully. Chapter 10. Ba sets a trap. Chen Haonan walks into the snare. Ba stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before suddenly chuckling derisively. Huo Tianqing. Never heard of him. A freshly released lowlife with nothing to his name dares to threaten me, Ba, and he makes such a fuss. As if he wants the world to know? He shook his head, a glimmer of disdain and understanding flickering in his eyes. Does he take me for a fool? This is clearly a smokescreen, a bait thrown out to divert my attention. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his judgment. That old fox, Boss B, wants to play games with me, using a pawn as a decoy to draw my fire, while sending real experts to take me down. Humph, clever indeed. Ba promptly made a decision. He instructed his men, go, send several teams to Causeway Bay to search for this Huo Tianqing with great fanfare. Spread the word that I, Ba, am furious and offering a bounty for his hands and feet. The more commotion, the better. Let everyone know I am pursuing this audacious fool. Yes, boss. His subordinate replied eagerly. Remember, Ba added, a cold glint in his eyes, this is merely for show. Our real elite must remain vigilant, escalating security at my usual haunts, especially among insiders, and keep a close watch on any suspicious activity. I want to see when the real assassin sent by Boss B shows his face. He believed he had unraveled his opponent's scheme and decided to play along, feigning interest in Huo Tianqing while secretly laying a vast net, waiting for the true quarry. However, unbeknownst to him, the seemingly obvious target and the real assassin had been cleverly switched in another's scheme. Just after Ba set his plans in motion to hunt down Huo Tianqing, another piece of intelligence reached him through a more clandestine and convoluted channel. This time, it was an anonymous message, the sender's identity obscured. Yet it struck directly at the core. Beware of Chen Haonan and his brothers from Hongqing in Causeway Bay. They are the true agents sent by Boss B to eliminate you. Huo Tianqing is merely a front. Ba scrutinized the message, reading it multiple times, his expression darkening before a smirk of triumph emerged. As I suspected, Chen Haonan, that little brat favored by Boss B in recent years. Accompanied by Shan Ji and Tian, those few have indeed gained a bit of notoriety in Causeway Bay. Combining this intelligence with the earlier message, Ba discerned Boss B's overarching plan, using that useless Huo Tianqing to divert my attention while secretly allowing Chen Haonan's team to execute the real assassination. What a brilliant facade, cleverly masking the true intent. He fancied himself a master of the situation, filled with a sense of superiority and disdain for Boss B's machinations. You want to deceive me? You underestimate me. Ba spat vehemently. He immediately revised his strategy, shifting his focus from the elusive Huo Tianqing to Chen Haonan and his brothers. He dispatched his most capable and astute spies to monitor Chen Haonan, Shan Ji, Tian, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai, ensuring constant surveillance of their every move. Simultaneously, he discreetly reinforced his presence at his frequented venues, including the Emperor's Foot Spa, laying ambushes, just waiting for Chen Haonan and his crew to walk into his trap. A grand net targeting Chen Haonan's team was quietly unfurled. Meanwhile, Chen Haonan's team, eager to fulfill Boss B's directive, actively gathered intelligence on Ba, searching for the opportune moment to strike. They soon noticed Ba's frenzied pursuit of Huo Tianqing in Causeway Bay. Brother Nan, Ba's crew has been scouring Causeway Bay for Huo Tianqing like rabid dogs, making quite a ruckus, Shanji reported. It seems that Huo Tianqing inadvertently crossed Ba, or perhaps Boss B's plan is taking effect. Chen Haonan pondered. Regardless of the reason, Ba's diverted attention towards Huo Tianqing was advantageous for them. With so many men dispatched to find Huo Tianqing, the security surrounding him would surely weaken. This was an opportune moment for them to act. After extensive inquiries and confirmations, they received what seemed to be a once-in-a-lifetime piece of information. That evening, Ba would be unwinding at one of his old haunts, the Emperor's Foot Spa. Moreover, due to the significant number of men sent to pursue Huo Tianqing, Ba's personal bodyguards would be fewer than usual. Is the information reliable? Chen Haonan asked cautiously. Absolutely. Brother Nan, it's from an insider we placed within Ba's organization. He confirmed that Ba would indeed be at the Emperor's Foot Spa tonight. And he won't have many with him, Tian assured him. Chapter 11. Bloodbath at the Emperor's Foot Spa. Chen Haonan's brothers ambushed, suffering heavy casualties. Chao Pai and Bao Pai were equally eager. Brother Nan, seize the opportunity. While he's down, take his life. If we take down Ba, the Hong Quan will be yours. Amidst the fervor, Chen Haonan, gazing into the eyes of his determined brothers and recalling Boss B's expectations along with the allure of the Hong Quan position, finally made up his mind. He nodded decisively. Very well, tonight it is. As the group meticulously checked their concealed knives, a blend of anticipation for the future and a tinge of anxiety coursed through them. They drove towards the Imperial Luxury Spa, unaware that from the very moment of their departure, indeed, even earlier, their every move had been keenly observed by the ever-watchful Ba. Little did they know that the Imperial Luxury Spa had long ceased to be the weekly guarded den of indulgence it once was. It had transformed into a deadly trap, eagerly awaiting their arrival. In the night, the neon sign of the Imperial Luxury Spa flickered with an ambiguous glow. Chen Haonan and his 4 companions parked their vehicle a distance away and observed the entrance. Everything appeared normal. Foot traffic was sparse, and only 2 seemingly ordinary lookouts stood at the door. "Let us go," Chen Haonan commanded in a low voice, and the 5 of them swiftly exited the vehicle, dispersing yet maintaining communication as they approached the entrance of the spa. They entered without encountering any inquiries or hindrances, which momentarily eased their minds and bolstered their confidence in the accuracy of their intelligence. Following the room number provided by their informant, they made their way directly to the entrance of a lavish private room on the 3rd floor. Exchanging a glance with Shanji, Chen Haonan gestured for him to proceed. With a swift kick, Shanji forcefully swung open the door to the suite. However, the scene that unfolded before them was far from the anticipated chaos and scant protection. Instead, they were met with the sight of a multitude of armed thugs, no fewer than 20 or 30, standing menacingly within, wielding clubs and knives. At the center of the room, Ba lounged on the sofa, smoking a cigar with a mocking yet cruel smile, as if he were observing a group of mice willingly walking into a trap. In an instant, Chen Haonan's heart plummeted, a cold chill rushing from his feet to the crown of his head. They had fallen into a trap. "Run!" he nearly screamed, summoning every ounce of strength as he attempted to retreat. But it was too late. From both ends of the corridor behind them, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted, and more armed henchmen surged forward, completely blocking their escape. All around them, Ba's men loomed like a dark tide, easily numbering over 100. The entire floor had been sealed off and secured. Ba leisurely stood up and sauntered to the entrance of the suite, gazing down at Chen Haonan and his companions, who were huddled together in the corridor, their faces ashen with fear. He burst into gleeful laughter. "Chen Haonan, ha ha ha, is this the best you can do? A few unseasoned kids sent by Boss B to take me on? You truly underestimate Ba." His grin faded, his eyes turning vicious as he suddenly waved his hand. "Attack! Beat them to a pulp. 10,000 for anyone who kills one of them. 50,000 for whoever takes down Chen Haonan," with the promise of substantial rewards. The surrounding thugs' eyes glinted with bloodlust as they unleashed a primal roar, charging towards the 5 like a feral horde, weapons slicing through the air towards them. "Let us fight." Chen Haonan's eyes burned with fury, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Only a fight to the death remained. He swung his knife, deflecting incoming blows and retaliating by striking down one assailant. Shanji, De Tian'er, Chao Pai, and Bao Pai roared in defiance, desperately resisting the onslaught. Yet, the disparity in numbers was insurmountable. Their defensive formation, forged from their backs pressed against one another, was swiftly shattered under the relentless wave of attackers. The air was filled with the glint of blades, anguished cries, curses, and the sounds of metal clashing against flesh, creating a scene that was both bloody and chaotic. In an effort to protect Chen Haonan's flank, Shanji was struck heavily on the back of the head with an iron rod, blood gushing forth as he collapsed without a sound. De Tian'er took a severe blow to the back, the blade cutting deep to the bone. As he fell with a cry, Chao Pai and Bao Pai soon followed, their fates uncertain amidst the fray. Chen Haonan himself sustained multiple wounds, his clothing soaked in blood. Yet fueled by an indomitable spirit and skill, he continued to fight fiercely, retreating while attempting to reach the unconscious Shanji. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with regret, rage, and an unwillingness to accept defeat. He was unaware of where things had gone awry, but was painfully aware that he had walked into Ba's meticulously laid trap. Watching his brothers fall in pools of blood, his heart twisted in agony. After paying a heavy price and nearly exhausting his last reserves of strength, Chen Haonan staggered to Shanji's side and hoisted him onto his back. Gritting his teeth, he relied on an unyielding will to swing his dulled knife, carving a bloody path through the throng as he stumbled towards the stairwell. Ba stood loftily above, coldly observing, refraining from issuing commands to block their escape, as if relishing the final struggles of his prey. Chapter 12. Huo Tianqing watches from afar. Chen Haonan on the brink of death, Ba seeks total annihilation. He aimed to ensure that Chen Haonan would escape, burdened with the shame and humiliation of this crushing defeat to deliver back to Boss B. Chen Haonan, blood-soaked and battered, left a trail of crimson footprints as he finally burst through the doors of the Imperial Luxury Spa, vanishing in a disheveled state into the shadows of the dimly lit street. Meanwhile, across the street at an elegant Western restaurant adorned with soft lighting and soothing piano melodies, Huo Tianqing sat in the prime window seat, impeccably dressed in a dark suit, and sporting rimless glasses. He elegantly swirled a glass of red wine, his gaze calmly fixed on the entrance of the Imperial Luxury Spa across the way. Opposite him sat a strikingly beautiful woman in a black dress, exuding an air of sophistication. Her eyes held a hint of sorrow, yet she possessed the allure characteristic of a mature woman. Mrs. Li, recently widowed and from a well-to-do family. Their conversation seemed to revolve around business matters, and Huo Tianqing appeared courteous and engaging, occasionally citing references, embodying the image of a well-educated and successful young entrepreneur. Mrs. Li seemed to appreciate his insights, the sadness in her eyes softening slightly. Huo Tianqing, peering through the glass window of the restaurant, observed the chaos unfolding at the entrance of the Imperial Luxury Spa with a calm demeanor. He clearly saw Chen Haonan stagger out, carrying Shanji, only to find their escape thwarted. Just as they attempted to cross the street, a multitude of armed individuals surged forth from the shadows at both ends, abruptly cutting off their path and forming a tighter encirclement. With Shanji slumped unconscious on his back, Chen Haonan, drenched in blood and utterly exhausted, faced this second wave of premeditated ambush, despair finally flickering in his eyes. Ba Bai, flanked by a few trusted henchmen, sauntered out of the spa, standing atop the steps, looking down upon the two trapped in the middle of the road with a cruel, triumphant smile. Without uttering another word, he lazily waved his hand. At a signal, the eager thugs erupted with wild howls, akin to hyenas sensing the scent of blood, and charged forward. Blades and clubs descended under the flickering light of street lamps and neon signs, tracing icy arcs through the air. Chen Haonan attempted to mount a final defense, but after just a few futile blocks, he was struck simultaneously by several iron rods, grunting as he and Shanji collapsed heavily onto the cold asphalt. The crowd surged forward, obscuring the scene, leaving only a flurry of raised weapons and splattering dark liquid in their wake. Moments later, as the throng began to disperse amidst satisfied chatter and laughter, the road bore witness to two widening pools of blood, and there, motionless in the crimson, lay Chen Haonan and Shanji, battered and torn, their forms devoid of life. From a distance, it was impossible to discern any sign of vitality. The piercing sound of the siren gradually drew closer, sharply cutting through the cacophony of the night. The individuals involved were evidently well prepared, swiftly and methodically evacuating the scene in the minute or two before the police arrived, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and two bodies, oblivious to their fate. Several police cars came to a halt at the entrance of the Dihao foot massage establishment. Officers disembarked to cordon off the area, inspect the site, and summon an ambulance. A crowd of onlookers gathered at a distance, murmuring amongst themselves. Huo Tianqing withdrew his gaze and drained the remaining red wine from his glass. Mrs. Li, seated across from him, appeared to have noticed the commotion and the police vehicles, her brow furrowing slightly with unease. Mrs. Li, it seems there is a minor disturbance across the street, Huo Tianqing remarked in a calm tone, as if discussing a trivial matter unrelated to himself. However, there is no need for concern, it will not impede our discussion. I may need to excuse myself momentarily to address a small, unforeseen issue. Shall we reschedule for another day to discuss in detail? I am very much looking forward to collaborating with your esteemed company. Though Mrs. Li was somewhat perplexed, Huo Tianqing's composed demeanor and articulate words provided her with a sense of reassurance. She nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Huo, please attend to your matters. We shall reconnect another day. Huo Tianqing politely inclined his head, gesturing for the waiter to bring the bill, and he generously left a substantial tip. He then rose, adjusted his suit jacket, offered Mrs. Li another apologetic smile, and departed the Western restaurant with measured steps. As he stepped outside, the cool night breeze brushed against his face. Ignoring the chaos still unfolding across the street, Huo Tianqing made his way directly to a black sedan parked in the nearby shadows. This was a vehicle he had rented recently with leftover funds. While it was not the epitome of luxury, it was sufficiently discreet and practical. He settled into the driver's seat but did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he retrieved an ordinary mobile phone and dialed a number. Zhao. He spoke into the receiver, his voice calm. Boss, we are at the designated location, came the steady voice of Along from the other end. What is the situation? The target has been secured, the location is safe, and the pit has been prepared as per your instructions. Excellent, I will be there shortly. Huo Tianqing replied before ending the call. He started the engine, and the black sedan glided silently into the flow of traffic, heading towards the remote coastal road on the eastern side of the island. Approximately 20 minutes later, the vehicle left the main thoroughfare, turning onto a bumpy gravel path, ultimately halting at the edge of a small grove near a cliff, overgrown with brush. The headlights illuminated the area ahead, revealing Zhao Yi, a Hu, and a Bao waiting there, attired in dark casual wear, their expressions somber. At their feet, a figure was tightly bound with rough hemp rope, a cloth stuffed in his mouth, kneeling in the dirt, trembling with fear and anger. It was none other than Boss B. Next to him, the earth had been disturbed, and a deep pit, large enough to contain a single person, had been excavated, emanating the scent of freshly turned soil. Huo Tianqing turned off the headlights and exited the vehicle. The sound of his polished shoes crunching on the soft mud and fallen leaves echoed faintly. He approached the group, and in the dim light, the frame of his gold-rimmed glasses reflected a faint glimmer from the distant sea. Boss, Zhao Yi and the others spoke in unison. Struggling to lift his head, Boss B, illuminated by the moonlight and the distant glow of the sea, widened his eyes in shock and disbelief when he recognized the face before him. He seemed to wish to speak, but the gag muffled his words into indistinct sounds, his body writhing in denial as he grappled with the reality of his situation. Huo Tianqing stepped closer to Boss B, slightly bending down to scrutinize his disheveled appearance. A cold smile creeping onto his lips. This smile, in the dim light, created a striking and eerie contrast to his otherwise refined attire. "Ah, Boss B, it appears you have been well." Huo Tianqing's voice was soft yet distinctly clear. "Your expression suggests you were quite taken aback. Did you think it was Ba Bai who had captured you, or perhaps some other rival?" Boss B glared at him, the initial shock in his eyes gradually replaced by a deeper anger and a sense of humiliation at being duped. Huo Tianqing straightened up and gestured to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi stepped forward, deftly removing the cloth from Boss B's mouth. As soon as the gag was removed, Boss B gasped for air, then, disregarding his predicament, launched into a furious tirade against Huo Tianqing, his voice hoarse from both excitement and the earlier obstruction. "Huo Tianqing, it's you, you traitorous wretch. What do you intend to do? Do you dare to harm me? I am the one in charge of Hongxing and Causeway Bay. To bind me is to defy authority and violate the rules of our brotherhood. The society will not let you go unpunished. Release me at once, and I may yet consider you a fool and spare you." He attempted to intimidate Huo Tianqing with the rules of their organization and his own status. Though the menace in his tone was undercut by a flicker of fear in his gaze, he could not fathom how this down-and-out subordinate, who had been dismissed with a mere 100,000 yesterday, had transformed overnight into the orchestrator capable of commanding others to abduct him from his hidden lair. In response to Boss B's accusations, Huo Tianqing erupted into laughter, the sound jarring against the stillness of the seaside grove. After a few moments, he abruptly ceased laughing, his expression darkening instantaneously, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Without warning, Huo Tianqing raised his foot and, with the hard toe of his polished shoe, delivered a brutal kick to Boss B's abdomen. Ugh! Taken by surprise, Boss B let out a pained groan, his body unable to curl due to his bindings. Arching forward like a shrimp before collapsing onto the ground, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his face paling as he began to retch, nearly gasping for breath. Huo Tianqing crouched down, seizing Boss B by the collar and lifting his upper body, bringing his face close, his voice low and menacing, as though it were forced through clenched teeth. "Rules? Defying authority? Boss B, do you still have the audacity to mention these to me?" His gaze bore into Boss B's face like a knife, methodically questioning him. 3 years ago, when you coerced me to take the fall, you made a promise before all the brothers. Once I was out, I would be honored with incense offerings and a red stick. Is this not what you said? When I was released from prison yesterday, at the gate of Stanley, there was nothing but wind and sand. No one in sight. What happened to the promised welcome? Was your pledge merely empty words? I came to your door, and you spoke of brotherhood rules and the head's decisions, only to turn around and secretly hand over the opportunity given by Huo Tianqing, exchanging it for a red stick under Ba Bai's name, to Chen Haonan. Is this not true? Not only did you give away what should have been mine, but you also plotted for my demise. You knew full well that Ba Bai was not to be trifled with, yet you deliberately assigned me the task of assassinating him, setting me up as a target to draw all his attention and fire, allowing your beloved Chen Haonan to strike from the shadows and ascend in rank. Is that not so? Huo Tianqing's accusations escalated in intensity, each word sharper than the last, his grip on Boss B's collar tightening further. He growled with barely contained fury, saliva nearly splattering onto the face of the formidable Boss B. Ask your own blackened heart if you are worthy of the 3 years I spent in prison for you. Do you honor the oath you swore before your brothers back then? His accusations fell like heavy hammers upon Boss B's heart. He was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the madness and icy malice reflected in Huo Tianqing's eyes. The agonizing pain in his abdomen and the terror of impending death intertwined, obliterating any remnants of his previous arrogance. He longed to retort, to assert that such was the nature of their world, to claim that Chen Haonan was more capable. Yet, under the relentless gaze of Huo Tianqing, ablaze with the flames of vengeance, he found himself at a loss for words, reduced to nothing but labored breaths and uncontrollable tremors. The night deepened, and the waves below crashed against the cliffs, emitting a mournful sound that masked most of the rustling in the woods. Following Huo Tianqing's inquiries, A profound silence enveloped the scene. Only the muffled sounds of Boss B's labored breaths, the eternal cadence of the distant sea, and the faint chirps of unknown insects in the depths of the forest could be heard. Huo Tianqing gradually released his grip on Boss B's collar, allowing him to collapse helplessly onto the cold, muddy ground. He straightened his posture, looking down from his lofty height at the man who once commanded his respect, now reduced to a pitiful creature akin to a stray dog. His gaze held no warmth, only an icy indifference and the tranquility of a settled dust. Beside him, Zhao Yi, Ahu, and Ah Bao stood like statues, silently awaiting the next command. Beneath their feet, a freshly dug pit gaped ominously, its darkness illuminated by the sparse moonlight and the distant shimmer of the sea, exuding the earthy scent of soil and the foreboding essence of death. Huo Tianqing gently raised his hand, meticulously adjusting the cuffs of his suit jacket and smoothing out non-existent creases on his chest. His movements were elegant and unhurried, incongruous with the grim surroundings and the oppressive atmosphere, yet curiously harmonious in their own right. Boss B, sprawled on the ground, gasped for breath, the excruciating pain in his abdomen slightly easing, yet the fear and humiliation in his heart coiled around him like a venomous vine. He lifted his gaze to meet Huo Tianqing's cold and indifferent face. Instead of remorse, he emitted a series of fractured, mocking laughs from his throat. Ha ha ha. Huo Tianqing, you are ruthless, hiding your depths well. Today, I, Boss B, concede. But you, this rebellious wretch who disdains authority, even if you kill me today, you will not go far in this world. I did not choose you back then, leaving the opportunity for Haonan, and it seems I was not mistaken. At least Haonan understands loyalty and respects his elder brother. And you? You are nothing but a wolf that cannot be tamed. He attempted to maintain the last vestiges of his dignity through this belittlement, subtly hoping to provoke Huo Tianqing, perhaps to find a glimmer of hope. Huo Tianqing, unfazed by his words, displayed no excess emotion. He turned to Zhao Yi, who immediately understood, retrieving a large mobile phone wrapped in plastic from his pocket and handing it over. It was something taken from Boss B. Huo Tianqing took the phone, checked its battery, and casually tossed it into the mud before Boss B. Save your breath, Brother B. Huo Tianqing's voice was calm and unyielding. Now, call Jiang Tiansheng. Boss B froze, staring at the phone on the ground, then raised his eyes to Huo Tianqing. What do you intend to do? Tell him you have been kidnapped. Huo Tianqing replied evenly. Instruct him to prepare 20 million Hong Kong dollars as ransom for your life. 20 million. Boss B's pupils constricted, his face contorting with absurdity and rage. Huo Tianqing, are you insane? Do you know what you're saying? 20 million? Do you think Mr. Jiang has a treasure vault? Even if he did, why would he pay 2 million for me? You are utterly delusional. He vehemently refused, his tone fierce. If you want to kill me, then do it. You think to use me to extort Mr. Jiang? Dream on. I, Boss B, have navigated this world for so many years. I am not foolish enough to assist you in such a scheme. Huo Tianqing, upon hearing this, did not become enraged. Instead, a seemingly gentle, yet dangerously sinister smile crept onto his lips. He crouched down, aligning his gaze with that of Boss B's, and spoke in a tone that was chillingly calm. Brother B, do not be hasty in your refusal. Think it over carefully. Your villa in Saigon is quite pleasant. Your wife visits the nearby supermarket every afternoon to buy groceries. Your son attends St. Paul's primary school, right? The school bus arrives promptly at 4:30 every day at the street corner outside your home. Your daughter is a bit younger, attending Victoria Kindergarten, and is picked up by that distant cousin you invited from your hometown. With each word Huo Tianqing spoke, Boss B's complexion drained of color until he appeared utterly pallid, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes wide with horror. What do you intend to do? Huo Tianqing, you cannot harm my wife and children. This is the code of the Underworld. If you dare touch them, the entire world will hunt you down. You will be reviled and pursued by all. Boss B screamed hoarsely, his voice trembling with extreme fear. The code? Huo Tianqing scoffed, rising to his feet and brushing off imaginary dust from his trousers. Brother B, you speak of codes? When you deceived me, burned bridges behind you, and sought my demise, did you think of the code? Your life is now in my hands, and I know everything about your family. You come to me speaking of the Underworld code? He shook his head, his smile frigid. My code is simple. Those who follow me thrive, those who oppose me perish. And you, at this moment, are among the latter. Seeing Boss B's eyes redden in rage, his teeth grinding, yet still refusing to relent, Huo Tianqing lost the last remnants of patience. He turned his back, instructing Ahu, take 2 others and head to Saigon immediately. According to the address, bring Brother B's family here. Remember, the entire family, not a single one can be missing. Along the way, let them speak to Brother B over the phone to hear his voice. Yes, boss. Ahu nodded resolutely, turning to execute the order. No, please no. At that moment, Boss B's psychological defenses crumbled entirely. He let out a heart-wrenching scream, struggling to lunge forward to stop them. But his bound body could only writhe like a worm on the ground. Huo Tianqing turned back, planting his foot firmly on Boss B's chest, pinning him to the ground as he looked down at the twisted face of despair, his voice frigid and devoid of emotion. Brother B, I give you one last chance. Call for the ransom, or I will have someone bring your entire family here to accompany you on your journey, on the road to the Underworld. A family reunion isn't so lonely. The cold sole of his shoe pressed against Boss B's chest. The suffocating dread and the extreme worry for his family's safety completely shattered any resistance left in him. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed, finally squeezing out the words of surrender through clenched teeth. I'll call. Please, don't harm them. I beg you, don't touch my wife and children. Huo Tianqing removed his foot, signaling Zhao Yi to retrieve the phone, bringing it to Boss B's ear and assisting him in unbinding his hands from behind, leaving only the restraints on his feet. Trembling, Boss B took the phone, inhaling deeply several times in an attempt to steady his emotions. Though his voice remained tinged with unmistakable fear and a quavering edge, he dialed Huo Tianqing's private number. After several rings, the phone was answered, revealing Huo Tianqing's calm, yet slightly perplexed voice. Hey B, what brings you to call at this hour? The voice of the formidable B was dry and hoarse. I've been kidnapped. There was a momentary silence on the other end, quickly followed by a shift in Huo Tianqing's tone, now laced with gravity. Kidnapped? What happened? Where are you? Who are they? Is it that scoundrel Bai? His thoughts immediately turned to the rival with whom B had recently clashed. He glanced at the expressionless Huo Tianqing beside him, relaying the hushed instructions he had just received. And no, I'm not sure who they are. They want me to call you and demand a ransom of 20 million, saying they will release me once the money is delivered. 20 million? Huo Tianqing's voice rose, infused with astonishment and ire. Such audacity. Hey B, are you certain they are not connected to Bai? What is your current situation? I don't know, Mr. Jiang. Please help me. They said so much. I beg you. B's words tumbled out, a chaotic blend of pretense and genuine fear. Huo Tianqing fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. 20 million was no trifling sum, yet B was a vital lieutenant in his organization, especially given the recent conflict with Hihidu. If something were to happen to B, it would undermine both the morale of Hongxing and Huo Tianqing's authority. Tell them I can provide the money. Huo Tianqing's voice regained its composure, yet it was tinged with coldness. But ensure your safety. How will the money be transferred? Where can I confirm your release? B looked towards Huo Tianqing, who had already prepared a note detailing an overseas anonymous bank account. B recited the information aloud. All right, I've noted this account. Huo Tianqing replied. I will arrange for the funds to be transferred promptly. I trust they will honor their word. Chapter 16. The 20 million has been credited. Summon the elite soldier Wang Su Zhenyang for personal protection. B, hold on. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, B replied, his voice tinged with desperation. Before Zhao Yi took the phone and ended the call, the entire exchange lasted no more than 2 or 3 minutes. Once the call was disconnected, B felt as if all his strength had been sapped, collapsing to the ground with vacant eyes. Huo Tianqing harbored no concerns about Huo Tianqing playing tricks. In a transaction of this magnitude, if Huo Tianqing failed to provide the ransom resulting in B's death, the damage to his reputation would far exceed 20 million. Moreover, Huo Tianqing only sought the initial funds. The wait was not lengthy. Approximately 20 minutes later, Huo Tianqing utilized another prepared, untraceable device to check the account. The sum displayed on the screen brought a genuine smile to his lips. 20 million Hong Kong dollars had indeed been deposited, confirming the funds were in place. Huo Tianqing wasted no time and communicated with the system in his mind. System, exchange and summon an elite soldier. Command received. Consuming 1,000,000 Hong Kong dollars. Summoning 1 elite soldier. The system database provides various replicated elite templates for selection. Please specify or choose randomly. The list displays Template A, Template B, Template C, Template D. Huo Tianqing swiftly scanned the options. He already had basic combat personnel like Zhao Yi at his disposal. What he urgently needed was a top-tier guardian capable of ensuring his personal safety and assisting with high-stakes affairs. His gaze settled on Template D. The detailed description emphasized that this template was replicated from an elite known for unwavering loyalty and impeccable protective skills, codenamed Su Jingyang. Select Template D, summon Su Jingyang. Huo Tianqing decided. Selection confirmed. Summoning Template D. This unit possesses exceptional personal combat skills, crisis warning and management capabilities, safety protocol planning skills, and absolute loyalty. Identity background is being generated. Summoning successful. This unit will contact the host within 24 hours in a reasonable manner. An intangible connection formed in Huo Tianqing's consciousness, clearer and more substantial than when summoning ordinary soldiers. He could vaguely sense a calm, precise, and rock-solid intention being arranged by the system to enter this world and gravitate towards him. This also validated one of Huo Tianqing's hypotheses: funds acquired through illegitimate means, once converted to his name in Hong Kong dollars, were recognized by the system and could be used for summoning. This undoubtedly broadened his avenues for resource acquisition. Having completed these arrangements, Huo Tianqing turned his attention back to B, who appeared devoid of spirit on the ground. B sensed the shift in Huo Tianqing's gaze, recognizing the indifference of a task completed, preparing for the final cleanup. A shiver coursed through him, and the last flicker of survival instinct ignited in his hollow eyes. But upon meeting Huo Tianqing's unyielding stare, he realized his pleas were futile. Huo Tianqing, B's voice emerged weak and raspy. You have received the money. Mr. Zhang has complied. I ask you to spare my wife and children. They are innocent. You promised. Huo Tianqing regarded him with a measured nod. I keep my word. Your family will remain unharmed, as long as they do not seek their own demise. This served as a promise. Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in B's eyes dimmed, replaced by a profound sense of despair and resignation. He closed his eyes, ceased his speech, and trembled slightly, awaiting the inevitable conclusion. Huo Tianqing cast no further glances at him, signaling to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi silently acknowledged and picked up the iron shovel that had been placed at the edge of the pit. He lay with eyes shut, awaiting his fate, only to hear the sound of soil being shoveled, falling in soft cascades around him. Initially sporadic, the sound quickly merged into a continuous rhythm, enveloping him. The distinctive odor of earth intensified, particles splattering against his face and body, chilling him in the night air. He made no attempt to struggle or open his eyes again. The shoveling persisted for a while, then ceased. Following this was the sound of more earth being pushed down and compacted. Soon, all noise succumbed to silence. The freshly dug pit was filled once more, the surface soil slightly smoothed to blend with the surrounding environment. The sea breeze swept through, rustling fallen leaves to cover the area, and in no time, it would be impossible to discern that the ground had ever been disturbed. Huo Tianqing stood quietly, observing Zhao Yi and the others completing the final cleanup. He stretched his stiff neck and shoulders, feeling as if the burdens of a long-standing debt and the new threats of today had finally reached a temporary conclusion. Huo Tianqing drove back to the city, not heading directly to the hotel. He first sought an ATM service operating during the night, withdrawing a portion of cash from the newly credited anonymous account of 20 million. Chapter 17, A Night of Indulgence at Boland Street. The next day, storming the Hongxing headquarters, demanding red poles and territory. This sum of money served as lubricant for his forthcoming actions, as he returned to the vicinity of his temporary hotel carrying a briefcase filled with cash. The clock was nearing midnight. Just as he parked and approached the shadows of the hotel lobby, a figure emerged like a ghost merging with the night, silently appearing just a few steps ahead of him. This individual appeared to be in their 30s, with a well-proportioned stature, dressed in a fitted dark jacket and trousers, sporting short hair, an ordinary yet sharply defined face, and eyes that gleamed with unusual brightness in the dim light. He stood there, relaxed yet impeccably poised, as if he were seamlessly integrated with his surroundings, ready to unleash astonishing power at any moment. Mr. Huo, a voice broke the silence, steady and imbued with a metallic resonance. I am Su Jingyang, here on orders to report. Huo Tianqing halted, scrutinizing the special forces elite summoned by the system. From the very first glance, he sensed an aura that starkly contrasted with that of Zhao Yi and his companions. Zhao Yi and his team were like sharp blades, hardened by the crucible of warfare, whereas the individual before him resembled a piece of tempered steel, steady, restrained, yet flawless. More importantly, the moment Su Jingyang appeared, a profound connection within Huo Tianqing's consciousness crystallized and solidified, with the system also relaying confirmation. Almost simultaneously, he observed Su Jingyang's gaze swiftly and effortlessly scan him, his briefcase, the remnants of damp mud clinging to his shoe, and an almost imperceptible mark on his cuff, likely left by a brush with the underbrush. Su Jingyang's expression remained unchanged. Yet Huo Tianqing knew that he had executed a rapid and precise assessment of the situation and potential risks in an instant. He might have even deduced that Huo Tianqing had recently engaged in some clandestine outdoor activity, possibly involving a muddy environment. This acute perception and professional demeanor greatly pleased Huo Tianqing. This was precisely the caliber of protector he desired. Excellent, Huo Tianqing nodded. From now on, accompany me. You may address me as boss. There's no need for big brother. Understood, boss, Su Jingyang responded, adapting seamlessly and naturally, without a hint of hesitation. Huo Tianqing led Su Jingyang back to the hotel room, where Zhao Yi and his two companions arrived shortly thereafter, having received notification. The matter reached a temporary pause. Huo Tianqing placed his briefcase on the table and extracted several bundles of cash, distributing 50,000 each to Zhao Yi, a hu, and a bow. Take this money. Find a place to rest properly and clean yourselves up. We may have business to attend to tomorrow. Thank you, boss. Zhao Yi and the others accepted the money without further inquiry. At that moment, however, Su Jingyang took his share of cash and returned it to Zhao Yi. Addressing Huo Tianqing. Boss, as I am new here and have yet to fully assess the environment and potential risks, I will remain here tonight to ensure your personal safety. Please let Zhao Yi hold on to this money for now or use it for the team's other expenses. His tone was calm and resolute, entirely driven by professional instinct. Devoid of any pretense or flattery, Huo Tianqing cast him an appreciative glance, admiration deepening in his eyes. This was the hallmark of a top-tier professional, prioritizing the mission and the protection of his charge above all else. Very well. Your diligence is appreciated. Zhao Yi glanced at Su Jingyang, then at Huo Tianqing, nodding in agreement as he reclaimed the money without further comment. He sensed the inscrutable aura emanating from this newcomer, recognizing his superior professionalism. Boss, we shall take our leave now. Call us if needed. Upon Zhao Yi's departure with a hu and a bow, only Huo Tianqing and Su Jingyang remained in the room. Su Jingyang did not sit down to rest. Instead, he swiftly but unobtrusively inspected the room's layout, the doors and windows, ventilation points, and even conducted a brief test of the phone lines. The entire process was quiet, efficient, and professional. After completing his preliminary examination, he positioned himself strategically to observe both the entrance and the windows, ensuring he would not disturb Huo Tianqing while remaining ready for any emergency response. Standing silently like a statue, with only his keen eyes alert to the slightest movements around him, with such a presence by his side, Huo Tianqing felt an unprecedented sense of security. He relaxed and resolved to indulge in a long-awaited, thoroughly hedonistic evening. With the threat from the formidable boss be neutralized, 20 million in hand, and elite bodyguards at the ready, it was a cause for celebration. Jingyang, accompany me outside, Huo Tianqing announced as he rose. Yes, boss. Su Jingyang responded without questioning their destination, immediately falling into step behind Huo Tianqing, maintaining the optimal protective distance of a step and a half to the side. As they left the hotel, Huo Tianqing summoned a vehicle, heading towards the renowned Bao Lane. Throughout the journey, Su Jingyang remained silent, yet Huo Tianqing could sense his vigilance. Like radar encompassing the surroundings, assessing the driver, road conditions, pedestrians, and any potential anomalies in oncoming traffic. Chapter 18. No one dares to take the job at the Dragon Head Conference. Huo Tianqing, I'll take the head of the formidable one. At Bao Lane, Huo Tianqing reserved the most luxurious private room in a high-end nightclub, ordering the finest spirits and the most glamorous companions. He reveled in the exquisite wine, music, and warmth, releasing the pent-up frustration of 3 years in confinement and the tension of recent days. Su Jingyang stood guard outside the room, resembling a sentry. The clamor of the nightclub, the scent of perfume, and the flow of various patrons seemed to have no bearing on him. He stood quietly, gaze lowered. Yet anyone attempting to approach the room would first be filtered through his intangible aura. That night, Huo Tianqing indulged until dawn. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the curtains. Awaking from his hangover and fatigue, Huo Tianqing felt an unusual clarity and vigor. Perhaps it was the fulfillment of a long-held desire, or perhaps some latent enhancement brought by the system. After washing up, he donned a brand new, expensive suit and slipped on a pair of rimless gold glasses, once again embodying the image of a refined and astute businessman. Pushing open the door, he found Su Jingyang standing outside in the corridor, as if he had not moved all night. He had changed into a more formal black suit, exuding energy and showing no signs of the previous night's late hours. Good morning, boss. The car is ready downstairs, Su Jingyang reported. Huo Tianqing nodded. To the Hongxing headquarters. As they descended, a discreet yet high-performance black sedan awaited at the entrance. Su Jingyang took the wheel, while Huo Tianqing settled into the back seat. The car glided smoothly toward the core area of Hong Kong Island. The Hongxing Society, one of the top-tier organizations with a long-standing history and formidable strength, was founded by the late elder Jiang Zhen and is now led by his eldest son, Jiang Tianqing. The society comprises 12 branches, each managing its own territory, with the heads known as Jia Fit Men, powerful leaders commanding substantial forces. Currently, Causeway Bay was under the domain of Boss B. At that moment, within the conference room at the Hongxing headquarters, a building that appeared unassuming from the outside, yet held secrets within, tension filled the air. At the elliptical mahogany conference table sat 11 individuals. The main seat remained vacant, reserved for the dragon head, Jiang Tianqing. The absence of Boss B was particularly glaring. Jiang Tianqing was the last to enter. In his 50s, he wore an impeccably tailored tang suit, his hair meticulously styled. His demeanor was refined. Yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle, emanating an authoritative presence without the need for anger. He typically arrived late to meetings, but today he was punctual. his expression darker than ever before. Striding directly to the main seat, he cast a slow gaze over each of the attending heads, foregoing pleasantries as he began speaking. His voice, though not loud, rendered the entire room instantly silent. Last night, I received notification from the police station. In a remote grove near the seaside at TSC Wanshan, we found AB. He paused, each word striking like icy droplets on the table. He is no longer alive. The cause of death was burial alive. As the last words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the conference room. The 11 leaders present wore serious expressions, yet upon closer inspection, it was difficult to discern any genuine sorrow or shock among them. In truth, the news of Boss B's misfortune had reached each of their ears through various channels in the late hours of the previous night. In the underworld, life and death are commonplace, particularly since Boss B was known for his domineering nature and had only tenuous relationships with the other leaders, some of whom even harbored grievances against him. For most of those present, his death was more a matter of the organization's diminished prestige and the potential for the redistribution of territories. Yet, they all understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. Not far from Huo Tianqing, a short and stocky middle-aged man named Baki, who led the gang in the Hong Kong district, was the first to pound the table in outrage. What? Buried alive? Which bastard did this? Who dares to touch our Hong Xing's leader? Are they tired of living? Mr. Jiang, this matter cannot be brushed aside. We must capture the murderer and exact 1,000-fold revenge for AB. Seated opposite him, Han Bin, the leader from the Kwaicheng district, maintained a much calmer demeanor. Slightly younger and bespectacled, he appeared more businesslike. Adjusting his glasses, he addressed Huo Tianqing. Mr. Jiang, are there any leads from the police? Do we know who is responsible? Huo Tianqing refrained from answering directly, instead glancing at the man to his right, a slender, middle-aged figure with gold-rimmed glasses, known as Chen Yao. The white paper fan of Hong Xing understanding the cue. Chen Yao cleared his throat and began, based on the information we currently possess. In the last phone call I had with AB, he deliberately paused to capture everyone's attention. The prime suspect is Ba Bai from the Hehe group. Huo Tianqing took over, his tone laced with both sorrow and anger. Yesterday afternoon, AB's subordinate, Chen Haonan, confronted Ba Bai over the latter's encroachment on our territory, only to be ambushed at the Empire Spa, leaving Chen Haonan severely injured, and it is rumored that Shan Ji is in critical condition. Chapter 19, Public Bargaining. Huo Tianqing, the red stick is mine, and I want 3 more streets. I believe you are all aware of this matter. That evening, AB was kidnapped and extorted for 20 million. Although AB did not explicitly state it over the phone, given the timing and circumstances, I can think of no other motive than Ba Bai's revenge. His reasoning seemed sound. Ba Bai had grievances against Boss B, and following the escalation of their conflict, it was plausible he would resort to kidnapping and murder for both vengeance and profit. That Ba Bai? How dare he go too far? Shouted Dinosaur, a leader from the Tunmun district, whose temper was even more explosive than Baki's. Tall and booming, he continued, attacking our brothers, killing our leader, and extorting us. This is not just provocation, it's akin to shitting on our Hong Xing. Mr. Jiang, there is no need for discussion, let us strike. Gather the brothers and take down the Hehe group. We must drag that bastard Ba Bai out and make him pay. Indeed, we must retaliate. We cannot allow our organization's dignity to be tarnished. For AB's revenge. The other leaders echoed their agreement, and for a moment, the conference room was filled with fervor and indignation, united against a common enemy, Ba Bai, who was now perceived as a public foe that needed to be eradicated immediately. However, amidst this fervent uproar, one individual displayed a subtly different demeanor. Positioned at the center of the table was a lean man with slightly greasy medium-length hair, whose eyes occasionally flickered with an air of cunning and irreverence. This was Liang Kuan, a leader from the North Point district adjacent to Causeway Bay. At the onset of the meeting, upon hearing of Boss B's demise, a fleeting smile, a nearly imperceptible one, had crossed Liang Kuan's lips. He had long been at odds with Boss B, as their territories and business dealings often clashed. Thus, Boss B's death was undoubtedly advantageous for him. Yet, when Huo Tianqing and Chen Yao pointedly directed their accusations at Ba Bai, Liang Kuan's expression darkened, and his gaze grew more complex. The reason was clear. It was well known in the underworld that Ba Bai and Liang Kuan shared a close friendship, being sworn brothers. Ba Bai's ability to establish a foothold within the Hehe group and extend his reach into Hong Xing's territory was largely due to Liang Kuan's tacit approval, if not outright support. At that moment, everyone was aware of this connection, but under the banner of righteous indignation for the slain leader. No one was foolish enough to speak up for Ba Bai or expose the bond between Liang Kuan and Ba Bai. They all tacitly avoided the topic, instead shouting for retribution as if Liang Kuan and Ba Bai were entirely unconnected. Liang Kuan's face darkened as he toyed with an unlit cigarette in his hand. his gaze sweeping over the outraged faces of the crowd before shifting to Huo Tianqing, who wore a pained expression at the head of the table, all the while suppressing a cold smirk within. He understood that Huo Tianqing's maneuver was not solely aimed at Ba Bai. It was likely a calculated move to send a message to him as well. As the cries for vengeance crescendoed, beneath this veneer of unity, currents of self-interest, past grievances, and covetousness for the now vacant territory of Causeway Bay began to stir quietly. Huo Tianqing sat poised at the head of the table, hands clasped, his expression inscrutable as he surveyed the impassioned crowd, also taking note of Liang Kuan's troubled countenance. The clamor for vengeance persisted for a while longer, until he gradually raised a hand, gesturing for silence. As the voices subsided, all eyes turned to him. Very well, Huo Tianqing began, his voice steady, betraying no hint of emotion. It is commendable that my brothers are filled with righteous indignation, eager to seek justice for AB and uphold the honor of our organization. However, who among us will take on this task? Who will bring back Ba Bai's head? At these words, the once animated conference room fell into an abrupt stillness. So quiet one could hear a pin drop. Baki, who had been the most vociferous just moments before, now averted his gaze, suddenly fascinated by the patterns on his teacup. Han Bin, the comm analyst, adjusted his glasses and lowered his head, appearing preoccupied with his notebook, as if he had just recalled some crucial data he needed to jot down. Even Dinosaur, known for his fiery temper and loud proclamations, seemed to have lost his voice, clearing his throat awkwardly and muttering, "Mr. Jiang, it's not that I'm shirking responsibility, but things have been unstable in Tunmun lately, with several factions causing trouble. Our manpower is stretched thin, and Ba Bai has many followers." His words trailed off, his eyes darting to the glowering Liang Kuan across the table. The unspoken implications clear. The strongest faction, led by the prince, who controlled the most prosperous areas of Tsim Sha Sui, lounged back in his chair, arms crossed, indifferent as he gazed at the ceiling, as if none of this concerned him. Chen Yao, the white paper fan of the organization, instinctively glanced towards Liang Kuan. At that moment, Liang Kuan's expression was inscrutable, his cigarette now crumpled in his hand. He neither spoke nor met anyone's gaze, fixated instead on a single point on the conference table, as if it held the key to the universe. Chen Yao understood that it was futile to expect Liang Kuan to defend Ba Bai or take on this hot potato at such a moment. Chapter 20. Huo Tianqing nods. 3 days to kill Ba Bai, and the 3 streets of Wanchai belonged to Huo Tianqing. In an instant, no one dared to speak. Huo Tianqing's expression grew increasingly grim. He was seething with anger. These leaders, each with their own agendas, could be forgiven for their usual machinations. But when it came time to stand up for the organization, especially to avenge a fellow leader, a matter of collective honor and prestige, they were all so quick to shirk responsibility. They had been so fervent in their declarations, yet when it was time to take action, they all had become turtles retreating into their shells. He certainly understood what was on their minds. Ba Bai, a figure of considerable strength, is a prominent player overseeing the powder business within the Hehe troop, commanding a cadre of ruthless subordinates and renowned for his ferocity in combat. More significantly, his close ties with Liang Kuan render any affront to Ba Bai tantamount to a grave offense against Liang Kuan himself. Liang Kuan wields substantial influence within the Hongxing organization. Known for his vindictive nature, no one wishes to provoke such a formidable adversary over a deceased figure with whom they shared only a lukewarm camaraderie. This operation is, to put it plainly, merely a matter of face, an endeavor fraught with toil yet devoid of reward, potentially inviting considerable peril. With no tangible benefits and only risks at stake, these astute leaders naturally refrained from volunteering. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Huo Tianqing surveyed the room, noting the absence of volunteers, and felt a blend of helplessness and ire. He recognized that, if this continued, his authority as the leader would be compromised. It seemed he would have to resort to traditional methods. Clearing his throat, he spoke with an icy tone. Since all brothers are facing difficulties and unable to spare personnel, or perhaps deeming Ba Bai too formidable, we can resort to the club's rule of drawing lots for life and death. 3 years ago, when AB encountered trouble, was it not this very method that selected the scapegoat? He intentionally referenced the incident from 3 years prior, when AB had drawn lots to designate a subordinate to take the fall, casting a meaningful glance over the assembly. The implication was clear. Since no one was willing to step forward, fate would decide who would take on the task, a rule that brooked no dissent. 3 years prior, Huo Tianqing had been chosen in such a manner. Upon hearing the phrase drawing lots for life and death, the expressions of the hall leaders subtly shifted. No one relishes the idea of leaving their fate to chance, potentially placing themselves in jeopardy. However, this was a long-standing rule of the organization, and Huo Tianqing's suggestion left them no room for open opposition. Just as Huo Tianqing was preparing to summon someone to fetch the drawing tube, The atmosphere in the conference room reached a peak of tension when a gentle knock sounded at the door. A man clad in a black suit, presumably a subordinate from headquarters, entered and approached Chen Yao, leaning in to whisper a few words. Chen Yao paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a glimmer of surprise and contemplation crossed his features, followed by a spark of realization. Nodding to the subordinate, he gestured for him to leave before turning to Huo Tianqing to relay the message in hushed tones. Huo Tianqing listened, his brow initially furrowing before relaxing, a subtle expression of surprise and intrigue appearing on his face. He nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Yao straightened, raising his voice to address the assembly. Mr. Jiang, esteemed hall leaders, there is a brother outside seeking an audience, claiming to have urgent matters concerning Brother B. Oh, who is it? Huo Tianqing inquired, feigning curiosity. He claims his name is Huo Tianqing. The name Huo Tianqing was somewhat unfamiliar to most of the hall leaders present, with only a few vaguely recalling it. It was only when Chen Yao reminded Huo Tianqing that he recalled this was the subordinate who had taken the fall for AB 3 years prior. A flicker of recognition and anticipation crossed his eyes as he gravely instructed, "Let him in." Soon enough, the door to the conference room swung open once more, and a figure strode in. The newcomer was tall and imposing, clad in a well-tailored, high-quality dark suit, adorned with rimless gold glasses. His handsome visage bore an enigmatic smile that was difficult to decipher, and he moved with an unhurried grace, his calm gaze sweeping over each of the variously expressive leaders in the room. He lacked the typical menace or subservience associated with ordinary gangsters, instead exuding an ineffable charm that blended refinement and a hint of wickedness, striking a stark contrast to the rough-and-tumble atmosphere of the meeting, yet strangely drawing everyone's attention. The hall leaders scrutinized the unexpected guest with a mix of appraisal and skepticism. Chen Yao seized the moment to rise and introduce him to Huo Tianqing and the assembled leaders. Mr. Jiang, esteemed hall leaders, this is Huo Tianqing. He was once associated with Brother B. 3 years ago, when Brother B encountered difficulties, he drew the lot and took the blame, serving time at Shizhou, and has only recently been released. With this introduction, realization dawned upon the assembly. So, he was the subordinate who had taken the fall. To bear the brunt of blame for the boss and endure 3 years in a harsh environment is, in the underworld, a manifestation of loyalty, regardless of the underlying motivations. Huo Tianqing's gaze toward Huo Tianqing grew more scrutinizing, laced with a hint of admiration. In his estimation, a subordinate willing to shoulder the burdens for their leader, even if of average ability, was a rare find. Huo Tianqing surmised that Huo Tianqing's sudden appearance at this pivotal gathering likely pertained to Brother B's demise, perhaps to convey condolences, seek insight, or express his stance. Huo Tianqing, Huo Tianqing began, his tone measured yet imbued with the gravitas befitting a leader. What brings you here today? What pressing matter do you wish to discuss? Huo Tianqing positioned himself at the end of the conference table, where a spot had been left vacant for a secretary or another attendee. Meeting Huo Tianqing's gaze with calm composure and then sweeping his eyes across the varied expressions of the hall leaders. His gaze was peculiar, as if capable of penetrating the surface to discern the earlier stalemate of the meeting where no one had dared to step forward, as well as the individual machinations in each leader's mind. He wasted no time on pleasantries, speaking directly with a clear and steady voice that resonated in the hushed conference room. Mr. Jiang, esteemed hall leaders, Brother B was my leader. Though I have been incarcerated for 3 years, my allegiance remains unchanged. Now that my leader has been wronged and met an untimely demise, I, as his subordinate, must seek retribution for the injustice he suffered. He paused, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. I will take the life of Babai. At his declaration, the conference room erupted with a collective intake of breath. The gazes of the assembly turned toward Huo Tianqing, their expressions transforming into a complex tapestry of surprise, skepticism, disdain, and scrutiny. A man freshly released from prison, seemingly mild-mannered, and reportedly a mere foot soldier, dared to proclaim such audacity before all the hall leaders of Hongxing? To confront Babai, a figure they themselves were reluctant to provoke? Yet Huo Tianqing's face broke into a genuine smile, a reflection of heartfelt approval. Regardless of Huo Tianqing's capabilities, the mere courage and loyalty he displayed in stepping forward when no one else dared was commendable and alleviated Huo Tianqing's predicament. Excellent. Qing, your resolve is commendable, truly worthy of being a brother who took the fall for AB. Your loyalty is praiseworthy. Huo Tianqing extolled. The organization needs young men like you. Rest assured, as long as you. Before he could finish, Huo Tianqing raised his hand slightly, making a polite, yet clear gesture to interrupt. Huo Tianqing halted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features, but more so a sense of confusion. Huo Tianqing appeared oblivious to Huo Tianqing's subtle shift in demeanor, maintaining his steady gaze on him as he continued. Mr. Jiang, I appreciate your kind words. However, before I take action, There is a matter I wish to clarify before all the esteemed hall leaders, as a matter of fairness. He paused briefly to ensure everyone's attention was firmly on him, then spoke clearly. During Brother B's lifetime, he made a promise to me. He vowed that upon my release, he would establish a shrine in my honor and elevate me to the ranks of a red stick. The moment the words red stick escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the conference room, which had just begun to ease with someone finally stepping up to take on the task, immediately froze, becoming palpably tense and awkward. All eyes in the room, with a synchronized motion, shifted from Huo Tianqing to Jiang Tiansheng, who occupied the seat of authority. The expressions of everyone morphed into something laden with meaning. So it turns out, this Huo Tianqing is not merely a paragon of loyalty. He has come to collect a debt, seeking to exchange the head of a formidable adversary for the title of Red Stick. Jiang Tianqing's smile froze upon his face, his gaze deepening as he scrutinized the seemingly refined yet audacious young man before him, who dared to negotiate directly in the highest council of Hongxing. The meeting room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear the sound of breathing. All eyes flitted between Jiang Tiansheng and Huo Tianqing, awaiting the leader's response. The approving smile that once graced Jiang Tianqing's face had vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound scrutiny and a hint of displeasure at being caught off guard. He was indeed somewhat taken aback and appreciative of Huo Tianqing's boldness in stepping forward to tackle the proverbial hot potato, for it had effectively broken the stalemate of the meeting. The position of Red Stick was originally intended to reward the faction of the late Boss B upon the completion of a task, serving as both motivation and a means of garnering loyalty. Although Boss B had passed, the entitlement to that position, in name at least, still seemed to belong to his lineage. Had Huo Tianqing merely completed his task quietly, Jiang Tiansheng could have, in recognition of his loyalty and in memory of Boss B, granted him a promotion as an act of benevolence, a gesture of the leader's grace. However, Huo Tianqing had now, in front of all the hall masters, directly presented the position of Red Stick as a condition, invoking the promises made by Boss B during his lifetime. This transformed the scenario from one of receiving grace into one of demanding repayment, a fundamentally different proposition. Jiang Tiansheng pondered for a moment, lightly tapping his fingers on the smooth tabletop. He needed to weigh his options. Could a mere underling, fresh out of prison and lacking any foundation, truly eliminate a formidable foe? The likelihood seemed slim. Yet, with no one else available, this at least presented a stepping stone. As for the promise of the Red Stick, it was merely a verbal commitment. Should Huo Tianqing fail and perish, it would naturally become void. Conversely, should he succeed in trading a Red Stick for the life of Ba Bai and the reputation of the gang, it would not be considered a loss. Jiang Tiansheng, slowly regaining his composure, spoke with a voice that had returned to its previous steadiness, infused with the unique authority of a leader. Qing, your desire for vengeance on behalf of the boss is commendable. The position of Red Stick was, after all, something Boss B sought to secure for you during his lifetime. If you can successfully avenge him and eliminate Ba Bai, then the gang shall grant you this title. But the prerequisite is that you must succeed. This marked a tentative agreement, albeit one laden with conditions of necessity. However, upon hearing this, the faint smile on Huo Tianqing's face did not widen. Instead, it took on a somewhat nuanced expression. He gently shook his head. This gesture caused Jiang Tiansheng's eyelids to flicker, and the displeasure he had just managed to suppress surged once more. Mr. Jiang, Huo Tianqing's voice remained steady, yet it carried a distinct clarity of logic. The title of Red Stick is a promise made to me by Brother B during his life, and it is a position he was entitled to recommend to the gang as a leader. It rightfully belongs to me, or, to put it another way, to Brother B's faction. I cannot accept that my rightful claim is being used as a bargaining chip simply because I have stepped forward today to avenge my boss. He paused, casting his gaze across the assembly of hall masters, each displaying varying expressions, and continued, I believe that had Brother B been present today, he would undoubtedly have fought for this position on my behalf. This is the code of the rivers and lakes. The boss paves the way for his underlings, and the underlings serve their boss with loyalty. The Red Stick is my rightful identity, not a reward for this endeavor. His words were logical and well-founded, standing firmly at the pinnacle of the established codes of the Underworld. Several hall masters, who had initially harbored reservations about Huo Tianqing's audacity in proposing conditions, such as Han Bin and the Prince, found themselves nodding in reluctant agreement. Indeed, had Boss B not passed away, it would have been a matter of course to advocate for his trusted underling to attain the title of Red Stick. What Huo Tianqing sought was merely the reclamation of what ought to have been his, a request that did not seem unreasonable. Observing some hall masters exhibiting signs of approval or contemplation, Huo Tianqing recognized that the time was ripe. He shifted his approach, revealing his true intent. As for the compensation, he turned his gaze toward Jiang Tiansheng, his tone becoming more forthright. Mr. Jiang, I serve the gang and seek vengeance for the boss. The gang naturally should not expect me to do so without recompense. With brother be gone, I must forge my own path. Therefore, in addition to the title of Red Stick, I require a territory as the price for my involvement, as well as the foundation upon which I can continue to serve the gang. The mere mention of territory reverberated through the room like a stone cast into still waters, stirring up a wave of shock among the hall masters. All eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Huo Tianqing with a mixture of disbelief and a hint of madness. How audacious for someone newly released from prison, who had yet to firmly establish himself as a red stick, to directly demand territory from the leader. This was not merely boldness, it was sheer folly. Jiang Tianqing's already scant goodwill toward Huo Tianqing evaporated in an instant, replaced by a chilling disdain and a sense of offended rage. He had initially perceived the young man as a somewhat brash, perhaps loyal, hothead. However, he was taken aback by his shrewdness and calculating nature, methodically securing the title of Red Stick before swiftly demanding tangible benefits in the form of territory. This exceeded Jiang Tianqing's expectations and crossed the line of his authority as a leader to allocate resources. A title of Red Stick could be granted. It was merely a symbolic position. Yet territory represented solid interests, the very foundation of the gang, the means by which each hall master secured their livelihood and amassed wealth. Each territory had its owner, and any hasty alterations could incite significant upheaval and discontent. Jiang Tianqing's expression darkened in an instant, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixating on Huo Tianqing, his chest rising and falling subtly, evidently straining to suppress his ire. Internally, he seethed, cursing, this Huo Tianqing is insatiably greedy. He knows no bounds. However, as Jiang Tianqing's furious gaze shifted away from Huo Tianqing to scan the faces around the conference table, the flames of his anger were somewhat doused by the harshness of reality. What he saw were Ba Bai's evasive eyes, Han Bin's indifferent demeanor, the dragon feigning disinterest as he looked elsewhere, the prince still engrossed in studying the ceiling, and Liang Kuan's unmasked coldness and amused expression. No one was willing to shoulder the burden of dealing with Ba Bai, even if he were to utilize his authority as leader to forcibly assign the task. It would surely invite covert complaints and feigned compliance, potentially destabilizing the gang's internal cohesion. At present, with Boss B freshly departed, the territory of Kowloon was precarious. External threats from Ba Bai loomed large, and this assembly of hall masters harbored their own hidden agendas. He desperately needed someone to step forward, swiftly deal with Ba Bai, stabilize the situation, and assert the authority of Hongxing. The longer the situation dragged on, the greater the uncertainties, and the more his own standing as leader would be undermined. Choosing the lesser of two evils, Jiang Tianqing discerned that, compared to the internal turmoil and loss of face that may arise, acquiescing to Huo Tianqing's avaricious demands appeared to be the only viable option. After a rapid mental calculation of the pros and cons, despite his grim countenance, the fury in his eyes gradually gave way to a cold, calculated resolve. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a voice laced with suppressed firmness. Huo Tianqing, your appetite is quite insatiable. Huo Tianqing faced his gaze with unflinching calm, choosing silence as he awaited the unfolding of events. Jiang Tianqing's eyes swept across the room before suddenly elevating his voice, his tone imbued with fervor, as if he were announcing a momentous decree. However, our Hongxing has never been ungrateful to the brothers who bleed and toil for the gang. AB has fallen, and his vengeance must be exacted. His younger brothers and the gang must be afforded a path forward. He fixed his gaze on Huo Tianqing, enunciating each word with deliberate intensity. Very well, I shall grant you this. Should you manage to subdue Ba Bai and secure the position of Hongquan, along with the rights to oversee the 3 streets of Lok Kok Road in Wanchai, they shall be yours. But I must caution you. Ba Bai is no mere lamb. You have but 3 days. After 3 days, should Ba Bai still draw breath, or should you fail, he did not finish his sentence. Yet the chill in his eyes conveyed everything. Huo Tianqing inwardly scoffed at Jiang Tianqing's grandiloquent rhetoric, yet his countenance betrayed a suitably grateful and resolute demeanor. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Within 3 days, I shall claim Ba Bai's life. Witnessing Jiang Tianqing acquiesce to Huo Tianqing's audacious demand elicited a spectrum of reactions from the assembled hall masters. Most felt a sense of relief. Finally, someone had stepped up to shoulder the burden, sparing them or their subordinates from perilous confrontation. As for the 3 streets of Wanchai, while they were indeed lucrative, they were not the heartland of their operations. Parting with them was somewhat painful. Yet it was a fair exchange for tranquility and the avoidance of direct conflict with Ba Bai and Liang Kuan. Subsequently, the gazes directed at Huo Tianqing grew increasingly intricate. Some admired his audacity to negotiate with the leader. Others questioned whether he truly possessed the capability to eliminate Ba Bai within 3 days, while some merely observed with cold detachment, eager for the spectacle of his downfall. Jiang Tianqing, with little patience left, waved his hand. The meeting is adjourned. Yao arranged to provide Huo Tianqing with the information regarding Lock Coke Road. 3 days. And I await your news. With that, he rose first, his countenance darkened as he exited the conference room. The other hall masters followed suit, exchanging glances and murmuring as they gradually departed. Liang Kuan, passing by Huo Tianqing, briefly hesitated, his piercing gaze lingering on his face for a moment, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips, yet he said nothing and continued on his way. Soon, only Chen Yao and Huo Tianqing remained in the empty conference room. Chen Yao adjusted his glasses and approached Huo Tianqing, his demeanor relatively courteous. Qing, you heard Mr. Zhang's words. 3 days is a tight timeline. I have some information regarding Ba Bai's movements and habits, which I will provide you shortly. Once you succeed with Lock Coke Road, the handover will naturally follow. Take care. Huo Tianqing nodded. Thank you, Brother Yao. Chen Yao glanced at him, hesitated, ultimately shaking his head before turning to prepare the materials. Huo Tianqing stood alone in the vast conference room, a smile finally blossoming at the corners of his mouth, revealing unmasked disdain and coldness. 3 days? He murmured to himself, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, as soon as he exited the headquarters, hurried into his car, his expression dark as storm clouds. He instructed the driver to return to his territory in North Point and, unable to contain himself, pulled out his mobile phone and dialed a number. The phone rang for an eternity before being answered. The voice on the other end belonging to Ba Bai, sounding languid and still groggy from a hangover. Hello? Who's this? It's me, Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan barked impatiently, speaking in Mandarin, his tone exceedingly unfriendly. Ba Bai, what the hell are you playing at? Did you take down AB? The line fell silent for a moment. Then Ba Bai's voice sharpened, tinged with impatience and arrogance. Kuan Gu? AB, what are you accusing me of? I took care of a few oblivious Hongxing punks yesterday. Names like Chen Haonan and Shanji's AB? Why would I bother with him? If he had the audacity to provoke me, I had every right to retaliate. He adamantly denied involvement, his tone assertive, even turning the tables to complain. Damn it. That bunch of Hongxing bastards, fighting among themselves like there's no tomorrow. Now that someone is dead, they're trying to pin it on me? If Jiang Tianqing, that old fox, wants to find an excuse to move against me, he can just say it outright. Liang Kuan was infuriated by his attitude. Yet he also understood that Ba Bai, despite his brashness, would never admit to such deeds, whether true or not. Chapter 24. Liang Kuan's debt collection rejected. Ba Bai, who dares to cut me? Huo Tianqing is nothing. The primary purpose of this call was not to genuinely investigate the cause of AB's demise. In truth, he harbored suspicions that Ba Bai had acted on his own without informing him. Enough. Stop pretending to be oblivious. Liang Kuan interrupted impatiently. I don't care if you were involved with AB or not. Jiang Tianqing has already placed the blame squarely on you. Hongxing has just concluded a meeting, and orders have been issued for your head. My head? Huh. Ba Bai erupted into boisterous laughter on the other end of the line. Who asked that? Those soft-footed Hongxing fools. That Chen Haonan from yesterday, boasting so loudly, yet wasn't he reduced to a dead dog by me? Whoever comes dies. Kuan Gu, rest assured. My life is tough as nails. Liang Kuan, listening to his reckless bravado, felt his irritation mounting. Don't get too cocky. This time is different. Forget it. I can't be bothered to care about your fate. I called to remind you that I want my money back, ASAP. 23 million, not a cent less. The mention of money instantly changed Ba Bai's demeanor, his tone shifting from brashness to evasion and complaint. Kuan Gu, you see, things are tight lately. The cops are cracking down hard, shipments are slow, and I just settled the Hongxing matters, which cost me some cash. Can you give me a few more days? Just a few. Once this batch of goods is out, I'll pay you back with interest, I swear. Give you a few more days? Liang Kuan erupted in fury. Ba Bai, don't even try that with me. I'm telling you, my business needs cash flow too. Get the money back to me right away, or I won't show you any mercy. I don't want to wait until you're dead and my money goes down the drain with you. Kuan Gu, you shouldn't say that. Ba Bai's tone shifted to one of displeasure. I said I would pay it back, and I will. Who dares to cut me? Rest assured. At most, within a week, I'll deliver the money to your doorstep. Let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to. With that, he hung up the phone before Liang Kuan could hurl further insults. Hello. Damn it. Liang Kuan, listening to the busy signal on the line, was nearly driven to smash his phone in frustration. His face turned ashen, his chest heaving. He knew Ba Bai was looking for excuses to renege on the debt, yet he felt powerless to do anything about it. Ba Bai, now wielding influence and wealth, had become more arrogant, dismissing his sworn brother entirely. As for Ba Bai's claim that no one could touch him, Liang Kuan found it laughable. In the treacherous world they inhabited, there was no such thing as absolute safety. Bastard. Liang Kuan's curse and anxiety did little to change the situation. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated whether to call Ba Bai again, warning him to be wary of Hongxing's impending retaliation. After all, if Ba Bai truly met his demise, his debt of over 20 million might very well become worthless. However, his anger at Ba Bai's attitude made him reluctant, and deep down, he harbored doubts that the seemingly mild-mannered Huo Tianqing, fresh out of prison, possessed the capability to eliminate the cunning and ruthless Ba Bai within 3 days. Especially given Ba Bai's likely preparations, a streak of defiance flickered within him. If Huo Tianqing truly had the prowess to take down Ba Bai, he, Liang Kuan, would gladly forfeit that sum. Consider it the price of a splendid show. After hanging up the phone, the debt-ridden Ba Bai merely curled his lip in disdain and scoffed at his loyal subordinate beside him. That fool, Liang Kuan, is only getting worse. He pesters me for money, as if it were a matter of life and death. I earned that money through my own efforts. Why should I be in a hurry to repay it? I'll deal with it when I'm in the mood. He paid no heed to Liang Kuan's warning, nor did he regard the potential retaliation from Hongxing with any seriousness. Having effortlessly dealt with Chen Haonan's gang the previous day had bolstered his confidence, making him feel that Hongxing was nothing to fear. Upon leaving the Hongxing headquarters, Huo Tianqing wasted no time. He stepped into the car driven by Su Zhengyang and immediately pulled out his phone. "Zhao Yi, where are you?" Huo Tianqing's voice was calm. "Boss, we are in Causeway Bay, keeping a close watch on the usual haunts of Ba Bai as per your instructions." Zhao Yi's steady voice came through the line. "Good. From this moment on, the three of you are to keep a close eye on Ba Bai. I want to know where he is at every moment. How many people are with him, and what his habits are. Report at all times." Huo Tianqing issued his command. "Understood, boss." After hanging up, Huo Tianqing turned to Su Zhengyang and said, "Return to the hotel." Upon arriving back at their hotel room, Su Zhengyang stood guard like a shadow outside the door. Huo Tianqing closed the door and sank into the sofa, his mind delving inward. He checked his anonymous account, which held the 20 million owed by Jiang Tiansheng to the formidable B, and after deducting the 1 million previously summoned for Su Zhengyang and various expenses, approximately 19 million remained. System, Huo Tianqing called out in his mind. "Host, please give instructions. Utilize the soldier summoning function." A cold glint flashed in Huo Tianqing's eyes. Chapter 25. 9 million to summon 900 warriors. Unlocking battle array. Causeway Bay is about to undergo a transformation. Summon ordinary soldiers. Quantity, 900. Confirming command. Summoning 900 ordinary soldiers will require an expenditure of 9 million Hong Kong dollars. Do you confirm? Confirm. Command confirmed. Deduction successful. Initiating the summoning process and generating the identities of the summoned units. Individuals from various regions, possessing basic military or combat backgrounds, have converged on Hong Kong for various reasons and are currently unemployed or in low-status positions. Loyalty level, 100. Summoning complete. 900 units have been dispersed throughout Hong Kong Island, Kowloon, and the new territories, and can be commanded through the system's telepathic interface. Notice, as the number of soldiers summoned in a single instance exceeds 100, an additional ability, Battle Array, has been unlocked. This ability allows summoned units to automatically form a basic battle array during coordinated combat, slightly enhancing overall combat effectiveness and survival rates when outnumbered. Continued expansion of the summoning scale may unlock additional group skills. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Huo Tianqing's lips. A battle array? Excellent. Though it offers only a slight enhancement, it could prove to be a decisive advantage at a critical moment. It seems this system has much more potential to be explored. 900 absolutely loyal soldiers, each possessing basic combat skills, were now scattered across the city. This was a force lurking in the shadows, capable of stirring up a tempest. And the key to unleashing them rested solely in Huo Tianqing's hands. He did not rush to mobilize this newfound power, but chose instead to rest, conserving his energy and waiting for the right moment. As evening descended, Huo Tianqing awoke, feeling invigorated. He called for Su Zhengyang, and they dined in the hotel restaurant. Su Zhengyang ate swiftly while remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings. After dinner, Huo Tianqing contacted Zhao Yi once more. "Boss, Ba Bai went to his finance company in the afternoon and stayed for 2 hours. He then went to a Chaozhou restaurant for a meal, accompanied by 8 bodyguards." Zhao Yi reported. He just finished eating and headed to Dihao Foot Massage, the same place where Chen Haonan had his incident yesterday. It seems he intends to spend the night there. 6 bodyguards entered with him, while 2 remained outside in the car. Another visit to Dihao Foot Massage? A flicker of disdain crossed Huo Tianqing's eyes. This Ba Bai truly has an affinity for that establishment. Or perhaps he is simply arrogant enough not to care about repeated incidents at the same location. Are we certain he will not change venues tonight? Based on our observations of his routine over the past few days and the change of clothes he brought along, as well as his conversation with the manager, it is highly likely he will be staying overnight, Zhao Yi replied professionally. "Good. Keep a close watch. We will arrive in half an hour," Huo Tianqing commanded. Half an hour later, Su Zhengyang quietly parked the black sedan in the shadows at the street corner opposite Dihao Foot Massage. Zhao Yi emerged like a phantom from a nearby alley and approached the car. Boss, he is still inside, in the Emperor room on the 3rd floor. 6 bodyguards, 4 in the hallway outside the private room, and 2 inside. 2 more are in the car at the entrance. Zhao Yi reported succinctly. Huo Tianqing lowered the car window, glancing at the neon-lit sign of Dihao Foot Massage across the street, a flash of intensity crossing his gaze. Zhao Yi Chen Air. Sun-san. He named them. Here. The 3 responded in hushed tones. Bring your gear, we're going in. Huo Tianqing's voice was calm, yet chilling. Locate Ba Bai and take control of him. First, have him use his phone to transfer the 20 million to this account. He handed Zhao Yi a note with the details of an overseas anonymous account. Once the transfer is confirmed, let him go. Ba Bai appears rough on the outside, but is quite cautious. You must act quickly, without giving him any chance to react or call for help. The police will likely catch wind of this soon. You have a very short window of time. Zhao Yi took the note, read it, memorized the account number, and returned the note to Huo Tianqing, maintaining a stoic expression as he nodded calmly. Understood, boss. Control, transfer, execute. Swiftly and quietly. Go. Huo Tianqing waved them off. Zhao Yi, Chen Air, and Sun San swiftly checked their handguns, ensuring they were ready, then zipped up their jackets to conceal any bulges. Appearing as 3 ordinary patrons as they ambled across the street toward the entrance of Dihao Foot Massage. Huo Tianqing sat in the car, lighting a cigarette. Its smoke curling languidly in the dim interior. Su Jingyang, seated in the driver's seat, surveyed the surroundings with hawk-like scrutiny. One hand seemingly casually resting on the steering wheel, concealing a loaded compact handgun beneath. Under the night's shroud, Dihao Foot Massage shone brightly. With a steady stream of patrons coming and going, everything appearing perfectly normal. However, the eye of the storm had already descended. On the 3rd floor of Dihao Foot Massage. In the Emperor room. Chapter 26. Ba Bai acts brazenly in the Emperor room. Huo Tianqing's subordinate. We'll send you on your way. Ba Bai, clad only in shorts, lay sprawled on the massage table while an experienced masseur worked on his back. The room was infused with the mingling scents of essential oils and tobacco. 2 burly bodyguards in black suits stood vigil at the door, their eyes alert. 4 more similarly attired bodyguards were stationed in the hallway outside. Apply more pressure. Did I forget to eat? Ba Bai grumbled discontentedly. Those little rascals from Hongxing yesterday left me a bit sore. The masseur promptly increased the pressure. At this moment, a gentle knock sounded at the door, and a new, somewhat nervous-looking waitress in the foot massage shop's uniform entered, carrying a platter of fruit and tea. It was her first day on the job. Ba Bai turned his head, squinting at her, a lecherous glint flickering in his eyes. New here? Not bad looking. He extended his hand, attempting to touch the hand of the female attendant. Startled, she shuddered, nearly dropping the fruit platter she was holding, and hurriedly stepped back to evade him. Ba Bai's expression darkened in an instant. The woman he had set his sights on had never dared to shy away. Observing this, the elderly masseur nearby quickly ceased his actions and, trembling with trepidation, offered an explanation. She is new here and unfamiliar with the rules. She merely handles nail care and serves tea, not the kind of slap. Ba Bai retaliated with a stinging backhand, striking the masseur's face with such force that he staggered, colliding with a nearby equipment rack. Did I ask you a question, old man? Keep your mouth shut. Ba Bai sat up, pointing at the terrified attendant, who was cowering in the corner, her face ashen, and shouted at a bodyguard by the door, "Bring her over." The bodyguard immediately advanced, roughly seizing the attendant's arm and dragging her before Ba Bai. "I'm so sorry. I'm just here to deliver things," the attendant cried, tears streaming down her face as she babbled incoherently. "Delivering things?" Ba Bai sneered, gripping her chin. "It is a blessing for you that I have taken an interest in you. Why pretend to be innocent? Let go of me, please." The attendant struggled. "Damn it. How dare you be so ungrateful?" Enraged by her resistance, Ba Bai kicked a nearby low table, sending the fruit and tea spilling everywhere. The tremendous noise alerted the manager outside. A bespectacled middle-aged man hurriedly pushed the door open and, upon witnessing the scene, internally lamented while forcing a sycophantic smile onto his face. "Ba Bai, please calm down. The service here has been inadequate. This girl is new and does not understand the rules. I will immediately bring you the best. Bring your mother." Ba Bai slapped the manager across the face, sending his glasses flying. "I want her today. Does this shabby establishment no longer wish to operate?" He arrogantly surveyed the room, relishing the terror in the attendant's eyes. The bloodied mouth of the silent masseur, the manager who dared not look up, and the several expressionless bodyguards around him. Feeling a sense of satisfaction from the violent energy in the air, he reveled in the sensation of controlling life and death, of having the power to demand whatever he desired. With a mocking gesture towards the masseur, he instructed his subordinate beside him. "This old fool is too bothersome. Make him disappear. As for this girl," he leered at the attendant, "she will stay here tonight to serve me." "Yes, boss," one bodyguard replied. stepping forward to drag the massacre away. Just as chaos reigned within the private room, at the peak of Ba Bai's arrogance, the tightly shut door was suddenly flung open with a loud crash. 3 figures burst in like leopards, their movements so swift they left the onlookers dazed. The leader was Zhao Yi. The shotgun in his hands was raised the moment he entered, the dark barrel exuding an air of death. With a clear target aimed directly at Ba Bai, who was lounging on the massage table, bare-chested. Simultaneously, Qian and Sun San flanked the doorway. Their dark pistols trained on the 2 bodyguards who had yet to fully draw their weapons. A deep, commanding order escaped their throats. "Don't move. Hands off your weapons." The sudden turn of events left everyone in the room frozen in shock. Ba Bai's lewd grin faltered, morphing into astonishment, quickly followed by fury. He had not even discerned who had entered, assuming it was some foolish underling or rival intruding upon his moment of delight, and his anger surged even more. "Who the hell are you? How dare you barge into my—" Ba Bai's tirade was abruptly cut off. Zhao Yi was much quicker, as he burst through the door, stunning everyone present. He had already crossed the room in 2 swift steps, thrusting the heavy shotgun forward until the cold metal pressed mercilessly against Ba Bai's forehead, which had tilted back in shock and rage. The force of it caused Ba Bai's head to jerk back violently. Chapter 27. A 20 million transfer. Ba Bai, who is Huo Tianqing? What have I done to provoke him? Ugh. Ba Bai groaned under the pressure, the second half of his curse swallowed back. The icy sensation and the immense pressure jolted him into awareness, his pupils dilating as adrenaline surged through his veins. He finally comprehended the person before him. A completely unfamiliar, expressionless, and cold visage, with eyes void of emotion, as if regarding a lifeless object. Ba Bai's 6 bodyguards, with 2 immobilized by Qian and Sun San's guns, stood frozen in place, hands resting on their waists, too frightened to move. The 4 outside, having heard the commotion, were about to rush in but halted in their tracks at the sight before them. Ba Bai had a shotgun pressed to his head. "Everyone stay still." Zhao Yi's voice was low but imbued with an undeniable chill. He slightly turned his head toward the 4 hesitant bodyguards by the door. "Step back and close the door. Whoever moves first dies." His tone was calm, yet the underlying menace sent shivers down the spines of the bodyguards. They glanced at Ba Bai, whose face was pale from the gun's threat, then at Zhao Yi, wielding a weapon capable of obliterating a head. After exchanging wary looks, they ultimately retreated step by step from the private room, following orders to close the door behind them. They were unwilling to gamble with Ba Bai's life, at least until they clarified the intruder's intentions. Within the room remained Zhao Yi and his 2 companions, along with Ba Bai, now under control, 2 bodyguards who dared not move, and the cornered manager, the terrified attendant, and the trembling masseur, whose mouth was bleeding. The shotgun pressed painfully against Ba Bai's forehead sent icy tendrils of fear creeping down his spine. Having navigated the underworld for years, he had encountered danger. But being confronted with a shotgun at such close range was a rare circumstance. He forced himself to remain calm, his eyes darting as he attempted to analyze the situation. There were only 3 of them, but their swift and professional actions, coupled with their seamless coordination, indicated they were no ordinary thugs. Were they enemies? Or was it a kidnapping? Zhao Yi seemed to perceive his thoughts. He pressed the gun barrel slightly harder, refocusing Ba Bai's attention. Leaning in closer, he spoke in a tone barely audible to the 2 of them. "Ba Bai, our boss only seeks wealth, not necessarily your life. 20 million will buy your life. Now, immediately, transfer the funds." Ba Bai's heart tightened. It was indeed a kidnapping for ransom. 20 million. Such a hefty sum. Yet, with his life hanging in the balance, he had no room to haggle. He swallowed hard, forcing a smile that was more akin to a grimace, attempting to ease the tension. "Bro, let's talk this over. I have the money. Just give me an account, and I'll arrange the transfer right away." Zhao Yi exchanged glances, and Qian promptly stepped forward, producing a pre-prepared note with the details of an overseas anonymous bank account. He held it up before Ba Bai's eyes. Sun Sin coldly added, his voice like ice. 10 minutes. If the money isn't in, you know the consequences. Ba Bai stared at the string of account numbers, his heart twisting painfully. 20 million. Yet he valued his life even more. He nodded vigorously, careful not to make any sudden movements due to the gun's pressure. 10 minutes is enough. Enough. I'll arrange it right away. He glanced at the bodyguard leader still clutching his waist, signaling him with his eyes. The bodyguard understood, quickly pulling out his phone, retreating to a corner, and began to follow Ba Bai's subtle gestures and lip movements to initiate the process. Bai had channels for money laundering under his name. Although mobilizing large sums of money was cumbersome, in a life-or-death situation, it proved to be remarkably efficient. The waiting time in the private room was eerily silent, punctuated only by the hushed tones of the head bodyguard making a phone call and the varying heavy breaths of a few individuals. Cold sweat trickled down Bai's forehead as his eyes fixated intently on Zhao Yi, terrified that he might twitch a finger. Zhao Yi, however, remained as immovable as a stone statue, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the corner where the bodyguard was executing the transfer, ensuring that there was no unusual movement. Bai's mind raced. These three individuals were highly trained, unlike ordinary kidnappers. Could they be professional assassins hired by a rival? Or perhaps it was Liang Kuan. After their recent altercation, and with him still owing money, had he, in a fit of rage, employed someone to kill him? No, although Liang Kuan was ruthless. Killing him would serve no benefit. He wouldn't be able to recover his money. Were these merely desperate rogues seeking wealth? Time ticked by agonizingly, each second stretching into what felt like a year. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, the head bodyguard hung up the phone and nodded slightly at Bai, indicating that the transfer had been completed. Chen promptly retrieved another untraceable device, quickly checking the designated account. The numbers that flashed on the screen prompted him to nod slightly at Zhao Yi. Seeing Chen confirm, Bai let out a subtle sigh of relief and forced a conciliatory smile. Brothers, the money has been transferred, 20 million, every penny intact. You see? He believed that once the payment was received, they would spare him, even beginning to contemplate how to mobilize his men afterward to exact vengeance on these audacious individuals who dared to challenge him. Chapter 28. A shotgun to the head. Huo Tianqing. What I am owed, I will reclaim with your life. However, Zhao Yi did not lower his gun. His eyes remained icy as he observed Bai's flickering gaze, and suddenly spoke. Bai, our boss instructed me to convey a message to you. Bai was taken aback. Our boss? Who? Which boss? Brother, I have already given you the money. It's the rules of the Underworld. Our boss's surname is Hua. Zhao Yi interrupted, clearly enunciating 3 words. Huo Tianqing. Huo Tianqing. Bai's eyes widened in shock, his face contorted with disbelief. He was well aware of this name. Wasn't he the recently released inmate that Boss B had threatened to deal with? Wasn't he the very same Huo Tianqing whom Bai had ordered to be hunted down? A lowly scoundrel he had dismissed was, against all odds, the mastermind behind this operation? How could this be? A more terrifying thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Just after Boss B's demise, Huo Tianqing had come for him, executing such ruthless and professional tactics. Could Boss B's death also be linked to him? Overwhelmed by shock, Bai forgot that he was still being held at gunpoint and blurted out, is it possible that Boss B also? He couldn't finish his sentence. For Zhao Yi had dutifully executed the final command from his boss. Collect the payment, convey the message, and then send him on his way. In the moment when Bai's pupils dilated in shock, Zhao Yi pulled the trigger. Bang! A resounding, thunderous gunshot reverberated within the confines of the private room. The power of the shotgun fired at such close range was astonishing. Bai's head jerked back as if struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into a spray of red and white, splattering the walls and the massage bed behind him. The immense force of the shot propelled his body backward, crashing into the adjacent massage pool, instantly tainting the clear, warm water a blinding crimson, bubbling ominously. After the gunfire, a deathly silence ensued, soon shattered by terrified screams. Ah! A murder! Big Brother! The waitress, the manager, and the experienced staff were paralyzed with fear, scrambling into a corner and emitting frantic shrieks. The 2 bodyguards were also momentarily stunned by the sudden, bloody execution, staring at the rapidly expanding pool of red and the headless corpse floating within. Their faces as pale as paper, momentarily forgetting to react. Zhao Yi, Chen and Sun San, however, did not linger. In the instant after the shot was fired, Zhao Yi had swiftly disassembled the smoking shotgun, stowing the parts into a canvas bag. Chen and Sun San also promptly holstered their handguns. Let us go, Zhao Yi commanded in a low voice. The 3 moved as swiftly as they had arrived, flinging open the door to the private room and charging out. In the corridor outside, the 4 bodyguards stationed there were equally bewildered by the gunshots and screams emanating from within, and upon seeing the 3 emerge, they instinctively attempted to intervene. However, upon catching a glimpse of the canvas bag in Zhao Yi's hand and the icy expressions on their faces, coupled with the gunfire and the potential demise of their boss, their courage evaporated, and they hurriedly made way. Zhao Yi's trio blended into the chaos as customers and staff began to panic and flee due to the gunshots and screams, swiftly navigating through the tumultuous corridor, descending the stairs, and exiting through the back door of the Emperor's Foot Spa, their figures vanishing into the night's shadows. Across the street, within a black sedan, almost simultaneously with Zhao Yi's confirmation of the successful transfer, a device in Huo Tianqing's pocket vibrated softly, the screen illuminating to display that the funds had been received. Soon after, a muffled, thunderous gunshot echoed from across the street and buildings. The cold smile that had lingered at the corner of Huo Tianqing's mouth finally blossomed into a satisfied, blood-stained delight. Before long, he witnessed panicked crowds spilling from the entrances of the Emperor's Foot Spa, cries and shouts mingling in the air, the scene descending into chaos. On the periphery of the fleeing crowd, Zhao Yi, Chen and Sun San's figures flashed by, briefly locking eyes with Huo Tianqing in the vehicle before swiftly dispersing, vanishing into different directions. Boss, the task has been completed, Su Jingyang in the passenger seat murmured, having maintained a state of utmost vigilance throughout, now relaxing slightly. Huo Tianqing nodded, flicking the cigarette but out of the window. Let us go, Jingyang. Tonight, at Boland Street, it's on me. Let us celebrate. Su Jingyang asked no further questions, starting the car as the black sedan smoothly merged into the flow of traffic, departing from the area that would soon be engulfed by the wailing of police sirens. Bai's close-range murder at the Emperor's Foot Spa, coupled with the use of a high-powered shotgun, immediately drew the attention of law enforcement, particularly the anti-organized crime unit. Less than 40 minutes after the incident, several police cars screeched to a halt, sealing off the front and rear entrances of the Emperor's Foot Spa. Leading the operation was Senior Inspector Huang Ziqing of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit. In his 40s, he bore a sharp expression, dressed in casual attire with a light trench coat over it. Chapter 29. The Anti-Organized Crime Unit, led by Huang Ziqing, intervenes. Clues point to Huo Tianqing. Yet evidence remains elusive. He strode purposefully into the spa, where the scene had been initially secured by the arriving patrol officers. Though the stench of blood and palpable panic still lingered in the air, Huang Ziqing ascended directly to the third floor's Emperor Hall. Upon gazing at the shocking crimson pool and the headless corpse floating within the bath, his brows furrowed tightly. He donned gloves, carefully avoiding the bloodstains as he meticulously examined the room. The shattered fruit platter, the overturned teacups, the splattered marks on the walls and massage bed, and the pale, shaken witnesses all indicated that a lightning-fast slaughter had just unfolded here. Sir Huang, a forensic officer approached to report. Preliminary assessment suggests the assailant used a 12-gauge shotgun, firing at close range for a fatal shot. No shell casings were found. The perpetrator has cleaned up after themselves. According to the testimonies from the waitress and several customers, there were 3 assailants who acted with remarkable speed and had a clear target. They first subdued Ba Bei, seemingly forcing him to execute some form of transfer, before shooting him dead and swiftly mingling with the crowd to escape. The entire ordeal likely lasted no more than 5 minutes. Huang Ziqing nodded as he listened, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene. The 3 individuals were professional and decisive. This was not a mere act of ordinary vengeance. Ba Bei had many enemies, yet few dared to employ such methods and act so brazenly in a bustling urban area. Have we traced the destination of the transfer? We are investigating. The account is overseas and quite clean. Tracking it will require time, the officer replied. At that moment, another officer approached and whispered, Sir Huang, we have questioned several of Ba Bei's subordinates. They mentioned that Ba Bei had a confrontation yesterday afternoon with Chen Haonan, an associate of the Triad leader B from Hongxing and Causeway Bay, resulting in Chen suffering severe injuries, and a man named Shan Ji being killed on the spot. Could this be an act of retribution by Hongxing? Huang Ziqing's eyes flickered. He was somewhat aware of the conflict between Hongxing and Ba Bei. Ba Bei had been overstepping boundaries in the distribution of goods for quite some time. However, an older officer interjected, shaking his head. That doesn't add up. If it were Leader B seeking revenge for his subordinate, the timing wouldn't make sense. I just received word that Leader B himself was also killed the night before last, buried alive, near Tsu and Shan. The news has been suppressed by Hongxing, but it has already circulated within the police station. Leader B is dead too? The previously speaking officer exclaimed in surprise. What a coincidence. Ba Bei just killed his subordinate. And now he is dead too? The officers exchanged glances, with someone quietly speculating. Could this be a coordinated action by the entire Hongxing gang? First eliminating traitor Leader B or a negligent member, then focusing their efforts on retaliating against Ba Bei? Huang Ziqing did not partake in their discussion. He walked alone to the window of the private room, gazing out at the still vibrant streets illuminated by neon lights, his expression pensive. Such coincidences were too striking. The deaths of Leader B and Ba Bei occurred almost back-to-back, and both in such extreme manners. There must be a connection behind this. Yet it is unlikely to be a mere straightforward action by Hongxing. Internal strife within the gang, using others as scapegoats, and the potential for black-on-black violence are all too plausible. He retrieved his phone, moved to a more secluded spot, and dialed an encrypted number. After a few rings, the call connected with silence on the other end. It's me, Huang Ziqing whispered, speaking rapidly. Ba Bei has just been shot dead at Dihao Foot Spa by 3 professionals wielding shotguns. Leader B also died the night before last. I need to know what the word is within Hongxing regarding these 2 matters, especially concerning Ba Bei. Importantly, who was assigned this job? There was a brief silence on the line before a similarly low, distorted male voice replied, Understood. I will await further news. The call was promptly terminated. Huang Ziqing pocketed his phone, his expression inscrutable. He trusted the capability of the informant embedded within Hongxing. After approximately 20 minutes, the preliminary investigation at the scene was nearing its conclusion. Just as Huang Ziqing was about to signal his subordinates to wrap up, his phone vibrated. He stepped away to a secluded area to answer. The informant's voice came through, clearer than before, yet still succinct. The Dragonhead Conference has issued a bounty for Bob Bay's life, with the individual taking the contract named Huo Tianqing. He was once a subordinate of Leader B, having taken the blame for him 3 years ago and recently released. Huo Tianqing. Huang Ziqing quickly pieced together the information in his mind. Huo Tianqing, a former subordinate of Leader B, had a reputation for loyalty due to taking the fall for his superior. Following Leader B's murder, Bob Bay had killed Chen Haonan, a key confidant of Leader B, Huo Tianqing accepting the task to kill Bob Bay at the Dragonhead Conference, and Bob Bay subsequently being assassinated by professional hitmen. Suddenly, the logical chain became crystal clear. Huo Tianqing possessed a significant motive and suspicion for the crime. Furthermore, how could a recently released subordinate command such skilled assassins? This alone seemed highly unusual. Where is Huo Tianqing now? What is his background? Who are his associates? Huang Ziqing pressed on. Chapter 30. Summoning the top lawyer. Huo Tianqing, the police are at the door? Let them be turned away. The informant replied, not clear on his exact whereabouts. His background appears unblemished, or rather, quite simple. Before imprisonment, he was merely an ordinary street thug. I have not heard of any capable subordinates under him. A seemingly straightforward individual who could cause such a stir upon release from prison? Huang Ziqing's suspicions deepened. All right, I understand. Continue monitoring, especially regarding Huo Tianqing's movements. After concluding the call, Huang Ziqing turned and approached his subordinates, his demeanor serious. Gather the team. Additionally, prioritize investigating one person, Huo Tianqing. He was associated with Leader B and has recently been released. Find him for me. I have reason to believe he is significantly connected to Bob Bay's murder. Yes, sir. His subordinates promptly acknowledged. Meanwhile, in the opulent private room of a top nightclub on Boland Street, Huo Tianqing was reveling in the company of beautiful women, savoring fine wine and flattery, celebrating Bob Bay's downfall and the inflow of 20 million. Su Jingyang, like an invisible guardian, remained in a discreet corner of the room, while Zhao Yi and others rested in an adjacent room. Amidst the revelry, a subtle wave of unease suddenly washed over Huo Tianqing. It was not due to any supernatural ability, but rather an instinct for potential threats honed in perilous environments. The commotion surrounding Bob Bay's death was significant. The police would inevitably intervene, and differing opinions might arise within Hongxing. Although he was confident in his clean hands, and that Zhao Yi and the others were relatively unknown, the mere fact that Huo Tianqing's name was publicly associated with a contract at the Dragonhead Conference would inevitably draw the attention of certain individuals, such as the police. He set down his wine glass, signaled to the beauty beside him to wait, and then rose to head to the independent restroom in the suite. Closing the door, he immersed himself in the system. Summon a legal and defense specialist, the very best. Huo Tianqing commanded. He needed to prepare for any eventuality. Command received. Consuming 1,000,000 HKD, summoning top-tier specialist. System database matching in progress. Match successful. Summoning template, elite lawyer. This unit is proficient in local and international law, particularly skilled in criminal defense, commercial legal affairs, and crisis management, equipped with exceptional logical reasoning, eloquence, and negotiation abilities. Loyalty, 100. Generating identity background. Summoning successful. This unit will operate independently and will contact the host within 24 hours, seeking opportunities in Hong Kong. A new connection was established, one characterized by rationality, meticulousness, and order, unlike the rigidity of a soldier. Huo Tianqing nodded in satisfaction. With this, even if the police came knocking, he would possess ample leverage to navigate the situation. He adjusted his collar and returned to the surrounding revelry, as if nothing had occurred, continuing to indulge in the festivities. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting beams on the luxurious carpet of the presidential suite. Huo Tianqing lay asleep, battling a hangover and fatigue. Su Jingyang had already awakened, quietly conducting a routine security check in the suite's living area. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, its sound piercing through the tranquil morning. Immediately following was a rather unceremonious knock, accompanied by an urgency that suggested a forceful presence. Bang, bang, bang. Huo Tianqing was jolted awake, frowning as he rolled out of bed, still clad in his robe, massaging his temples as he approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw several men outside. The leader was dressed in casual attire, yet bore an austere expression, his eyes sharp, while the others were clad in standard police uniforms, hands resting on their holstered weapons, exuding a demeanor of impending confrontation. Huo Tianqing tugged at the corner of his mouth, opened the door just a crack, and sleepily inquired, "Who is it?" At the break of dawn, Huang Ziqing swiftly inserted his foot to block the door's gap, simultaneously revealing his badge with a grave expression that carried an undeniable air of authority. Police. Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing. Are you Huo Tianqing? We suspect you are involved in a gun-related murder case. Please accompany us to the police station immediately for questioning. His gaze was sharp as a blade, attempting to capture even the slightest hint of panic, fear, or resistance on Huo Tianqing's face. The officers behind him tensed, ready to respond to any potential conflict. However, Huo Tianqing's reaction was entirely unexpected. He neither attempted to slam the door shut nor exhibited any sign of alarm. In fact, he appeared remarkably composed, devoid of even the slightest trace of tension. He merely tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing Huang Jiqing for a moment, as if recalling something. Huang Jiqing. That name, along with his visage, flickered through Huo Tianqing's mind, a vague memory akin to a character from a film, embodying a stubborn and somewhat unscrupulous police officer. This perception instantly diminished his regard for the senior inspector, tinged with a subtle hint of mockery. Chapter 31. Huang Jiqing's forced entry meets resistance. Gold medal lawyer. No arrest warrant. Get out. In the face of Huang Jiqing's stern accusations and the poised officers behind him, Huo Tianqing simply stifled an exaggerated yawn and then did something that left everyone dumbfounded. Not only did he refrain from resisting or defending himself, but he also fully opened the door. Then, as if oblivious to the armed police standing at the threshold, he turned around, yawning, shuffling in his slippers, his robe loosely draped, and casually strolled back to the expansive living room of the presidential suite, plopping down onto the enormous leather sofa. Even grabbing an apple from the coffee table and taking a bite, he left Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing and the fully armed officers utterly stranded at the open doorway. A young officer, incensed by Huo Tianqing's blatant disregard, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, shouting, Huo Tianqing, stand up, get dressed. We are formally arresting you for questioning at the police station. You'd better cooperate. At the sound of this, Huo Tianqing lazily turned his head, casting a dismissive glance at the young officer, his expression brimming with unabashed scorn. Not only did he remain seated, but he also adjusted his posture for greater comfort on the sofa, crossing his legs while still holding the half-eaten apple. Huo Tianqing's almost provocative nonchalance caused Huang Jiqing's face to darken considerably. Having worked in anti-gang operations for many years, he had encountered a myriad of thugs, some arrogant and overbearing, others treacherous and cunning, and even a few blustering but cowardly. Yet, encountering someone like Huo Tianqing, who could maintain such composure and even jest in the face of armed police and serious accusations, was exceedingly rare. This unusual calmness only escalated Huang Jiqing's suspicions. This man was either psychologically resilient and unafraid or utterly unaware of the danger he faced. Huo Tianqing. Huang Jiqing raised his voice, attempting to exert pressure. I will say this once more. Please cooperate with our investigation. Otherwise, we will be compelled to take forceful measures. Finally, Huo Tianqing shifted his gaze from the apple, leisurely looking at Huang Jiqing, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Cooperate with the investigation? Senior Inspector Huang, right? Shouldn't the police adhere to the principle of evidence when handling a case? You burst into my room at the crack of dawn and accuse me of murder. Where's the evidence? Where's the arrest warrant? Or do you believe your anti-gang unit can simply arrest whomever they please on a whim? His tone was calm yet incisive, striking at the heart of the matter. Huang Jiqing faltered. He indeed lacked an arrest warrant, and even concrete evidence was absent. His suspicions were merely based on tips and logical reasoning. Following proper protocol, he could only invite Huo Tianqing to assist in the investigation, not forcibly detain him. His previous wording, please accompany us to the police station for questioning, had left room for negotiation, an attempt to intimidate him into compliance. He hadn't anticipated Huo Tianqing's cool demeanor would so swiftly expose the procedural flaw. We are in the process of gathering evidence. Huang Jiqing's expression darkened. But right now, you are a person of significant suspicion and must cooperate with us. Suspicion? Huo Tianqing scoffed, interrupting him. Senior Inspector Huang, one must speak responsibly. Do you have evidence linking me to any murder case? Without evidence, merely suspicion does not warrant my compliance with your demands. Who do you think you are? He shook his head, as though believing further dialogue was futile, and then performed an unexpected gesture. He raised his hand and lightly clapped twice. The crisp sound of applause resonated in the quiet suite. Almost simultaneously, a door leading to the study or bedroom quietly swung open. A man emerged, appearing to be in his 40s, of medium build, clad in a perfectly tailored, high-quality dark gray suit with a striped tie. His hair was meticulously styled, and he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Though his eyes were not large, they were sharp and clear, exuding a calmness and penetrating insight characteristic of someone engaged in intricate logical work. He held a black leather briefcase, walking with steady strides, his demeanor composed, standing in stark contrast to Huo Tianqing's languid casualness, yet curiously harmonizing with it. He approached Huo Tianqing, offering a slight nod, before turning to face Huang Jiqing and his entourage. His face bore a perfectly calibrated, professional smile, yet it lacked warmth, instead radiating an unspoken pressure. "Good morning, gentlemen." The man spoke, his voice calm and clear, imbued with an undeniable confidence. "I am Chen Haonan, the founding partner of Jianshan Law Firm and Mr. Huo Tianqing's private legal advisor. May I inquire what case my client, Mr. Huo, is allegedly involved in? On what legal grounds do you request his cooperation in this investigation? Do you possess sufficient evidence to issue an arrest or summons warrant? If not, my client reserves the right to refuse any informal requests for cooperation that may tarnish his reputation." Chapter 32. The Police Retreat in Disgrace. Huang Ziqing. "I will make sure Huo Tianqing pays." He delivered his statement in one breath, his pace steady, logic unfaltering, directly tossing the questions back at the police. Each word was tightly bound to legal protocol, leaving no room for error. Chen Haonan. That name struck a chord with Huang Ziqing, who had heard of this rising legal star known for handling complex commercial disputes and criminal cases with formidable expertise. To his astonishment, this man was Huo Tianqing's private lawyer. Huang Ziqing and the officers behind him instantly paled. They now understood why Huo Tianqing appeared so untroubled. He had been thoroughly prepared with a legal safeguard. A recently released thug was accompanied by such a distinguished attorney? It was utterly unbelievable. Huang Ziqing struggled to suppress his shock and a surge of anger at being outmaneuvered. Glaring at Chen Haonan, then glancing at the still relaxed, smoking Huo Tianqing, and gritting his teeth, said, "Huo Tianqing, you are indeed well prepared." Huo Tianqing exhaled a puff of smoke lazily and replied. Inspector Huang's words struck a chord. "I am a legitimate businessman, surrounded by legal advisors, and my dealings are entirely reasonable and lawful. Yet you, on the other hand, barge in at the crack of dawn, disturbing my peace and casting unfounded aspersions on my character. Does that not seem rather improper?" He deliberately emphasized the terms legitimate businessman and proper conduct, dripping with sarcasm. Chen Haonan adjusted his glasses, seizing the moment to respond, his tone remaining calm, yet increasingly incisive. "Inspector Huang, I implore you to choose your words with care. To insinuate such terms as well prepared against my client without any evidence could equally constitute defamation. Should you insist on my client's cooperation, please present formal legal documentation. Otherwise, we shall reserve the right to pursue claims against you for abuse of power, unlawful harassment, and defamation of my client's character." His gaze swept calmly over Huang Ziqing and the police officers behind him, their hands resting on their holstered weapons yet exuding an air of uncertainty. The pressure emanating from a professional legal expert rendered these officers, accustomed to dealing with underworld figures, distinctly uncomfortable. Huang Ziqing's chest heaved, fists clenched at his sides. He indeed possessed no direct evidence. There were no eyewitnesses to identify Huo Tianqing, no murder weapon linked, and the transaction records were still under investigation. Failing to point directly to him, relying solely on undercover intelligence and logical deduction, he stood no chance against a lawyer of Chen Haoan's caliber. To forcibly detain someone? That would only provide grounds for further complications. In this highly lawful society of the port, lawyers, especially those of the highest caliber, often serve as the most effective shield against the police. Huo Tianqing observed the frustrated and enraged expression on Huang Ziqing's face, a smirk playing on his lips. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke slowly. "Inspector Huang, in an investigation, one must rely on evidence. Speculation is futile. Without evidence, it would be prudent to refrain from hasty words. Otherwise, my lawyer may find himself quite busy, and your complaints department may also be inundated." This statement was a blatant threat and mockery. Huang Ziqing's face turned ashen as he glared at Huo Tianqing for several seconds before glancing at Chen Haonan, who stood like a guardian deity beside him. He realized it was futile to attempt to take Huo Tianqing into custody today. Continuing this standoff would only lead to further embarrassment. "We're leaving." Huang Ziqing spat out the words through gritted teeth, abruptly turning away, accompanied by his disgruntled and frustrated subordinates, retreating from the suite in discontent. The door slammed shut behind the last departing officer, echoing with a dull thud. In the elevator, the atmosphere was stifling. A young officer could no longer contain himself and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, so arrogant. A recently released 4-9 gangster, acting all high and mighty, and he hired such a formidable lawyer? Where did he get the money?" A slightly older officer frowned. "Indeed, this matter is peculiar. Big Boss B has just died. How does he have these resources? Could it be that Big Boss B left him a sum of money? Regardless, this has resulted in a significant loss of face." Someone murmured. Huang Ziqing remained silent, his expression dark enough to draw water. He was inherently ambitious, even somewhat paranoid and narrow-minded, having assembled such a show of force only to be so easily dismissed by Huo Tianqing, without even touching a hair on the opponent's head, left him utterly humiliated. This resentment he could not swallow. He silently vowed, "Huo Tianqing, you wait. I refuse to believe that I cannot find a chink in your armor. Today you may have evaded accountability with your lawyer, But one day, I shall make you kneel before me, begging for mercy. A sinister plan began to brew within him. He must dispatch the most capable undercover operative to infiltrate Huo Tianqing's inner circle and obtain irrefutable evidence. He would personally ensure that this arrogant wretch was imprisoned, restoring the dignity he had lost today. Filled with indignation and a thirst for revenge, Huang Zhiqing departed the hotel. Chapter 33. Liang Kuan mourns 2 million. Huo Tianqing, I accept your film company. In the hotel's presidential suite, Huo Tianqing extinguished his cigarette and nodded at Jian Aowei. Lawyer Jian, I appreciate your assistance. Jian Aowei slightly bowed, his demeanor respectful and professional. It is my duty, sir. The police may continue to apply pressure or investigate through other means. I will follow through on this matter closely. Additionally, I have already begun preparing compliance documents regarding any business activities associated with your name. Excellent. Huo Tianqing stood with satisfaction. Moving to the window to watch as Huang Zhiqing and his entourage departed in their vehicle, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The police hurdle had been temporarily overcome, yet the true storm may have only just begun. At the same time, in the cold and solemn morgue of a certain hospital, the air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and an indescribable aura of death. A harsh fluorescent light illuminated the stainless steel autopsy table in the center. The body of Ba Bai, cleaned and prepared, lay beneath a white cloth, revealing only his head. The once arrogant face was now ashen, marred by a large, gruesomely stitched wound on his forehead, silently narrating the brutality of his demise. Liang Kuan stood beside the autopsy table, gazing down at Ba Bai's body. His face bore no sorrow. Instead, it twisted into a grotesque expression, a blend of shock, rage, and extreme anguish. Beside him stood a flamboyantly dressed young woman, her face now pale with fear. Suddenly, Liang Kuan raised his hand to cover his face, his shoulders shaking violently as he emitted a piercing wail, reminiscent of a duck's quack. Ba Bai, my dear brother, how could you leave me like this? Did we not vow to prosper together and dominate Hong Kong and Kowloon? Why did you abandon me first? Woo woo woo. His dry, exaggerated sobs echoed hauntingly in the cold, empty morgue, creating a disconcerting and discordant atmosphere. The flamboyant woman was startled by his sudden grief. Hesitantly, she pulled a handkerchief from her handbag and carefully offered it to him in an attempt to comfort him. Brother Kuan, my condolences. Condolences, my ass. Liang Kuan abruptly dropped his hand, the sorrow on his face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a furious rage. He swung his hand back, delivering a resounding slap across the woman's face. Crack! The sharp sound of the slap reverberated. The woman gasped, sent sprawling to the ground by the force. Her cheeks swelling rapidly, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she looked up at Liang Kuan in terror, too afraid to utter another word. Liang Kuan paid her no mind, his attention returning to Ba Bai's body, or rather, to the over 20 million that had vanished with Ba Bai's death. His chest heaved violently, his eyes bloodshot from the intense anger and anguish over his lost fortune. Bastard! You scum! You died well! You died well! Liang Kuan no longer feigned restraint, unleashing a torrent of curses at Ba Bai's corpse, spitting as he spoke. You owe me over 20 million. Just like that. It's gone. You dying is a clean break, but what about my money? What am I supposed to do? Go find the king of hell and ask him for it. Damn your ancestors to the 18th generation. His sorrow and anger were entirely detached from brotherly loyalty, solely driven by the irretrievable sum of money. He had even completely forgotten that just yesterday, he had angrily contemplated that if Huo Tianqing truly managed to eliminate Ba Bai, he would rather forfeit that money. Now, faced with the loss of hard cash, those sentiments of defiance had long since been cast aside. After venting a bout of rage over his lost debt, Liang Kuan panted heavily, his expression becoming even more twisted and grotesque. He abruptly turned his head, casting his gaze upon the woman still sprawled on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. The wildness in his eyes terrorized her, prompting her to shrink back. Yet, Liang Kuan took a step forward, brutally seizing her by the hair and yanking her up from the floor. The woman screamed in agony, crying. Why are you crying? I've lost over 20 million. I'm not crying yet. Liang Kuan bellowed at her, saliva spewing across her face, his eyes betraying unrestrained ferocity and misplaced ire. That worthless Ba Bai, that bastard Huo Tianqing, and you useless lot, you all deserve to die? You all deserve to die. In the morgue, Liang Kuan's furious tirade and misplaced wrath finally came to a halt as he violently dragged the sobbing woman away. However, the raging inferno of anger and hatred ignited by the immense financial loss remained deeply etched in his heart like a festering wound. He sat in the car with a dark expression, his mind haunted by Huo Tianqing's smirking visage. Although lacking any evidence, he instinctively associated Ba Bai's death and the subsequent colossal economic loss with this newly emerged individual who had taken over the task from the formidable B. Huo Tianqing. Liang Kuan gritted his teeth while uttering the name, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Chapter 34. 900 warriors assemble. Huo Tianqing. This is my confidence. Regardless of whether you are involved, I will hold you accountable. The territory of Causeway Bay, along with my money, we will settle this slowly. He began to contemplate how to leverage his influence within the gang to create trouble for this newly appointed Red Stick, and perhaps seize an opportunity to eliminate him entirely, thus venting his frustration while potentially reaping benefits. At the hotel, Huo Tianqing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, observing the police car carrying Huang Zhiqing and others as it drove away, simmering with a sense of indignation. He distinctly saw Huang Zhiqing glance back at the hotel before entering the car, his face a mask of unabashed rage and malice. Huang Zhiqing, Huo Tianqing murmured, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. It would be best if you don't provoke me. Just fulfill your duties as an inspector, and we can coexist peacefully. But should you insist on courting trouble, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. I would not hesitate to send you to keep Babai company. Regarding such a tenaciously righteous police officer, who could become a stumbling block, Huo Tianqing felt no affection. Only a ruthless calculation based on self-interest. If the threat became too significant, he was prepared to resort to extreme measures to eliminate it. He turned away, no longer gazing out the window. After donning his suit jacket from the sofa and adjusting his tie and gold-rimmed glasses, he casually tossed several stacks of cash onto the coffee table, a gesture of goodwill for the hotel's potential troubles and a tip for last night's service. Having completed these tasks, he departed the presidential suite with Su Zhengyang and Jian Aowei taking the elevator down. As they stepped out of the hotel's opulent lobby into the slightly chilly morning air, Huo Tianqing was about to instruct Su Zhengyang to fetch the car when his attention was suddenly captivated by a scene down the street. A throng of figures emerged from the opposite end, densely packed and clad in a variety of attire. There were many of them, a dark mass moving toward the hotel in a silent and orderly fashion. Some appeared to be dock workers, others day laborers, dressed in cheap jackets or shirts, with some bearing stains on their clothing. At first glance, they resembled the most ordinary of lower-class laborers or vagrants. However, their eyes starkly contrasted with their attire. Each gaze exuded a trained sharpness, coldness, and an underlying ferocity. Their pace was not hurried, yet remarkably synchronized and subdued. 900 individuals moving together produced scarcely any chaotic footsteps, only a muffled sound akin to a slow, relentless tide. What was even more striking was their orderliness. Despite the sheer size of the crowd, they naturally maintained a loose formation, responding to one another without any pushing or disorder. They occupied half of the wide street, resembling a silent yet menacing gray dragon, gliding through the morning city. The pedestrians, vendors setting up shop, and passing vehicles were all dumbfounded by this unprecedented spectacle. Expressions of panic and confusion washed over their faces as they hurriedly veered to the sides of the road, fearful of being swept into this torrent. Some timid souls even darted into nearby shops, peering through glass windows in terror. A young thug, initially nonchalant with his multicolored hair and cigarette in hand, suddenly dropped his smoke and went pale at the sight of the approaching, silent horde. He believed he had unknowingly offended a powerful figure, summoning such a terrifying display. Overwhelmed by sheer fear, his legs gave way, and with a thud, he collapsed from his plastic stool, nearly startling the vendor into jumping up. The entire street fell eerily silent due to the sudden emergence of this vast and peculiar procession. The morning's usual clamor seemed muted, replaced by the synchronized, heavy footsteps and the repressed breaths and heartbeats of the onlookers. An intangible, heart-pounding atmosphere of menace permeated the air. Standing on the hotel steps, Huo Tianqing observed the approaching formation, his eyes betraying not a hint of surprise, but rather a flicker of anticipated satisfaction and ambition. This was precisely the 900 ordinary soldiers he had summoned, with a staggering investment of 9 million last night. Though their current appearance was unremarkable, even disheveled, the aura of discipline, absolute obedience, and the indifference in their eyes that indicated a willingness to die for their orders was something that money could not cultivate in a short span of time. This was his own, unwaveringly loyal force. The 900 assembled before the hotel, halting in unison about 10 meters from Huo Tianqing, as if responding to a silent command. Chapter 35. The Hongxing Dragonhead Conference. Huo Tianqing confronts Liang Kuan. Jiang Tianqing watches from the shadows. Then, led by several seemingly commanding soldiers, the 900 raised their heads slightly, their gazes fixed intently upon Huo Tianqing on the steps. In the next instant, a thunderous, synchronized shout erupted, reverberating through the silent street. "Boss!" The sound was loud, brief, filled with vigor, and carried an iron-blooded essence. The voices of 900 individuals, forged in the fires of battle or through rigorous training, converged to create a wave of sound that nearly shook the eardrums. This pure and potent sense of strength ignited an uncontrollable fervor in Huo Tianqing's eyes. This was his foundation, his confidence. In this ruthless world where the strong prey on the weak, with this absolutely loyal army that could expand with further financial investment, what could he not accomplish? Red sticks? Fit men? Even higher positions? As long as the funding was sufficient, he could even summon more formidable troops and command greater battle formations. He nodded in satisfaction, offering no stirring or encouraging words, merely raising his hand in a downward motion. The clamor immediately ceased. The 900 fell silent once more, standing like 900 statues, patiently awaiting the next directive. Huo Tianqing turned his head and instructed Su Jingyang beside him. Jingyang, these individuals are in your charge. Please find a suitable location to settle them, organize them into groups, and conduct basic training while enhancing their identities and backgrounds. If you require any resources, feel free to liaise directly with Zhao Yi or contact me. Su Jingyang displayed no signs of difficulty or surprise, as if taking command of a 900-strong contingent were the most ordinary affair. He nodded immediately, his voice steady. Understood, boss. I will handle it well. With that, Su Jingyang descended the steps and approached the front of the group. Scanning the crowd, he began to assign tasks with a voice that, though not loud, was clear and authoritative, designating temporary leaders, planning evacuation routes, and assembly points. His directives were succinct and explicit, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Soon, this vast assembly was divided into several units under Su Jingyang's command, flowing away like streams merging into the ocean, orderly and swiftly navigating various streets, disappearing into the city's intricate pattern as if they had never been present. Only a few startled and apprehensive onlookers remained, still recovering from the shock, along with a small-time thug who had just been revived by his companion, his complexion ashen. Huo Tianqing wore a smile that blended satisfaction, ambition, and a hint of coldness, which even frightened a child held in his mother's arms, who gazed on in bewilderment. At that moment, Huo Tianqing's phone rang from his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Chen Yao. Upon answering, Chen Yao's voice came through, imbued with a touch more formality and an imperceptible complexity than usual. Ah Qing, Mr. Jiang is already aware of the situation regarding Ba Bai. He is quite pleased with your efficiency. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, the headquarters will convene a Dragon Head meeting to formally address relevant matters and make the necessary arrangements for you. Please ensure your punctual attendance. The mischievous and flamboyant smile on Huo Tianqing's face grew more pronounced. Thank you for the notification, Yao Ge. I will be there on time. After hanging up, Huo Tianqing was acutely aware that his moment of ascendancy was imminent, the designation of a red stick, the domain of Wan Chai Lock Road, and the first step in establishing his foothold and climbing within the vast organization of Hongxing. The following morning, well before 10 o'clock, Huo Tianqing arrived early at the Hongxing headquarters. Today, he donned a more formal deep blue suit, his gaze tranquil and profound behind golden-rimmed glasses. In the grand lobby, he encountered Brother Ji, a shrewd and worldly middle-aged man who had also arrived early. Ah Qing, here so early. Brother Ji greeted him warmly, as if they were long-lost friends. Yesterday's actions were executed splendidly. That scoundrel Ba Bai had it coming. From now on, we are brothers. So let us look out for each other. Huo Tianqing exchanged pleasantries with Brother Ji, maintaining a demeanor that was neither overly familiar nor disrespectful. He understood that these hall masters were astute, and the shift from yesterday's watchfulness to today's enthusiasm was merely a reflection of his demonstrated value and capability. The two ascended together to the meeting room, where soon, other hall masters began to arrive. Ba Ji, Han Bin, Prince, Dinosaur, and Fatty Li were all present. Ling Kuan was the last to enter, his expression dark, ignoring Huo Tianqing as he walked straight to his seat, lighting a cigarette and smoking silently, his gaze obscure. In the meeting room, the main seat remained vacant. Dragon Head Jiang Tiansheng had yet to appear, a situation the hall masters seemed accustomed to. Brother Ji yawned and complained. Mr. Jiang always does this. When he says 10 o'clock, we might as well expect to wait until half past. Fatty Li chimed in. Exactly, the boss's time is precious. And we lesser folks must simply wait. Ling Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, sarcastically adding, the Dragon Head must maintain a certain demeanor, after all. We're just here to wait. The others began to chat among themselves, discussing recent horse racing, lamenting the difficulties of business, or quietly exchanging some underworld rumors. The room was infused with a unique atmosphere of a higher-level gang meeting, casual, yet laced with subtle tension. After about 10 minutes, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Jiang Tiansheng entered with a composed gait. Today, he wore a dark red tang suit, playing with 2 jade walnuts in his hands, his face adorned with his trademark inscrutable smile. Apologies, brothers, I was delayed by some matters. He took his seat at the head of the table, his tone relaxed and devoid of any true contrition. The hall masters responded with polite reassurances, uttering phrases like "no problem, Mr. Jiang, you are a busy man." Ling Kuan merely scoffed, remaining silent. The meeting commenced with the resolution of some disputes regarding ambiguous territorial boundaries between the factions, primarily involving Ba Ji and Fatty Li. Huo Tianqing offered brief mediation, administering a light reprimand and instructing them to resolve it amongst themselves, a mere formality. Such trivial matters typically did not consume much time at the Dragon Head meetings. Once these mundane issues were settled, Huo Tianqing finally turned his attention to Huo Tianqing. Seated at the end of the table, his smile broadened as he set down the jade walnuts, interlacing his fingers on the table. "Now, let us discuss serious matters." Huo Tianqing raised his voice slightly to ensure all could hear. "Yesterday, Qing from Causeway Bay accomplished a remarkable feat. Bai from He too repeatedly overstepped boundaries, acting with arrogance, and even harmed our Hongxing brothers the night before last. After receiving his orders, Qing dealt with this predicament decisively and efficiently within a single day, enhancing our Hongxing's reputation and offering solace to the spirits of Bi and Chen Haonan. This was a commendable action." Upon concluding his remarks, he initiated applause. His gaze filled with approval for Huo Tianqing. The Dragon Head led the way, and regardless of their private thoughts, the other hall masters were obliged to show respect. In an instant, the meeting room was filled with scattered yet gradually building applause. Brother Ji clapped his hands, smiling at Huo Tianqing. "Qing, you truly are formidable. You moved against a man surrounded by so many. You're quite the young powerhouse." Hanbin adjusted his glasses and added, "Indeed. Your efficiency is remarkable, lightning-fast action in just one day. Now the Underworld knows that Hongxing is not to be trifled with." Fatty Li chuckled in agreement. "Qing has now made a name for himself. Who in Wan Chai will be unaware of your prowess? I envy you." Amidst this seemingly harmonious chorus of praise, a discordant note emerged. Indeed, Brother Tianqing is at the height of his power, commanding respect in the Underworld. Ling Kuan leaned back in his chair, fingers pinching a cigarette, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, his tone laced with mockery. "Even Fatty Li should tread carefully. Who knows? One day, Qing might fancy your territory as well and decide to clear it for himself, taking your place." Haha. As soon as this remark escaped his lips, the applause and laughter in the meeting room abruptly ceased, the atmosphere turning subtly awkward. It was clear to all that Ling Kuan's words were a veiled jab at Fatty Li, yet they were aimed squarely at Huo Tianqing, mocking his ruthlessness and ambition, while simultaneously expressing discontent towards Huo Tianqing for entrusting the task of dealing with Bai to Huo Tianqing. Brother Ji's smile faltered, sensing the need to defuse the tension. "Kuan, let us not joke around. We are all brothers here." Huo Tianqing's smile also waned slightly, his gaze flicking to Ling Kuan, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. However, before Brother Ji could finish his sentence, Huo Tianqing, who had remained silent until then, suddenly let out a cold laugh. This unexpected sound reverberated through the now quiet meeting room, resonating sharply and jarringly. All eyes in the room, including those of Huo Tianqing, were fixated on Huo Tianqing. He slightly raised his chin, meeting Ling Kuan's malevolent gaze without flinching, a smirk of unabashed mockery playing at the corners of his mouth. "Brother Kuan, your words elude my understanding. The order to eliminate Bai came directly from Mr. Jiang, a task entrusted to me by the society. What issue could there possibly be with my service to the organization?" He paused momentarily, his tone suddenly turning frigid and his pace quickening. "Yet you, Brother Kuan, had no words when Mr. Jiang inquired who would handle this matter during yesterday's meeting. Now that the deed is done, you emerge to make sarcastic remarks. Who are you trying to impress? Are you seeking to avenge your deceased brother, or is it merely that you harbor disdain for me, Huo Tianqing?" This declaration was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil lake. The 11 hall masters present, along with Huo Tianqing, were momentarily stunned, their faces betraying expressions of disbelief. Waves of astonishment, scrutiny, and even a hint of morbid curiosity were directed at Huo Tianqing. How dare he speak to Ling Kuan in such a manner? Who is Ling Kuan? He ranks among the most formidable of the 12 hall masters of Hongxing. Known for his ruthless and vindictive nature, often commanding respect even from Huo Tianqing himself. Huo Tianqing, a mere fledgling who had recently garnered some merit and had yet to officially assume his role as a red stick, audaciously confronted Ling Kuan in front of all the hall masters at the leadership assembly. This was no longer merely the bravado of a young bull. It was sheer folly. Bai Ji's mouth fell agape, Fatty Li's jowls quivered, Hanbin squinted from behind his glasses, and the crown prince crossed his arms, a faint trace of amusement curling at the corners of his lips, while the dinosaur appeared to relish the unfolding drama. A flicker of surprise flashed in Huo Tianqing's eyes, swiftly morphing into a profound intrigue. He scrutinized Huo Tianqing anew. This young man was not only ruthless, but also possessed a daring beyond imagination. his words piercing the very heart of the matter. In contrast to Liang Kuan's cold arrogance, Huo Tianqing's unabashed, sharp bravado seemed far more captivating. The hall masters collectively inhaled sharply, their perception of Huo Tianqing's audacity transformed into a newfound, even startling, understanding. As the target of Huo Tianqing's direct affront, Liang Kuan's countenance darkened instantaneously, akin to a smoldering pot. The malice in his eyes ignited into palpable fury. With a resounding clap, Liang Kuan slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to jump. He suddenly rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Huo Tianqing, his voice sharp with rage. Huo Tianqing, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to speak here? You are but a newly inducted grass shoe. I am the boss of Causeway Bay. According to the rules of the society, everyone seated here is your elder. How dare you speak so boldly? He attempted to leverage the hierarchy of the society to suppress Huo Tianqing and salvage his dignity. You have no respect. Clearly, your deceased mentor failed to teach you how to honor your elders. You lack even the most basic understanding of decorum. On the surface, Liang Kuan's argument held merit. The position of a hall master far surpassed that of a mere red stick, and Huo Tianqing had yet to attain the status of a formal red stick. To challenge authority within a society that emphasized seniority and rank was a grave transgression. While the other hall masters observed, they recognized that Liang Kuan was somewhat exploiting the situation to exert pressure, yet they hesitated to intervene. After all, the rules were set in stone. However, Huo Tianqing's disdain only intensified. Instead of being cowed, he too rose slowly, and although he stood shorter than Liang Kuan, his icy, alluring aura was anything but diminished. Rules? Hierarchy? Huo Tianqing scoffed. Brother Kuan, you claim to uphold the rules? As the old saying goes, in front of Lord Guan, does one still differentiate between high and low? By invoking this adage, he implied that loyalty transcended rank. Although this argument could be seen as somewhat specious, in this context, it was not entirely without merit. Serving as a form of rebuttal, Liang Kuan's eyes burned with even greater fury, fixating on Huo Tianqing, his voice frigid. In front of Lord Guan, there is no distinction of rank, but there must be an acknowledgement of hierarchy. Without order, how can the society be governed? He attempted to impose a more concrete concept of hierarchy to thoroughly suppress Huo Tianqing, aiming to make him swallow this bitter pill. Yet Huo Tianqing clearly had no intention of backing down. Matching Liang Kuan's almost murderous glare, he suddenly shifted the focus to a higher authority. Hierarchy? Very well. Brother Kuan wishes to discuss hierarchy. Then allow me to inquire, who assigned me the task of eliminating Babai? His gaze flicked to Jiang Tiansheng, who had remained silently observant at the head of the table, his voice resonating clearly. It was Mr. Jiang himself who, during yesterday's leadership assembly, entrusted me with this task in front of all the hall masters. Are you now questioning my qualifications, Brother Kuan, and by extension, challenging Mr. Jiang's directive? With Huo Tianqing's words, the discussion pivoted directly to Jiang Tiansheng, plunging the meeting room into a profound silence, as if the very air had ceased to circulate. Everyone held their breath, their gazes darting between Huo Tianqing, Liang Kuan, and Jiang Tiansheng. While many within Hongxing were aware of the long-standing tensions between Liang Kuan and the leader Jiang Tiansheng, with Liang Kuan leveraging his seniority and stronghold, often showing a lack of deference to Jiang Tiansheng, such discord had always simmered beneath the surface. No one had dared to expose this rift so blatantly in the formal setting of the leadership assembly. Huo Tianqing's audacious move was akin to tossing a glowing ember into icy water, eliciting a violent reaction. Liang Kuan's expression darkened to a deep hue, the veins on his forehead throbbing. He could hardly fathom that Huo Tianqing not only dared to defy him, but also had the audacity to use Jiang Tiansheng as a shield, casting such a grave accusation. To question Mr. Jiang's directive? That was a charge he could not bear, at least not openly. Quickly, he turned to Jiang Tiansheng, forcing a strained, almost warped smile onto his face, his tone urgent as he hastily explained, Mr. Jiang, please do not heed this brat's nonsense. I, Liang Kuan, have unwavering loyalty to you and the society. I merely feel that this young man, having just achieved a modicum of success, is disregarding the respect due to his seniors and requires a lesson in decorum. I absolutely do not intend to question your arrangements. Mr. Jiang, please see the truth in this. This explanation, replete with a tone of panic and even subservience, starkly contrasted Liang Kuan's usual arrogant demeanor, showcasing the impact of Huo Tianqing's calculated provocation. Jiang Tiansheng remained composed in his seat, his expression tranquil as he continued to tap his fingers rhythmically on the table. Internally, he harbored a quiet admiration for Huo Tianqing's deft maneuvering. This young man not only exhibited great ruthlessness and courage, but also possessed a quick wit, adept at leveraging circumstances to place his adversary in a precarious position. Forcing Liang Kuan to publicly pledge his loyalty was a display of intelligence and audacity that was exceedingly rare among the younger generation. The other hall masters exchanged glances, each grappling with the tumultuous waves of realization stirred within them. Gazing at Huo Tianqing, the expression that had once been marked by astonishment now bore an added weight of caution and reevaluation. This newcomer, who had just emerged onto the scene, had managed to compel the notoriously arrogant Liang Kuan, who would dare disregard even Mr. Zhang's authority, to publicly explain himself in such a humiliating manner. Such incisiveness and audacity were likely unmatched by many seasoned veterans present. A flicker of interest passed through the eyes of the crown prince. While Han Bin's action of adjusting his glasses momentarily faltered, Brother Gu and Fatty Li exchanged a significant glance. Jiang Tianqing recognized that his objective of reprimanding Liang Kuan had been achieved, and Huo Tianqing had showcased his worth and capabilities. It was time for him to take control of the situation. Very well, Jiang Tianqing finally spoke. His voice not loud, but imbued with an undeniable authority that instantly captured everyone's attention. He ceased his drumming on the table and let his gaze slowly traverse Liang Kuan and Huo Tianqing. We are all brothers here. Is it truly necessary to disrupt our harmony over a few words? His tone was calm, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother mediating a dispute between younger ones. Ah Kuan is merely concerned about the rules of our society, while Ah Qing is young and impetuous, eager to make a name for himself, and thus speaks rather bluntly. The essence of the matter has been conveyed. There is no need to dwell excessively on it. This statement, though seemingly equitable, was subtly calculated. He first acknowledged Liang Kuan's concern for the society's regulations, only to subsequently characterize Huo Tianqing as young and fervent, thus indirectly validating Huo Tianqing's accomplishments and downplaying his defiance of Liang Kuan as mere youthful exuberance rather than insubordination. This undoubtedly favored Huo Tianqing, signaling that this verbal clash had concluded with his victory. Huo Tianqing couldn't suppress a smile that radiated a hint of arrogance as he slightly bowed to Jiang Tianqing. Mr. Jiang speaks wisely. Then, he cast a glance at Liang Kuan, whose face was darkened with anger, his chest heaving violently. The mockery and victorious posture in Huo Tianqing's gaze were unmistakable. Liang Kuan felt a surge of rage constricting his chest, unable to expel it or swallow it down. As if he had swallowed a fly, leaving him nauseous and unsettled. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he dared not erupt further. Jiang Tianqing had already made his stance clear. Persisting would mean disregarding the leader's authority, with consequences far graver. He could only shoot Huo Tianqing a venomous glare, burying his overwhelming resentment deep within before silently returning to his seat, refraining from further comment. Jiang Tianqing turned his attention away from the two, clapping his hands to redirect the conversation back to the matter at hand. Let us set aside idle chatter and return to business. When Ah Qing accepted the task, I mentioned that as long as he successfully dealt with Ba Bai and rendered great service to our society, we would certainly reward him. The position of Red Stick shall be his recompense. He surveyed the assembly of hall masters, raising his voice slightly. Ah Qing has executed this task with remarkable finesse, not only eliminating the scourge that was Ba Bai, but also enhancing the reputation of our Hongxing. Now that all hall masters are present, I propose that we seize the moment. Today, in the presence of Lord Guan and all brothers, we shall elevate Ah Qing to the rank of Red Stick. Any objections? Objections? Who would dare voice dissent? Jiang Tianqing was evidently keen to solidify Huo Tianqing's standing while simultaneously delivering a further admonition to Liang Kuan, illustrating his authority as the leader and his discernment in matters of reward and punishment. The hall masters, astute individuals, promptly expressed their agreement. No objections. It is only fitting. Ah Qing has rendered great service. Mr. Jiang is wise. Even Liang Kuan, under Jiang Tianqing's scrutinizing gaze, managed to force out two reluctant words through gritted teeth. No objections. Good. Jiang Tianqing nodded in satisfaction, turning to Bai Zhishan Chen Yao. Ah Yao, prepare the incense hall. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Chen Yao immediately sprang to his feet. Calling out loudly, the leader has commanded the opening of the incense hall. The Hongmen Society, with its strict hierarchy and myriad rules, was organized from top to bottom. The leader, the two road marshals, the Red Stick, Bai Zhishan, Grass Shoes, Si Jiuzai, and Blue Lanterns. Previously, Huo Tianqing had followed Big Boss B, holding the position of Grass Shoes. The Red Stick represents the true core strength and mid-level backbone of the society, a significant stepping stone for future competition for the position of Hall Master, or even higher. As Chun Yao's command echoed, the atmosphere in the conference room turned solemn and austere. Several younger members from headquarters swiftly entered, quietly moving the conference table and chairs aside to clear a space in the center of the room. The incense altar, long prepared, was brought in and placed in the northernmost position. Upon the altar rested a formidable bronze statue of Lord Guan, accompanied by incense burners, candles, 3 offerings, yellow paper, incense sticks, a bowl of clear water, a bound rooster, and several bowls of wine. Huo Tianqing alone walked to the side of the altar and stood facing the crowd, showcasing his unique position as the leader. The 11 hall masters arranged themselves according to their ranks and seniority on either side of the altar, their expressions now grave, shedding the previous casualness. This was a sacred ritual of the society, and no one dared to treat it lightly. Huo Tianqing was guided by Chen Yao to stand directly before the altar, positioned centrally, facing the statue of Lord Guan. At this moment, he reigned in his earlier arrogance, adopting a calm demeanor, yet deep within his eyes flickered a steadfast and fervent determination. He could sense the myriad gazes directed at him, scrutinizing, curious, envious, indifferent, and even Liang Cohen's unabashed malice. The ceremony commenced. As the Bai Zhishan, Chen Yao took on the role of the officiant. He first ignited a stack of yellow paper, circulating around the altar and the corners of the room, reciting incantations that essentially called upon the deities of heaven and earth, as well as the ancestors of Hongmen, to witness and bless the elevation of a disciple today. The burning yellow paper released curling smoke, infused with a distinctive burnt scent, enveloping the conference room in an air of mystique and solemnity. Next, Chen Yao picked up the bowl of clear water from the altar, dipped his fingers in it, and sprinkled it around Huo Tianqing and the ground, signifying purification. Then came the most symbolic act of severing the chicken's head. Chen Yao seized the bound rooster, holding its head firmly with one hand while raising a pre-prepared sharp knife with the other. Swiftly, the blade descended. A brief, sharp crow of the chicken was abruptly silenced, its head rolling away as blood gushed forth, dripping into a prepared, empty wine bowl. The vivid red of the chicken's blood mingled with the small amount of white wine at the bottom of the bowl, creating a dark crimson hue. Chen Yao waved the headless chicken's body in front of the altar a few times before discarding it to the side. He then lifted the bowl of blood wine, took a stack of yellow paper, ignited it over the candle, and circled the burning paper 3 times above the blood wine bowl, allowing the ashes to fall into the liquid. Finally, he raised the bowl of blood wine high above his head, bowing 3 times towards the statue of Lord Guan while proclaiming loudly, "By drinking blood, we forge our bond, our loyalty everlasting. May Lord Guan witness, Hongmen brothers, united in purpose." Upon completing these rituals, Chen Yao turned to Huo Tianqing, his expression grave. Huo Tianqing, step forward, receive the incense, and recite the oath. Long before, younger members had presented 3 lit incense sticks to Huo Tianqing. Holding the incense with both hands, he stepped forward, kneeling on one knee before the statue of Lord Guan. He raised his gaze, meeting the formidable countenance of the statue, and began to recite the 36 oaths of Hongmen, his voice clear and powerful. The first oath: since entering Hongmen, your parents are my parents, your siblings are my siblings, your wife is my sister-in-law, your children are my nephews. Should anyone violate this, may the 5 thunders strike them down. The second oath: if any of your parents or siblings, upon reaching the end of their natural lives, find themselves without means for burial, and should a white silk come to seek assistance, it is my duty to ensure that those with wealth provide funds, and those without provide labor. Should there be deceit, may the 5 thunders strike them down. The third oath states that all brothers of the Hong family, regardless of their status as scholars, farmers, merchants, or wanderers from the rivers and lakes, must be welcomed with hospitality for a night and 2 meals. Should anyone act deceitfully, they shall be treated as outsiders and meet their demise beneath 1,000 blades. The 10th oath declares that the brothers of the Hong family must not secretly communicate with spies or betray one another. Any transgression shall result in death by 1,000 blades. The oaths of the Hongmen are lengthy and intricate, encompassing mutual assistance among brothers, loyalty and righteousness as paramount values, the preservation of secrets, and the prohibition of betrayal, among many other aspects. Huo Tianqing recited each word with flawless fluency, his voice reverberating through the smoke-laden conference room, imbued with a unique charisma. Upon completing the oath, Chen Yao picked up a prepared document and began to read aloud the accomplishments Huo Tianqing had amassed since joining the Hongxing. These achievements, naturally, were largely embellished or fabricated to align with the promotion protocols, yet the 2 most significant were undeniably substantial and resounded with authority. In the year of Guihai, during the 6th month, his direct superior, Brother B, found himself ensnared in legal troubles. Huo Tianqing, exhibiting unparalleled loyalty, willingly took the blame. Enduring 3 arduous years in Qizhou, his steadfastness a testament visible to the sun and moon. This was one. Recently, the Hehe Society repeatedly infringed upon our organization, injuring our brothers and tarnishing our reputation. The leader, in a fit of rage, offered a bounty for their extermination. Huo Tianqing, summoned in a moment of crisis, fearlessly undertook the task, employing thunderous tactics to eliminate the adversaries in their lair within a single day, asserting the might of Hongxing and instilling fear among lesser factions. This was the second. The remaining efforts in safeguarding territories and other contributions need not be elaborated upon. Chapter 40. Huo Tianqing drives the tiger to devour the wolf. Liang Kuan graciously yielded the position on Dengzishi Street to Huo Tianqing. After Chun Yao finished reading, he set the document down and addressed the assembly with a deep breath, proclaiming with fervor, in light of the aforementioned, with merits manifest and loyalty fulfilled, with the approval of Master Huo Tianqing and the unanimous agreement of all present marshals, Huo Tianqing is hereby promoted from the rank of grass shoes to the esteemed position of red stick. Let it be known to heaven and earth, and reported to our ancestors, with Lord Guan as witness. This decree takes immediate effect. As the announcement concluded, the ceremony entered its final phase. Chen Yao presented a bowl containing a mixture of chicken blood, liquor, and ash-laden blood wine before Huo Tianqing. With a tranquil demeanor, Huo Tianqing accepted the bowl without hesitation, raising it to his lips and consuming the dark red, viscous liquid that bore an unusual odor in one swift motion. The spicy, fishy, and bitter taste of ashes intertwined, coursing down his throat and imparting a searing sensation. Having finished the blood wine, he returned the empty bowl to Chen Yao. Next, he reverently held 3 incense sticks, which had burned a small portion, and bowed thrice before the statue of Guandi, stepping forward to firmly place the incense into the censer. The curling smoke ascended and spiraled, enveloping both the solemn visage of Guandi and Huo Tianqing, who had just completed the ceremony. Thus, the core components of the red stick promotion ritual were fully realized. From this moment forth, Huo Tianqing's status within the Hongxing society officially elevated from that of grass shoes to red stick, granting him a higher rank, greater authority, and the accompanying allure of ambition and peril. Amidst the swirling incense, the expressions of those present varied. Huo Tianqing wore a smile, his eyes brimming with scrutiny and anticipation. Chen Yao, having fulfilled his role as MC, stepped aside, while the other hall masters exhibited a range of reactions, some offering formulaic congratulations, others lost in thought, and some with complex gazes. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan stood amidst the crowd, his countenance dark enough to drip with malice as he glared at the upright figure before the incense table, his eyes filled with venom and resentment, coiling like a venomous serpent. Before the smoke from the red stick promotion ceremony had fully dissipated, the solemn atmosphere of the conference room swiftly transformed into one charged with the palpable scent of intrigue and calculation. Brother Ji was the first to approach, patting Huo Tianqing on the shoulder, his face adorned with a broad smile. Congratulations, Qing. You are now a red stick, capable of standing on your own, with boundless prospects ahead. Let us collaborate extensively in Wanchai. Congratulations, congratulations. Qing, when you achieve great success, do not forget to treat us. Several other hall masters, such as Baki and Fatty Li, also stepped forward to extend their perfunctory congratulations. Huo Tianqing smiled graciously, responding to each in turn, his demeanor neither overly effusive nor disrespectful. He understood that the sincerity behind these well wishes was likely known only to them. Huo Tianqing, seated at the head of the table, observed the crowd as they congratulated Huo Tianqing, maintaining his characteristic gentle smile while absent-mindedly stroking a jade walnut, seemingly lost in thought. Once the congratulations subsided, he made a gesture to announce the adjournment of the meeting. Mr. Jiang, Huo Tianqing abruptly interjected, his voice clear. Huo Tianqing turned to him, a slight, well-timed confusion crossing his features. Qing, is there something else? Huo Tianqing slightly bowed, his tone respectful yet direct. Mr. Jiang, during the meeting yesterday, you promised that should I successfully deal with Bob Bai, in addition to the position of red stick, you would grant me the rights to oversee the 3 streets of Lock Road in Wanchai as a foundation for my livelihood. Now that Bob has been eliminated and the position of red stick has been graciously bestowed upon me, I am curious about the status of those 3 streets. He deliberately paused, his gaze steady upon Huo Tianqing. The room fell silent in an instant, the attention of all hall masters riveted upon him. A demand for territory. This was the most tangible and sensitive topic in the underworld. A look of realization spread across Huo Tianqing's face as he tapped his forehead, his smile taking on a more profound significance. Look at my memory. Yes, indeed, there was such an agreement. I almost forgot. Qing, you remind me well. Rewards must follow merit, as is the custom of Hongxing. His gaze swept over the assembly of hall masters, ultimately resting on the perpetually sullen Liang Kuan. Pausing for a few seconds, the situation over on Lock Road in Wanchai is somewhat complex, with numerous business entanglements and relationships. Transferring it all at once might overwhelm you. Qing, since you've just taken charge. Huo Tianqing shifted his tone, smiling brightly. How about this? I see that Dingzishi Street in Mongkok has a favorable location, with high foot traffic and substantial profits. This street was originally under your supervision, Kuan, correct? He suddenly turned to Liang Kuan, inquiring. Liang Kuan's eyelid twitched, inwardly cursing the cunning fox, yet he had no choice but to nod, his voice dry. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Dingzishi Street is near my North Point territory. I have been managing it for some time. That's good then. Jiang Tianqing's smile grew even more amiable. Your territory is extensive, with many affairs to oversee, so you might not be able to manage a single street adequately. Now that Qing has just been promoted to Red Stick, he needs a respectable territory to establish himself. I propose we formally assign Dingzishi Street to Qing for management. Kuan, you have no objections, right? After all, it's all for the sake of the organization. It's only fair that we share the resources. His words, though seemingly a proposition, were in fact a definitive decision. Chapter 41. Liang Kuan's bar takes a hard line. Huo Tianqing, just right, time to settle old and new accounts. Furthermore, he explicitly pointed out that this street was originally under Liang Kuan's care, now to be formally transferred to Huo Tianqing, who had just clashed fiercely with Liang Kuan during the meeting, indicating his intent. All present were seasoned veterans of the Underworld, who couldn't discern the underlying implications. This was a blatant act of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, a treacherous maneuver. By placing Huo Tianqing, a newly emerged force known for his ruthless tactics and evident disdain for Liang Kuan, directly within Liang Kuan's territory, even slicing off a piece of Liang Kuan's influence to feed to Huo Tianqing. This was clearly designed to incite conflict between Huo Tianqing and Liang Kuan, allowing them to mutually exhaust one another, while Jiang Tianqing himself remained comfortably in control, balancing the various factions. Brother Ji, Han Bin, and the prince exchanged knowing glances, each possessing a hint of a smile. This ploy was both ruthless and astute. Liang Kuan's expression, upon the conclusion of Jiang Tianqing's words, turned as dark as thunderclouds. He felt as if his lungs might explode from indignation. Although Dingzishi Street was not the core of his North Point territory, its strategic location and lucrative prospects, cultivated over many years, made it a region of significant influence. Now, Jiang Tianqing utters a single phrase, demanding that it be delivered to his adversary, Huo Tianqing. This is not merely a matter of losing a street. It represents a substantial blow to his esteemed reputation. His fury swells within him, a tempest of rage that makes him yearn to overturn the table immediately. Yet he refrains. As the leader, Jiang Tianqing's words have been spoken, and in the presence of all the hall masters, to openly oppose him would be to disregard his authority, with even graver consequences. He can only suppress his nearly explosive anger and force the words out through clenched teeth. Mr. Zhang's arrangements are meticulous. I have no objections. As he uttered those three words, his gaze was fixed intently on Huo Tianqing, the murderous glint in his eyes almost materializing as daggers, wishing to carve Huo Tianqing into 1,000 pieces. Huo Tianqing observed everything with keen eyes, a cold smirk forming in his heart at Jiang Tianqing's machinations. Using him as a pawn to balance against Liang Kuan? Treating him as a tiger to devour Liang Kuan, the wolf? It seems premature to declare who is the true predator. What Huo Tianqing desires is far more than just a street or a red stick. Faced with Jiang Tianqing's scrutinizing and expectant gaze, Huo Tianqing's expression remained unchanged as he slightly inclined his body in respectful acknowledgement, his voice clear and unwavering. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for this generous gift. I shall manage Dundas Street with utmost diligence and shall not disappoint your expectations. His words were delivered with an air of assuredness, as if that street were rightfully his. Especially noteworthy was his unabashed defiance against Liang Kuan's fierce glare, which sparked a flicker of deeper satisfaction in Jiang Tianqing's eyes. This was precisely the bold and combative spirit he sought, an instrument unafraid of offending others. Good, young man, you possess spirit, Jiang Tianqing remarked with a smile, promptly clapping his hands. Then it is settled. Yao, please transfer the relevant accounts and connections regarding Dundas Street to Qing. All right, this concludes today's meeting. Disperse. The Dragon Head Conference thus came to an end, with Huo Tianqing officially claiming his first territory in Hongxing, Dundas Street, in a manner laden with tension and animosity. After the conference, Liang Kuan was the first to storm out of the meeting room, his face dark as a storm cloud. The resentment burning within him felt like poison, searing through his very being. Upon returning to his domain, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, especially at the sight of Huo Tianqing's mocking visage, which replayed in his mind like an incessant echo. Damn it, that brat, that scoundrel, a mere newly released 49er, riding high on a stroke of luck, dares to defecate on my head. Liang Kuan roared in his office, shattering several cups, sending his underlings into a terrified silence. He could hardly swallow his indignation. Jiang Tianqing was biased, deliberately stirring trouble, and for the time being, he could not act. But that audacious wretch Huo Tianqing must learn a lesson. That very night, Liang Kuan, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, ventured to a renowned bar on Boland Street, seeking solace in drink and a few women to vent his ire. The bar was enveloped in dim, seductive lighting, the music deafening, and the air thick with the intoxicating melange of alcohol, perfume, and the heady scent of marijuana. Liang Kuan secured a private booth, ordering several bottles of expensive liquor along with an array of fruit platters, and summoned a few flamboyantly dressed hostesses to surround him. He guzzled down drinks, trying to numb himself with alcohol, yet the more he retreated, the more his anger surged. "Get away! All of you, get lost!" Liang Kuan suddenly erupted, violently shoving aside a hostess who had dared to approach him. The woman yelped, crashing into the table, drinks splattering all over her, leaving her in a disheveled state. Liang Kuan paid her no mind, his bloodshot eyes seething as he seized a bottle. With a crash, he smashed it against the glass coffee table, sending shards flying. The surrounding patrons and staff shrieked in fear, scrambling to evade the sudden violence. Chapter 42. Liang Kuan's Provocation. "Huo Tianqing, are you courting death? Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors!" Liang Kuan roared, fueled by alcohol, his voice cutting through the music. "You insufferable wretch! Dare to compete with me for territory? Dundas Street is mine. What are you, a newly minted red stick, strutting about as if you own the place?" His underlings quickly attempted to calm him. "Brother Kuan, please, remain composed. We are in public. And what of public decorum?" Liang Kuan glared. "I fear no one. I tell you, within 3 days, I will make you, Huo Tianqing, understand the true power of the King of Hell. Dare to touch what belongs to me, and I will ensure you can't remain in Mongkok. Losing limbs will be the least of your worries. Fellow brothers, I want to kill you, but I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell." He cursed vehemently, venting his pent-up resentment. Although he dared not openly kill due to their brotherhood, he had resolved to employ every means at his disposal to deliver Huo Tianqing a lesson he would never forget, making him aware of who truly should not be trifled with. Just as Liang Kuan was unleashing his furious tirade, emboldened by drink, the lights at the entrance of the bar flickered. A group of individuals strode in, with Huo Tianqing at the forefront. He appeared to be seeking relaxation as well, flanked only by Su Zhengyang and Zhao Yi. Dressed in a casual shirt and slacks, his golden-rimmed glasses caught the shifting lights, glinting softly, and a subtle smile danced on his lips, as if he found the ambience agreeable. The bar staff seemed to recognize him, respectfully guiding him towards a reserved booth. Initially, Huo Tianqing did not notice the commotion erupting in the corner booth. The music was too loud, and the crowd too dense. However, as he passed near Liang Kuan's booth, the venomous and violent roar of Liang Kuan pierced through the noise, reaching his ears. "Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors. Within 3 days, I will ensure you cannot remain in Mongkok." Huo Tianqing's steps faltered momentarily. The hint of a smile on his lips vanished, replaced by a colder, more sinister curve. He turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, his eyes locking onto Liang Kuan, who was grasping a shattered bottle, his face contorted in rage. Without uttering a word, Huo Tianqing altered his course, abandoning the service staff, and directly approached Liang Kuan's booth. Su Zhengyang and Zhao Yi quickly followed, one on each side, akin to formidable guardians. As Liang Kuan was in the midst of his tirade, he suddenly felt a shadow loom over him, obscuring the light from above. Annoyed, he lifted his head, bleary-eyed, and in the next moment, his vitriol was silenced, as if his breath had been snatched away. His gaze met Huo Tianqing's, which was eerily calm, yet laced with undisguised mockery. Huo Tianqing halted before Liang Kuan's booth, leisurely pausing. He even inclined his head slightly, as if clearing his ears, wearing a smile that suggested he had just heard something exceedingly amusing, while his eyes remained cold as steel. Seeing Huo Tianqing approach him directly, Liang Kuan's initial shock dissipated, and the alcohol-fueled haze was swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation and a sense of being affronted, especially after having just issued a fierce threat. The audacity of Huo Tianqing to confront him was nothing short of blatant provocation. The drunkenness in his eyes evaporated, replaced by his habitual malice and arrogance. He made no attempt to disguise his intentions, raising his chin defiantly and glaring at Huo Tianqing with bloodshot eyes, venomously declaring, "Huo Tianqing, what a coincidence! As fate would have it, I was just contemplating your existence, and here you are, presenting yourself at my doorstep. Indeed, I am determined to deal with you. What do you think of that?" No sooner had the words left his lips than he seized the half-consumed wine glass before him, swung his arm with ferocity, and brought the glass crashing down onto the ground barely half a meter in front of Huo Tianqing. The sound was deafening. The thick glass shattered instantly, sending shards and amber liquid splattering in all directions. A considerable amount of the wine splashed onto Huo Tianqing's polished black leather shoes and the cuffs of his trousers, leaving dark stains. Street punk. After shattering the glass, Liang Cohen seemed to release a measure of pent-up anger, sneering as he cursed. Do you see this? This is your fate. Dare to touch my possessions, and I will ensure you do not even know how you met your demise. Huo Tianqing lowered his head to inspect the stains on his shoes and trousers before slowly raising his gaze to meet Liang Cohen's. His eyes were eerily calm, devoid of any sign of anger, yet beneath that tranquility, it felt as though ice was forming. Liang Cohen, Huo Tianqing's voice was low, yet it pierced through the background music of the bar with a chilling clarity. In front of Mr. Jiang, you cower, yet here, you act so brazenly? What gives you the audacity? Ha ha ha. Liang Cohen erupted into a shrill, raucous laughter, abruptly rising from the booth. He stood slightly taller than Huo Tianqing and intentionally stepped closer, nearly pressing his face against Huo Tianqing's, glaring at him with malevolence. Chapter 43, 200 assassins surround the bar. Liang Cohen, how could there be so many people? Brazen? I am brazen. What of it? You, a mere luck-driven brat who managed to take down a big shot, truly believe yourself to be significant? Before me. You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. You dare to challenge me? Are you qualified to do so? As Liang Cohen stood, his loyal subordinates around the booth swiftly rose as well. A young man with yellow hair and a fierce gaze, a burly bald man with a face full of scars, and over 20 other lackeys scattered around the booth swiftly encircled Huo Tianqing, Su Jingyang, and Zhao Yi, closing in on them. Each of them wore a hostile expression, hands resting on their waists or behind their backs, clearly armed. The overwhelming numerical advantage of more than 20 against 3 transformed the atmosphere of this corner of the bar into one charged with tension, filled with the scent of gunpowder, causing the surrounding patrons to recoil in fear of being caught in the crossfire. In the face of such evident encirclement and hostility, Huo Tianqing displayed not a shred of fear. Instead, he exuded an even more pronounced disdain. It was as if he had completely disregarded the menacing thugs, his gaze solely fixed on Liang Cohen's face, twisted with rage and intoxication. Qualification? Huo Tianqing scoffed, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. Liang Cohen, I am curious, how many fathers do you have to be so audacious before me? This statement was deeply insulting. It implied that Liang Cohen was merely a product of his father's influence, inherently insignificant. Damn you. Liang Cohen was immediately infuriated, his complexion shifting from red to ashen. Unleashing a torrent of curses. Huo Tianqing, you seek death. If I do not make you regret this, I will take your surname. Get him. Take him down. His confidants, Xiang and Shaqiang, could no longer contain themselves, ready to strike, while the other lackeys fidgeted restlessly, signaling that a brawl was on the verge of erupting. Wait. Huo Tianqing suddenly raised his hand, signaling for a pause. This gesture caused Liang Cohen's subordinates to instinctively hesitate. Huo Tianqing regarded the trembling Liang Cohen, the corner of his mouth curling into a more sinister smile. I appreciate your reckless audacity. It makes the cleanup all the more entertaining. With that, he averted his gaze from Liang Cohen and slightly turned his head to glance at Su Jingyang, who stood like a javelin beside him. Su Jingyang understood the cue. Making no unnecessary movements, he swiftly placed his right index and middle fingers in his mouth, puffing his cheeks before emitting a sharp, penetrating whistle. The whistle rang out, urgent and piercing, slicing through the bar's cacophony of music and chatter, carrying far and wide. Liang Cohen and his men were momentarily stunned by the unexpected sound, perplexed by its meaning. Yet, barely 3 seconds later, boom! The heavy double doors of the bar were suddenly flung open with tremendous force from the outside. Following that, like a dam bursting, a multitude of robust figures surged in silently and swiftly. 1, 10, 50, 100. The numbers grew exponentially. They donned ordinary casual attire. Yet their movements were synchronized, their gazes sharp. Upon entering the bar, they quickly dispersed. Some controlled the entrance, others advanced along the walls, while many more converged toward Liang Cohen's booth area. In the span of mere minutes, the once spacious bar hall became packed to the brim with this relentless tide of individuals. A sea of black. Upon closer inspection, the number of people undoubtedly exceeded 200, possibly nearing 300. Moreover, these individuals exuded a formidable aura, their actions showcasing evident coordination and discipline, far from being mere street thugs. After entering, they remained silent, standing resolutely, encircling Liang Cohen and his 30 or so subordinates in layers, establishing an overwhelming numerical superiority. The previously raucous bar fell into a deathly silence. The music had long ceased, patrons cowered in corners, scarcely daring to breathe. The bar's security and manager were ashen-faced, hiding behind the bar, too frightened to show themselves. The arrogance and fury on Liang Cohen's face solidified into sheer disbelief and terror in an instant. His eyes widened as he gazed upon the dense throng surrounding him, his heart racing as cold sweat soaked his back. He had initially believed that Huo Tianqing had brought only 2 people, and with his 20 or so elite subordinates. They could easily dominate the encounter, even taking the opportunity to humiliate and torment Huo Tianqing. However, he had never anticipated that Huo Tianqing had laid an ambush with such a formidable force, and these individuals were clearly not a disorganized rabble. How could a freshly released convict, newly initiated into the ranks, command such a formidable following? And they were all so well trained. This was inconceivable. The big boss B was dead. Where did he acquire the resources and influence? Could it be that Huo Tianqing was secretly supporting him? Or did he have another powerful backer? A myriad of questions and fears overwhelmed Liang Kuan. Chapter 44, One-Sided Annihilation. Liang Kuan's subordinates were ruthlessly beaten, while he himself was pinned to the ground. The tide had turned so swiftly, transforming him from the hunter to the hunted. Liang Kuan, a seasoned street veteran, recognized that the situation had shifted against him. He understood the wisdom of not provoking someone when the odds were stacked against him. His facial muscles twitched as he forced down the terror and profound humiliation swelling within him, struggling to conjure an extremely unnatural smile. One that resembled more of a grimace than anything else, his voice softening, even adopting a tone of supplication. Huo Tianqing, this is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Liang Kuan chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension. Look at us. We're all part of the Hongxing family, brothers in arms. I simply had a few too many drinks and made a joke, uttered some drunken words. Why must we escalate things to such a degree? Let us have the brothers disperse. I'll host a banquet another day and personally apologize to you. How does that sound? He endeavored to smooth things over with the notion of brotherhood and jest, hoping that Huo Tianqing would choose to let bygones be bygones. After all, within the gang, it was already a considerable concession for a hall master to show such humility to a red stick. However, Huo Tianqing was not swayed by such tactics. His philosophy was to either remain still or strike with overwhelming force, to eradicate the roots of the problem, seize the opportunity while they were vulnerable, and take their lives. To strike a fallen foe is the true path to dominance. Granting adversaries a moment to breathe is the utmost cruelty one can impose upon oneself. In response to Liang Kuan's capitulation and pleas for mercy, Huo Tianqing bore no expression of triumph or derision upon his countenance. Nor did he spare Liang Kuan a second glance. He merely cast a fleeting gaze at the beleaguered Liang Kuan and his visibly terrified subordinates, before calmly issuing his command, proceed. Spare no one except Liang Kuan. His voice, though soft, pierced the hearts of Liang Kuan's entourage like an icicle. Yes, boss. Zhao Yi, standing at Huo Tianqing's flank, immediately revealed a fervent and bloodthirsty countenance. He had been waiting with barely contained impatience. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yi surged forth like a tiger descending from the mountain, targeting the most robust among Liang Kuan's ranks, the burly bald man known as Sha Chong. Sha Chong, still reeling from the shock of their numerical disadvantage, barely had time to react as a figure hurtled towards him with the force of a tempest. Instinctively, he raised his fists to defend himself, but Zhao Yi's speed far surpassed his own. With a resounding thud, a powerful kick landed squarely in Sha Chong's abdomen. The nearly 200-pound behemoth was propelled off the ground, crashing violently against the rear booth, overturning the furniture. Clutching his midsection, Sha Chong's mouth gaped open in a silent scream. His complexion turning a deep shade of purple, Zhao Yi pressed on, seizing a heavy whiskey glass from the booth's coffee table, and, under Liang Kuan's horrified gaze, brought it crashing down onto Liang Kuan's forehead. With a shattering crack, the glass splintered. The mingling of glass shards, whiskey, and blood erupted from Liang Kuan's forehead. He emitted a brief, anguished cry, his vision darkening as he staggered backward, a gruesome wound gushing blood and staining half his face crimson. Simultaneously, the hundreds of Huo Tianqing soldiers encircling the bar, as if receiving a unified assault command, moved with a chilling silence and efficiency. They uttered no shouts, no curses, only the dull sounds of fists, feet, and blunt instruments striking flesh, accompanied by the startled screams and cries of Liang Kuan's men. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and the difference in skill was even greater. Although Liang Kuan's 20 to 30 men were fierce, they were no match for these soldiers, who had undergone systematic training and possessed basic military proficiency and combat bonuses. In mere moments, the air was filled with screams, pleas for mercy, the sickening sounds of bones breaking and bodies collapsing. Liang Kuan's subordinates fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another, some clutching severed limbs and wailing, others losing consciousness, while yet others knelt in supplication, only to be ruthlessly struck down. No one managed to remain standing for more than 10 seconds. The entire conflict unfolded with dizzying speed, yet bore a brutality that was heart-stopping. The bar was transformed into a scene of utter chaos. Tables and chairs overturned, bottles shattered, and the floor littered with groaning victims. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, after being struck by Zhao Yi with the whiskey glass, had no chance to retaliate or flee before Zhao Yi seized him by the collar, dragging him out from the wreckage as if he were a lifeless dog, and threw him down before Huo Tianqing. At this moment, Huo Tianqing had settled comfortably into the most spacious booth, previously occupied by Liang Kuan. Su Jingyang appeared from nowhere with a sealed bottle of whiskey and a clean glass, pouring a drink for him. Huo Tianqing reclined with one leg crossed over the other, gently swirling the amber liquid in his glass, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Liang Kuan, who lay at his feet, bloodied and drenched in liquor. A pitiful sight indeed. Within the bar, the only sounds to be heard were the faint rustling of Huo Tianqing's soldiers standing at attention and the pained moans of the injured. Chapter 45. Extorting Qian Kuan Film Industry. Huo Tianqing, surrender your company or meet your end. All the patrons and staff trembled in fear, not daring to even glance in that direction. Huo Tianqing lifted his glass, taking a sip, then, under Liang Kuan's horrified gaze, slowly poured the remaining whiskey over Liang Kuan's blood-stained face. The icy whiskey mixed with the blood trickled down his cheek, the sharp sting sharpening Liang Kuan's awareness, intensifying his sense of humiliation and powerlessness. He lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his ears ringing, apart from his own racing heartbeat and the agonized groans of his subordinates. He could hear Huo Tianqing's voice, cold and unsettlingly calm. Kuan go. Huo Tianqing set the empty glass aside and leaned slightly forward, observing the prostrate Liang Kuan with a tone as neutral as discussing the weather. I believe we can engage in a transaction. With great difficulty, Liang Kuan lifted his head. Blood obscured his vision, yet he could still discern the gentle smile on Huo Tianqing's face, his gaze as sharp as a knife. What transaction? He croaked, his voice hoarse, tinged with skepticism and disbelief. Even at this juncture, his adversary sought to negotiate. Your life for the company under your name, Qian Kuan Film Industry. What say you? Huo Tianqing stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Liang Kuan's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in his forehead. His voice escalated in astonishment and fury. Huo Tianqing, are you extorting me? Have you lost your mind? I am a hall master of Hongxing. You invade my territory, harm my brothers, and now you seek my film company. Do you have no regard for the rules of the syndicate? Mr. Jiang will never let you off the hook. He attempted to invoke the syndicate's rules and the authority of the leader, Jiang Tianqing, to intimidate his opponent. The film company was a crucial avenue for money laundering and a symbol of his status, significant in its implications. Instead of being daunted, Huo Tianqing responded with a smile, querying, Kuan go, do you truly believe Mr. Jiang would trouble himself over your film company? This question struck Liang Kuan like a bucket of ice water, freezing him in place, all his anger and accusations caught in his throat. Upon reflection, a wave of chilling realization swept over him. Jiang Tianqing? That old fox would relish the spectacle of Liang Kuan and Huo Tianqing fighting to the death. At the assembly today, Jiang Tianqing had deliberately ceded Deng Dashi Street to Huo Tianqing, clearly instigating conflict. Now, publicly humiliated and beaten by Huo Tianqing, if Jiang Tianqing were to learn of it, he would not only refuse to come to Liang Kuan's aid, but might even secretly revel in his downfall, potentially using this opportunity to further undermine Liang Kuan's influence. To expect Jiang Tianqing to uphold justice? It was a fool's dream. As despair and understanding flickered in Liang Kuan's eyes, Huo Tianqing's smile grew warmer. Yet his gaze remained frostier. You dare not kill me. Liang Kuan clung to a last shred of hope, forcing himself to sound defiant, though his voice quivered imperceptibly. Murdering a fellow hall master is a grave taboo within the syndicate. It is an unforgivable transgression, even if Mr. Jiang chooses not to pursue it. The other hall masters will not stand idly by. At that point, all of Hongxing will rise against you, no matter how many subordinates you have. You cannot withstand the wrath of the entire syndicate. Jiang Tianqing cannot protect you. He sought to intimidate Huo Tianqing with the ironclad rules of the syndicate and the potential for collective retaliation. Indeed, this was a red line. In a syndicate that valued hierarchy and tradition, transgressing against one's own kind and harming a fellow hall master was a severe crime. Huo Tianqing's interest only piqued further. He gently stroked his fingers, observing Liang Kuan's blusterous demeanor, and leisurely inquired, Oh, is that so? Then, Kuan go, shall we place a wager? Shall we bet on whether I dare to send you to meet your sworn brother, Babai, right now? His tone remained unperturbed, laced with a hint of curiosity, as if he were genuinely inviting his counterpart to partake in a most intriguing gamble. Yet, the glimmer in his eyes caused Liang Kuan's heart to constrict with sudden dread. It was not mere bravado, nor intimidation, but an unsettlingly calm detachment toward life that bordered on the frigid. This madman. He was truly contemplating whether to eliminate him on the spot. Liang Kuan felt the hair on his body stand on end, an indescribable terror surging from his spine to the nape of his neck. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he had encountered ruthless individuals and desperate fugitives. But never had he met someone like Huo Tianqing, who, despite having just ascended to power, displayed such reckless abandon, seemingly indifferent to any rules or consequences. This young man was more merciless, more unhinged, and far more unpredictable than he had anticipated. To wager one's life on whether the other would dare violate the gang's cardinal taboos, Liang Kuan could not bring himself to do it. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single word of dissent now, those silent, looming subordinates, akin to machines of slaughter, would immediately tear him to shreds. Huo Tianqing was absolutely capable of such an act. Even if Hongxing were to pursue the matter afterward, what would it matter if he were already dead? And Huo Tianqing, he might very well find a way to cope. A profound fear, akin to a chilling tide, engulfed Liang Kuan, drowning the last remnants of his defiance and resentment. In Chapter 46, Liang Kuan was compelled to yield. Huo Tianqing, those who understand the times are the true talents. Before the choice between life and death, what pride, what enterprise, what vendetta, seemed so utterly feeble and powerless. His facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and fury, yet more so with a resigned pallor. He clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, and struggled to utter a few words. The film company will be transferred to you. This statement seemed to drain him of all his strength. Upon finishing, he collapsed, akin to a puddle of mud. Huo Tianqing broke into a radiant smile. As though genuinely pleased, Brother Kuan is indeed generous. Those who understand the times are the true talents. He waved his hand and instructed Zhao Yi beside him. Help Brother Kuan up and escort him and his men out. Remember to call a car for Brother Kuan. He is injured and needs to rest properly. Zhao Yi nodded, approaching to lift the limp Liang Kuan as if he were a small chicken. Liang Kuan resentfully shook off Zhao Yi's supporting hand. And despite the blood trickling from his forehead and the pain across his body, he still mustered the strength to stand upright, albeit unsteadily. He fixed a venomous glare at Huo Tianqing, his eyes filled with the bitterness of a viper. I will remember what happened today. Liang Kuan's voice was hoarse. The transfer documents for the film company will be delivered to Dundas Street tomorrow. Then I shall await your arrival, Huo Tianqing replied with a faint smile. Raising a wine glass that had been refilled by Su Jingyang at some point, Liang Kuan fell silent. His expression grim as he staggered through the corridor opened by Huo Tianqing's soldiers, leaving the bar that had become the site of his profound humiliation. The 30 or so subordinates he had brought with him helped each other, while those incapacitated were dragged away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a pungent scent of blood. Huo Tianqing leisurely sipped his drink, watching as Liang Kuan and his entourage vanished at the bar's entrance. The calm smile on his face gradually faded, his gaze growing profound. In truth, he had no intention of actually eliminating Liang Kuan at that moment. It was not out of fear, but rather a calculated decision. He believed that sparing Liang Kuan's life, at least for the time being, would be more advantageous for himself. Having just risen to prominence as a red stick, his foundation was still unsteady. If he were to brazenly kill a fellow home master, even if provoked, it would undoubtedly violate the gang's most fundamental rules, inciting wariness and hostility from all the hall masters. More importantly, this would immediately disrupt the delicate balance that Jiang Tianqing had meticulously maintained. Jiang Tianqing had entrusted Dundas Street to him, hoping to use his influence to counterbalance and weaken Liang Kuan. Should Huo Tianqing display excessive aggression and a blatant disregard for the rules, or even outright consume Liang Kuan, then Jiang Tianqing's next target might very well be Huo Tianqing himself. An uncontrollable, rapidly expanding force with a ruthless disposition is something any ascendant leader would fear and wish to eliminate preemptively, thus keeping Liang Kuan alive temporarily. Allowing him to exist in fear and resentment would maintain the subtle relationship of mutual utility with Jiang Tianqing, while simultaneously drawing a portion of Jiang Tianqing's attention and animosity. Of course, had Liang Kuan stubbornly refused to hand over the film company, Huo Tianqing would not have hesitated to challenge Jiang Tianqing's limits. After all, the cards and power he possessed were far from being completely controlled by Jiang Tianqing. This transaction not only secured tangible benefits, but also further undermined Liang Kuan's prestige and financial strength, all while maintaining a semblance of order, achieving multiple objectives in one stroke. The chaotic aftermath of the bar brawl would naturally be handled by his subordinates and the trembling bar manager. Huo Tianqing rose, flanked by Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi as they departed the bar. The night breeze was cool, dispersing the lingering scent of alcohol and a hint of blood. His thoughts had already shifted toward the new territory of Mongkok, which Jiang Tianqing had conferred upon him, Dundas Street. Mongkok, situated in the western part of the Kowloon Peninsula, is one of the most densely populated and commercially vibrant areas of Hong Kong, with shops lining the streets, neon lights flickering, and a constant flow of people 24 hours a day. It is truly a city that never sleeps. The massive foot traffic brings enormous consumption, making it a coveted territory for various gangs, with protection fees, venue fees, and various lucrative gray market businesses flourishing. Dundas Street lies on the periphery of Mong Kok's bustling core. Although short, its strategic location connects one end to the famous Lady Street and Sai Yung Choi South Street, while the other leads to Nathan Road and other main thoroughfares. The street is dotted with an array of food stalls, tea restaurants, trendy clothing shops, audiovisual product stores, and distinctive bars, all of which are immensely popular among local youth and tourists alike, promising vast commercial potential with daily cash flows akin to a rushing river. However, prosperity also signifies fierce competition and intricate power dynamics. The Mong Kok area is a melting pot of diverse forces. In addition to Hongxing, other gangs such as East Star, Hehe 2, and various number gangs infiltrate the area, engaging in both cooperation and covert rivalry. In Chapter 47, Liang Kuan, as he departs, siphons off the profits. Huo Tianqing, collect the management fee once more. It's only reasonable. Huo Tianqing employed a nearly humiliating tactic to compel Liang Kuan into surrendering the film company, publicly defeating him. This series of assertive maneuvers indeed yielded the desired effects. Had it not been for this, given Liang Kuan's treacherous nature and penchant for revenge, he would undoubtedly have resorted to every trick in the book to obstruct the transfer of Dundas Street. He might have dispatched individuals to create disturbances, vandalizing key stores to incite merchants' wrath, transforming Huo Tianqing's takeover into a chaotic mess requiring substantial effort to pacify. Alternatively, he might have outwardly acknowledged the transfer while covertly instructing his own men to create minor troubles, rendering Huo Tianqing's takeover arduous and diminishing his credibility. Fortunately, in the bar confrontation, Huo Tianqing's display of ruthless decisiveness and the depth of his hidden capabilities effectively diminished Liang Kuan's arrogance, planting the seeds of fear within him. Faced with someone who played by no rules and appeared utterly unconcerned with consequences, Liang Kuan, amidst his anger and resentment, found himself gripped by trepidation. For the time being, he dared not overtly sabotage Huo Tianqing, at least until he could ascertain more about his adversary and devise a more secure method of retaliation. Consequently, the handover of Dundas Street proceeded remarkably smoothly on the surface. Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San, accompanied by a contingent of their subordinates, toiled throughout the day. Armed with rudimentary information obtained from Chen Yao, they meticulously visited the principal shops, bars, and stalls along the street, announcing their new roles as the overseers. The process unfolded smoothly, devoid of the anticipated vehement resistance or covert sabotage. Most merchants adopted a nonchalant attitude, believing that it mattered little who held the position as long as payments were made punctually. A few who had previously enjoyed close ties with Liang Kuan's underlings, upon learning of his recent misfortunes, discreetly chose to remain silent. By the end of the day, the initial takeover was deemed successful. As dusk fell, Su Zhengyang reported the situation back to Huo Tianqing at their temporary lodgings. Boss, we have gathered a comprehensive understanding of the surface conditions on Dengdashi Street. There are a total of 127 businesses, primarily focused on dining, trendy apparel, and small entertainment venues. Zhao Yi and the others are currently compiling specific management fee standards and the circumstances of each establishment. Su Zhengyang's report was succinct and clear. Huo Tianqing nodded, leaning back against the sofa, rubbing his temples. The minutiae involved in taking over a street were far more numerous than he had anticipated. After a brief pause, Su Zhengyang continued, however, there is one significant development. According to several shop owners who inadvertently disclosed information, along with confirmation from a low-level lackey we obtained from Liang Kuan, it appears that Liang Kuan dispatched his subordinate, Xiangzi, to collect next month's management fees from every establishment on the very day after Mr. Jiang publicly announced the transfer of Dengdashi Street to you at the Dragon Head meeting. Huo Tianqing's eyes, initially closed in contemplation, abruptly opened, his gaze turning sharp and frigid. Yesterday morning? His voice deepened. So, he already absconded with next month's funds before I officially took over? Indeed, boss, Su Zhengyang confirmed. It seems Liang Kuan, upon realizing his territory was slipping away, acted out of spite and greed, collecting the fees ahead of the handover. The money is now entirely in his accounts. Damn it. Huo Tianqing couldn't suppress a low curse, a flicker of anger crossing his face. That scoundrel is truly shameless. Unable to confront me directly, he resorts to such despicable tricks. This was indeed within Liang Kuan's character. Although the amount was not particularly substantial, such behavior was akin to a toad jumping on a back without biting. It was simply revolting. Moreover, it would pose a considerable inconvenience for his subsequent management. The merchants had just paid their dues and would undoubtedly be reluctant to do so again in the near term, even if they were willing. It would leave a bitter taste in their mouths, undermining his authority. Su Zhengyang inquired, Boss, how shall we handle this? Should we exert pressure on Liang Kuan? Or perhaps through the organization? No need. Huo Tianqing interrupted Su Zhengyang, the anger on his face swiftly dissipating, replaced by a cold smirk. It's merely a trifling sum. Liang Kuan has shown his true colors. The money he collected belongs to him. It has nothing to do with me. Huo Tianqing. Su Zhenyang paused momentarily, then grasped Huo Tianqing's intent. Huo Tianqing turned to Zhao Yi, stating coolly, Zhao Yi, starting tomorrow, instruct the brothers to collect this month's management fees again, according to the standards set by Liang Kuan previously. Remember, maintain a pleasant demeanor, but the amount must not be shortchanged. Zhao Yi immediately nodded, his expression devoid of any excess sentiment. Understood, boss. Liang Kuan collected his share, we shall collect ours. It is only reasonable. This was Huo Tianqing's approach. Simple, blunt, and effective. You collected in advance. That's your affair. Now that I am here, the rules must adhere to my standards. You wish to conduct business on my territory? The management fees must be paid to me. As for whether the merchants will harbor grievances, that is a matter for them to discuss with Liang Kuan or to accept their reality. Huo Tianqing had no obligation to bear the brunt of Liang Kuan's greed, nor would he allow his interests to be compromised. Enough of this trivial game. It need not concern us. Huo Tianqing waved his hand, seemingly dismissing the unpleasantness from his mind. He rose, adjusting his attire. Today, he had finally secured his own territory, meriting a celebration. Zhenyang, Zhao Yi, gather a few brothers, and let us find a place to unwind this evening. That night, in a stylish bar in Mongkok, characterized by soothing music and an elegant ambience, Huo Tianqing occupied a relatively secluded, yet spacious booth, clad in a custom-tailored deep gray pinstripe suit, exquisitely crafted and perfectly tailored to accentuate his tall stature. He retained his signature thin-framed gold glasses. The dim lighting cast an enigmatic depth to his gaze, which occasionally flickered around the bar, as if searching for something or merely observing. His demeanor exuded a blend of sophistication and detachment, reminiscent of an elite scholar returning from studies abroad or a young expert in a particular field. This striking appearance, coupled with his unique aura, made him stand out even in the dimly lit bar. Several fashionably dressed women, adorned with exquisite makeup, approached him, some boldly and others more subtly, attempting to capture his interest. However, Huo Tianqing politely yet distantly declined their advances, his attention occasionally drifting around the bar. The atmosphere at the table felt somewhat oppressive. Su Zhenyang sat like a statue beside Huo Tianqing, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, untouched by the drinks before him. Zhao Yi, Chen Air, and Sun San, all hailing from military backgrounds, sat rigidly, their beers barely sipped, almost entirely silent, starkly contrasting with the bar's relaxed and enjoyable ambience. They appeared more like sentinels on duty than patrons seeking leisure. Huo Tianqing seemed unfazed by this, relishing the sensation of commanding the situation and savoring the moment of relaxation following the acquisition of territory. However, this tranquility was short-lived. A sudden cacophony erupted from the direction of the bar entrance, accompanied by the panicked protests of waitstaff and the sound of items being roughly toppled. Make way. Can't you see? Long Gu is coming. Everyone, clear out. Several ruffians clad in gaudy floral shirts, brimming with arrogance, forcefully pushed aside the staff attempting to maintain order and stormed into the establishment. Their demeanor was brazen, scanning the bar for someone. Huo Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly. How could there be individuals more audacious than him in his own territory? This provoked a flicker of displeasure within him. Soon, more thugs poured in, and a rough estimate revealed at least a dozen or 20 of them. They clustered around a burly middle-aged man, who strode in with the air of a king surrounded by his subjects. This man was exceptionally stout, sporting a considerable belly that exuded a sense of strength rather than mere heft. Clad in a black silk shirt with the top buttons undone, he revealed a robust neck adorned with a small tattoo. His round face, thick eyebrows, and piercing eyes conveyed an aura of authority and dominance, reminiscent of someone who had long held a position of power. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to a well-known actor recognized for portraying nefarious characters. What captured Huo Tianqing's attention even more was the presence of a robust man, known as Brother Long, accompanied by a lithe figure with short hair and hawk-like eyes. This man donned a simple jacket and silently trailed behind, yet the unintentional aura of ferocity exuding from him struck Huo Tianqing as oddly familiar, reminiscent of another celebrity famed for his rugged persona and action sequences. Upon their intrusion, the previously soothing music was abruptly silenced by an unknown hand, plunging the bar into an oppressive stillness, interrupted only by the stifled breaths and whispered conversations of the patrons. An unmistakable sense of foreboding enveloped the room. Guided by the entourage, Brother Long's piercing gaze swiftly honed in on the booth occupied by Huo Tianqing. His expression remained inscrutable as he advanced with a steady, commanding gait, the throng of followers surging behind him like a relentless tide. Finally, he halted before Huo Tianqing's table, his imposing figure casting a significant shadow that enveloped Huo Tianqing entirely. Setting down his glass, Huo Tianqing straightened slightly, the glint behind his gold-rimmed glasses sharpening into a keen focus. Chapter 49. A disagreement escalates to gunfire. Lian Haolong. Does this madman dare to act decisively? It dawned on him that this formidable figure before him was no ordinary thug seeking trouble. It was Brother Long, indeed. A nearby henchman pointed at Huo Tianqing, loudly declaring his identity, thereby confirming him as Lian Haolong, the leader of the Chung Sini Society, which controlled the adjacent Woman Street, just a street away from Dundas Street. Lian Haolong did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Huo Tianqing with his sharp, gleaming eyes, lingering momentarily on his expensive suit and refined demeanor, seemingly assessing what made this newly minted red stick, rumored to have taken down Ba Bai in a single day and forced Liang Kuan to retreat, so exceptional. However, before Lian Haolong could utter a word, Huo Tianqing took the initiative. The faint smile upon his face had not diminished. Rather, it deepened, now laced with unmistakable scorn and disdain. He inclined his head slightly, meeting Lian Haolong's scrutinizing gaze with an air of condescension, leisurely articulating, "Brother Fat, with such a multitude at your back blocking my light, what brings you here to seek my company?" The term Brother Fat struck Lian Haolong like a searing iron, visibly agitating the veins on his forehead. His entourage erupted in outrage, several brandishing knives and batons, their foul-mouthed curses indicating a readiness to pounce. Yet, seasoned by years in the underworld, Lian Haolong, despite his fury, managed to retain his composure. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the impulse to act out, his small eyes fixed intently on Huo Tianqing, his voice a rough rasp reminiscent of sandpaper, thick with accusation and threat. "Huo Tianqing, is it? I've heard tales of your prowess. You dispatched Ba Bai in a day, and even Liang Kuan suffered at your hands. Young man, ambition is commendable, yet ignorance of the rules can lead to swift demise." He paused, stepping forward slightly, his imposing presence intensifying. "Dundas Street was once under Liang Kuan's watch, now it falls to you. I care not how the Hunghing Society divides internally." However, his tone shifted abruptly, becoming sharp as he gestured toward the bar's entrance, as if encompassing the entirety of Dundas Street. "There are 3 establishments on this street, owned by my brothers and relatives of Chung Sini. According to the rules of our world, the dues they owe should be paid to me, Lian Haolong. Your men went to collect fees this afternoon and dare to intimidate my people, claiming your rules are the only rules that matter. You have crossed the line. Do you understand?" The term crossing the line in the underworld refers to the act of encroaching upon others' territories to collect protection money, a common pretext for conflict. Huo Tianqing, seeing through the facade, recognized that the supposed relatives' establishments were merely Lian Haolong's pretext for confrontation. The fact that he brought such a large entourage today indicated that his true intention was not the trifling collection of protection fees, but rather to deliver a resounding warning to this newly appointed red stick. A neighbor parachuted into the scene. It was a declaration of dominance over Mong Kok's turf, a clear message of who truly held authority. Lian Haolong's personal involvement signaled an elevated stance of intimidation. Faced with Lian Haolong's accusations and the menacing presence of over 20 henchmen, Huo Tianqing displayed neither anger nor trepidation. Instead, his smile became more pronounced, even tinged with an air of apology. He leaned slightly forward, adopting a remarkably courteous tone. "Oh, I see there has been a misunderstanding. Brother Long, this likely stems from a miscommunication." Huo Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking leisurely. "My men went to collect management fees based on a list provided by the previous Liang Kuan. No, rather, Brother Kuan. There may have been an error in the list or a lack of clarity in communication with my subordinates, inadvertently offending your people. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize on their behalf." His demeanor exuded humility, even accepting responsibility, while respectfully addressing Lian Haolong as brother. This display of deference suggested a desire for neighborly harmony and mutual prosperity, avoiding conflict. This unexpected courtesy and concession momentarily stunned Lian Haolong and his closest confidants, including the agile man who bore a striking resemblance to an action star. Prior to their arrival, they had heard tales of Huo Tianqing's arrogance, his public humiliation of Liang Kuan, and his ruthless nature. They had anticipated either a forceful confrontation or a display of weakness, but instead, they encountered this seemingly sincere yet slippery response. Lian Haolong, an old hand in the underworld, remained vigilant rather than relaxed by Huo Tianqing's politeness. Having navigated the streets for years, he understood that the most dangerous dogs seldom bark. The young man before him, outwardly refined and courteous in speech, concealed within his cold, unyielding gaze a profound calm devoid of any genuine fear or appeasement. This unnerving composure was far more disconcerting than outright arrogance. A misunderstanding? Lian Haolong scoffed, clearly unwilling to accept this explanation. Chapter 50. 5 guns to the face. Lian Haolong, I acknowledge your cunning. I concede. Did he think a mere claim of misunderstanding could sweep this matter under the rug? Huo Tianqing, Do you believe I, Lian Haolong, am easily swayed? In Mong Kok, the words of Chung Sin-yi dictate the rules. Your men displayed a lack of decorum, and as the elder brother, you must bear the responsibility. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory resolution today, this matter will remain unresolved. His tone intensified, and his henchmen surged forward, attempting to exert greater pressure. However, just as Lian Haolong anticipated Huo Tianqing would continue to plead or make further concessions, the smile on Huo Tianqing's face gradually faded. The politeness and apology receded like a receding tide, replaced by an unmistakable chill and irritation. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lian Haolong, his tone suddenly frigid, measured yet distinctly clear, imbued with a bone-chilling intensity. Brother Long, as for my dealings with friends, I naturally have a manner befitting friendship. But for those who deliberately seek trouble and display blatant disrespect, he paused, his gaze slicing through Lian Haolong's grim visage, and then, in a tone almost matter-of-fact, uttered words that could ignite a powder keg. I typically tell them to go to hell, you fat piece of trash. Go to hell, you fat piece of trash. These 6 words reverberated like thunder in the hushed bar. The previous layer of hypocritical civility was utterly torn asunder, and the most direct and venomous insults were hurled into Lian Haolong's face. Fuck your mother. What did you say? Seeking death. A hot-tempered lackey sprang forward from behind Lian Haolong, furiously pointing at Huo Tianqing's nose and unleashing a torrent of abuse. The other thugs joined in, shouting angrily and brandishing their weapons, clearly poised to rush in and fight to the death. Lian Haolong's complexion instantly turned a shade of purple, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, his fists cracking ominously. In that moment, the conflict was irrevocably ignited. However, just as Lian Haolong's subordinates were roaring and preparing to charge forward, a series of crisp and chilling metallic clinks resounded, sharp and synchronized. Behind Huo Tianqing, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun San, and 2 other equally formidable soldiers, who had been silently seated like shadows, stood up almost simultaneously with breathtaking speed. Their movements were ghostly swift. As they rose, their hands instinctively reached for their waists or armpits. By the time everyone realized, each of them was brandishing a pitch-black handgun. Moreover, they were all formidable standard-issue firearms. The gun muzzles gleamed with a cold light under the dim bar illumination, all aimed steadily at Lian Haolong and his most vociferous lackeys. What was even more chilling was that the faces of these gunmen bore no expression, their gazes icy and focused, fingers poised steadily on the trigger guards. The gun barrels unwavering, showcasing an extraordinarily professional grip and combat readiness. This was far from the typical bravado of ordinary thugs wielding firearms. At that moment, the atmosphere in the bar seemed to freeze into a block of ice. All sounds of curses, roars, and even breaths seemed to be siphoned away by those ominous black gun barrels. A sense of peril, profoundly dangerous, washed over Lian Haolong and his entourage like a torrent of icy water, the fury and murderous intent on Lian Haolong's face. At the moment the guns were aimed at him, extinguished like flames doused with ice water, leaving him momentarily frozen, then transitioning into unmistakable shock and a hint of panic. His pupils dilated sharply, fixating on the guns steadily pointed at him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could never have anticipated that Huo Tianqing would be so ferocious. In this port city, where gun control is relatively stringent, he had brought so many firearms with him. Moreover, the swift and decisive actions of his subordinates in drawing their weapons demonstrated a level of skill and coordination that spoke of rigorous training, far from a rabble. He had come today, intending to leverage his numbers to assert dominance in Huo Tianqing's territory, hoping to impart a lesson that would leave an indelible mark and establish his absolute authority in the area. He had even contemplated that if Huo Tianqing proved obstinate, he would allow his men to teach him a harsh lesson, as long as it didn't escalate to fatalities. After all, disputes between gangs could be settled with monetary compensation. But he had grossly underestimated Huo Tianqing, who clearly did not play by conventional rules. At the slightest provocation, he brandished his weapons, and judging by the situation, if anyone on his side dared to make a move, the opposition would undoubtedly not hesitate to pull the trigger. At such close quarters, facing more than 5 firearms, his entourage of over 20 armed only with cold weapons were nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. Cold sweat erupted from Lian Haolong's forehead and back in an instant. Having navigated the underworld for years, he had encountered danger before, but finding himself in a situation where so many guns were pointed at his head, with his life hanging by a thread based solely on the whim of another, was an exceedingly rare occurrence. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This principle was understood by Lian Haolong better than anyone. Continuing to act defiantly, that could very well turn him into a sieve in the next moment. If he were to die, he would lose everything. All pride, territory, and standing in the underworld would become mere illusions. His facial muscles twitched violently. his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, but more so with fear of death and rational calculation. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums nearly bled, ultimately letting out a low growl akin to an injured beast, forcibly suppressing all impulses. He cast a deeply resentful glance at Huo Tianqing, his gaze seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Then, with a stiff expression, he slowly cupped his fists towards Huo Tianqing, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. His voice dry and hoarse. Huo Tianqing, very well. Today, I, Lian Haolong, concede defeat. Until we meet again. With that, he no longer hesitated, suddenly turning on his heel, bellowing to his stunned and terrified subordinates. Let us go. The group of loyal followers retreated like a receding tide, hurriedly and silently turning away, quickly heading for the bar's exit under the silent menace of the firearms. They had arrived with an overwhelming presence, brimming with arrogance. Yet now they departed in a hasty retreat, even displaying a touch of disarray, a starkly ironic contrast to their earlier bravado. As they watched Lian Haolong and his crew vanish beyond the bar's entrance, Zhao Yi and the others did not immediately lower their weapons, instead remaining vigilant for a few seconds longer, confirming that the adversaries had truly departed. Only then, at a subtle gesture from Huo Tianqing, did they swiftly stow their handguns and return to their seats, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Boss, should we? Zhao Yi leaned closer to Huo Tianqing, whispering in a voice only audible to the two of them, while discreetly making a slicing gesture with his right hand, his gaze sharp. Huo Tianqing gently shook his head, picking up the glass he had previously set down and taking a sip of the now slightly warm whiskey, a playful smile re-emerging on his face as he softly replied. No rush. It's not the right time yet. His gaze swept across the bar, where patrons looked pale with fear but couldn't resist stealing glances in their direction. A hint of cold mockery curling at the corners of his mouth. There are too many eyes here. Eliminating him on the spot would lead to complications. After all, we do live in a society governed by law. Haha. His final chuckle rang out clearly in the now quiet bar, imbued with a chilling aura of lethal intent. With the departure of Lian Haolong and the stowing of firearms, the patrons and staff in the bar finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet the atmosphere remained heavy. The soothing music resumed, but it could no longer dissipate the fear and reverence hanging in the air. Curious and fearful glances converged on Huo Tianqing, hushed discussions rising like whispers of mosquitoes. My goodness, that was definitely gunfire, wasn't he it? Several of them. This new boss is ruthless. Even Lian Haolong himself was scared off. It seems the rumors about him dealing with Liang Kuan are true. Mong Kok is likely in for a storm. Wei Xingyang keenly detected the growing murmurs and prying eyes around them, and he rarely took the initiative to slightly shift his position, speaking softly to Huo Tianqing. Boss, there are many discussions around us. Should we silence them? His meaning was unmistakable. They could employ certain measures to ensure the witnesses remained quiet. Huo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, reclining languidly against the back of the sofa. No need. Let them spread the word. The more people know, the less trouble we may encounter in the future. He appeared unfazed, as if the earlier tense standoff, nearly drenched in blood, was merely a trivial and somewhat dull interlude. Lian Haolong returned to a hidden villa located in Kowloon Tong, filled with a sense of frustration and unprecedented humiliation. This was one of his strongholds, set in a serene environment with tight security. Upon entering, he could no longer suppress the fury surging within him. He seized a valuable Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from the entrance and hurled it to the ground with great force. Crash! The exquisite porcelain shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Lian Haolong's eyes blazed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, pacing back and forth in the spacious living room like a wounded beast, panting heavily. To dare point a gun at me. To dare insult me as a fatty. After all these years, I have never endured such a profound humiliation. The servants and bodyguards in the villa were rendered speechless with fear, retreating to a safe distance. Soon, core members of the loyal and righteous society received the news and hurried to the scene. The first to arrive was strategist Luo Dingfa, a bespectacled middle-aged man who appeared cultured yet possessed a keen glint in his eyes. Next came Lian Haolong's younger brother, Lian Haodong, slightly younger and emanating an air of menace. Finally, the two most formidable subordinates of Lian Haolong, Azhua and Luo Tianhong, arrived. Azhua was solidly built with a stern countenance, while Luo Tianhong appeared somewhat gaunt, but his gaze was as sharp as a blade, a quaint long sword sheathed at his waist. Chapter 52, The Complete Annihilation of the Loyal and Righteous Society's Core. Lian Haolong could never have anticipated that retribution would come so swiftly. Elder brother, calm down, what happened? Lian Haodong, upon seeing the shattered fragments and his brother's wrath, quickly inquired. Lian Haolong gritted his teeth and recounted the events at the bar, emphasizing how Huo Tianqing had feigned politeness only to abruptly turn hostile, hurling insults before brandishing multiple firearms to force him into retreat. That Huo Tianqing is utterly insane. Lian Haodong erupted with fury upon hearing this. Elder brother. He clearly has no regard for our loyal and righteous society. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, how will we survive in Mongkok in the future? Strategist Luo Dingfa adjusted his glasses, displaying a calm demeanor. Donggu, temper your impatience. This Huo Tianqing is indeed formidable. From his elimination of Ba by forcing Liang Kuan into retreat, and now his treatment of Brother Long, it is evident he acts with ruthless decisiveness and does not adhere to conventional norms. More troubling is that he possesses firearms. And it appears he has more than just a couple. He is now a recognized red stick of Hongxing, and if we rashly move against him, it could provoke a full-scale retaliation from Hongxing. Jiang Tiansheng, that old fox, would relish any excuse to expand his influence. And so what if he retaliates? Lian Haodong retorted defiantly. Shall we simply let it go? To be insulted as a fatty while he points a gun at my nose and remains silent? How will people in the underworld perceive our loyal and righteous society? How will they view you, elder brother? I believe this Huo Tianqing is even more deranged than Liang Kuan. Leaving him be is undoubtedly a disaster. We must eliminate him before he fully establishes his foothold. Luo Dingfa shook his head. I am not suggesting we let it go, but we must deliberate carefully. If we strike, it must be decisive and clean, leaving no handles for Hongxing to grasp. Furthermore, we must first ascertain his background. Where does a recently released inmate acquire such a well-trained and armed entourage? That raises suspicions. At that moment, Azwa and Luo Tianhong exchanged glances. Azwa stepped forward, speaking in a grave tone. Brother Long, Fa Go, regarding Huo Tianqing's background. We had someone investigate the situation around Dundas Street before returning. Oh, what did you find? Lian Haolong, momentarily suppressing his anger, turned his attention to Azwa. Luo Tianhong interjected, his voice as cold as his gaze. According to several informants who mingle around Dundas Street since taking over, Huo Tianqing has been seen maintaining order on the streets and collecting management fees, and there are quite a few of them, which is peculiar. What makes it peculiar? Luo Dingfa pressed for clarity. These individuals do not resemble typical gangsters, Azwa described. They speak little, move with discipline, and their coordination is strikingly synchronized, as if they have undergone training. An old man who used to be a soldier whispered that the aura is reminiscent of retired military personnel. Moreover, there could be several hundred of them dispersed throughout Dundas Street and nearby areas that Huo Tianqing may control. Several hundred? Retired military personnel? Lian Haolong's brow furrowed tightly, his anger now overshadowed by deeper doubts and apprehensions. If this were true, Huo Tianqing's background would be terrifying. Where did he find the resources to recruit and control so many veterans? This transcended the ordinary territorial disputes of typical gangs. Luo Dingfa's expression grew grave. This complicates matters further. With such manpower and firearms, his combat capability likely far exceeds our estimates. If we engage him directly, even if we manage to win, the losses would be catastrophic, and the uproar would be immense. The atmosphere in the villa turned somber. While Lian Haolong yearned to eviscerate Huo Tianqing immediately, as the leader, he had to contemplate the overall interests and risks of the society. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for decisive action. However, they remained unaware that a dire crisis was looming, leaving them little time to deliberate. Huo Tianqing had never been one to bide his time, nor was he a person who would swallow his anger. While Lian Haolong raged within the villa, convening his subordinates to strategize, Huo Tianqing appeared to leisurely savor his drink at the bar, yet he had already transmitted encrypted instructions to Zhao Yi stationed outside. His voice, cold and clear, resonated through the miniature earpiece. Zhao Yi, listen closely. Lian Haolong resides at the villa located at XX Road, Kowloon Tong. You have 2 hours to prepare. Select 50 of the most capable brothers, fully armed with both long and short weapons, dressed in dark clothing, and wearing masks. Arrange for 3 inconspicuous delivery vans and plan the escape route to Saikung Pier, where a boat will be waiting to take us south. The action target: eliminate Lian Haolong and all core members of the loyal and righteous society within the villa. Move swiftly and decisively, clean up thoroughly afterwards. And do not leave any survivors or obvious evidence pointing back to us. Do you understand? In the shadowy corner of the bar, Zhao Yi's eyes glimmered with a chilling light in the darkness. Without a hint of hesitation, he responded in a hushed tone. Understood, boss. Eliminate Lian Haolong and his core. Clean the scene, and withdraw swiftly to the port. Chapter 53, The Bloodbath at the Villa. Lian Haolong's subordinates were shot dead, leaving no survivors. Go. Huo Tianqing severed the communication, downing the last drop of liquid from his glass, a chillingly enchanting smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am a man of small grievances. I prefer to settle scores on the spot. Overnight. How dull. He set down the glass as if merely delegating the handling of a trivial matter. 2 hours later, outside Lian Haolong's villa in Kowloon. The night was deep and the shadows danced among the trees. The few guards of the loyal and righteous society who had been patrolling the perimeter had silently succumbed to the shadows, their throats or vital areas bearing precise and fatal wounds. 50 ghostly figures, cloaked in darkness, stealthily approached the villa, using the night and garden for cover. Dressed in black attire with masks that revealed only their eyes, they wielded standard rifles and handguns fitted with silencers, moving with scarcely a sound, communicating through gestures and glances with an unsettling proficiency. The heavy solid wood door of the villa was effortlessly opened by one soldier using specialized tools, without triggering any alarms. As the door cracked open, a cold, lethal aura surged in. Leading the charge, Zhao Yi raised his right hand, clad in a black glove, signaling for readiness. All soldiers immediately checked their firearms, chambering rounds and disengaging safeties, their movements synchronized and precise. Zhao Yi's gaze, piercing through the eye holes of his mask, coldly swept across the brightly lit villa's living room windows, where faint silhouettes were engaged in an animated debate. With a sudden gesture of his right hand, he commanded action. The silent order was conveyed through his movement. 50 elite soldiers, akin to poised cheetahs, instantaneously surged forth from the shadows, entering the villa's grand entrance in a swift and orderly tactical formation. The first wave of soldiers, without a moment's hesitation, had their weapons trained on the living room the instant they crossed the threshold, fingers poised on the triggers. At that moment, within the living room, Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azua, and Luo Tianqing were embroiled in fervent discussion. Lian Haolong leaned towards his brother Lian Haodong's radical viewpoint, insisting on immediate action, while Luo Dingfa continued to underscore the risks and the need for careful consideration. Azua and Luo Tianqing stood silently by, the executors awaiting Brother Long's final decision. Suddenly, Azua and Luo Tianqing's ears perked up almost simultaneously, their heads whipping towards the direction of the entrance. Their senses, far surpassing those of ordinary folk, detected the faint yet rapid sound of footsteps. Something was amiss. Luo Tianqing hissed, instantly gripping the hilt of his sword. Yet it was already too late. At the very moment Luo Tianqing's words fell, a series of muffled and rapid gunshots, silenced by suppressors, shattered the villa's tranquility like whispers from the Grim Reaper. The walls, doors, and windows facing the entrance and hallway were immediately riddled with bullets. Wooden splinters, shards of glass, and clouds of plaster dust erupted in every direction. Watch out! Azua bellowed, forcefully throwing Lian Haodong to the ground. However, Luo Dingfa, positioned near the hallway and facing the entrance, was caught completely off guard. He had no time to evade, and bullets, penetrating through the wall, struck his chest and head with at least 5 or 6 impacts. Ugh! Luo Dingfa let out a short, muffled groan, his glasses shattering instantaneously, and he was sent tumbling backward like a rag doll, crashing against the liquor cabinet before slumping to the floor, blood rapidly spreading beneath him, lifeless. Dingfa! Lian Haolong's eyes widened in anguish, his voice a heart-wrenching roar. Brother! Get down! Lian Haodong cried out in terror, pinned beneath Azua. Luo Tianqing, reacting with remarkable speed, had already rolled behind a heavy wooden sofa the instant the gunfire erupted, his sword drawn, glinting coldly. After the initial barrage of suppressive fire, the black-clad soldiers flooded into the living room like a tidal wave, gunfire flickering in the dim light, bullets pouring forth toward every visible silhouette within the room. It was Huo Tianqing. It had to be him. That madman. Lian Haolong instantly grasped the identity of the assailant. Who else but the utterly unpredictable and vengeful Huo Tianqing would dare to launch such an attack at this moment? His heart brimmed with endless regret and seething fury, lamenting not having heeded his brother's advice to eliminate this calamity at any cost. Amidst the chaos, although Lian Haodong was pinned down by Azua, a stray bullet struck his thigh, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as blood gushed forth. Haodong! Lian Haolong's heart shattered at the sight of his brother being hit, disregarding everything else. He roared in fury, seizing a heavy brass ornament nearby and hurling it at the closest black-clad soldier with all his might. The soldier deftly sidestepped, agile in his movements, while simultaneously redirecting his gun. Protect Brother Long! Azua shouted, leaping up from the ground like a raging bull, colliding with another soldier attempting to aim at Lian Haolong, sending him staggering, the gun's barrel veering off course. Chapter 54. The Fall of the Mightiest Sword. Lian Haolong. I should never have provoked that madman Huo Tianqing. Meanwhile, Luo Tianqing darted out from behind the sofa, his sword tracing a chilling arc. With a swift motion, he severed the arm of an advancing black-clad soldier at the wrist. Blood sprang forth. The soldier let out a muffled grunt. Yet, undeterred, he attempted to draw his sidearm with his other hand. But Luo Tianhong's sword was swifter. The blade flashed again, piercing directly at the assailant's throat. However, more black-clad soldiers continued to pour in from outside, the density of gunfire intensifying. They were evidently well-trained. Some maintained suppressive fire, restricting Lien Haolong and the others' movements and cover, while others flanked from the sides, seeking the optimal angle for their shots. As more soldiers armed with rifles and submachine guns flooded into the living room, the cacophony of gunfire grew ever more chaotic. Yet the coverage of fire became increasingly tight and lethal. Bullets rained down like a tempest, sweeping through every corner. Expensive rosewood furniture was reduced to splinters. Crystal chandeliers crashed to the ground in shards, and the walls became pockmarked with a myriad of bullet holes, smoke, and dust swirling. The flickering firelight casting the entire space in a hellish glow. Lien Haolong truly lived up to his reputation as the most formidable martial artist in the realm. Rumored to have vanquished dozens of foes in chaotic battles with nothing but his iron fists. Now, in the face of despair, he unleashed an astonishing ferocity. Utilizing his intimate knowledge of the terrain and his extraordinary reflexes, he darted through the hail of bullets, skillfully evading several rounds of gunfire, and pounced upon the nearest soldier like a fierce tiger. Die! Lien Haolong roared, his massive hand grasping the soldier's gun barrel and lifting it upward, while his other hand formed a fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he delivered a devastating blow to the soldier's face. The sickening crunch of the soldier's skull shattering was unmistakable, and he crumpled to the ground without a sound. Lien Haolong snatched the rifle, attempting to retaliate. But the handling of modern firearms was not his forte, and more importantly, the surrounding soldiers offered him no respite. They were well-trained, operating in seamless coordination. Three-man teams alternating their fire, forming a crossfire that sealed off every possible escape route. Rat-tat-tat. A volley of bullets whizzed past his shoulder, taking a chunk of flesh with them. Lien Haolong let out a muffled groan, his movements momentarily faltering. Suppress him. Crossfire, don't let him get close. A soldier's voice rang out, evidently taking command of the situation. Lien Haolong had no choice but to abandon his attempt to fire back. Rolling to evade and taking cover behind a sturdy marble column. Bullets chased after him, striking the marble, sending chips flying and leaving behind white marks. His right arm had just suffered a graze from a bullet, blood flowing freely. While not fatal, it severely hampered his agility and strength. Faced with this deadly net woven from modern firepower, his individual valor felt utterly insignificant, a mere drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, his trusted aide, the valiant Azua, while attempting to extricate Lien Haolong from peril, was simultaneously targeted by 3 soldiers from different angles. Though he valiantly toppled one and drove a seized dagger into another's abdomen, his own chest and back were instantly riddled with a barrage of bullets. His robust form staggered, and upon glancing down at the blood-soaked holes in his chest, his eyes brimmed with defiance and fury before he collapsed, lifeless. As for Luo Tianhong, hailed as the mightiest sword, a master of swordplay, he too found himself in dire straits. His sword was indeed razor-sharp, his movements as swift as a specter, capable of deflecting incoming bullets at close range with the tip of his blade. Yet, confronted with the relentless and multi-directional automatic fire, no matter how proficient his cold weapon skills, they could not withstand the storm of steel. He relied on his exquisite agility and the 8-sided sword in his hand, managing to parry a few stray bullets amid the initial chaos, even seizing the opportunity to wound the calves of 2 soldiers, momentarily incapacitating them. Yet, he was ultimately but a mortal being. Target his lower limbs, restrict his movement. The soldiers, exhibiting high tactical acumen, quickly recognized the threat posed by Luo Tianhong's movements and adjusted their strategy. A series of deliberately low-fired bullets primarily aimed at the area of Luo Tianhong's legs. Despite his desperate evasions and the swirling glint of his sword, the barrage was too dense. Luo Tianhong emitted a muffled groan of agony as bullets struck his knees almost simultaneously. The excruciating pain of shattered bones caused him to lose his balance, toppling forward and sending his sword clattering from his grasp. He fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hands, still attempting to struggle. But the searing pain in his knees and the debilitating sensation of broken bones made him acutely aware that he had lost his most vital ability to move. He lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with despair and the poignant sorrow of a hero facing his demise. Confronted by these soldiers, seasoned in the true crucible of war and executing tactics with cold efficiency, he could no longer emulate the legendary sword light that had once chilled the 19 continents. Clear the scene. The ruthless command echoed. Several soldiers turned their weapons towards the fallen Luo Tianhong. Chapter 55. Execute cleanup. Set the villa ablaze, leaving no trace. An even more concentrated barrage of bullets rained down upon Luo Tianhong. His body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, blood erupting in bursts, transforming him into a sieve. while the luxurious carpet beneath him became saturated with his viscous blood. Thus fell the mightiest sword of loyalty and righteousness. Tianhong, Lian Haolong, peering from behind a marble pillar, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Luo Tianhong was not only his capable subordinate, but also a brother he held dear. Witnessing his tragic demise shook Lian Haolong to his core, plunging him into a frenzy of grief. This momentary distraction proved fatal amidst the life-and-death struggle. There. The soldiers immediately pinpointed his exact location and vulnerability. Da-da-da. Lian Haolong felt a tearing pain in his chest and abdomen, as if struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. He looked down to find several bloody holes gaping in his abdomen and left chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly staining his silk shirt crimson. Ugh! Lian Haolong staggered backward, leaning against the marble pillar, barely managing to stay upright. His lung punctured. Each breath was accompanied by blood froth, producing a ghastly wheezing sound. The soldiers, adhering to the merciless principle of taking advantage of a foe's weakness, surged forward without hesitation, encircling him with 5 or 6 guns aimed from various directions, their dark muzzles nearly touching his body. Leaning against the stone pillar, Lian Haolong's vacant gaze swept across the carnage, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. His younger brother, Lian Haodong, curled in a corner, already silent, a large pool of blood beneath him. The strategist, Luo Dingfa, lay beside the shattered wine cabinet, his glasses nowhere to be found. Azwa's body lay not far from Luo Tianhong's, alongside several loyal subordinates who had rushed from other rooms upon hearing the commotion, now lifeless and scattered. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He lamented why he had to provoke the madman Huo Tianqing over trifling matters of face and territory. Just because he had been forced to retreat at gunpoint in a bar, feeling humiliated, he had plotted revenge? If only he had swallowed his pride at that moment. If he had heeded Luo Dingfa's counsel to deliberate carefully, or simply avoided confrontation, perhaps this calamity would not have befallen him in the blink of an eye. From the bar conflict to now, barely a few hours had passed. Huo Tianqing had somehow traced his residence and assembled such an elite, well-equipped force to launch this sudden, ruthless extermination. He had truly executed vengeance without delay. The swiftness of this response, its brutality and efficiency, sent a chill racing through Lian Haolong, a man who had navigated the tumultuous world for years, shaking him to his very core. Yet it was all too late. As his consciousness began to fade, he noticed 2 soldiers exchanging a signal, cautiously ascending the stairs towards the 2nd floor. Su, his wife Su was still upstairs. Lian Haolong suddenly remembered, a final flicker of terror and despair igniting in his eyes. Don't harm her. He summoned his last ounce of strength, rasping a feeble plea laced with blood froth. But his voice was too faint, drowned in the blood-soaked stillness of the villa. Faint cries and questions from a woman drifted from above, followed by 2 muffled gunshots. And then silence enveloped everything. Those gunshots rang like the final toll of a death knell, shattering the last vestige of hope within Lian Haolong. Huo Tianqing. With the last vestiges of his life force, Lian Haolong unleashed a piercing howl filled with profound grief, indignation, resentment, and despair, his voice piercing through the villa, only to abruptly cease. His eyes widened in rage, his body leaning against the stone pillar, he slowly slid down, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood, breathless. Thus perished the once mighty leader of loyalty and righteousness, who had once dominated Kowloon. His body, riddled with bullet holes, was a sight far more harrowing than that of Luo Tianhong. The commanding soldier advanced calmly, instinctively extending his gloved finger to check Lian Haolong's carotid pulse and breath, confirming his demise. Yet he did not relent. The cautious habits ingrained from the battlefield taught him that merely confirming death was insufficient. He raised his handgun, pressing the muzzle against Lian Haolong's mangled forehead. Bang! A finishing shot, to ensure absolute certainty. Then, he stood up, signaling to the other soldiers. The soldiers, understanding the cue, paired up and began to systematically check and execute finishing shots on every corpse in the hall, whether it be Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azwa, Luo Tianhong, or the ordinary subordinates, leaving no one alive. Bang, bang, bang. The sporadic, muffled gunshots resounded in the luxurious villa, which had just witnessed a massacre, now shrouded in eerie silence, rendering the atmosphere particularly jarring and cold. Chapter 56. The Jianghu Trembles. The name of the madman Huo spreads. None dare to provoke. This was the final cleanup, ensuring that no survivors remained and leaving no future threats. After completing the finishing shots and a cursory search of the scene, the soldiers swiftly regrouped. A few had sustained minor injuries, and they attended to each other with practiced efficiency. The entire process was executed with silent precision. Aside from necessary tactical gestures and low commands, there was almost no communication. Withdraw, the temporary leader barked. The soldiers moved with the same rapidity and order as they had arrived, swiftly exiting the blood-soaked villa along the designated route. Before leaving, 2 soldiers retrieved several plastic barrels from their packs, dousing the villa's hall, corridors, and stairs with the pungent gasoline, particularly over areas where bodies were concentrated and where blood might stain. The last soldier retreated to the door, igniting a flare and tossing it into the gasoline. Boom! Flames erupted like a ravenous beast, igniting instantly and spreading rapidly. The orange tongues of fire greedily licked at the expensive carpets, wooden furniture, curtains, everything, along with the lifeless bodies that had just perished, were swiftly engulfed in the roaring inferno. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the tranquil night over Kowloon Tong. Thick smoke billowed upward. Several streets away from the scene, 3 inconspicuous vans awaited at the designated rendezvous point. The soldiers quickly boarded, and the vehicles immediately roared to life, racing toward the Saigon pier. Inside, the temporary commander produced an encrypted communication device. Once connected, he reported in a steady voice, "All cleared." Zhao's expression remained impassive. His response a calm 2-word command, "Withdraw." He then relayed explicit instructions to the 50 soldiers involved in the raid through a special communication method granted by the system. According to the prearranged plan, they were to proceed to the Saigon pier, board the prearranged smuggling vessels, and leave the port that very night for a concealed location in the south, awaiting further orders. The loss of 6 soldiers during the operation was anticipated. In the face of a formidable adversary like Chen Haonan and his elite forces, casualties were inevitable, even during a surprise attack. The remaining 40+ must vanish immediately, leaving no trace for the police or any faction to pursue. Huo Tianqing's operational style was vividly manifested throughout this mission, ruthless, decisive, leaving no room for mercy, exacting revenge without delay. From the bar conflict to the complete annihilation of a family, merely a few hours had elapsed. Such rapid response and execution were enough to instill fear in any opponent. More importantly, he commanded a legion of soldiers summoned by the system, utterly loyal to him. As long as he refrained from being present at the scene and left no direct biological evidence, no matter how many shell casings remained or how the Underworld speculated, he could not be legally pinned down. This allowed him to execute the most extreme measures without fear of repercussions. That night, the towering flames and billowing smoke rising from Kowloon Tong's upscale villa district swiftly alarmed nearby residents and patrolling officers. Fire trucks and police cars screeched to the scene. But the blaze was too fierce. By the time the fire was extinguished, the multi-million-dollar luxury villa was reduced to a charred skeleton and crumbling walls. Firefighters and the subsequently arrived police entered the site, greeted by a horrific sight they would remember for a lifetime. In the living room, staircases, and corridors, they discovered multiple severely carbonized bodies, rendered unrecognizable by the flames. Preliminary counts revealed nearly 10 corpses. Even more chilling for the police was the discovery of numerous twisted and deformed shell casings and bullet heads among the ashes and partially burned furniture. The remaining traces and some intact shell casings indicated that the assailants had used automatic rifles, possibly even machine guns. The villa's interior was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a honeycomb, a testament to the ferocity of the gunfight. This was far from an ordinary vendetta or fire. It was a meticulously orchestrated, heavily armed assault. The nature of the case was exceedingly grave, immediately reported, drawing the utmost attention from police higher-ups. By the following morning, news of the massacre at Chen Haolong's villa spread like wildfire through the underworld of the harbor at astonishing speed. Information from various channels swiftly converged, collided, and circulated. Have you heard? The loyal and righteous brother Long, Chen Haolong, has been exterminated along with his entire family. Not just his family, his brother Chen Haonan, strategist Luo Dingfa, the most formidable Azua, and Huo Tianqing, all dead. Not a soul left. No way. Is that true? Chen Haolong is so formidable, and his subordinates are fierce. Who could have done this? Absolutely true. Kowloon Tong is a charred wasteland. The cops pulled out over a dozen charred bodies. They say the scene was littered with shell casings, and the walls were full of bullet holes, just like a battlefield. My goodness, this is ruthless. A complete extermination. Not even sparing the women? What kind of enmity could incite such vengeance? Which powerful figure has the audacity to take on the loyal and righteous brotherhood? In a single night, the leadership was wholly dismantled. The gang was utterly shattered. The entire underworld was in an uproar, everyone in shock. Chen Haolong was no minor character. He was the formidable head of the loyal and righteous brotherhood, dominating Mongkok, renowned for his strength and solidified status. Chapter 57. The Mongkok forces fall silent. Huo Tianqing. This is my territory. I have the final say. Such a figure, along with his entire core team, was inexplicably wiped out overnight, with their very house reduced to ashes. This was an unimaginable upheaval, as people grappled with the brutal reality of the loyal and righteous brotherhood's demise. Speculation about the identity of the assailant ran rampant. The abundance of shell casings and traces of machine gun fire indicated that the attackers were not only ruthless, but also possessed formidable firepower and professional operational capabilities, far from a mere street vendetta. Lien Haolong and his subordinates were known for their combat prowess, yet they met such a fate, sending a chilling wave through the entire underworld. Who possessed such terrifying power and audacity? Lien Haolong had navigated the underworld for many years, accumulating numerous enemies. However, upon hearing the news, those who had grievances with him did not react with joy, but rather with fear. They dreaded that the flames of retribution would engulf them, drawing the attention of the police or that mysterious assailant. Thus, one by one, they hurriedly distanced themselves through various channels, both publicly and privately. It wasn't me. I would never do such a thing. My minor disputes with Brother Long are long resolved. Who the hell is spreading such rumors? If I find out, I'll make them pay. Brother Long's affairs have nothing to do with me. I warned certain individuals not to frame me. I was gambling in Macau all night yesterday. I have witnesses. In an instant, a cacophony of denials and threats erupted throughout the underworld, appearing even more bizarre, as potential suspects with motives were actively or passively eliminated. A whisper of a rumor about the previous evening began circulating among the well-informed. Hey, did you know? Yesterday evening, Lien Haolong, along with Huo and Huo Tianqing, went to a bar in Mongkok. What about the bar? Who was sitting in that bar at the time? Huo Tianqing, the new red stick from Hongxing. What? They crossed paths. Not just crossed paths. Apparently, Lien Haolong intended to intimidate Huo Tianqing, but somehow, he found himself on the receiving end of multiple guns pointed at his head, forced to back down, leaving with a harsh remark. Many witnessed the incident. This piece of information, akin to a droplet of water in hot oil, ignited even greater waves. A conflict last night, followed by a massacre that very night. The timing was too coincidental. Coupled with this lead, a daring and chilling speculation spread like wildfire throughout the corners of the underworld. Could it be that Huo Tianqing did this? Who else could it be? They had a confrontation yesterday, and Lien Haolong was dead by nightfall. But that was too swift and ruthless, wasn't he it? Just because of a minor conflict. He exterminated an entire family? Swift? Ruthless? Consider how Huo Tianqing rose to power. He climbed to the position of red stick over the corpses of the defeated. I heard Ling Quan suffered a significant loss at his hands, even costing a film company. I've heard he keeps a band of desperados, some of whom are veterans, particularly formidable and armed. Indeed, it's said this fellow has a volatile temperament, even more unpredictable than Ling Quan, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. And he holds grudges. Motivation, methods, temperament, and capability. All clues and rumors seem to subtly point toward that young man, Huo Tianqing, who had just emerged in Hongxing, whose operational style starkly contrasted with all traditional figures of the underworld. Although no one possessed concrete evidence, and the police were still entangled in their investigations, the underworld had its own logic of judgment. In this realm, oftentimes the unyielding evidence typically required in a court of law pales in comparison to the consensus formed by a multitude of signs. Such an agreement can wield far greater influence. Overnight, the name of Huo Tianqing has been imbued with a new, spine-chilling connotation throughout the various strata of the harbor underworld. The conflict of the previous night culminated in a massacre. Such a thunderous method of retribution, such a brutal and malevolent disposition, has instilled a palpable chill in the hearts of all who have heard the rumors. Huo the Madman. It is uncertain who initiated this moniker, filled with trepidation and fear. But it swiftly spread, becoming the new alias for Huo Tianqing in the underworld. Recently, the admonitions have been clear. Everyone, exercise restraint, particularly in the Mongkok area. Keep your eyes peeled, and do not provoke that Huo the Madman. Do you understand? From now on, anyone encountering Huo Tianqing from Hongxing must be courteous. If you wish to live, do not stir up trouble. Damn it. Ever since Lien Haolong's abrupt demise, this underworld has become even more turbulent. The leaders of various factions have sternly cautioned their subordinates to draw clear boundaries and prioritize their own safety. The smaller gangs, too, have fallen silent, fearful of inadvertently following in the footsteps of the loyal, trustworthy, and righteous. Huo Tianqing, with his exceedingly ruthless and efficient modus operandi, transformed his name from that of a somewhat unfamiliar newcomer into a terrifying symbol in the harbor's underground world in a mere day. One that could silence even the most boisterous child. Chapter 58. Huang Zhiqing's Ambition and Overreach. Attempting to capture Huo Tianqing, only to be taught a harsh lesson. The news of Lien Haolong and his core faction's annihilation spread through the harbor underworld like a bomb dropped into a deep pool, sending ripples extending to every corner. The moniker Huo the Madman, laden with bloodshed and trepidation, also spread rapidly, astonishingly becoming synonymous with Huo Tianqing, whose infamous reputation eclipsed many long-standing titans within a short span. Originally, The newly delineated territory of Dundas Street in Mongkok was a coveted prize, and various gangs were keenly eyeing it, waiting for Huo Tianqing to solidify his footing or for the extent of Hongxing's backing to become clear before attempting to take a bite. Testing the mettle of this newly minted red stick, hoping to carve out a piece for themselves or even displace him. However, the brutal death of Lian Haolong served as a chilling splash of ice water on everyone's greedy ambitions and misplaced hopes. Loyal, trustworthy, and righteous, Lian Haolong vanished without a trace. Not even his wife or brothers remained, all gone in a single night. It is said that the scene resembled a battlefield, with shell casings strewn across the ground. Was this merely a common vendetta in the underworld? This was akin to a military purge. Huo Tianqing, or rather, Huo the Madman. This man is truly insane. He acts without regard for consequences. Lian Haolong merely attempted to assert his dominance in a bar, not even laying a hand on him, merely exchanging words, and yet he turned around to find himself annihilated. Who would dare provoke him now? Quickly, spread the word. Our people in Mongkok, especially near Dundas Street, must tread lightly. Avoid that area unless absolutely necessary. Collecting protection money? Forget it. Preserving our lives is the priority. Yes, yes. Inform the establishments below. From now on, when encountering anyone from Hongxing, especially Huo Tianqing and his subordinates, be courteous. Under no circumstances provoke a conflict. In an instant, all factions that had previously coveted Dundas Street fell silent, adopting an unusually subdued demeanor. Not only did they refrain from instigating provocations, but even the small-time hoodlums who typically loitered around the fringes to collect a bit of tea money were too frightened to venture near Dundas Street, fearing that any misstep might be perceived as a provocation by the notorious Huo, inviting disaster upon themselves. Huo Tianqing established his absolute authority in this new territory through the most bloody and direct means, leaving no one daring to challenge him. At the Mongkok police station, in the office of the anti-organized crime unit leader, Huang Zhiqing sat behind his desk, his expression as dark as the sky before a storm. His ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, the air thick with the scent of tobacco. He had just received encrypted messages from an undercover agent embedded within Hongxing, which, while vague, clearly indicated that prior to Lian Haolong's extermination, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Huo Tianqing at a bar, and that Huo Tianqing was a prime suspect. However, Huang Zhiqing felt no sympathy for the deceased Lian Haolong. In his eyes, both Lian Haolong and Huo Tianqing were cut from the same cloth, societal cancers, the dregs undermining the rule of law. Their fates were of no concern to him. What mattered was whether this case could serve as a significant stepping stone in his career. The ramifications of Lian Haolong's brutal demise were exceedingly severe. Huang Zhiqing's fingers drummed on the desk, his eyes gleaming with calculation. If he could solve the case swiftly and apprehend the murderer, or even achieve a significant breakthrough by identifying the main suspect, such an accomplishment would be enough to elevate him further up the ranks. The position of inspector might no longer be an elusive dream. His ambition, coupled with a growing disdain for the once untouchable Huo Tianqing, dulled Huang Zhiqing's usual caution. He did not invest much time verifying the details of the undercover intelligence, nor did he carefully consider whether Huo Tianqing possessed the capability and motive to orchestrate such a complex ambush in such a short time frame. His mind was solely occupied with the prospect of swiftly capturing Huo Tianqing, prying open his mouth, and solidifying his guilt to amass a substantial merit for himself. Gather everyone. Meet in the conference room in 10 minutes. Huang Zhiqing commanded urgently over the internal phone. 10 minutes later, the modest conference room of the anti-organized crime unit was filled with personnel. When Huang Zhiqing announced the immediate intention to head to Dundas Street to apprehend Huo Tianqing, suspecting his involvement in the Lian Haolong massacre, the room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All members wore expressions of uncertainty, with some even betraying a flicker of barely perceptible fear in their eyes. Inspector Huang intends to capture Huo Tianqing? Right now? An experienced anti-organized crime officer could not help but interject. The scene of Lian Haolong's case is so complex. The shell casings haven't even been analyzed, and eyewitnesses are still being sought. Is it not a bit hasty to go after Huo Tianqing now? And he is Huo the Madman. The phrase Huo the Madman had quietly circulated within the police force as well. The brutality of the Lian Haolong massacre had sent shivers down the spines of even the officers accustomed to the bloodshed of the underworld. Chapter 59. Su Jingyang defeats officers barehanded. Huo Tianqing, no evidence? Then be gone. Urgent. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened as he rebuked. Solving a case requires seizing the moment. If you dawdle, perfecting the evidence chain, the murderer will have vanished without a trace. There are now leads pointing to him. We must act immediately. As for this Huo the Madman, we are police officers. Are we to fear a thug? Let that be a source of ridicule. He did not allow his subordinates any opportunity for rebuttal, slamming his hand on the desk. We depart immediately. Target, Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing's residence. Action. Half an hour later, several unmarked vehicles and an armored car came to a rough stop outside an old tenement building on Dundas Street, recently taken over by Huo Tianqing's subordinates as a temporary stronghold. Huang Ziqing strode ahead, flanked by a dozen anti-organized crime officers, his expression grim as they ascended the stairs. Huo Tianqing, having dealt with Lian Haolong's affair late into the night, was still asleep at this hour. He was jolted awake by the urgent knocking and low murmurs from his subordinates, informing him that Huang Ziqing had arrived with a contingent, and his demeanor was particularly severe. A wave of irritation and coldness surged within him. He casually donned a robe and made his way to the living room. Huang Ziqing and his team had already disregarded any barriers and intruded. Inspector Huang, Huo Tianqing yawned, his eyes betraying unabashed mockery as he regarded the tense-faced Huang Ziqing. What brings you here again? So early in the morning, disrupting my peaceful slumber. Have you found evidence implicating me in the murder of Ba Bai? Are you preparing to arrest me? Huang Ziqing was incensed by his lazy and arrogant demeanor, yet he forced himself to suppress his anger and replied with a cold expression. Huo Tianqing, cease your frivolous antics. I now suspect you may be connected to the heinous massacre that occurred last night in Kowloon Tong. You are to accompany us back to the police station for an immediate investigation. A massacre? Huo Tianqing raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise, before breaking into laughter, his smile laced with derision. Inspector Huang, your attempts at framing me are exceedingly crude. First Ba Bai, and now a massacre? Do you think I am that easy to bully, that you can heap any absurd accusation upon my head? Do you believe that stepping on Huo Tianqing will facilitate your ascent? He directly exposed Huang Ziqing's intent. Huang Ziqing's expression stiffened, a flicker of indignation flashing in his eyes. Yet he quickly retorted with firmness. Stop wasting words. Whether there is a connection will be clarified upon investigation. Now please cooperate. Huo Tianqing's smile faded, his gaze turning icy as he extended his hand, palm upwards. Very well, I shall cooperate with the investigation. Present it. What? Huang Ziqing was taken aback. The arrest warrant. Huo Tianqing stated leisurely. Inspector Huang, this is a place governed by law. If you wish to take me back to the police station for such a serious case, you must possess formal legal documents, correct? An arrest warrant or a court summons. Do you have them? Show them to me. Huang Ziqing was rendered speechless. His hasty actions had not allowed him the time to apply for an arrest warrant. Initially, he had intended to leverage his authority as a police officer and the urgency of the situation to forcibly take Huo Tianqing back, intending to rectify the paperwork later. This is a significant case. The situation is urgent. The arrest warrant will be provided shortly. You must come with us immediately. Huang Ziqing attempted to pressure him with his authority. Ha! Huo Tianqing scoffed, shaking his head as if watching a poor performer. Huang Ziqing, do you think everyone else is a fool? You wish to forcibly detain someone without legal procedures? Who do you think you are? The governor? I have stated. This is a society ruled by law. If you cannot produce an arrest warrant, I kindly ask you and your men to leave my premises at once. Otherwise, I shall have to charge you with illegal entry and harassment. His tone was calm, yet unyieldingly firm. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, realizing that mere words would not suffice to take anyone today. Glancing around, he noticed that only a bodyguard named Su Zhengyang was beside Huo Tianqing, while the rest of his subordinates appeared to be few. He deduced that Huo Tianqing's elite team likely required rest or concealment after last night's operation, making it an opportune moment of relative vulnerability. Blinded by ambition and anger, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Huo Tianqing, you are suspected of serious criminal offenses and resisting law enforcement. Seize him. Huang Ziqing abruptly gestured, commanding the few burly officers behind him. Though these officers were somewhat intimidated by the notorious reputation of Huo Tianqing, they had no choice but to obey their superior's orders. Exchanging glances, they began to encircle Huo Tianqing, preparing to subdue him by force. However, as they took their first few steps, a figure appeared before Huo Tianqing like a specter, silently positioning himself, none other than Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang's movements were a blur. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck, facing the first officer who lunged at him. Su Zhengyang sidestepped the grasping hand, and with a motion as swift as a striking serpent, he delivered a precise and ruthless strike to the side of the officer's neck. The officer emitted a muffled groan, and darkness engulfed him as he crumpled to the ground. In mere moments, the second officer swung his baton at Su Zhengyang, who did not flinch or evade. Instead, with lightning speed, he seized the officer's wrist with his left hand, twisting and pulling, while simultaneously driving his right knee forcefully into the officer's abdomen. The officer cried out in agony, the baton slipping from his grasp as he doubled over, clutching his stomach. As the third and fourth officers lunged simultaneously, Su Zhengyang moved like the wind, executing a low sweeping kick that sent one officer tumbling, then using the momentum to rise. He delivered a powerful elbow strike to the ribs of the other. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 trained officers had been effortlessly dispatched, rendered incapacitated before they could even lay a finger on Su Jingyang, the entire encounter lasting mere seconds. Executed with such precision that it was chilling. Huang Ziqing and the other officers were left dumbfounded. They had known Huo Tianqing's bodyguard was formidable, but they had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. This was far beyond what a typical bodyguard or thug could achieve. At the same moment Su Jingyang made his move. The sound of rapid footsteps flooded the staircase and hallway. Zhao Yi, Chen Er, and Sun San, leading a throng of men in plain clothes yet sporting fierce expressions and a formidable presence, surged in like a tide. They instantly filled the modest living room and hallway, their numbers vastly outnumbering Huang Ziqing's anti-gang unit. Moreover, their formations subtly encircled Huang Ziqing and his men, effectively cutting off any escape routes. Zhao Yi stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, scanning Huang Ziqing and the visibly alarmed officers, his voice cold as ice. What do you think you are? Do you dare show disrespect to the boss? Are you seeking death? The situation shifted dramatically. Huang Ziqing and his men, once the aggressive pursuers, found themselves encircled and trapped like fish in a barrel. Huo Tianqing's side not only had the numerical advantage, but the terrifying combat prowess demonstrated by Su Jingyang loomed over each officer like a heavy stone. Huang Ziqing's complexion turned ghastly, alternating between red and white, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had anticipated an easy victory, only to find himself kicking against an iron wall, instantly ensnared in a perilous predicament. In the living room, the air thickened, punctuated only by the pained groans of injured officers and the heavy, tense breaths from both sides. The dark muzzles of guns, though not raised, rested ominously on their holsters. Meanwhile, Huo Tianqing's men, while not brandishing their firearms, made their intentions clear with their formidable presence and cold glares. Zhao Yi, filled with fury, unleashed a punch imbued with enough force to shatter stone, aimed directly at Huang Ziqing's face. Huang Ziqing felt the gust of wind from the punch sting his skin, the shadow of death looming over him, his pupils dilating, his mind blank, unable to execute even the most basic evasive maneuver. At this critical juncture, Huo Tianqing's calm voice resonated, not loud but imbued with undeniable authority. Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's fist halted, mere centimeters from Huang Ziqing's nose, as if gripped by an invisible vice, abruptly coming to a stop. The force of the punch even ruffled a few strands of hair on Huang Ziqing's forehead. Gradually, Zhao Yi retracted his fist, yet his eyes, filled with lethal intent, remained fixed on Huang Ziqing, who was now pale and dripping with cold sweat. Huo Tianqing's familiar, cultured smile returned, as if the earlier perilous scene had never transpired. He turned to the still-shaken Huang Ziqing, his tone tinged with mild apology. Inspector Huang, I apologize. My subordinates are rather unsophisticated and direct in their actions. I hope you can forgive the fright they caused you. Huang Ziqing exhaled deeply, discreetly releasing a breath of pent-up frustration, his back soaked with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed his life was in jeopardy. The adversary had shown no hesitation in employing lethal force against even a police officer. The audacity and ferocity of his demeanor only served to strengthen his conviction that the tragic annihilation of the entire Han family was undoubtedly linked to the seemingly gentle lunatic before him. Only a rogue who completely disregarded any semblance of rules, acting solely on his whims and caprices, could commit such an atrocity. Huo Tianqing appeared oblivious to Huang Ziqing's fear and deeper suspicions. As he deftly shifted the conversation, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. However, Inspector Huang, you must acknowledge that I, Huo Tianqing, am a legitimate businessman, law-abiding and righteous. We would never engage in such a grievous act as assaulting an officer. You arrived this morning with such a large entourage, without any legal authorization, barging into my premises and attempting to forcibly take me away. Surely, that does not adhere to the rules, does it? If my esteemed lawyer, the illustrious Jian Aowei, were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly file a substantial complaint with the police department. At that point, Inspector Huang, you may find yourself entangled in considerable trouble. He casually alluded to the complaint, invoking the name of the formidable lawyer Jian Aowei. This was both a warning and a veiled threat. Chapter 61, Assassination and Silencing. Huang Ziqing was pushed off the rooftop, meeting a gruesome end. Huang Ziqing's countenance darkened, his chest heaving slightly with a mix of anger and dread. He fixed his gaze on Huo Tianqing, desperately seeking a chink in the latter's seemingly calm facade, yet found nothing. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, adopting an almost accusatory tone, and gritted his teeth. Huo Tianqing, is it merely because of a trivial verbal dispute that you resort to murder? You spare not even women. Does your conscience not ache? He hoped this moral interrogation would provoke a slip from his opponent. In response, Huo Tianqing's smile remained unchanged, his eyes now reflecting a more scornful gaze directed at Huang Ziqing, as if he had just heard an exceedingly ludicrous question. Inspector Huang, that's quite a grand accusation you've leveled. I have already stated, I am a legitimate businessman. As a senior law enforcement officer, how can you slander an upstanding citizen, one who is committed to public welfare and pays his taxes, as a murderer without any evidence? Has your conscience, or perhaps your professional integrity, been devoured by something? His retort was sharp and direct, deftly flipping the accusation of slander and professional misconduct back onto Huang Ziqing. In this war of words, Huang Ziqing was utterly defeated. He could neither produce evidence nor withstand the overwhelming pressure of Huo Tianqing's reasoning. Huo Tianqing turned his back on him, as if Huang Ziqing and his associates had become mere figments of the air. He adjusted his robe and waved to Zhao Yi and Su Zhengyang and the others. Let us go. After such a commotion, sleep is no longer an option. Zhengyang, find a decent restaurant for some dim sum. With that, he strode away, flanked by his entourage, swaggering past the still-stunned officers from the anti-black operations unit. Not sparing Huang Ziqing a single glance. Huang Ziqing remained rooted to the spot, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms. His face a tumultuous blend of humiliation and rage. His subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of frustration and relief, thankful that Zhao Yi's earlier punch had not landed. He contemplated issuing a forceful command to obstruct Huo Tianqing's exit, even to the point of drawing a weapon. Yet, the overwhelming odds were against him. That bodyguard Su Zhengyang possessed terrifying skills, and the men with him were clearly not to be trifled with. More critically, his hasty operation today lacked the necessary legal backing. And should a fierce confrontation erupt, regardless of the outcome, he would find himself at fault, jeopardizing his promising future. Ambitious yet cautious, valuing his prospects above all else, Huang Ziqing ultimately chose the path of the most humiliating restraint. He could only watch as Huo Tianqing, akin to a triumphant general, strode away, disappearing at the staircase's edge. Fall back. Huang Ziqing spat out the words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse with unbridled indignation. Once again, he found himself humiliated before Huo Tianqing, returning empty-handed. In a renowned Cantonese tea house near Dandashi Street, Huo Tianqing settled into a cozy corner by the window, leisurely savoring fine pu'er tea. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies such as shrimp dumplings, siu mai, and chicken feet. Su Zhengyang sat across from him, sipping only water, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Zhao Yi, Chen Haonan, and others occupied nearby tables, maintaining a discreet distance. Through the glass, they observed Huang Ziqing and his dejected team of officers retreating to their vehicles. Leaving in a hurry. Boss, Huang Ziqing is like a rabid dog, relentless and troublesome, Zhao Yi murmured, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Huo Tianqing delicately picked up a shrimp dumpling, savoring it slowly before wiping his hands with a napkin. His gaze icy as he watched the direction of Huang Ziqing's departing vehicle. Indeed, he is a nuisance, Huo Tianqing replied softly, yet his voice carried an unmistakable chill. Moreover, he is not like Lian Haolong. He is a policeman, an official. With him watching, many things will become inconvenient. He paused, seemingly weighing his options, then slightly tilted his head, instructing in a tone barely audible to Zhao Yi, arrange for two of the most astute and discreet individuals. Do not involve anyone who participated in last night's operation. Let them begin surveillance on Huang Ziqing starting today. Gather details on his daily routines, frequently visited locations, and family circumstances. Zhao Yi perked up, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Boss, are we too? Huo Tianqing raised a hand, silencing him with a penetrating gaze. Remember, this is only for observation, to ascertain the situation. Do not act rashly. In Hong Kong, provoking a senior inspector poses a far greater risk than confronting 10 Lian Haolongs. Should an incident occur, the police will go into a frenzy, public opinion will erupt, and it may attract attention from even higher authorities. We must await the opportune moment. Devise the most meticulous plan and ensure the operation is executed flawlessly, leaving no traces behind. Moreover, those who carry out the deed must vacate the port immediately afterward, never to return. His arrangements were marked by extreme caution. The murder of a police officer, particularly one of Huang Ziqing's caliber from the anti-black operations unit, would cross a line that could lead to catastrophic repercussions. It was imperative to ensure that nothing went awry, leaving behind not a single clue. Understood, boss. I will enlist the most reliable individuals and proceed with utmost discretion, Zhao Yi affirmed earnestly. Huo Tianqing resumed his breakfast, appearing as though their earlier conversation had merely revolved around the purchase of an item. Almost simultaneously with Huo Tianqing's orders, two inconspicuous men, dressed in ordinary attire and devoid of distinguishing features, each entered a separate taxi outside the tea house, silently trailing Huang Ziqing's convoy. They were soldiers summoned by the system, specifically chosen for the task of tracking and surveillance, trained sufficiently to be both professional and discreet. Unbeknownst to Huang Ziqing, he had already been marked by the gaze of death. He returned to the police station, seething with suppressed anger. His face dark throughout the afternoon as he tackled a backlog of paperwork, yet his mind was far from the task at hand. It was consumed with the image of Huo Tianqing's mocking visage and the potential accolades that might arise from the Lian Haolong case. At long last, when the workday concluded, Huang Ziqing did not head home, as was his custom. Instead, he drove aimlessly through the city, ensuring he was not being followed before steering in the opposite direction of his home towards the quieter, affluent area of southern Hong Kong, close to the territory of the Ni clan. His vehicle eventually halted near an old commercial building, one of the designated secret meeting spots. Alone, Huang Ziqing ascended to the rooftop. The night breeze carried a chill, and the rooftop was desolate, adorned only by a few ventilation pipes and an abandoned water tower. He ignited a cigarette, leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant, luminous villa district of the Ni family, silently awaiting. After approximately an hour, the rooftop door was gently pushed open, and a man clad in a hooded sweatshirt, his cap pulled low, slipped inside. He moved with stealth, swiftly approaching Huang Ziqing and pulling down his hood to reveal a young face that bore signs of fatigue and anxiety. This was Huang Ziqing's undercover agent embedded within the Ni family, codenamed Aaron. "Sir Huang, you summoned me?" Aaron's voice was hoarse, tinged with unmistakable tension and dissatisfaction. "Didn't we agree to minimize our meetings? The atmosphere within the Ni family has grown increasingly precarious. My outing is fraught with peril." Huang Ziqing exhaled a plume of smoke without meeting his gaze, stating directly, "There's a new task for you. Help me investigate a person, Huo Tianqing, the newly appointed Red Stick of Hongxing, currently overseeing Dongda Street in Mong Kok. I need to know everything about him, the origins of his subordinates, his funding sources, and the individuals he associates with, details as exhaustive as possible." Aaron was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of incredulity, his voice rising sharply. "Huo Tianqing, that madman. Sir Huang, are you jesting? I'm currently within the Ni family. It took me years to gain a modicum of their trust, just to catch whispers of peripheral dealings. You want me to investigate someone from Hongxing? Especially one who has just annihilated the Zhongxin family? How am I to approach him? If I make any move, that old fox and I Yongxiao will immediately suspect me." His agitation was palpable, clearly angry and fearful of Huang Ziqing's sudden and perilous demand. The prolonged infiltration into the drug trafficking organization had left him perpetually on edge, facing the brutal threat of exposure and execution. Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, attempting to soothe him. "Aaron, calm yourself. I am aware of the risks. But this individual is of utmost importance. The case involving Lian Haolong is likely orchestrated by him. If we can obtain crucial evidence against him, it would be a sensational case. This could significantly aid our efforts to combat organized crime and uphold the law." "Enough," Aaron interrupted harshly, his eyes bloodshot and pained. "Uphold the law? Combat crime? I've been trapped in this hellhole for nearly 4 years. I live in constant fear, unable to utter a word in my sleep. I witness those people using drugs, dealing, killing, and I am haunted by nightmares every night. You promised me a maximum of 2 years. And now? 2 years have turned into 4. How much longer do you expect me to remain here? And now you want me to provoke that madman Huo Tianqing? Are you trying to get me killed?" Huang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by his fervent reaction, falling silent for a moment before softening his tone. "Aaron, I swear this is the last time. If you can assist me in obtaining critical evidence against Huo Tianqing, I will immediately apply for your reinstatement, commend you, and ensure a promotion and raise, guaranteeing your future." "I don't believe you." Aaron shook his head, despair evident in his gaze. "You say this every time. Sir Huang, I am not a mere tool. I have a name. I am Chen Haonan. I am not your pawn to be discarded when used. Nor am I expendable at any moment." He inhaled deeply, striving to compose himself, yet his voice trembled. "As for Huo Tianqing, I cannot assist you. If I make any move, it will mean my death. And I Yongxiao will not overlook any suspicious individuals. If you wish to investigate him, seek someone more capable." With that, he averted his gaze from Huang Ziqing, readjusted his hood, and swiftly departed towards the rooftop door, disappearing into the stairwell. Huang Ziqing stared at the vacant doorway, his expression dark as he extinguished the cigarette. Aaron's refusal was anticipated, yet still left him feeling vexed and troubled. Huo Tianqing loomed like a tantalizing poison cake, and he was eager to take a bite, yet found himself bereft of the means to do so. "It seems I must devise an alternative approach," Huang Ziqing muttered softly, his eyes glinting with calculation. Perhaps he could scout for a few idealistic, justice-driven young individuals at the police academy? Or perhaps search within the prison for those desperate souls seeking redemption through service. Huang Ziqing was far from an unsuspecting fool. As he stood alone on the rooftop, smoking and contemplating, an inexplicable chill suddenly coursed down his spine. A sixth sense honed through years of confronting danger, an instinctive response to impending crisis. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as it swept over the rooftop entrance and several shadowy corners. Almost simultaneously with his turn, two ghostly figures erupted from behind the ventilation pipes by the rooftop entrance. Their movements were so swift they nearly transcended the limits of the naked eye. In their hands, they brandished silenced pistols, their muzzles glinting with a cold sheen under the dim light. It was an ambush. Huang Ziqing's mind raced with alarm, adrenaline surging through his veins. He instinctively reached for his firearm while retreating sideways, seeking cover. However, the assailants were quicker. Pow! Pow! The muffled, eerie gunshots rang out in rapid succession. Huang Ziqing felt a searing pain rip through his left shoulder and right thigh. The tremendous force caused him to stagger, disrupting his retreat and nearly toppling him. Blood gushed from the two bullet wounds, staining his shirt and trousers crimson. He gasped, his face paling instantly. The excruciating agony and dizziness from blood loss severely impaired his mobility. What struck him with greater terror was the chilling, silent, and ruthlessly efficient murderous intent emanating from the assailants, along with a disconcerting sense of familiarity, their aura reminiscent of those who had attacked Lian Haolong's villa. A name flashed through his mind like lightning. Huo Tianqing. It was Huo Tianqing. Once again, it was him. A tempest of rage and absurd fear surged within Huang Ziqing. He had not anticipated such swift and brutal retaliation from the enemy. Just moments ago, he had been humbled on Dongda Street. And now they dared to strike directly at the police, launching an ambush assassination. In the instant of his shock, the two assailants pounced upon him like leopards. One swiftly kicked away the firearm he barely managed to draw, while the other delivered a crushing blow to the back of his neck with the butt of his gun. Huang Ziqing's vision darkened as he lost all capacity for resistance, collapsing into a heap. The two assailants executed their movements with mechanical precision, swiftly hoisting the injured and dazed Huang Ziqing as if he were merely a piece of cargo, dragging him to the edge of the rooftop. The cold, rough edge of the concrete pressed against his back, the street below illuminated with lights and traffic resembling a miniature model, while the night wind howled into his ears. The icy touch of death felt startlingly vivid, jolting Huang Ziqing from his brief unconsciousness. No, please. A wave of immense terror overwhelmed all his anger and calculations. Huang Ziqing struggled, his voice hoarse and distorted from fear and injury. You can't kill me. I'm a police officer, a senior inspector. If you kill me, your boss will not escape either. The entire police force of Hong Kong will pursue this to the ends of the earth. He attempted to utter further threats, aiming to leverage his identity as a police officer and the potential consequences to intimidate them, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. He had yet to fully savor the benefits of power. His path to promotion had just begun to show promise, and he did not wish to die. He absolutely could not perish here. One of the assailants regarded him coldly as he writhed in desperation, his expression betraying no emotion, as though observing a creature destined for slaughter. He crouched down, leaning close to Huang Ziqing's ear, conveying his final farewell in a voice as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. Inspector Huang, our boss has instructed me to remind you that in your next life, you should keep your eyes wide open and avoid provoking those you should not. Chapter 62. Jiang Tianqing fears Huo Tianqing. This lad is even more deranged than Liang Cohen, and he can fight. This revelation shattered the last vestige of hope within Huang Ziqing. It was indeed Huo Tianqing. That lunatic. He truly dares. Wait. I can. Huang Ziqing sought to plead one last time, attempting to propose any terms that might spare his life. Yet, the soldier no longer afforded him an opportunity. The acting captain rose, making a swift and decisive gesture to another soldier. The soldier nodded, grasping Huang Ziqing's shoulders and forcefully pushing him towards the edge of the rooftop. No. Huang Ziqing emitted a scream filled with sheer terror, unwillingness, and despair, the sound piercing the still night sky. His body lost its support, instantly ensnared by the force of gravity, plummeting headfirst towards the unforgiving ground dozens of meters below. The wail faded from proximity to distance, swiftly becoming faint, ultimately swallowed by the night breeze and the clamor of the city. Meanwhile, at the ground-level exit of the building, having just concluded an unpleasant meeting with Huang Ziqing, Chen Haonan, filled with anger and anxiety, hurriedly exited the door, head bowed. He tightened the hood of his sweatshirt, attempting to conceal himself within the shadows and the crowd. The chilling demands of Huang Ziqing still echoing in his mind, alongside his precarious predicament. Suddenly, bang! A deafening sound erupted, as if a heavy object had crashed down from a great height onto metal, detonating mere 2 meters in front of him. The immense shockwave caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Haonan was jolted by the unexpected noise, his body shuddering as he abruptly looked up. Before him, the black sedan parked roadside had its roof caved in, forming a ghastly indentation. The windshield was entirely shattered, resembling a spider's web, and within the gaping hole of the crumpled roof lay a grotesquely contorted figure. Blood gushed from the deformities of the roof and broken glass, glistening in the dim light of the street lamp with a dark red, nauseating sheen. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped Chen Yongren's heart, halting its rhythm. His pupils dilated in shock, his gaze fixated on the face of the fallen figure, though distorted by the violent impact and blood. The familiar suit and the face that had recently issued him dangerous orders on the rooftop, filled with calculation and indifference. Huang Ziqing. It was Huang Ziqing. A staggering shockwave swept through Chen Yongren, obliterating all his mental defenses. He stood frozen, his body icy, as if his blood had solidified. Just moments ago, his superior, alive and issuing commands, had transformed in an instant into a bloodied, grotesquely mangled corpse, shattered right before him. How could this be? Who did this? Did the Ni family discover the truth? No, that's impossible. If it were the Ni family, they wouldn't resort to such means. And their target should have been him. Could it be Huo Tianqing? The very madman Huang Ziqing had just instructed him to investigate. The thought coiled around Chen Yongren's heart like a venomous serpent, inducing a suffocating terror and chill. If it truly was Huo Tianqing, then he dared to kill even a high-ranking inspector, and such ruthless methods would render a mere undercover like himself insignificant in his eyes. An overwhelming sense of desolation and a despair akin to the sorrow of a hunted hare engulfed Chen Yongren. He gazed at Huang Ziqing's lifeless eyes, filled with fear and unwillingness, his own eyes reddening as a surge of heat threatened to spill forth. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to restrain the tears. Here, he could not reveal any semblance of abnormality. He quickly lowered his head, tightening his hood, scurrying into the throng of onlookers drawn by the commotion, and then swiftly vanished into a shadowy alley, his heart still racing wildly. On the other side, in Shallow Water Bay, within the luxurious villa of Huo Tianqing overlooking the sea, the morning sun streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the dining area. Huo Tianqing, clad in a silk robe, leisurely savored the English breakfast prepared by the servants, perusing the latest financial newspaper. Chen Yaoyao entered briskly, an unusual seriousness and barely perceptible tremor gracing his countenance. Mr. Jiang. Chen Yaoyao inclined slightly. Ah Yao, so early? Have you eaten? Care to join me? Huo Tianqing set down the newspaper, his tone casual. Mr. Jiang. There's an urgent matter. Chen Yaoyao remained standing, lowering his voice. A grave incident has occurred in Kowloon Tong. Lien Haolong of Zongxinyi, along with his wife Susu, his brother Lien Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, and his subordinate Azhua, as well as Luo Tianhong, were all shot dead in his villa last night, and then set ablaze. Huo Tianqing's hand holding the silver fork paused momentarily, his relaxed demeanor slowly dissipating. He looked up at Chen Yaoyao, his gaze deepening. Is the information reliable? Absolutely certain. The fire department and the police have arrived, retrieving over a dozen charred bodies. The scene was littered with shell casings, reportedly showing signs of machine gun fire. Chen Yaoyao spoke gravely. Word has spread rapidly through the underworld. Huo Tianqing remained silent for several seconds, then gently set down the fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin. His voice low as he inquired, Have you found out who did it? Chen Yaoyao inhaled deeply, lowering his voice further. Although there's no direct evidence, all clues and whispers point to one person. Huo Tianqing's eyes sharpened as he regarded him. Chen Yaoyao uttered a name, Huo Tianqing. Huo Tianqing's eyelids flickered slightly. Despite his suspicions, he couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment upon hearing the name. Leaning back against his chair, he slowly remarked, Is it really him? Are you certain? Pretty much. Chen Yaoyao analyzed. Last night, Lien Haolong had led a group to provoke Huo Tianqing at his bar, only to be driven off at gunpoint by Huo Tianqing's men. This was witnessed by many. The timing is too coincidental. Moreover, I had people monitor Huo Tianqing's subordinates' movements. A portion of them were unusually mobilized late last night, albeit discreetly. Additionally, there have been traces of arms trafficking in the black market recently. While the source cannot be traced, the timing coincides perfectly. After listening, Huo Tianqing remained silent for a considerable time, then sighed softly, his tone complex. Huo Tianqing is indeed ruthless and swift. Lien Haolong was no small fry. Yet to wipe out his entire family without leaving a shred of mercy, his methods are even more extreme than a Kuan. Chen Yaoyao nodded in agreement. A hint of trepidation in his expression. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I find Huo Tianqing more terrifying than Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan is cunning and calculating, but Huo Tianqing seems completely indifferent to rules and consequences, acting solely on a surge of rage and madness, with an execution capability that is frighteningly efficient. To think that someone like Lien Haolong could be uprooted overnight sends chills down my spine. His words carried a distinct sense of wariness, even hinting at a cautionary tone, as if advising Huo Tianqing to take early precautions against this uncontrollable tool. Huo Tianqing was no stranger to Chen Yaoyao's implications. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression fluctuating. He initially intended to use Huo Tianqing, a fearsome dragon crossing the river, to counterbalance and exhaust Liang Kuan, the local snake. However, he never anticipated that this dragon would be far more ferocious than anyone had predicted, ultimately swallowing the snake whole and swiftly turning to annihilate another formidable player entrenched in Mongkok. This scenario has completely deviated from his original plan. What is Akun's reaction now? Jiang Tianqing shifted the topic and inquired. A peculiar expression crossed Chen Yao's face. Brother Kuan seems to have capitulated. I received word that Huo Tianqing cornered him at a bar, compelling him to sign the transfer documents for the film company, claiming it was a trade of his life for the company. Brother Kuan appears genuinely intimidated and refrained from causing further trouble, dispatching the paperwork just yesterday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianqing's expression revealed palpable disappointment, even a hint of disdain. He had harbored high hopes that Liang Kuan would serve as a counterweight to Huo Tianqing. Yet he crumbled so easily, yielding in such a short span. A pile of mud cannot support a wall, Jiang Tianqing muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He gazed out at the sea view for a prolonged moment, finally articulating, given the current circumstances, with Huo Tianqing's momentum surging and Lian Haolong eliminated, Akun has now become a feeble entity. It is unwise to confront him directly for the time being. Let him continue to stir up chaos in Mongkok. Having suffered such a significant loss, Akun will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Allowing them to keep a close watch on each other is advantageous. This seemed to establish a tone of temporary forbearance, observing the developments while allowing Huo Tianqing and Liang Kuan to engage in mutual attrition. Chen Yao nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I will remain vigilant. In the temporary office on Dung Street, Zhao Yi hung up a secure satellite phone and turned to report respectfully to Huo Tianqing, who was perusing documents. Boss, the mission is accomplished. The scene has been thoroughly cleared, and all participating brothers have boarded the ship. It has set sail from Victoria Harbor and will soon leave the port waters. The dock has also been arranged meticulously, leaving no traces behind. Huo Tianqing, after listening to Zhao Yi's report, nodded slightly, his expression betraying little emotional fluctuation, merely reminding him in a calm tone, just ensure everything is handled properly. The vessel arranged for their departure must be secure, and the arrangements for their landing and accommodations should be stable, leaving no loose ends behind. Rest assured, boss. The brothers are well versed in the protocols. The ship has been arranged by a reliable smuggler, and upon disembarking, our men will be there to assist them, directing them straight to Nanyang to evade the spotlight. Their identities and documentation are all in order. There will be no issues, Zhao Yi assured respectfully. You may go about your tasks. Huo Tianqing waved his hand. Once Zhao Yi exited, the office fell into silence. Huo Tianqing approached the window, gazing at the bustling and vibrant night scene of Mongkok, the neon lights casting flickering reflections upon his face. That evening, the local television station indeed aired a gripping report concerning a notable incident. According to our latest updates, a severe fall occurred at approximately 8 p.m. tonight at XX Commercial Building in Shengwan. The deceased has been confirmed by the police as Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing from the Anti-Organized Crime Unit of Mongkok Police Station. Preliminary investigations suggest that the deceased had gunshot wounds prior to the fall, with multiple bullet marks and traces of blood found on the rooftop, indicating a possible gunfight. The police have yet to determine whether Inspector Huang was murdered and subsequently thrown from the building, or if he accidentally fell during a confrontation with criminals. The case has been classified as a homicide and is under investigation by both the Major Crimes Unit and the Organized Crime Investigation Department. A police spokesperson expressed deep condolences for Inspector Huang's demise, vowing to mobilize all resources to swiftly bring the perpetrator to justice. Reports indicate that the police have already begun inquiries and investigations into several individuals with gang affiliations in the Mongkok area. The news footage shifted to the police cordon surrounding the building, close-ups of damaged car roofs, and some work photos of Huang Jiqing during his lifetime. The host's tone was grave, imbued with a sense of condemnation for the crime and sorrow for the fallen colleague. Huo Tianqing watched the television screen impassively, only picking up the remote to turn it off once the segment concluded and transitioned to the next financial news. The room was left with only the faint sounds of the city drifting through the window. He walked over to the bar cabinet and poured himself a modest half-glass of whiskey, without ice, savoring it slowly. The amber liquid slid down his throat, delivering a slight warmth. Huang Jiqing was dead. A senior inspector, the head of the Anti-Organized Crime Unit, had been pushed from the rooftop, shattering into pieces. Huo Tianqing felt little turbulence within, let alone any burden or guilt. To him, this world was merely a realm of the survival of the fittest, governed by the law of the jungle. Huang Jiqing chose to be his adversary, persistently causing trouble, even attempting to climb over his corpse to ascend. Thus, he must be prepared for the backlash. Those he had eliminated, whether it be Lian Haolong or Huang Jiqing, were not virtuous souls themselves, their hands stained with blood. perhaps no less than his own. The dichotomy of police and thugs, on certain levels, was merely a distinction in attire among predators. Survival, then growth. This was the sole truth. As the whiskey glass neared emptiness, Huo Tianqing's thoughts crystallized, becoming clearer and more visionary. The demise of Huang Zhiqing, the downfall of Lian Haolong, and Liang Kuan's capitulation. These victories indeed solidified his reputation in the underworld and established his foothold. Yet, they also unveiled deeper insights. Merely existing as a red stick, imposing and collecting protection fees, vying for territory, then what? Even if fortune favored him in the future, allowing him to oust Jiang Tianqing and become the head of Hongxing, what then? Ultimately, he would just be a larger version of a common thug. The vision was far too narrow. Huo Tianqing's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, casting towards a broader future. He hailed from another timeline. Aware of the trajectory of history, the port was on the brink of its return. The lawless underworld model, reliant on a unique era and context, was destined to gradually wane, swept into the annals of history by more formidable forces. In this era, hailed as the Pearl of the Orient, on the cusp of an economic resurgence, to remain merely satisfied with street brawls and scrambling for the meager leftovers of the gray areas was a tremendous waste, utterly foolish. Personal valor and gang power would falter against true might. That power derives from the state, from order, and most importantly, from wealth. Thugs ultimately lack ambition. Huo Tianqing murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling into a self-mocking yet enlightened arc. Even at the pinnacle, it remains the same. Times have changed. At that moment, a fundamental shift occurred in his mindset. He no longer viewed himself merely as a figure of the underworld, a red stick within a gang. I am a businessman, he asserted to himself, his tone resolute. A proper businessman. Earning money, accumulating vast wealth, became the foremost priority in his future plans. He recalled the top-tier tycoons from another world, those who commanded attention and respect. Their names were known far and wide, their wealth rivaled nations, and their influence transcended borders, affecting policy directions on various levels. Such heights and power were unattainable for any underworld boss, even the so-called underground emperor. Chapter 49. A disagreement leads to gunfire. Lian Haolong. Does this madman truly dare to act decisively? He realized that the imposing figure before him was far from an ordinary thug seeking trouble. Brother Long. That's him. A subordinate shouted, simultaneously confirming Huo Tianqing's identity as the controller of the nearby Women's Street and the leader of the Chung Sini society. Lian Haolong. Lian Haolong did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized Huo Tianqing with his piercing little eyes, pausing momentarily on the expensive suit and refined appearance of the man before him, seemingly assessing what made this newly minted red stick, who had purportedly eliminated Ba Bai in a single day and forced Jing Kuan to retreat, so exceptional. However, before Lian Haolong could utter a word, Huo Tianqing took the initiative to strike first. The faint smile that graced his face did not vanish. Rather, it deepened. Yet it was now laced with unmistakable mockery and disdain. He slightly tilted his head, meeting Lian Haolong's evaluative gaze, and spoke in a languid tone that suggested he was commenting on an unsightly object. Fat man, you've brought so many people to block my light. What business do you have with me? The term fat man struck Lian Haolong like a searing brand, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. The entourage behind him erupted in fury, several already brandishing knives or clubs, cursing vehemently, clearly poised to rush forward. Yet, being a seasoned leader in the underworld, Lian Haolong, despite his rage, did not immediately lose his composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to act impulsively, his small eyes fixated on Huo Tianqing. His voice coarse and raspy, filled with intense questioning and veiled threats. So you are Huo Tianqing? I've heard you're quite formidable, having taken down Ba Bai in a day, and even Jing Kuan has suffered at your hands. Young man, while ambition is commendable, ignorance of the rules can lead to a swift demise. He paused, stepping forward slightly, his imposing figure enhancing the sense of pressure. Dengdashi Street was once under Jing Kuan's watch, now it belongs to you. I don't care how you divide matters within Hongxing. However, his tone shifted sharply as he gestured towards the street outside the bar, as if indicating the entirety of Dengdashi Street. There are 3 establishments on this street run by my loyal brothers and relatives. According to the rules of the underworld, the dues they owe should be paid to me. Lian Haolong, your men went to collect money this afternoon, and they had the audacity to threaten my people, claiming that your rules are the only ones that matter. You have overstepped your bounds. Do you understand? The phrase overstepping bounds in the underworld refers to encroaching on territory or collecting protection fees that are not yours. A common excuse for conflict. Huo Tianqing was acutely aware that the so-called businesses run by brothers and relatives were merely Lian Haolong's pretext for confrontation. The fact that the latter had personally brought so many men was not about the meager protection fees from a few shops. It was a power play to establish dominance over this new red stick, a neighboring force that had parachuted in. It was a clear message. In this territory of Mongkok, Lien Haolong was the one who called the shots. Lien Haolong's personal involvement signaled a high-stakes confrontation, aimed at exerting pressure. In the face of Lien Haolong's accusations and the 20-odd menacing henchmen behind him, Huo Tianqing's expression remained devoid of anger. Instead, his smile grew more pronounced, even tinged with a hint of apology. He slightly inclined his body, his tone deceptively polite. "Oh, is that so? Brother Long. This might be a misunderstanding." Huo Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke leisurely. "My men went to collect management fees today based on the list and standards provided by Brother Kuan. Oh no, I mean, Brother Kuan's side. There may have been a mistake on the list, or perhaps my brothers did not communicate clearly, inadvertently offending your people. If that is the case, I would like to apologize on their behalf." His demeanor was notably humble, even taking the initiative to shoulder the blame while respectfully addressing the other as Brother Long. The attitude he exhibited was one of a desire for neighborly harmony, a wish for amicable dealings, and an aversion to conflict. This unexpected display of politeness and concession momentarily left Lien Haolong and his close associates, including the rugged man reminiscent of an action star, momentarily taken aback. Prior to their arrival, they had heard tales of Huo Tianqing's arrogance, his public humiliation of Jing Kuan, and his ruthless nature. They had anticipated a confrontation where the other would either retaliate forcefully or, out of insecurity, capitulate. They had not expected this seemingly sincere yet slippery response. Lien Haolong, a veteran of the Underworld, did not lower his guard due to Huo Tianqing's politeness. Instead, he became even more vigilant. Having navigated the Underworld for so long, he knew that the barking dog seldom bites. The young man before him, though appearing refined and polite in speech, revealed no trace of genuine fear or servility in his eyes, only a chilling calmness. This unnerved him more than outright arrogance. A misunderstanding? Lien Haolong scoffed, clearly unwilling to accept that explanation. You think you can brush this off with a mere misunderstanding? Huo Tianqing, do you take me, Lien Haolong, for an easy mark? In Mongkok, what I, Zhongxin Yi, say is the law. Your people are out of line. As their older brother, you must take responsibility. If you don't provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this matter won't be resolved. His tone grew heavier, and the henchmen behind him stirred again, pressing forward to exert greater pressure. Yet, just as Lien Haolong anticipated that Huo Tianqing would continue to argue or be forced to make further concessions, the smile on Huo Tianqing's face gradually faded. The politeness and apology receded like a tide, replaced by a cold, unmasked sharpness and annoyance. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lien Haolong, his tone suddenly chilling, though his speech remained deliberate and clear, imbued with a piercing coldness. Brother Long, as for my friends, I naturally have my own ways of treating them. However, with those who deliberately seek trouble and show disrespect, he paused, his gaze slicing through Lien Haolong's grim countenance. And then, in a tone that was almost matter-of-fact, he delivered words potent enough to ignite a powder keg. I generally tell them to go die in the street. Fat pig, die in the street. Die, fat pig. The 6 words detonated like thunder in the stillness of the bar. They utterly shattered the veneer of feigned politeness, hurling the most direct and venomous insults at Lien Haolong's face. I'll fuck your mother. What did you say? Seeking death. A hot-tempered henchman behind Lien Haolong immediately leaped forward, jabbing a finger at Huo Tianqing's nose and cursing vehemently, while the others echoed with fury, brandishing their weapons, ready to rush in and fight. Lien Haolong's complexion turned a deep shade of purple, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, his fists cracking ominously. The conflict was set ablaze in that instant. However, just as Lien Haolong's men were roaring and preparing to charge, a series of sharp, cold metallic clinks rang out, startlingly precise and synchronized. Huo Tianqing's companions, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun San, and 2 other equally formidable soldiers, who had remained silent like shadows, rose almost simultaneously with lightning speed. As they stood, their hands were already reaching for their waists or underarms, and by the time anyone could comprehend the situation, each of them brandished a dark, ominous handgun. Moreover, they were all formidable standard-issue firearms. The gun barrels glinted ominously under the dim bar lights, all pointed steadily at Lien Haolong and his most boisterous henchmen. What was even more chilling was that these gunmen displayed no emotion on their faces. Their gazes were cold and focused, fingers firmly poised on the trigger guards, their weapons unwavering, showcasing an exceptionally professional grip and combat readiness. This is far from the typical sight of a gangster brandishing a firearm for intimidation. At this moment, the air within the bar seemed to solidify into ice. All sounds, the shouts of curses, the roars of anger, even the very act of breathing, appeared to be siphoned away by the ominous black muzzles of those guns. Danger! An intensely perilous atmosphere enveloped Lien Haolong and his entourage like a tangible wave of icy water. The rage and murderous intent etched across Lien Haolong's face. At the instant the guns were aimed at him, extinguished like flames doused by freezing water, leaving him momentarily frozen in shock and a hint of panic. His pupils constricted violently as he fixated on the several firearms steadily directed at him, his heart racing uncontrollably. He could scarcely believe it. Huo Tianqing was audacious enough to this extent. In a port city where gun control is relatively stringent, he brazenly carried such an arsenal. Furthermore, the swift and decisive manner in which his subordinates drew their weapons, their seamless coordination, indicated they were rigorously trained. Far from a rabble, Lien Haolong had come with the intention of leveraging his numerical superiority to flaunt his might on Huo Tianqing's territory, to deliver an unforgettable warning, thereby establishing his absolute authority in the region. He had even contemplated that if Huo Tianqing were to prove obstinate, he would allow his subordinates to teach him a severe lesson. As long as it did not result in fatalities, the inter-gang disputes could be settled with mere financial compensation. Yet, he had not accounted for Huo Tianqing's utter disregard for conventional rules. In an instant of disagreement, he brandished his weapons, and judging by the tense atmosphere, should anyone from Lien Haolong's side dare to make a move, the opposition would undoubtedly shoot without hesitation. At such close quarters, faced with more than 5 firearms, his entourage of over 20 men armed solely with cold weapons were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Cold sweat erupted instantly from Lien Haolong's forehead and back. After years of navigating perilous waters, he had faced danger before, but to be so thoroughly threatened by so many guns pointed at his head, with his life hanging by the opponent's whim, was a rarity. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Lien Haolong understood this better than anyone. Persisting in his defiance, that could very well turn him into a sieve in the next heartbeat. If he were to die, he would lose everything. All notions of face, territory, and status in the underworld would be rendered meaningless. The muscles in his face twitched violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, but more so with the fear of death and the weighing of rationality. He clenched his teeth so hard that his gums nearly bled, ultimately letting out a low growl from his throat, akin to a wounded beast, forcefully suppressing all impulsive thoughts. He cast a deeply resentful and venomous glance at Huo Tianqing, as if he wished to devour him whole. Then, with a stiff expression, he slowly clasped his fists towards Huo Tianqing and forced out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice dry and hoarse. Huo Tianqing, very well. Today, I, Lien Haolong, concede. Until we meet again. With that, he no longer hesitated, abruptly turning on his heel and bellowing at his stunned and fearful subordinates behind him. Leave. The members of Zhongxin Yi, like a receding tide, hurriedly and silently turned to retreat, quickly making their way toward the bar's entrance under the silent threat of the firearms. They had arrived with an overwhelming presence, full of bravado, yet now they departed with a frantic air, even exhibiting a hint of disgrace, a stark contrast to their earlier arrogance. As they watched Lien Haolong and his crew vanish through the bar's entrance, Zhao Yi and the others did not immediately lower their weapons. Instead, they remained vigilant for several moments, confirming the opposition had truly departed, before, with a subtle nod from Huo Tianqing, they deftly holstered their firearms and resumed their seats, as if nothing had transpired. Boss, should we? Zhao Yi leaned closer to Huo Tianqing, speaking in a voice only audible to the two of them, while making a discreet slicing motion with his right hand, his eyes sharp. Huo Tianqing gently shook his head, picked up the glass he had set down earlier, took a sip of the now lukewarm whiskey, and a playful smile reappeared on his face as he replied softly, "No rush. It is not yet the time." His gaze swept over the patrons in the bar, who were pale with fear, yet unable to resist stealing glances in their direction, the curve of his lips carrying a hint of icy mockery. There are too many eyes here. Eliminating him on the spot would lead to significant complications. After all, we reside in a society governed by law. Haha. His final chuckle resonated distinctly within the now subdued bar, imbued with a chilling air of impending violence. With the departure of Lien Haolong and the stowing of firearms, the patrons and staff of the bar finally dared to exhale, though the atmosphere remained heavy with tension. The soothing music resumed, yet it could not dispel the palpable fear and reverence lingering in the air. Curious, yet apprehensive glances fixated on Huo Tianqing. Hushed murmurs rising like a swarm of insects. My heavens, that was a gun, wasn't it? Several of them. This new boss is ruthless. Even Lien Haolong was frightened into retreat. It seems the rumors about him dealing with Liang Kuan are true. Mong Kok is likely to see a power shift. Wang Jingyan keenly detected the growing whispers and prying eyes around them, and, unusually, he subtly shifted his posture to address Huo Tianqing in a low voice. Boss, there's a lot of chatter around. Should we silence them? His implication was clear. Measures could be taken to ensure the witnesses remained quiet. Huo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, reclining languidly against the back of the sofa. No need. It's better if the word spreads. The more who know, the fewer complications we may face in the future. He maintained an air of composure, as if the tense confrontation moments ago, which had nearly escalated to bloodshed, was but an inconsequential, even mundane, interlude. Lian Haolong returned to a discreet villa in Kowloon Tong, filled with indignation and an unprecedented sense of humiliation. This was one of his strongholds, nestled in a serene environment with tight security. Upon entering, he could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. Seizing an exquisite Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from the entrance and smashing it violently onto the ground. Crash! The delicate porcelain shattered into countless pieces, scattering everywhere. Huo Tianqing. Damn your ancestors, to the 18th generation. Lian Haolong's eyes blazed crimson, veins throbbing on his forehead, pacing back and forth in the spacious living room like a wounded beast. Panting heavily. How dare you point a gun at me? How dare you insult me as a fatso? After all these years, I have never endured such an unprecedented humiliation. The servants and bodyguards in the villa cowered in fear, keeping their distance. Soon, core members of Zhongxin began to arrive in response to the news. The first to arrive was the strategist Luo Dingfa, a bespectacled man who appeared refined yet possessed a keen intelligence in his gaze. Next was Lian Haolong's younger brother, Lian Haodong, slightly younger and radiating an aura of aggression. Finally, the two most formidable enforcers under Lian Haolong, Azhua and Luo Tianhong, made their entrance. Azhua was stout and rugged, while Luo Tianhong appeared somewhat lean, his eyes sharp as blades, a traditionally styled long sword at his waist. Brother, calm down. What happened? Lian Haodong quickly inquired upon seeing the shattered fragments and his brother's furious demeanor. Lian Haolong gritted his teeth and recounted the events at the bar, emphasizing how Huo Tianqing had first feigned politeness, only to suddenly turn hostile and insult him, culminating in his subordinates brandishing multiple firearms that forced him to retreat. That Huo Tianqing is simply insane. Lian Haodong, upon hearing this, was seething with rage. Brother, he is clearly disregarding our loyalty and integrity. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, how can we continue to survive in Mongkok? The strategist, Luo Dingfa, adjusted his glasses, appearing considerably more composed. Donggu, please remain calm. This Huo Tianqing is indeed formidable. From his elimination of Ba Bai, his expulsion of Liang Kuan, to his tactics against Long Gu today, it is evident that he operates with ruthless decisiveness and completely eschews conventional methods. Complicating matters further, he possesses firearms, and it seems he has more than just a couple. He is now an official Hongxing Red Stick, and if we act recklessly against him, it could very well provoke a full-scale retaliation from Hongxing. That old fox, Jiang Tianqing, is undoubtedly eager for an excuse to expand his influence. What does retaliation matter? Lian Haodong retorted defiantly. Are we simply to let this slide? To be insulted and threatened by him, while we remain silent? How will people in the underworld perceive our loyalty and integrity? How will they view you, brother? I believe this Huo Tianqing is even more deranged and reckless than Liang Kuan. He is a disaster waiting to happen. We must eliminate him before he fully secures his position. Luo Dingfa shook his head. I am not suggesting we let it go, but we must consider the long-term implications. If we decide to act, it must be executed with precision and decisiveness, leaving no evidence for Hongxing. Furthermore, we need to ascertain his background. A freshly released inmate should not have access to such a well-trained cadre, nor firearms. This is highly suspicious. At that moment, Azhua and Luo Tianhong exchanged glances. And Azhua stepped forward, speaking in a deep tone. Long Gu, Fa Gu, regarding Huo Tianqing's background. We sent someone to investigate the situation in Dengdashi Street and its vicinity just before we returned. Oh, what did you find? Lian Haolong temporarily suppressed his fury. Turning his attention to Azhua, Luo Tianhong interjected, his voice as cold as his gaze. According to several informants operating on Dengdashi Street, since Huo Tianqing took control, the number of individuals maintaining order and collecting management fees on the streets has significantly increased, and their behavior is rather peculiar. In what way peculiar? Luo Dingfa pressed. These individuals do not resemble typical gangsters, as Azhua described. They rarely speak, their movements are highly disciplined, and they coordinate seamlessly. Their stances and the manner in which they walk suggest they have undergone training. An old chap who used to be a soldier remarked that the atmosphere is reminiscent of retired military personnel. Moreover, there could be several hundred of them, dispersed across Dengdashi Street and other points that Huo Tianqing may control. Several hundred? Retired soldiers? Lian Haolong's brows furrowed deeply. His initial anger now overshadowed by a profound sense of unease and suspicion. If this were true, then Huo Tianqing's background was exceedingly alarming. Where could he have procured the resources to recruit and control such a number of veterans? This far exceeds the usual territorial disputes among gangs. Luo Dingfa's expression grew grave. This complicates matters further. With such manpower and firearms, his combat capability likely far exceeds our estimations. If we were to confront him directly, even if we were to triumph, the losses would be catastrophic, and the commotion would be tremendous. The atmosphere within the villa turned somber, while Lian Haolong yearned to rend Huo Tianqing limb from limb. As the leader, he had to weigh the overall interests and risks of the gang. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for a decision. Unbeknownst to them, a dire crisis was looming, leaving them little time for deliberation. Huo Tianqing had never been one to bide his time, nor was he the type to endure humiliation. Just as Lian Haolong was unleashing his wrath within the villa, rallying his subordinates to discuss strategies, Huo Tianqing appeared to leisurely savoring his drink in a nearby bar. In reality, he had already dispatched encrypted instructions to Zhao Yi, stationed outside. His voice, cold and clear, resonated through a miniature earpiece. Zhao Yi, pay attention. Lian Haolong resides at the villa on XX Road, Kowloon Tong. You have 2 hours to prepare. Select 50 of the most capable brothers, fully armed with both long and short weapons, clad in dark clothing and wearing masks. Prepare 3 inconspicuous vans. Plan the escape route to Saikang Pier, where a boat awaits to take you south. The objective is to eliminate Lian Haolong and all core members of Zhongxin Yi within the villa. Act swiftly and decisively. Clean up thoroughly and retreat according to the planned route, leaving no survivors or obvious evidence pointing back to us. Understood? In the shadowy corner of the bar, Zhao Yi's eyes glinted with cold resolve as he responded without hesitation. Understood, boss. Eliminate Lian Haolong and his core members, clean up the scene, and swiftly withdraw to the port. Go. Huo Tianqing concluded the communication, draining the last drop of liquor from his glass, a chilling and sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I am a person of little patience, harboring grudges, and I prefer to settle scores on the spot. Delaying? How dull that would be. He set down his glass, as if merely assigning someone to handle a trivial matter. 2 hours later, outside Lian Haolong's villa in Kowloon Tong, the night was deep, shadows danced among the trees. Initially, a few guards from Zhongxin Yi patrolled the perimeter, but at this moment, they had silently succumbed to the shadows, their throats or vital areas marked by precise and fatal wounds. 50 ghostly figures, cloaked in darkness, stealthily approached the villa, camouflaged by the night in the garden. Dressed entirely in black, with masks obscuring all but their eyes, they wielded rifles and handguns fitted with silencers, their movements nearly soundless, communicating through gestures and glances with an unsettling proficiency. The heavy solid wood door of the villa was effortlessly opened by a soldier using specialized tools, without triggering any alarms. As the door cracked open, a chilling and lethal aura surged forth. Leading the charge, Zhao Yi raised his right hand, clad in a black glove, signaling readiness. All soldiers immediately checked their weapons, chambering bullets and disengaging safeties in perfect unison. Zhao Yi's gaze, penetrating through the eye holes of his mask, scanned the brightly lit living room windows of the villa, where several figures could be seen animatedly debating. With a sudden, forceful gesture of his right hand, he commanded, action. The silent order was conveyed through the signal. 50 elite soldiers, like coiled leopards, sprang forth from the darkness, charging through the villa's entrance in a swift and orderly tactical formation. The first wave of soldiers did not pause. Their weapons were already trained on the living room as they entered, fingers poised on the triggers. At that moment, within the living room, Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azhua, and Luo Tianhong were still embroiled in heated debate. Lian Haolong leaned towards his brother Lian Haodong's aggressive stance, insisting on immediate action, while Luo Dingfa continued to emphasize the risks and the need for careful planning. Azhua and Luo Tianhong stood silently by, awaiting Long Ji's final decision. Suddenly, Azhua and Luo Tianhong simultaneously detected a sound, their ears twitching as they turned sharply towards the door. Their instincts far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, and they faintly heard the faint, yet rapid footsteps approaching. Something's amiss, Luo Tianhong hissed, his hand instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. However, it was already too late. Just as Luo Tianhong's words fell, a series of muffled, rapid gunshots, silenced yet deadly, erupted like whispers of death, shattering the tranquility of the villa. The walls, windows, and doors of the living room facing the entrance and corridor were instantly riddled with bullets, transforming into a sieve. Wooden splinters, shards of glass, and plaster dust erupted in chaos. Watch out! With a thunderous roar, Azuo lunged forward, forcefully bringing Lian Haodong down to the ground. However, the strategist, Luo Dingfa, who stood near the corridor facing the entrance, remained completely oblivious to the unfolding chaos. He didn't even have the opportunity to make an evasive move before at least 5 or 6 bullets, penetrating the wall, struck his chest and head. Ugh! Luo Dingfa emitted a brief, muffled groan as his glasses shattered instantly, and his body was hurled backward like a rag doll. crashing into the liquor cabinet behind him before collapsing limply to the floor, blood rapidly spreading from beneath him, claiming his life on the spot. Dingfa. Lian Haolong's eyes widened in anguish and fury as he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Elder brother, get down. Lian Haolong cried out in terror, pinned beneath Azuo. Huo Tianqing, reacting with incredible swiftness, rolled behind the heavy wooden sofa the moment the gunfire erupted, drawing his sword with a flash of cold light. After the initial barrage of suppressive fire, the soldiers clad in black surged into the living room like a tidal wave, the flames from their gun muzzles flickering ominously in the dim light, as bullets rained down like a torrent upon every visible silhouette within the room. It must be Huo Tianqing, that madman. Lian Haolong instantly recognized the identity of the assailant. Who else but the utterly unscrupulous and vengeful Huo Tianqing would choose this moment to attack him in such a manner? A profound sense of regret and overwhelming rage filled his heart as he lamented not heeding his brother's warning and taking decisive action to eliminate this scourge earlier. Amidst the chaos, although Lian Haolong was pinned down by Azuo, a stray bullet found its mark, striking his thigh and eliciting a heart-rending scream as blood gushed forth. Haolong! Lian Haolong's heart shattered at the sight of his brother being shot. Abandoning all restraint, he roared in fury, seizing a heavy brass ornament beside him and hurling it at the nearest black-clad soldier with all his might. The soldier deftly sidestepped, his movements agile, and swiftly redirected his weapon. Protect Brother Long. Azuo bellowed as he leapt to his feet, charging like a rampaging bull towards another soldier who was aiming at Lian Haolong, knocking him off balance and causing his gun to veer off course. Chapter 54, The Fall of the Mightiest Sword. Lian Haolong, I should never have provoked that madman Huo Tianqing. Meanwhile, Huo Tianqing darted out from behind the sofa like lightning, his sword tracing a chilling arc. Swoosh. The arm of an advancing black-clad soldier was severed at the wrist, blood spraying forth. The soldier let out a muffled grunt, yet displayed remarkable bravery, attempting to draw a handgun with his other hand. But Huo Tianqing's sword was swifter. The blade flashed again, piercing straight for the soldier's throat. However, soldiers clad in black continued to pour in from outside, intensifying the barrage of gunfire. They were clearly well-trained. Some maintained suppressive fire, restricting the movement of Lian Haolong and the others, while others flanked from the sides, seeking the optimal angle to attack. As more soldiers wielding rifles and submachine guns flooded into the villa's living room, the gunfire became increasingly dense and chaotic. Yet the coverage of firepower grew ever more precise and deadly. Bullets swept through every corner like a torrential storm. The expensive rosewood furniture splintered into fragments. Crystal chandeliers crashed and shattered, and the walls became riddled with countless bullet holes in an instant, smoke and dust swirling about, as flames flickered at the gun muzzles, illuminating the entire space like a hellish inferno. Lian Haolong was indeed deserving of his reputation as the unrivaled martial artist of the Jianghu. It was said he had once vanquished dozens of foes in the midst of battle with nothing but his iron fists. Now, in this dire predicament, he unleashed his remarkable ferocity. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain and his extraordinary reflexes, he twisted and turned amidst the hail of bullets, managing to evade several rounds of fire, pouncing like a ferocious tiger upon the nearest soldier. Die! Lian Haolong roared, his palm gripping the soldier's gun barrel and lifting it upwards, while his other fist, knuckles cracking, slammed forcefully into the soldier's face. The sound of the soldier's skull shattering was unmistakable, and without a sound, he crumpled to the ground. Lian Haolong seized the rifle, attempting to retaliate. But the operation of modern firearms was not his forte, and more critically, the surrounding soldiers offered him no respite. They were well-trained and coordinated, working in groups of 3, alternating their fire and forming a crossfire net that sealed off every possible route of escape. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets grazed his shoulder, tearing flesh and leaving a trail of blood. Lian Haolong let out a muffled grunt, his movements momentarily faltering. Suppress him. Crossfire. Do not let him approach. A soldier shouted, evidently taking command on the spot. Lian Haolong had no choice but to abandon his retaliatory fire, rolling away to seek refuge behind a thick marble pillar. Bullets pursued him, striking the marble, sending fragments flying and leaving behind white marks. His right arm had been grazed by a bullet, blood flowing profusely, while not fatal. It severely hindered his agility and strength. Faced with this lethal web constructed entirely of modern firepower, his personal valor felt utterly insignificant, a mere drop in the ocean. On the other side, his trusted aide, the valiant Azuo, while attempting to provide cover for Lian Haolong, found himself simultaneously targeted by 3 soldiers from different angles. Though he bravely toppled one and thrust a seized dagger into another's abdomen, his chest and back were instantly pierced by at least a dozen bullets. His sturdy frame wavered, and he glanced down at the gushing wounds on his chest, eyes filled with rage and despair, before he ultimately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Huo Tianqing, revered as the mightiest sword with unparalleled swordsmanship, also found himself in a perilous situation. His long sword was indeed incredibly sharp, and his movements were as swift as a ghost. At close range, he could even deflect incoming bullets with the tip of his sword. Yet, against the relentless and multi-directional automatic gunfire, no matter how refined his cold weapon techniques were, they could not withstand the storm of steel. He relied on his exquisite agility and the 8-sided Han sword in his hand, managing to deflect some stray bullets in the initial chaos, even wounding 2 soldiers in the calves, temporarily incapacitating them. But he was ultimately flesh and blood. Aim for his lower body. Restrict his movement. The soldiers, displaying high tactical acumen, quickly recognized the threat posed by Huo Tianqing's agility and adjusted their strategy accordingly. A barrage of bullets, deliberately aimed low, targeted the area around Huo Tianqing's legs. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, his sword danced like a whirlwind, but the bullets were too densely packed. Huo Tianqing let out a pained grunt as bullets struck both of his knees almost simultaneously. The excruciating pain of shattered bones caused him to lose his balance, toppling forward, his long sword clattering from his grasp. He fell to the ground, hands pressed against the floor, still trying to struggle. But the searing pain in his knees and the helplessness from his fractured bones made it painfully clear that he had lost his most vital ability to move. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair and the tragic melancholy of a hero facing his end. Confronted by soldiers who had experienced true battle and executed tactics with cold efficiency, he could no longer replicate the legendary exploits of his sword that once illuminated the 19 continents of the Jianghu. Clear the area. The cold command rang out. Several soldiers reoriented their weapons, aiming at the fallen Huo Tianqing. Chapter 55. Replenish ammunition and clear the scene. Set the villa ablaze, leaving no trace. A dense barrage of bullets, almost indistinguishable in their timing, rained down upon Huo Tianqing. His body convulsed violently, as if electrified, blood erupting from his form as he was instantaneously transformed into a sieve, staining not only himself, but also the luxurious carpet beneath him with thick, congealed blood. The most valiant sword of loyalty and righteousness has fallen. Tianqing. Lian Haolong, peering from behind the marble pillar, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Huo Tianqing was not only his most capable aide, but also a brother he held in the highest regard. Witnessing his brutal demise sent shockwaves through Lian Haolong's soul, plunging him into a frenzy of sorrow. This moment of distraction proved fatal amidst the life-and-death struggle. There, the soldiers immediately pinpointed his exact location and weaknesses. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lian Haolong felt a searing pain tear through his chest and abdomen, as though struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Looking down, he saw several gaping wounds on his abdomen and left chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rapidly staining his silk shirt crimson. Ugh! Staggering backward, Lian Haolong leaned against the marble pillar, barely managing to remain upright. His lungs punctured, each breath brought forth frothy blood, accompanied by the dreadful sound of air escaping, rendering him a pitiful sight. The soldiers, adhering to the ruthless principle of seizing the opportunity to claim a life, mercilessly surged forward, encircling him with the muzzles of 5 or 6 guns from various angles, their dark openings nearly pressed against his body. Leaning against the stone pillar, Lian Haolong's gaze drifted vacantly over the scene of devastation, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. His younger brother, Lian Haodong, curled up in a corner, already devoid of life, surrounded by a large pool of blood. Military strategist Luo Dingfa lay beside a shattered liquor cabinet, his glasses nowhere to be found. Azhuo and Huo Tianqing's bodies lay not far apart, along with several other loyal subordinates who had rushed in from other rooms, only to be instantly gunned down. Lying lifeless in disarray, an endless wave of regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He lamented why he had to provoke that madman Huo Tianqing for the sake of so-called pride and territory. Just because he felt humiliated retreating under the threat of a gun in a bar, he had conspired for revenge? If he had swallowed his anger at that moment, if he had heeded Luo Dingfa's counsel to deliberate carefully, or simply avoided confrontation, perhaps he would not have brought about this catastrophic downfall in the blink of an eye. From the bar altercation to this moment, only a few short hours had passed. How could Huo Tianqing have discovered his residence and mobilized such elite, well-equipped personnel to launch this sudden, ruthless, and decisive massacre? Truly, he had executed his vengeance without delay. The speed of response, the brutality of action, and the efficiency of execution sent a chill from Lian Haolong's toes to the crown of his head, leaving him horrified, despite having weathered many storms in the underworld. Yet, it was all too late. As his consciousness began to fade, he noticed 2 soldiers exchanging signals, cautiously making their way up the stairs toward the 2nd floor. Susu. His wife Susu was still upstairs. Lian Haolong suddenly recalled, a final flicker of terror and despair igniting in his eyes. Do not harm her. With the last of his strength, he rasped out a faint plea, choked with blood. But his voice was too feeble, drowned in the blood-soaked air of the villa. From upstairs came the faint sound of a woman's cry and questioning, followed by 2 muffled gunshots, and then silence enveloped the scene. Those 2 gunshots rang like the final tolling of a death knell, shattering the last remnants of hope within Lian Haolong's heart. Huo Tianqing. With the last vestiges of his life force, Lian Haolong let out a wretched scream filled with profound rage, resentment, and despair, a sound that pierced through the villa, yet ultimately fell silent. His eyes widened in fury, his body slumped against the stone pillar, gradually sliding down until he collapsed into a pool of blood, breathless. The once mighty leader of loyalty and righteousness, who had once commanded respect in Kowloon, met his demise. His body was riddled with bullet holes, more grotesque than that of Huo Tianqing. The leading soldier approached calmly, instinctively extending his gloved finger to probe Lian Haolong's carotid artery and breath, confirming his complete death. Yet he did not relent. The cautious habits formed on the battlefield reminded him that confirming death was not enough. He raised his pistol, pressing the muzzle against Lian Haolong's bloodied forehead. Bang! A finishing shot, ensuring absolute certainty. He then stood up and gestured to the other soldiers. Understanding the signal, they paired off and began to check every corpse sprawled across the hall, whether it was Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azhua, Luo Tianqing, or the ordinary subordinates, executing a thorough inspection and delivering ensuring shots. Bang! 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 The sporadic, muffled gunfire echoed once more in the now silent, opulent villa that had just witnessed a massacre, a sound that felt particularly jarring and cold. Chapter 56. The Underworld shudders. The madman whose name spreads, and no one dares to provocation. This was the final cleanup, ensuring no survivors remained, leaving no future troubles. After completing the finishing shots and a cursory search of the scene, the soldiers quickly assembled. A few had sustained minor injuries, and they skillfully bandaged each other. The entire process was efficient and silent, with minimal communication beyond necessary tactical gestures and low commands. Withdraw. The temporary captain barked. The soldiers moved with the same rapidity and order as they had arrived, swiftly exiting the blood-soaked villa along the planned evacuation route. Before leaving, 2 soldiers retrieved several plastic barrels from their packs, dousing the pungent gasoline across the villa's hall, corridors, and stairs, particularly in areas densely populated with corpses and potential bloodstains. The last soldier retreated to the doorway, igniting a flare and tossing it into the gasoline. Boom! Flames erupted like a ravenous beast, igniting instantly and spreading rapidly. The orange tongues of fire greedily licked at the luxurious carpets, wooden furniture, curtains, and everything, including the lifeless bodies that had just been lost, were quickly engulfed in the roaring inferno. The blaze shot into the sky, illuminating the tranquil night over Zhejiangtang. Thick smoke billowed upward. A few streets away from the scene, 3 inconspicuous vans awaited at the designated pickup point. The soldiers swiftly boarded, and the vehicles roared to life, speeding toward the Saigon dock. Inside the vehicle, the temporary captain produced a secure communication device and, once connected, reported in a steady voice. All clear. Zhao's face showed no sign of emotion, merely responding with 2 calm words. Withdraw. He then relayed clear instructions through the special communication method granted by the system to the 50 soldiers who participated in the raid. According to the planned schedule, they were to head immediately to the Saigon dock, board the pre-arranged smuggling boats, and leave the port under the cover of night, heading to a concealed location in the south to await orders. 6 soldiers were lost in the operation, which was within his expectations. Faced with a master like Lian Haolong and his core forces, some casualties during a raid were inevitable. The remaining 40 or so must vanish immediately, leaving no clues for the police or any factions to pursue. Huo Tianqing's operational style was fully manifested in this mission. Ruthless, decisive, leaving no room for error. Exacting revenge without delay, and never allowing grudges to linger overnight. From the bar conflict to the extermination reprisal, only a few short hours had elapsed. This speed of response and execution was enough to instill fear in any adversary. More importantly, he utilized soldiers summoned by the system, utterly loyal, ensuring that as long as he did not personally appear at the scene and left no direct biological evidence, no matter how many shell casings were left behind or how the Underworld speculated, they could not legally pin the blame on him. This enabled him to wield the most extreme measures without a hint of concern. That night, the towering flames and billowing smoke from the upscale villa district of Kowloon soon alarmed the nearby residents and patrolling officers. Fire engines and police cars rushed to the scene, but the inferno was too fierce. By the time the blaze was extinguished, the luxury villa, valued at tens of millions, had been reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton and crumbling walls. Firefighters and the police who arrived shortly thereafter were met with a scene of unimaginable horror. In the living room, on the stairs, and in the corridors, they discovered multiple bodies, burnt beyond recognition and severely carbonized. A preliminary count revealed nearly 10 corpses. What sent chills down the spines of the police was the discovery of numerous twisted and deformed shell casings and bullet heads among the ashes and partially burnt furniture. The remnants and some intact shell casings suggested that the assailants had employed automatic rifles, possibly even machine guns. The interior of the villa was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a beehive, a testament to the ferocity of the gunfight that had ensued. This was far from an ordinary vendetta or fire. It was a meticulously planned, heavily armed assault. The nature of the case was exceedingly grave and was immediately reported, drawing the utmost attention from the police hierarchy. By the following morning, news of the massacre at the residence of Chen Haonan swept through the underground world of the harbor like a whirlwind. Information from various channels swiftly converged, collided, and disseminated. Have you heard? Brother Long of the Chongqing, Chen Haonan, has been wiped out along with his entire family. Not just his family, his brother Chen Haonan. Strategist Luo Dingfa, the fiercest fighter Azua, and Huo Tianqing. None were spared. Not a single one left. No way. Is that true? Chen Haonan is so formidable. And his subordinates are fierce. Who could have done this? Absolutely true. The Kowloon area is left in ashes, and the police retrieved over a dozen charred corpses. It said the scene was littered with shell casings, and the walls were full of bullet holes, resembling a battlefield. My goodness, that's brutal. A complete extermination. Not even sparing the women? What kind of enmity lies behind this? Which powerful figure did Chongqing offend? In a single night, the upper echelon was eradicated. The society has essentially collapsed. The entire underworld was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Chen Haonan was no minor player. He was the dominant figure in Mongkok, leading the formidable Chongqing. His subordinates were strong and capable, and he himself was renowned for his prowess, his standing in the underworld secure. Chapter 57. Mongkok's powers fall silent. Huo Tianqing. This is my territory. I call the shots. Such a figure, along with his entire core team, was inexplicably wiped out overnight, with their home reduced to ashes. This was an unimaginable upheaval. While people were shocked by the brutal reality of Chongqing's demise, they began to frantically speculate about the identity of the murderer. The plethora of shell casings and the traces of machine gun fire left at the scene indicated that the assailants were not only ruthless, but also possessed formidable firepower and professional operational capabilities. This was no ordinary street vendetta. Chen Haonan and his subordinates were known for their combat skills, yet they met such a fate, sending a chilling wave throughout the underworld. Who possesses such terrifying power and audacity? Having navigated the underworld for so many years, Chen Haonan undoubtedly had numerous enemies. However, once the news spread, those who had past grievances with him, various gang leaders and heads, did not react with joy but rather with panic. They feared that this inferno might engulf them as well, drawing the attention of the police or that mysterious murderer. Thus, one by one, they hurriedly sought to distance themselves through various channels, both publicly and privately. It wasn't me. I absolutely had nothing to do with it. Any past disputes with Brother Long have long been resolved. Who the hell is spreading that it was me? If I find out, I'll make them pay. Brother Long's affairs have nothing to do with me. I warned certain individuals not to falsely accuse me. I was gambling in Macau all night yesterday. I have witnesses. In no time, various denials and threats echoed throughout the underworld, creating an even more bizarre atmosphere, as potential suspects with motives were actively or passively eliminated. A piece of gossip about the previous night began to circulate quietly among the well-informed. Hey, did you know that yesterday evening, Chen Haonan went to a bar in Mongkok with Azua, Huo Tianqing, and the others? What about the bar? Who was there at that time? The new red stick from Hung Hing, Huo Tianqing. They ran into each other? Not just ran into each other. It said that Chen Haonan intended to put Huo Tianqing in his place, but somehow he found himself at gunpoint from several of Huo Tianqing's men, forced to back down right there, and then, leaving behind a harsh remark before making a hasty exit. Many people witnessed it. This news hit like a drop of water in hot oil, instantly stirring up greater ripples. A conflict last night, and a massacre that same night. The timing is too coincidental. Coupled with this clue, a daring and terrifying speculation began to take root and spread like wildfire throughout the underworld. My God, could it be Huo Tianqing? Who else could it be? A conflict just yesterday, and Chen Haonan is dead that night. But that is too quick and ruthless. Isn't it? Just because of a minor clash, a complete extermination? Quick, ruthless? Just think about how Huo Tianqing rose to power. He climbed to the position of red stick over the bodies of his enemies. It said that Liang Kuan suffered greatly under him, losing even the film company. I've heard that he has a group of desperados under his command, some of whom are veterans, particularly skilled fighters, and they are armed. Exactly. They say this guy has a volatile temper, even crazier than Liang Kuan. ready to explode at any moment, and he holds grudges. Motive, means, temperament, capability. All the evidence and rumors seem to subtly point towards that young man, Huo Tianqing, who has recently emerged in Hunghing, with a style of operation starkly different from all traditional underworld figures. Although no one has solid evidence, and the police are still struggling with their investigation, the underworld has its own logic of judgment. Here, often, it is not necessary to have the kind of irrefutable evidence required in court. The consensus formed by various signs often holds more power than actual evidence. In a single night, Huo Tianqing's name took on a new, chilling connotation across all levels of the harbor's underworld. The previous night's confrontation, followed by the massacre that night. Such a thunderous act of retribution, such a brutally violent nature of action, sent chills down the spines of all who heard the rumors. Huo the Madman. It is unclear who started it, but this nickname, filled with dread and fear, began to spread like wildfire, swiftly becoming Huo Tianqing's new moniker in the underworld. Recently, everyone has been advised to keep a low profile. Especially in Mongkok, keep your eyes peeled, and do not provoke that Huo the Madman. Did you hear? From now on, anyone who encounters Huo Tianqing from Hunghing should be extra courteous. If you don't want to die, don't stir up trouble. Damn it, what a calamity. Now that Lian Haolong has disappeared, this underworld will likely be even more unstable. The leaders of various societies sternly warned their subordinates to draw clear boundaries and stay prudent. Mid-sized and smaller gangs fell silent, fearing that a single misstep might lead them to meet the same fate as Cheng Xingyi. Huo Tianqing, with his extremely ruthless, efficient, and brutal style of operation, transformed his name from that of a somewhat unfamiliar newcomer to a terrifying symbol in the harbor's underground world. One that could make even children stop crying. Chapter 58. Huang Zhiqing, overreaching in ambition. In attempting to capture Huo Tianqing, he was instead taught a lesson. The news of Lian Haolong and his core forces being exterminated overnight dropped like a bomb in the deep waters of the harbor's underworld, sending ripples that quickly spread to every corner. The moniker Mad Ho, imbued with connotations of bloodshed and trepidation, swiftly spread like wildfire, astonishingly becoming synonymous with Huo Tianqing. His infamy was so profound that it eclipsed many long-standing titans of the underworld within a remarkably short span. Originally, the newly delineated territory of Dundas Street in Mongkok was a coveted prize, provoking envy among various gangs, all eagerly awaiting the moment Huo Tianqing would solidify his footing or the extent of support from Hongxing would become apparent, at which point they would attempt to seize a piece of the pie or even oust him. However, the brutal demise of Lian Haolong served as a cold shower, extinguishing the avarice and misplaced hopes of all. Loyalty, honor, and the likes of Lian Haolong, gone in an instant. His wife and brothers, all wiped out in a single night. Rumor had it that the scene resembled a battlefield, bullet casings littering the ground. Was this merely a common vendetta? No, it was akin to a military purge. Huo Tianqing, or rather Mad Ho. This man was truly mad, utterly reckless. Lian Haolong had merely intended to assert dominance in a bar, not even laying a hand on him. A mere verbal spat, and he turned around to find his entire family annihilated. Who would dare provoke such a figure? Quick, spread the word. Our people in Mongkok, especially around Dundas Street, should keep a low profile. Avoid that area unless absolutely necessary. Collecting protection fees? Nonsense. Preserving our lives takes precedence. Yes. Inform the venues below that whenever they encounter Hongxing members, particularly Huo Tianqing and his subordinates, they must be exceedingly courteous. Absolutely avoid any conflicts. In an instant, the various factions that once-eyed Dundas Street with predatory intent became exceptionally subdued and compliant. Not only did they refrain from provocation, but even the small-time thugs accustomed to skimming off the edges were too frightened to set foot on Dundas Street, terrified that a misstep might be perceived as a challenge by that Mad Ho, inviting catastrophic consequences. Huo Tianqing had, through the most brutal and direct means, established his absolute authority in this new domain, leaving no room for dissent. At the Mongkok police station, in the office of the anti-organized crime unit's leader, Huang Zhiqing sat behind his desk, his countenance as grim as the sky before a tempest. The ashtray before him overflowed with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of tobacco. He had just received an encrypted message from an undercover operative embedded within Hongxing, which, while vague, clearly indicated that prior to the massacre of Lian Haolong's family, a fierce confrontation had occurred between Lian Haolong and Huo Tianqing at a bar, with Huo Tianqing being a prime suspect. Nevertheless, Huang Zhiqing felt no sympathy for the deceased. In his eyes, both Lian Haolong and Huo Tianqing were cut from the same cloth, societal parasites and scourges undermining the rule of law. Their fates were of no concern to him. What truly mattered was whether this case could serve as a significant stepping stone in his career. The ramifications of the massacre of the loyal, honorable Lian Haolong were exceedingly dire. Huang Ziqing's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, his eyes gleaming with calculations. If he could swiftly resolve the case and apprehend the culprit, no matter how minor a breakthrough, nailing down a primary suspect would be sufficient to elevate him a rung higher. Perhaps the rank of inspector would no longer be an unattainable dream. His eagerness for accolades, coupled with disdain for the repeatedly humiliating encounters with the gangster Huo Tianqing, led Huang Ziqing to forego his usual caution. He did not spend much time verifying the details of the undercover intelligence, nor did he meticulously ponder whether Huo Tianqing possessed the capability or motive to orchestrate such a complex attack within such a brief time frame. His mind was solely occupied with how to swiftly apprehend Huo Tianqing, extract a confession, and solidify his own achievements. Gather everyone. We convene in 10 minutes. Huang Ziqing commanded urgently, seizing the internal phone. 10 minutes later, the modest meeting room of the anti-organized crime unit was filled to capacity. When Huang Ziqing announced that they would immediately depart for Dundas Street to apprehend Huo Tianqing, suspected to be connected to the massacre of Lian Haolong's family, the room fell into a stunned silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Uncertainty flickered across the faces of all team members, and some even revealed a barely perceptible glimmer of fear in their eyes. Inspector Huang is going to catch Huo Tianqing? Right now? An experienced officer from the anti-organized crime unit could not restrain himself from interjecting. The crime scene of Lian Haolong's case is so convoluted. They haven't even finished analyzing the bullet casings, and witness testimonies are still being sought. Isn't it a bit premature to go after Huo Tianqing now? Besides, he's Mad Ho. The phrase Mad Ho had begun to circulate within the police force as well. The brutal methods employed in the massacre of Lian Haolong's family had even left these seasoned officers, accustomed to the brutality of the underworld, shaken. Chapter 59. Su Jingyang takes down an officer barehanded. Huo Tianqing, no evidence. Then get lost. Impatient, Huang Ziqing's expression darkened as he reprimanded. Solving a case requires seizing the moment. While you all dawdle, perfecting the evidence chain, the perpetrator will have vanished without a trace. There are leads pointing to him. We must act immediately. As for this Mad Ho, we are the police. Should we fear a gangster? Let that be fodder for ridicule. He allowed no opportunity for dissent. Slamming his hand on the table. Immediately depart. Target, Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing's residence. Move out. Half an hour later. Several unmarked cars and an armored vehicle came to a rough stop outside an old tenement building on Dundas Street, recently taken over by Huo Tianqing's subordinates as a temporary base. Huang Ziqing, leading a dozen officers from the anti-organized crime unit, ascended the stairs with a grim demeanor. Having dealt with the aftermath of Lian Haolong's situation the previous night, Huo Tianqing was still in the midst of a late slumber, roused by the urgent knocking and hushed reports from his men. Upon learning that Huang Ziqing had brought his team to his door, and that this time his demeanor was particularly grim, a wave of impatience and coldness surged within him. He casually donned a robe and made his way to the living room, where Huang Ziqing and his team had already barged in, disregarding any attempts at obstruction. Inspector Huang, Huo Tianqing yawned, his eyes glinting with undisguised mockery as he regarded the tense-faced Huang Ziqing. You again? Disturbing my peaceful slumber at such an early hour. Have you finally found evidence linking me to the murder of Ba Bai? Are you here to arrest me? Huang Ziqing was incensed by Huo Tianqing's nonchalant and arrogant demeanor, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, replying with a cold tone, Huo Tianqing, stop with the jesting. I currently suspect you are connected to the heinous massacre that occurred in Kowloon last night. Please accompany us back to the police station for questioning. A massacre? Huo Tianqing raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise before bursting into laughter, a derisive smile gracing his face. Inspector Huang, your tactics of framing me are rather pathetic, aren't they? Last time it was Ba Bai, and now it's yet another massacre? Do you think I am so easily bullied that you can just dump any blame on me? Do you believe that stepping on Huo Tianqing will make your ascent particularly effortless? He directly exposed Huang Ziqing's intentions, causing the latter's expression to stiffen. A flicker of indignation flashing through his eyes, yet he quickly retorted firmly, enough of your nonsense. Whether or not you are involved will be clarified upon investigation. Now, please cooperate. Huo Tianqing's smile faded, his gaze turning frigid as he extended his hand, palm facing upward. Very well, I shall cooperate with the investigation. Hand it over. What? Huang Ziqing was taken aback. The arrest warrant, Huo Tianqing replied leisurely. Inspector Huang, this is a place governed by law. If you wish to take me back to the police station for questioning regarding such a serious case, surely you must have a formal legal document, right? An arrest warrant or a court summons. Do you have one? Show it to me. Huang Ziqing was rendered speechless. His actions this time were hasty, and he did not have the opportunity to apply for an arrest warrant. He initially intended to leverage his identity as a police officer and the urgency of the situation to forcibly take the person back and complete the paperwork later. The case was serious, and the circumstances were dire. The arrest warrant would be provided shortly, You must accompany us immediately. Huang Zhiqing attempted to exert pressure through sheer force. Huh? Huo Tianqing scoffed, shaking his head, as if he were observing a poor performer. Huang Zhiqing, do you believe that everyone else is a fool? You wish to forcibly apprehend someone without legal procedures? Who do you think you are? The governor of Hong Kong? I have stated that this is a society governed by the rule of law. If you cannot produce an arrest warrant, I kindly ask you and your men to leave my premises at once. Otherwise, I can accuse you of trespassing and harassment. His tone was calm, yet undeniably resolute. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened significantly. He realized that mere words would not suffice to take anyone away today. He glanced at Huo Tianqing's side, noticing that only the bodyguard named Su Zhenyang was present, while the rest of his subordinates seemed sparse. He deduced that Huo Tianqing's elite subordinates likely needed to rest or hide after last night's operation, and now was a moment of relative manpower scarcity. Greed for achievement and anger clouded his judgment. He decided to take a hardline approach. Huo Tianqing, you are suspected of serious criminal offenses and resisting law enforcement. Take him down. Huang Zhiqing abruptly waved his hand, issuing orders to several burly officers behind him. Although those officers were somewhat intimidated by Huo Tianqing's notorious reputation, they had no choice but to follow their superior's command. They exchanged glances and closed in on Huo Tianqing, preparing to subdue him by force. However, just as they took a couple of steps forward, a figure, like a wraith, silently appeared in front of Huo Tianqing, none other than Su Zhenyang. Su Zhenyang's movements were dazzlingly swift. Without uttering a word, he struck directly. Facing the first officer who lunged at him, Su Zhenyang deftly sidestepped the officer's grasp, his right hand striking with the precision and ferocity of a striking serpent, delivering a vicious knife-hand blow to the side of the officer's neck. The officer let out a muffled groan, his vision darkening, collapsing limply to the ground. Chapter 60. Huang Zhiqing faces counter-threat. Huo Tianqing, if you persist, you'll regret it. The second officer swung his baton, but Su Zhenyang remained unfazed, his left hand shooting out like lightning, fingers curling like claws, expertly seizing the officer's wrist. With a twist and a pull, he simultaneously raised his right knee, delivering a heavy blow to the officer's abdomen. The officer screamed in agony, relinquishing the baton and curling up, clutching his stomach. The third and fourth officers lunged simultaneously. Su Zhenyang moved like the wind, executing a low sweeping kick that knocked one down while leveraging the momentum to rise, his elbow crashing forcefully into another officer's ribs. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing resonated. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 well-trained officers, not managing to even graze the hem of Su Zhenyang's clothing, were swiftly and decisively taken down, rendered incapable of further combat. The entire process unfolded in merely 2 or 3 seconds, with movements so clean and efficient that it was spine-chilling. Huang Zhiqing and the other officers were left utterly astonished. They knew Huo Tianqing's bodyguard was formidable, but they never anticipated him to possess such overwhelming prowess. This was far beyond what an ordinary bodyguard or thug could achieve. At the very moment Su Zhenyang made his move, rapid, heavy footsteps echoed through the stairs and corridor. Zhao Yi, Chen Er, and Sun San, accompanied by a large group of plainclothes subordinates, whose fierce gazes and imposing presence surged in like a tidal wave. They instantly filled the not-so-spacious living room and corridor, blocking all exits. Their numbers far exceeded those of Huang Zhiqing's anti-crime unit. Moreover, their positioning subtly formed an encirclement, completely cutting off any escape routes for Huang Zhiqing and his men. Zhao Yi stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over Huang Zhiqing and his visibly alarmed officers, his voice icy as he spoke. What do you think you are? How dare you show disrespect to the boss? Seeking death, are we? The situation flipped in an instant. Huang Zhiqing and his men transformed from aggressive captors into trapped prey, encircled and ensnared. Huo Tianqing's side not only outnumbered them, but also bore the weight of Su Zhenyang's recently demonstrated terrifying combat skills, pressing down on each officer's heart like a massive stone. Huang Zhiqing's face turned a ghastly shade, alternating between red and pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had initially thought he could take advantage of the situation, but now found himself in a perilous predicament he had never anticipated. In the living room, the air thickened, filled only with the pained groans of injured officers and the heavy, tense breaths from both sides. Though the dark muzzles of guns were not raised, hands rested firmly on holsters. While Huo Tianqing's subordinates did not reveal their firearms, the bulges at their waists and their icy stares indicated that they were equally formidable foes. Zhao Yi, filled with rage, unleashed a punch, imbued with enough power to break stone, slicing through the air with a chilling wind, aimed directly at Huang Zhiqing's face. Huang Zhiqing could even feel the sting of the wind against his skin, the shadow of death looming instantaneously, his pupils constricting, his mind going blank, unable to muster even the most basic evasive action. At this critical juncture Zhao Yi, Huo Tianqing's calm voice rang out, not loud, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zhao Yi's fist halted just a centimeter from Huang Ziqing's nose, as if gripped by an invisible iron clamp, coming to an abrupt stop. The force of the punch even rustled a few strands of hair on Huang Ziqing's forehead. Slowly, Zhao Yi withdrew his fist, but his eyes, filled with murderous intent, remained fixed on Huang Ziqing, whose face had turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, as if he might pounce again at any moment. Huo Tianqing's face re-emerged with its habitual, cultured smile, as if the perilous scene from moments ago had never occurred. He turned to the shaken, breathless Huang Ziqing, his tone carrying a hint of apology. Inspector Huang, I apologize. My subordinates are rather uncouth, lacking in education, and tend to be rather direct in their actions. I hope you can forgive the fright caused. Huang Ziqing silently exhaled, discreetly releasing a breath of pent-up anxiety. His back was already soaked in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he might lose his life. The other party had dared to strike without hesitation against a police officer. Such reckless ferocity convinced him even more that the massacre of the Kowloon family was undoubtedly linked to this seemingly gentle maniac before him. Only someone who utterly disregards any rules and acts solely based on their whims could commit such atrocities. Huo Tianqing appeared oblivious to the fear and deeper suspicion reflected in Huang Ziqing's eyes. He shifted the conversation, adopting a tone of mild exasperation. However, Inspector Huang, as you can see, I, Huo Tianqing, am a legitimate businessman, law-abiding. We would never engage in such serious matters as assaulting a police officer. You arrived early this morning with such a large contingent, lacking legal authorization, barging into my premises and attempting to forcibly take me away. That hardly aligns with proper protocol. Does it? My lawyer, the esteemed Jian Aowei, would likely submit a hefty complaint to the police department if he were to learn of this. At that point, Inspector Huang, you might find yourself in quite a bit of trouble. He casually mentioned the complaint and the formidable lawyer Jian Aowei. This was both a reminder and a veiled threat. Chapter 61, Assassination and Silencing. Huang Ziqing pushed off the rooftop, leaving no trace. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, his chest rising and falling slightly with anger and trepidation. He stared intently at Huo Tianqing, attempting to discern a hint of vulnerability within his seemingly calm gaze, but found nothing. Suddenly, he lowered his voice, adopting an almost accusatory tone as he gritted his teeth. Huo Tianqing, are you truly willing to commit murder over a mere verbal dispute, not even sparing the women? Your conscience, does it not ache? He sought to provoke his opponent with this moral interrogation, perhaps hoping to elicit a slip of the tongue. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianqing's smile remained unchanged. Instead, he regarded Huang Ziqing with an even more mocking gaze, as if he had just heard an exceedingly ludicrous question. Inspector Huang, you truly have a remarkable way of casting such a grand accusation. I have already stated that I am a legitimate businessman. As a senior law enforcement officer, how can you slander an exemplary citizen who is committed to philanthropy and pays taxes as a murderer without any evidence? Oh, your conscience, no? Your professional integrity, has it been devoured by something? His retort was sharp and direct, deftly returning the accusations of slander and lack of professional ethics. In this verbal duel, Huang Ziqing was utterly defeated. He could neither produce evidence nor match the opponent's momentum and reasoning. Huo Tianqing turned away from him, as if Huang Ziqing and his associates had become mere air. He adjusted his robe and waved his hand at Zhao Yi and Su Zhengyang. Let us leave. After such a commotion, I can no longer sleep. Zhengyang, find a clean tea house for us to enjoy some dim sum. With that, he strode confidently past the still-stunned anti-gang unit officers, flanked by a throng of his subordinates, making his way downstairs, not casting another glance at Huang Ziqing throughout. Huang Ziqing remained frozen in place, his fists clenched so tightly that they cracked, nails digging painfully into his palms, his face a tumult of humiliation and rage. His subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions rife with frustration and a tinge of relief that Zhao Yi's earlier punch had not landed. He contemplated issuing a forceful order to intercept, even to fire a shot. Setting aside the numerical advantage of the opposition, that bodyguard Su Zhengyang possessed terrifying skills, and his men were no pushovers either. More crucially, he had acted hastily today, without proper procedures. If a fierce conflict or even a shootout were to erupt, regardless of the outcome, he would bear the brunt of the blame, potentially jeopardizing his promising future. Greed for achievement battled with self-preservation, and he prioritized his prospects above all. Faced with such immense risk, Huang Ziqing ultimately chose the most humiliating route of endurance. He could only watch as Huo Tianqing, like a triumphant general, swaggered away, disappearing at the staircase. Fall back. Huang Ziqing managed to force out these two words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, laden with unending resentment. Once again, he returned empty-handed and humiliated before Huo Tianqing. In a renowned Cantonese tea house near Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing sat in a window-side booth, leisurely savoring a fine pu'er tea. The table was laden with exquisite dim sum, shrimp dumplings, siu mai, and chicken feet. Su Jingyang sat opposite him, sipping only plain water, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Zhao Yi and Qian Er were scattered at nearby tables. Through the glass window, they observed Huang Zhiqing and his dejected officers climbing into their vehicle, quickly departing. Boss, this Huang Zhiqing is like a rabid dog, refusing to let go. He is a nuisance, Zhao Yi remarked in a hushed tone, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Huo Tianqing picked up a shrimp dumpling, meticulously chewing it before wiping his hands with a towel. His gaze icy as he stared out towards the direction in which Huang Zhiqing's car had disappeared. Indeed, he is a problem. His voice was soft, yet carried a chilling resolve. Moreover, he is not like Lian Haolong. He is a police officer, an official, with him keeping watch. Many matters will become inconvenient. He paused, seemingly weighing his options, then slightly turned his head, instructing in a tone only Zhao Yi could hear. Zhao Yi, arrange for 2 of the most astute and discreet newcomers. Do not involve anyone who participated in last night's operation. Let them start monitoring Huang Zhiqing from today. We need to ascertain his daily routines, frequented locations, and every detail about his family situation. Zhao Yi's spirit lifted, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Boss, do you mean to? Huo Tianqing raised a hand, silencing his words, his gaze deepening. Remember, just observe and gather information. Do not act rashly. In this port, dealing with a senior inspector is riskier than confronting 10 Lian Haolongs. Should anything go awry, the police will go berserk, public opinion will explode, and it may even attract higher scrutiny. We must wait for the most opportune moment, devise the most meticulous plan, ensuring the operation is executed flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, those who act must leave the port immediately after, never to return. His arrangements were exceedingly cautious. Killing a police officer, especially someone of Huang Zhiqing's stature within the anti-gang unit, would be crossing the red line, with catastrophic repercussions. It was imperative to ensure absolute certainty, leaving no loose ends. Understood, boss. I will arrange for the most reliable individuals, with utmost discretion, Zhao Yi affirmed, nodding earnestly. Huo Tianqing said no more, continuing to enjoy his breakfast as though the preceding discussion had merely concerned the procurement of a commodity. Almost simultaneously with Huo Tianqing's orders, 2 inconspicuous men, dressed in ordinary attire and looking as unremarkable as any passerby, each entered a different taxi outside the tea house, silently following Huang Zhiqing's departing convoy. They were specially selected soldiers from the system for the task of surveillance, trained and sufficiently professional in their discretion. Unbeknownst to Huang Zhiqing, he had already become the target of death's gaze. He returned to the police station, seething with suppressed anger. His face grim throughout the afternoon as he dealt with a backlog of paperwork, yet his mind was far from his duties. His thoughts were consumed by Huo Tianqing's mocking visage and the potential accolades from the Lian Haolong case. Finally enduring until the end of his shift, Huang Zhiqing did not head home as usual. Instead, he drove his private car aimlessly around the city, ensuring he was not being followed. After confirming he was clear, he turned the steering wheel, heading towards the southern district of the island, a relatively quiet area populated by the affluent, entirely opposite to his own residence. His vehicle ultimately halted near an old commercial building on the outskirts of the Ni family's territory. This was one of the agreed-upon secret meeting spots. Alone, Huang Zhiqing ascended to the rooftop. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, and the rooftop was desolate, adorned only with a few ventilation pipes and an abandoned water tower. He lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant, brightly lit villas of the Ni family, silently awaiting his contact. Approximately an hour later, the rooftop door was gently pushed open, and a man dressed in a hoodie, with the brim pulled low, slipped inside. He moved lightly, quickly reaching Huang Zhiqing's side, pulling back his hood to reveal a young face that appeared somewhat weary and anxious. This was a mole Huang Zhiqing had placed within the Ni family, codenamed Arin. Sir Huang, you summoned me? Arin's voice was somewhat hoarse, tinged with unmistakable tension and dissatisfaction. Did we not agree to meet as infrequently as possible? The atmosphere within the Ni family has been quite tense lately. It was risky for me to come out. Huang Zhiqing exhaled a puff of smoke, not looking at him, and stated directly, I have a new task for you. Help me investigate a person, Huo Tianqing, the newly appointed Red Stick of Hongxing, currently overseeing Dundas Street in Mongkok. I need to know everything about him, his subordinates' backgrounds, his financial channels, and his usual contacts. Detailed information is paramount. Arin was momentarily taken aback, his face subsequently displaying an expression of disbelief, his voice rising sharply. Huo Tianqing, that whole lunatic? Sir Huang, are you joking? I am currently embedded in the Ni family. It took me years to gain their trust, allowing me to catch wind of some peripheral business. You want me to investigate Hongxing's people now? Is it still that same fiend who just annihilated the loyal and righteous family? How am I to investigate? What justification do I have to approach him? The moment I make a move, that old fox, Nai Yongxiao, will immediately suspect me. His agitation was palpable, clearly enraged and terrified by Huang Ziqing's sudden and perilous demand. Having long infiltrated the drug trafficking syndicate, he constantly faced the pressure of identity exposure and the brutal execution that would follow, stretching his nerves to the breaking point. Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, attempting to soothe him. Aran, calm down. I understand the risks, but this individual is of utmost importance. The case involving Lian Haolong is likely orchestrated by him. If we can secure evidence against him, it will be a sensational breakthrough. This is vital for our efforts in combating organized crime and upholding the law. Enough. Aran interrupted brusquely, his eyes filled with bloodshot anguish. Uphold the rule of law. Combat crime. I've been stuck in this hellhole for nearly 4 years. Every day I live in fear, too afraid to even speak in my sleep. Watching those people indulge in drugs, trafficking, and murder haunts my nights with nightmares. You promised me a maximum of 2 years. And now, 2 years have turned into 2 more. How much longer do you expect me to endure this? And now you want me to provoke that lunatic, Huo Tianqing? Do you want me dead? Huang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by his vehement response, pausing in silence before softening his tone slightly. Aran, I assure you, this is truly the final time. If you can assist me in uncovering the critical evidence against Huo Tianqing, I will immediately apply for your reinstatement, commend you for your contributions, promote you, and secure your future. I don't believe you. Aran shook his head, his gaze filled with despair. You always say that. Huang sir, I am not a mere tool. I have a name. I am Chen Yongren. I am not your pawn to be discarded when no longer useful. Nor am I a sacrifice to be made at your convenience. He took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself, yet his voice trembled with emotion. As for Huo Tianqing, I cannot assist you. The moment I move, it will mean death. And I, Yongxiao, will not spare any suspicious individual. If you wish to investigate him, seek someone more capable. With that, he turned away from Huang Ziqing, pulled his hat down, and quickly made his way toward the rooftop door, vanishing swiftly into the stairwell. Huang Ziqing gazed at the empty doorway, his expression grim as he extinguished his cigarette. Aran's refusal had been anticipated, yet it still left him feeling vexed and troubled. Huo Tianqing was like a poisonous cake emitting an alluring fragrance. He was eager to take a bite, but found himself without the means to do so. It seems I must devise another plan, Huang Ziqing murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with calculation. Perhaps he could scout out a few idealistic and justice-driven young individuals at the police academy? Or perhaps seek out those in prison who were desperate enough to redeem themselves. Huang Ziqing was no fool. As he stood alone on the rooftop, smoking and contemplating, an inexplicable chill surged up his spine. A reflex honed over years of dealing with danger, a primal sense of impending crisis. He abruptly turned, his gaze sharply scanning the rooftop entrance and the potential shadowy corners. Almost simultaneously with his turn, 2 ghostly figures suddenly emerged from behind the ventilation duct near the rooftop entrance. Their movements were so swift they nearly surpassed the limits of the naked eye. They brandished silenced handguns, their muzzles glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light. An ambush. Huang Ziqing's mind raced, adrenaline surging. Instinctively, he reached for his gun while retreating sideways, seeking cover. However, his assailants were faster. Pop, pop. The muffled and eerie sounds of gunfire erupted almost simultaneously. Huang Ziqing felt a searing pain in his left shoulder and right thigh. The tremendous impact caused him to stumble, interrupting his retreat, nearly causing him to fall. Blood instantly gushed from the 2 bullet wounds, staining his shirt and trousers crimson. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. The intense agony and dizziness from blood loss severely impaired his ability to act. What alarmed him further was the cold, silent, and ruthlessly efficient murderous intent emanating from these 2 attackers, alongside the eerily familiar sense of their trained demeanor. This aura was strikingly similar to that of the assailants described in the reports of the attack on Lian Haolong's villa. A name flashed like lightning through his mind. Huo Tianqing. It was Huo Tianqing. Once again, it was him. A surge of overwhelming anger and absurd fear welled up within Huang Ziqing. He had not anticipated such swift and brutal retaliation. Just moments ago, he had faced humiliation on Dengdashi Street, and now his adversary dared to strike directly at a police officer, executing an ambush assassination. In that moment of sheer shock, the 2 soldiers lunged forward like leopards. One swiftly kicked away the half-drawn gun from Huang Ziqing, while the other swung a heavy rifle but against the back of his neck. Huang Ziqing's vision darkened, and he lost all ability to resist, collapsing weakly. The 2 soldiers executed their actions with no hesitation, swiftly lifting the already injured and dazed Huang Ziqing, dragging him like a mere object toward the rooftop's edge. The cold, rough concrete pressed against his back, the streetlights and traffic below resembling a miniature model, as the night wind howled into his ears. The icy touch of death felt so palpable, jolting Huang Ziqing from a brief state of unconsciousness. No, please. An overwhelming wave of fear engulfed all his anger and calculations. Huang Ziqing struggled, his voice distorted and hoarse from terror and injury. You can't kill me. I am a police officer, a senior inspector. If you kill me, your boss won't escape either. The entire police force will pursue this to the end. He attempted to shout threats, hoping to leverage his identity as a police officer and the potential consequences to intimidate them, buying himself a sliver of a chance. He had not yet fully relished the benefits of power. His path to promotion had just begun to show promise, and he did not wish to die. He absolutely could not die here. One soldier coldly regarded his desperate struggles, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if observing a lamb awaiting slaughter. He crouched down, leaning close to Huang Ziqing's ear, delivering a final message in an icy tone devoid of sentiment. Inspector Huang, our boss instructed me to tell you to keep your eyes peeled in your next life and avoid provoking those you shouldn't. Chapter 62. Huo Tianqing feared Huo Tianqing. This kid is crazier than Liang Kuan and can fight too. This statement shattered the last shred of hope in Huang Ziqing's heart. It truly was Huo Tianqing. That madman. He really dared to do it. Wait, I can. Huang Ziqing attempted to make one last plea, ready to offer any condition that might spare his life. But the soldier no longer afforded him any opportunity. The acting captain stood up, making a decisive gesture to another soldier. The soldier nodded, gripping Huang Ziqing's shoulders and forcefully pushing him toward the edge of the rooftop. No. Huang Ziqing let out a scream filled with pure terror, defiance, and despair. A sound that shattered the silence of the night sky. His body lost its support, instantly captured by the force of gravity. Plummeting headfirst toward the hard ground several dozen meters below, his scream faded from near to distant, quickly becoming faint, ultimately swallowed by the night wind and the city's din. Meanwhile, at the building's lower exit, Chen Haonan, having just concluded an unpleasant meeting with Huang Ziqing, walked briskly out the door with his head down. Filled with resentment and anxiety, he tightened the hood of his sweatshirt, attempting to conceal himself entirely within the shadows and the throng of people. While the chilling demands of Huang Ziqing echoed relentlessly in his mind, alongside the precariousness of his own situation. Suddenly, with a thunderous bang, a sound so muffled yet terrifying, as if a heavy object had plummeted from a great height onto metal, an explosion erupted scarcely 2 meters in front of him. The immense shockwave caused the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Chen Haonan was jolted by the unexpected cacophony, his body quivering as he jerked his head up. Before him, a black sedan parked by the roadside bore a dent in its roof, a gaping crater that was utterly jarring. The windshield had shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. And there, amidst the deformity of the car's roof, lay a grotesque human figure. Blood trickled down through the warped seams of the roof and the shattered glass, glistening a dark crimson under the dim streetlight, a nauseating sheen. Chen Haonan's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the face of the fallen figure. Although the visage was distorted from the violent impact and smeared with blood, the familiar suit and the calculating, cold face of Huang Ziqing, who had issued perilous orders to him mere moments ago, were unmistakable. It was Huang Ziqing. The enormity of the shock crashed through all of Chen Haonan's psychological defenses like a tsunami. He stood frozen, his body icy, as if his very blood had congealed. Just moments ago, his superior, alive and commanding, had transformed into a mangled corpse, grotesquely sprawled before him. How could this be? Who was responsible? Had the NI family discovered it? No, that was implausible. If it were them, they wouldn't resort to such a method, and the intended target should have been himself. Could it be Huo Tianqing? The very individual Huang Ziqing had just instructed him to investigate. The mere thought coiled around Chen Haonan's heart like a venomous serpent, suffocating him with terror and chill. If it truly was Huo Tianqing, then he would dare to kill even a senior inspector. And what was a mere undercover agent like him in his eyes? An overwhelming desolation and a sense of despair akin to a rabbit mourning a fallen fox engulfed Chen Haonan. He gazed into Huang Ziqing's lifeless eyes, filled with terror and resentment, his own eyes reddening as a wave of heat threatened to spill forth. He clenched his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the tears. Here, he could not reveal any signs of weakness. He quickly lowered his head, tightened his hood, and like a startled rabbit, hastened to merge into the crowd that had gathered, drawn by the deafening sound, before swiftly disappearing into a shadowy alley, his heart still racing wildly. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa overlooking the sea in Shallow Water Bay, Huo Tianqing enjoyed a leisurely English breakfast prepared by his servant, sunlight streaming through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. Dressed in a silk robe, he perused the latest financial newspaper when Chen Yao entered with an unusual seriousness and a barely perceptible tremor. Mr. Jiang, Chen Yao said, slightly bowing. Ah Yao, so early? Have you eaten? Care to join me? Jiang Tianqing replied casually, setting down his newspaper. Mr. Jiang, there's an urgent matter. Chen Yao refrained from taking a seat. Lowering his voice. A grave incident has occurred in Kowloon Tong. Lian Haolong of Zhongxinyi, along with his wife Susu, his brother Lian Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, and his subordinate Azua, were all gunned down last night in his villa and then set ablaze. Jiang Tianqing's hand, holding a silver fork, paused momentarily. His relaxed expression gradually fading. He raised his gaze to Chen Yao, his eyes deepening with intensity. Is the news confirmed? Absolutely unequivocal. Firefighters and the police have arrived, retrieving over a dozen charred bodies. The scene was littered with shell casings, and reports suggest traces of machine gun fire, Chen Yao stated gravely. The rumors have spread like wildfire in the underworld. Jiang Tianqing fell silent for a few seconds, slowly laying down his fork and wiping his mouth with a napkin. His voice low as he inquired, "Have you discovered who was behind this?" Chen Yao took a deep breath, lowering his voice even further. Although there is no concrete evidence, all indications and whispers point to one individual. Jiang Tianqing's gaze sharpened. Chen Yao uttered a name. Huo Tianqing. Jiang Tianqing's eyelids flickered slightly, despite his suspicions. He couldn't help but display a hint of astonishment upon hearing the name. Leaning back in his chair, he murmured, "Is it truly him? Are you certain?" "Almost certainly." Chen Yao elaborated. Last night, Lian Haolong had led a group to Huo Tianqing's bar to provoke him, only to be driven away at gunpoint by Huo Tianqing's men. This was witnessed by many. The timing is too coincidental. Moreover, I had some people monitor the movements of Huo Tianqing's subordinates. A portion of them were unusually mobilized late last night, albeit discreetly. Additionally, there have been recent signs of arms trading in the black market, though the source remains elusive. Yet the timing aligns. After listening, Jiang Tianqing remained silent for a considerable time before exhaling gently, his tone complex. Huo Tianqing's methods are remarkably ruthless and swift. Lian Haolong was no insignificant figure. To eradicate an entire family without leaving any leeway is a strategy more extreme than a coin's. Chen Yao nodded in agreement. A sense of unease evident. Mr. Jiang, to be honest, I find Huo Tianqing far more fearsome than Brother Kowloon. Brother Kowloon is cunning and calculating, but Huo Tianqing seems utterly indifferent to rules and consequences, driven entirely by a sense of rage and madness, with an execution capability that is frighteningly efficient. The thought that someone as formidable as Lian Haolong could be uprooted overnight sends chills down my spine. His words were laced with palpable trepidation, even hinting at a warning, as if urging Jiang Tianqing to consider preemptive measures against this uncontrollable force. Jiang Tianqing was not oblivious to Chen Yao's implications. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression shifting. Initially, he had intended to use Huo Tianqing as a means to balance and deplete the power of the local overlord, Liang Kowloon. Yet he hadn't anticipated that this dragon would prove far more ferocious than anyone had imagined, consuming the snake whole and now turning to eliminate another formidable player entrenched in Mongkok. This had entirely deviated from his original plan. What has a Kowloon's response been? Jiang Tianqing redirected the conversation. Chen Yao displayed a peculiar expression. Brother Kowloon seems to have accepted it. I've received word that Huo Tianqing pressured him at the bar to sign over the film company, claiming it was a trade for his life. It appears Brother Kowloon was genuinely frightened and didn't dare to resist, sending the paperwork over yesterday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianqing's face revealed unmistakable disappointment, even a hint of disdain. He had held high hopes for Liang Kowloon to act as a counterbalance to Huo Tianqing, only to find him so easily overwhelmed and yielding so swiftly. A worthless piece of mud, Jiang Tianqing muttered, shaking his head. He turned his gaze back to the sea view outside, contemplating for a long while before finally stating, given the current circumstances, with Huo Tianqing's momentum surging, Lian Haolong eliminated, and a Kowloon rendered a coward for the time being, it is unwise to confront him directly. Let him continue to stir trouble in Mongkok. Having suffered such a significant loss, a Kowloon will undoubtedly harbor resentment. Allowing them to keep an eye on each other is prudent. This sets the tone for a temporary forbearance, observing the changes while allowing Huo Tianqing and Liang Kowloon to continue their internal strife. Chen Yao nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang. I will remain vigilant. In Huo Tianqing's temporary office on Dingdashiji, Zhao Yi hung up an encrypted satellite phone, turned, and respectfully reported to Huo Tianqing, who was reviewing documents. Boss, the mission has been accomplished. The scene has been thoroughly cleaned up, and all the brothers involved in the operation have boarded the ship, which has already departed from Victoria Harbor and will soon leave the port waters. The dock has also been arranged meticulously, leaving no traces behind. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's report, Huo Tianqing slightly nodded, his expression remaining largely unchanged, merely reminding him in a calm tone, just ensure it's dealt with cleanly. The vessel arranged for their departure must guarantee safety, and the receiving crew and landing points after they disembark must be secure, leaving no loose ends. Rest assured, boss. The brothers understand the rules. The ship has been arranged by a reliable snakehead, and we have our people ready to receive them upon landing. They will be directly sent to Nanyang to avoid detection, with all identity documentation in order, so there will be no issues, Zhao Yi assured respectfully. All right, you may go about your business, Huo Tianqing gestured dismissively. After Zhao Yi exited, tranquility returned to the office. Huo Tianqing approached the window, gazing at the bustling and vibrant night scene of Mongkok, the neon lights flickering across his face. That evening, the local television station indeed broadcasted a noteworthy incident in the evening news. Breaking news, at approximately 8 p.m. tonight, a serious fall occurred at XX Commercial Building in Shengwan. The deceased has been identified by the police as Senior Inspector Huang Ziqing from the Mongkok Anti-Organized Crime Unit. Preliminary investigations at the scene revealed that the deceased had sustained gunshot wounds prior to the fall, and multiple bullet holes and traces of blood were discovered on the rooftop, suggesting a possible gunfight had taken place. The police have yet to determine whether Inspector Huang was murdered and then disposed of or accidentally fell during an exchange of fire with criminals. The case has been classified as a homicide and is under joint investigation by the Major Crime Unit and the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. A spokesperson from the police department expressed deep condolences for the demise of Inspector Huang and promised to mobilize all resources to swiftly bring the perpetrator to justice. Reports indicate that the police have begun questioning and investigating several individuals with gang affiliations in the Mongkok area. The news footage shifted to the police cordon outside the building, close-ups of damaged car roofs, and some work photos of Huang Ziqing during his lifetime. The host's tone was grave, tinged with condemnation of the crime and sorrow for the loss of a colleague. Huo Tianqing watched the television screen expressionlessly, and only after the news concluded and transitioned to the next financial report did he pick up the remote and turn off the TV. The room was left with only the faint sounds of the city's noise filtering through the window. He walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a modest half-glass of whiskey, without ice, savoring it slowly. The amber liquid slid down his throat, bringing a slight warmth. Huang Ziqing was dead. A senior inspector, the head of the anti-organized crime unit, had been pushed from the rooftop, his body shattered upon impact. Huo Tianqing felt little turmoil within, let alone any burden or guilt. In his view, this world operated on the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. Huang Ziqing chose to oppose him, continually causing trouble, even attempting to climb over his corpse to rise. Thus, he must be prepared for retaliation. Those he eliminated, whether it be Ba Bai, Lian Haolong, or Huang Ziqing, were not virtuous individuals themselves. Their hands stained with blood no less than his own. The distinction between police and gangsters, on certain levels, was merely a matter of different disguises for hunters. Survival, then growth. This was the sole truth. As Huo Tianqing reached the bottom of his glass, his thoughts became clearer and more forward-looking. The death of Huang Ziqing, the downfall of Lian Haolong, and the submission of Liang Kuan had undoubtedly solidified his standing in the underworld swiftly, yet they also revealed deeper insights. Merely being a red stick, commanding respect, collecting protection fees, and vying for territory, what then? Even if fortune favored him in the future, allowing him to displace Jiang Tianqing and ascend as the head of Hongxing, what would that amount to? Ultimately, he would still be just a larger thug. The scope was too limited. Huo Tianqing's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, casting into a broader future. He hailed from another time and space, aware of the trajectory of history. The port was about to return. The lawless underworld model, reliant on a special period and background, was destined to gradually fade, swept into the annals of history by more formidable forces. In this era, celebrated as the Pearl of the Orient, on the cusp of a new economic surge, to be content merely with street brawls and scavenging for scraps in the gray areas was a sheer waste, utterly foolish. Personal valor and the influence of gangs were no match against true power. That power stemmed from the state, from order, and even more so, from wealth. Ultimately, thugs were bound for mediocrity. Huo Tianqing murmured softly to himself, a self-deprecating yet enlightened smile touching his lips. Even if one reached the pinnacle, it remained the same. Times have changed. At that moment, a fundamental transformation occurred in his mindset. He no longer viewed himself solely as a figure of the underworld, a red stick of a gang. I am a businessman, he affirmed to himself, his tone resolute. A legitimate businessman, earning money, amassing immense wealth, became the foremost priority in his future endeavors. He recalled the top tycoons from another world, their names known far and wide, their fortunes rivaling nations, their influence capable of transcending borders and impacting policy directions on various levels. Such heights and power were forever beyond the reach of any underworld overlord. Even the so-called underground emperor. Chapter 63, Abandon the fighting and killing. Huo Tianqing, start a factory, become a legitimate businessman. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read online. Your generous support enables the author to create even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Webnovel's Android client to download all content without limitations. Client link. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the one in charge. Your support is anticipated. Chapter 64. Acquire the bankrupt beverage factory. Huo Tianqing. Oriental Cola. We aim to surpass Pepsi and Coca-Cola. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read online. Your generous support enables the author to create even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Webnovel's Android client to download all content without limitations. Client link. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the one in charge. Your support is anticipated. Chapter 65. Filming to promote products. Huo Tianqing. Let Oriental Cola sweep across all of Hong Kong. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read online. Your generous support enables the author to create even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Webnovel's Android client to download all content without limitations. The client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 66. The police intend to send an undercover agent. Huo Tianqing. My people, you cannot infiltrate. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 67. Threatening the Hong family's film crew. Huo Tianqing. If you don't agree, you will face the consequences. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 68. The Hong family's crew is forced to yield. Huo Tianqing. If you do not perform well, you shall bear the consequences. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 69. Underhanded tactics. Coca-Cola suffers collective poisoning, causing widespread panic across Hong Kong. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 70. The best partners are a hit. Dongfang Cola sells like hotcakes, with daily sales reaching 20,000 boxes. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 71. The media reports frantically. Huo Tianqing. Films drive merchandise sales, generating profits on two fronts. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Webnovel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 72. Jiang Tianqing sips Dongfang Cola. His heart is filled with mixed emotions. This kid is exceptionally adept at making money. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 73. Pepsi and Coca-Cola unite to retaliate. Huo Tianqing, your adversary is me. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 74. Summoning the Father of VCD. Huo Tianqing, strategizing for the future, advancing in the tech industry. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 75. The Hongqing Dragon Head Conference. Huo Tianqing, filmmaking for laundering money can also yield substantial profits. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 76. All the hall masters are wildly intrigued. Huo Tianqing, let's earn money together and launder the dirty money together. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker eagerly awaits your support. Chapter 77. The script alludes to Hong Tai, Jiang Tianqing. This script is excellently crafted. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Substantial support for the author enables the creation of even more captivating works for your enjoyment. Recharge URL. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I aspire to be the one in charge. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 78. The Hall Master takes the stage. Liang Kuan. I shall portray the villain. This role is one I am well acquainted with. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to create even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I aspire to be the one in charge. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 79. Collaboration with mainland factories finalized. Huo Tianqing. Daily production capacity of 80,000 boxes. Monopolizing the market. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to create even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I aspire to be the one in charge. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 80. 2 million to dismiss a beggar? The 13 returns will leave you destitute. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to create even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Pay for Lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hepfulacum Android asks Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. I aspire to be the one in charge. I eagerly anticipate your support. Title. Hong Kong film, 100,000 soldiers. Text. Chapter 41 to Chapter 60 TXT Chapter 41. Liang Kuan goes wild at the bar. Huo Tianqing. Just right. Let us settle old and new accounts together. Moreover, it was explicitly stated that this street was originally under Liang Kuan's watch, and now it is to be formally handed over to Huo Tianqing, who had just engaged in a fierce conflict with Liang Kuan at the meeting. The intent is clear to all present, seasoned veterans, who cannot discern the implications. This is a blatant attempt to drive a wedge between the tiger and the wolf, using one to eliminate the other. They are placing the hard-headed, ruthless Huo Tianqing, who has just emerged and is in direct opposition to Liang Kuan, right next to Liang Kuan's territory, even carving off a piece of Liang Kuan's influence to feed him. This is plainly designed to incite conflict between Huo Tianqing and Liang Kuan, allowing them to exhaust each other, while Jiang Tianqing sits back and balances the various factions. Brother Gu, Han Bin, and Prince exchanged knowing glances, each bearing a hint of a smile. This tactic is both ruthless and astute. Liang Kuan's expression turned exceedingly grim the instant Jiang Tianqing's words fell. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode. Although Dengdashi Street is not considered his core territory in North Corner, its strategic location is lucrative, and it is an area he has cultivated over many years, with his influence deeply entrenched. Now, with a single sentence from Jiang Tianqing, he is expected to relinquish it to his adversary, Huo Tianqing. This is not merely a loss of territory, it is a substantial blow to Liang Kuan's prestige. His anger surged, and he felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. Yet, he dared not. Jiang Tianqing is the leader. His words are final, and to openly oppose him in front of all the hall masters would be a grave affront, with even more severe consequences. He could only suppress the fury threatening to erupt and force out the words through clenched teeth. Mr. Jiang has arranged things meticulously. I have no objections. As he uttered those 3 words, his eyes were fixed on Huo Tianqing, with a murderous glint that seemed almost palpable, as if to stab Huo Tianqing 1,000 times. Huo Tianqing observed everything with keen eyes. He scoffed inwardly at Jiang Tianqing's machinations, using him as a pawn to counterbalance Liang Kuan, treating him as a tiger to devour the wolf that is Liang Kuan. It may be premature to determine who is the tiger and who is the wolf. What Huo Tianqing desires is not merely a street or a red stick. Facing Jiang Tianqing's scrutinizing and somewhat expectant gaze, Huo Tianqing's demeanor remained unchanged. He slightly bowed respectfully, his voice clear. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for the generous gift. I shall manage Dengdashi Street diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. His words were neither obsequious nor overbearing, carrying an air of entitlement, as if that street were rightfully his. Especially his defiant posture, unafraid of Liang Kuan's fierce glare, sparked a deeper satisfaction in Jiang Tianqing's eyes. This was precisely the kind of bold and combative spirit he sought, someone unafraid of offending others. Good, young man, you have spirit, Jiang Tianqing praised with a smile, then clapped his hands. Then it is settled. Ah Yao, please coordinate the relevant accounts and relationships of Dengdashi Street with Qing later. All right, this concludes today's meeting. We are adjourned. The Dragonhead Conference has officially ended. Huo Tianqing secured his first official territory in Hongxing, Dengdashi Street, in a manner laden with tension. After the meeting, Liang Kuan was the first to storm out of the conference room. His face darkened. The indignation within him burned like toxic fire, causing his insides to ache. Upon returning to his territory, the more he thought about it, especially the mocking and victorious visage of Huo Tianqing flashing repeatedly in his mind, the angrier he became. Damn it, scoundrel, insolent fool. A mere newly released 4'9" kid dares to defecate on my head just because of a bit of luck. Liang Kuan roared in his office, shattering several cups, leaving his subordinates trembling in fear. He could not swallow this humiliation. Jiang Tianqing was biased, deliberately stirring trouble, and he could not act against him for the moment. But Huo Tianqing, this audacious brat, must learn the consequences. That night, Liang Kuan, accompanied by several trusted subordinates, visited a well-known bar on Boland Street that he frequently patronized, seeking to drown his sorrows in alcohol and perhaps find a few women to vent his frustrations. The bar was awash in dim lights, deafening music, and the air thick with the intoxicating blend of alcohol, perfume, and marijuana. Liang Kuan ordered a private booth, several bottles of expensive foreign liquor, and an array of fruit platters, surrounded by a few glamorous hostesses. He gulped down the alcohol, attempting to numb himself. But with each passing moment, his anger only intensified. Get lost. All of you, get away from me. Liang Kuan suddenly erupted, violently pushing away a hostess attempting to approach him. The woman cried out, colliding with the table, spilling drinks all over herself, utterly disheveled. Liang Kuan paid no mind, his bloodshot eyes seizing a liquor bottle. With a resounding crash, he smashed it against the glass coffee table, shards flying everywhere. The surrounding patrons and staff screamed and scrambled to avoid the sudden outburst of violence. Chapter 42. Liang Kuan shatters a glass in provocation. Huo Tianqing, are you seeking death? Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors. Fueled by alcohol, Liang Kuan bellowed, his voice overpowering the music. You reckless bastard. How dare you compete with me for territory? Dengdashi Street is mine. What are you even? A freshly minted red stick, and you think you can strut around like a peacock? His underling hurriedly whispered words of comfort. Brother Kuan, calm down. This is a public place. What of it? Liang Kuan glared. Who am I afraid of? Let me tell you, within 3 days, I'll make Huo Tianqing realize just how many eyes the King Ma has. Dare to touch what belongs to me, and I'll ensure you can't stay in Mongkok. Losing a hand or a foot is merely a light punishment. We may be from the same school, but I won't kill you. However, I have plenty of ways to make your life a living hell. He cursed vehemently, venting the resentment boiling within him. Although he dared not take lethal action due to their shared brotherhood, he was resolute in his decision to employ various means to teach Huo Tianqing an unforgettable lesson, making it clear who was not to be trifled with. Just as Liang Kuan, fueled by alcohol, was spitting venomous threats, the lights at the entrance of the bar flickered. A group entered, led by none other than Huo Tianqing. He seemed to have come to unwind, accompanied only by Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi. Dressed in a casual shirt and slacks, his gold-rimmed glasses reflected the shifting lights, and a faint, enigmatic smile graced his lips, as if he found the atmosphere quite agreeable. The bar staff appeared to recognize him and respectfully guided him to a reserved booth inside. Initially, Huo Tianqing did not notice Liang Kuan, who was erupting in the corner. The bar's music was too loud, and the crowd too dense. However, as he passed near Liang Kuan's booth, the venomous and violent roar of Liang Kuan reached his ears with startling clarity. Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors. Within 3 days, I'll make you unable to stay in Mongkok. Huo Tianqing's footsteps faltered slightly. The subtle smile on his lips instantly froze, then gradually morphed into a colder, more sinister curve. He turned toward the sound, his gaze piercing through the flickering lights and the throng of heads, landing squarely on Liang Kuan, who was clutching a shattered bottle with a fierce expression. Huo Tianqing said nothing. He simply changed direction, no longer following the staff, and walked straight toward Liang Kuan's booth. Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi immediately followed, one on each side, like guardians. Liang Kuan was in the midst of his tirade when he suddenly sensed a shadow looming, blocking the light in front of his booth. Annoyed, he lifted his head, his drunken gaze slightly unfocused. The next moment, his vitriol was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had clamped around his throat. His eyes met Huo Tianqing's, which were eerily calm, yet laced with unabashed mockery. Huo Tianqing stopped leisurely in front of Liang Kuan's booth. He even tilted his head slightly, pretending to clear his ears, wearing a smile as if he had just heard something exceedingly amusing, while his gaze remained as cold as steel. Upon seeing Huo Tianqing approach so directly, Liang Kuan's initial shock faded, and his drunkenness was quickly replaced by a surge of anger and a sense of affront, especially after having just made his threats. How dare the other party come so boldly? To him, this was an outright provocation. The drunken haze in his eyes vanished, replaced by his habitual malice and arrogance. He made no attempt to hide his intentions, instead raising his chin and glaring at Huo Tianqing with bloodshot eyes, viciously stating, Huo Tianqing, what a coincidence. I was just mentioning you, and here you are? Yes, I intend to deal with you, what of it? Before his words had even faded, he suddenly seized the half-empty glass of liquor before him, swinging his arm to smash it onto the ground barely half a meter from Huo Tianqing's feet. Crash! The thick glass shattered instantly, with shards and amber liquid spraying everywhere. Much of the liquor splattered onto Huo Tianqing's polished black shoes and trousers, leaving dark stains. Street punk. Liang Kuan sneered after smashing the glass, seemingly relieved of some anger. See that? This is your fate. Dare to touch what belongs to me, and I'll make sure you won't even know how you die. Huo Tianqing lowered his gaze to inspect the stains on his shoes and trousers, then slowly raised his head to meet Liang Kuan's gaze. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, devoid of any sign of anger, yet beneath that calm lay a chilling undercurrent. Liang Kuan, Huo Tianqing's voice was low, yet it sliced through the bar's background music with an icy clarity. In front of Mr. Jiang, you tuck your tail between your legs. Here, you act so brazenly? Who gave you the audacity? Ha! Liang Kuan erupted into a harsh, raucous laugh, suddenly springing up from the booth. He was slightly taller than Huo Tianqing and deliberately leaned in closer, nearly nose to nose, glaring fiercely at Huo Tianqing. Brazen? I am brazen. What of it? You, a lucky brat who managed to take down Bai, actually think you're someone of worth? In front of me, you're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Want to challenge me? Do you even have the qualifications? As Liang Kuan stood, his loyal subordinates around the booth all leapt to their feet. A youth with bleached hair and a fierce gaze, a burly bald man with a face full of muscles, and more than 20 other underlings scattered around the booth instantly formed a loose circle around Huo Tianqing, Su Jingyang, and Zhao Yi. Each of them wore unfriendly expressions, hands resting at their waists or behind their backs, clearly armed. The overwhelming numerical advantage of more than 20-3 transformed the atmosphere in this corner of the bar into a tense standoff, thick with the scent of gunpowder, causing surrounding patrons to retreat in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Faced with this obvious encirclement and hostility, Huo Tianqing not only showed no signs of fear, but instead revealed a deeper layer of disdain. It was as if he didn't even notice the predatory henchman, his gaze fixed solely on Liang Kuen's face, which was twisted with rage and intoxication. Qualifications? Huo Tianqing scoffed, his tone dripping with unmasked mockery. Liang Kuen, I'm curious. How many daddies do you have that allow you to act so arrogantly in my presence? This remark was deeply insulting, directly implying that Liang Kuen's bravado stemmed from his connections, rendering him a mere nobody. I'll fuck your mother. Liang Kuen was instantly enraged, his face shifting from red to pale as he cursed vehemently. Huo Tianqing, you're courting death. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'll take your surname. Get him. Break him. His loyal subordinates, Xiang and Shuangqiang, could no longer restrain themselves, ready to strike, while the other underlings were also itching to move, as a brawl seemed imminent. Wait. However, Huo Tianqing suddenly raised his hand, signaling for a pause. This action caused Liang Kuen's henchmen to instinctively halt. Huo Tianqing gazed at the trembling Liang Kuen, the wicked curve of his smile growing deeper. I admire your reckless arrogance. It makes the cleanup all the more interesting. With that, he no longer looked at Liang Kuen, merely tilting his head slightly to glance at Su Zhengyang, who stood beside him like a javelin. Su Zhengyang understood immediately, making no unnecessary movements, swiftly placing his right index and middle fingers in his mouth, puffing out his cheeks to emit a piercing, powerful whistle. Whoosh! The sharp, urgent whistle sliced through the cacophony of the bar's music and the clamorous crowd, resonating far and wide. Liang Kuen and his underlings were momentarily taken aback by the sudden whistle, bewildered by its meaning. Yet, in less than 3 seconds, a tremendous crash reverberated through the bar as the heavy double doors were forcefully flung open from the outside. Instantly, a torrent of muscular figures surged in with a silent yet swift ferocity, like a dam bursting. 1, 10, 50, 100, more and more poured in. Clad in ordinary casual attire, their movements were uniform and their gazes sharp. Upon entering the bar, they quickly dispersed. Some took control of the entrance. Others advanced along the walls, while a significant number converged directly towards the section where Liang Kuen was seated. Within a mere 2 minutes, what had once been a relatively spacious bar hall was now utterly congested with the relentless influx of people. The throng appeared black and dense, and upon closer inspection, the number undoubtedly exceeded 200, perhaps even nearing 300. Moreover, these individuals exuded an air of discipline and coordination, clearly not mere street thugs. Upon their arrival, they made no noise, instead standing in silence, surrounding Liang Kuen and his 2 or 3 dozen subordinates in a tightly packed formation, establishing an overwhelmingly numerical advantage. The once boisterous bar had descended into a deathly silence. The music had long ceased, patrons cowered in corners, scarcely daring to breathe. The bar's security and manager were pale with fear, huddled behind the bar, too terrified to show themselves. The arrogance and fury on Liang Kuen's face froze in an instant, transforming into disbelief and panic. His eyes widened as he surveyed the densely packed crowd, his heart racing, and his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had initially believed that Huo Tianqing had brought only 2 men, and that with over 20 elite subordinates on his side, he could easily dominate the situation, even taking the opportunity to humiliate Huo Tianqing. However, he could not fathom that Huo Tianqing had laid such a formidable ambush outside. And these individuals were clearly not a rabble. How could a freshly released convict, recently initiated into the gang, command such a following? All of them appeared so well trained. This was impossible. With Boss B dead, where did he acquire the resources and influence? Was Jiang Tianqing secretly supporting him? Or did he have another powerful backer? Countless questions and fears engulfed Liang Kuen. Chapter 44, a one-sided crushing. Liang Kuen's subordinates were mercilessly beaten, and he himself was ground into the floor. The sudden shift from hunter to prey occurred with alarming swiftness. Liang Kuen, a seasoned player in the Underworld, understood the principle that when the situation turned against you, a wise man does not suffer needless losses. The muscles in his face twitched as he forcibly suppressed the terror and overwhelming humiliation within him. Striving to muster a grotesquely unnatural smile that was more painful than tears, his voice softening, even laced with a hint of supplication. Brother Tianqing, this is all a misunderstanding. He chuckled awkwardly, attempting to diffuse the tension. Look at us. We are all from the Hongxing family, brothers in arms. I merely had a few too many drinks and made a jest. There was no need for such a grand display. Let us call off the brothers. I'll host a banquet to personally apologize to you another day. How does that sound? He endeavored to deflect the situation with camaraderie and humor. Hoping that Huo Tianqing would relent, for in the gang, a leader showing such humility towards a mere red stick was already a significant concession. However, Huo Tianqing was unimpressed by such tactics. He believed in either remaining still or striking with overwhelming force, severing the roots of his enemies. To strike while they were down was the true path. Granting the enemy a chance to breathe was the utmost cruelty to oneself. Faced with Liang Kuan's pleas for mercy, Huo Tianqing displayed neither pride nor derision. He scarcely regarded Liang Kuan at all. He merely cast a calm glance at the encircled, fearful Liang Kuan and his subordinates before issuing a tranquil command. Attack. Leave no quarter for anyone but Liang Kuan. His voice was soft, yet it pierced the hearts of Liang Kuan's men like an icicle. Yes, boss. Zhao Yi, positioned at Huo Tianqing's front, immediately revealed an excited, bloodthirsty expression. He had been waiting impatiently. Like a tiger descending from the mountain, Zhao Yi was the first to pounce. His target was clear. He charged directly at the burly figure of the bald man, Xuanxiang, standing beside Liang Kuan. Before Xuanxiang could fully comprehend the shock of their numerical disadvantage, a figure surged toward him with the force of the wind. Instinctively, he raised his fist to block, but Zhao Yi was faster. Thud! A powerful kick landed squarely in Xuanxiang's abdomen. The nearly 200-pound giant was sent sprawling, his feet leaving the ground, crashing heavily into the sofa behind him, toppling it over. Clutching his stomach, he opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. His face turned a deep shade of purple. Without breaking stride, Zhao Yi seized a hefty whiskey glass from the coffee table and, under Liang Kuan's terrified gaze, smashed it viciously against Liang Kuan's forehead. Crash! The glass shattered with a resounding crack. Glass shards mingled with liquor and blood, erupting from Liang Kuan's forehead. He let out a short, anguished cry. Darkness clouding his vision as he staggered back, a gruesome gash on his forehead gushing blood, instantly staining half of his face red. At the very moment Zhao Yi struck, the hundreds of Huo Tianqing soldiers surrounding them moved in unison, as if receiving a unified command to attack, silently and efficiently. They did not shout or curse. Only the dull thuds of fists, feet, clubs, and even knives striking flesh echoed, accompanied by the startled cries and screams of Liang Kuan's subordinates. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and the quality was leagues apart. Though Liang Kuan's 20 to 30 men were fierce fighters, they were no match for these soldiers, who had undergone systematic training and possessed foundational military skills and combat enhancements. Within mere moments, the air filled with screams, pleas for mercy, the sounds of bones breaking, and bodies collapsing. Liang Kuan's men fell like harvested wheat, one after another. Some clutched severed limbs while wailing, others fell unconscious. And many knelt in desperation, yet were ruthlessly struck down. None could stand for more than 10 seconds. The entire conflict unfolded with dizzying speed, yet bore a brutality that sent chills down the spine. The bar was left in utter disarray, tables and chairs overturned, bottles shattered, and the floor littered with groaning, injured bodies. As for Liang Kuan himself, after being struck on the head by Zhao Yi with the whiskey glass, he had no time to resist or flee before being seized by the collar and dragged out from the overturned sofa in chaos. Much like a dog being dragged to its doom, brought before Huo Tianqing and harshly thrown to the ground. By this time, Huo Tianqing had comfortably settled into Liang Kuan's previous spacious seat in the booth. Su Jingyang, having procured an unopened bottle of whiskey and a clean glass from somewhere, poured him a drink. Huo Tianqing, legs crossed, gently swirled the amber liquid in his glass, expressionless as he gazed upon Liang Kuan, who lay at his feet, bloodied, drenched in liquor and grime, and utterly disheveled. In the bar, aside from the faint sounds of Huo Tianqing's soldiers standing at attention and the pained groans of the injured on the ground, there was nothing else. Chapter 45. Extortion of Qian Kuan Film Industry. Huo Tianqing, surrender the company, or meet your end. All the patrons and staff, trembling in fear, dared not even glance in that direction. Huo Tianqing lifted his glass, took a sip, and then, under Liang Kuan's horrified gaze, slowly poured the remaining whiskey onto Liang Kuan's blood-stained face. The icy whiskey mingled with the blood that trickled down his cheek, the sharp sting sharpening Liang Kuan's awareness and deepening his sense of humiliation and powerlessness. He lay prostrate on the ground, gasping for breath, his ears ringing. Aside from the violent beating of his heart and the pained groans of his subordinates, he could also hear the chillingly calm voice of Huo Tianqing. Brother Kuan. Huo Tianqing casually placed the empty glass aside, leaning slightly forward to gaze at Liang Kuan on the ground, his tone as flat as if he were discussing the weather. I believe we can strike a deal. With great difficulty, Liang Kuan lifted his head. The blood obscured his vision, yet he could still discern Huo Tianqing's face, which bore a gentle smile, but whose eyes were as cold as steel. A deal? What sort of deal? His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of wariness and disbelief. How could he still want to negotiate at this juncture? How about trading your life for the rights to Qian Kuan Film Industry under your name? Huo Tianqing said indifferently, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Liang Kuan's eyes widened in shock, the pain in his forehead momentarily forgotten, his voice rising in disbelief and anger. Huo Tianqing, are you blackmailing me? Are you out of your mind? I am the Hall Master of Hongxing. You invade my territory, harm my brothers, and now you want my film company. Do you have no regard for the rules of the gang? Mr. Jiang will never let you off. He attempted to invoke the gang's rules and the authority of Longtu Jiang Tianqing to intimidate Huo Tianqing. The film company was his crucial money laundering channel and a symbol of his status, significant beyond measure. Yet, Huo Tianqing, far from being intimidated, merely smiled and retorted, Brother Kuan. Do you really think Mr. Jiang would trouble himself over your film company? The words fell like a bucket of icy water on Liang Kuan, freezing him in place. All his anger and questions caught in his throat. Upon reflection, an icy realization gripped his heart. Jiang Tianqing? That cunning old fox would revel in seeing him and Huo Tianqing fight to the death. During today's meeting, Jiang Tianqing had intentionally ceded Deng Deshi Street to Huo Tianqing, clearly provoking conflict. Now, publicly humiliated and beaten, if Jiang Tianqing learned of this, he would not only refuse to help, but might secretly revel in it, possibly even using this opportunity to further suppress Liang Kuan and weaken his power. To expect Jiang Tianqing to uphold justice? It was a delusion. Seeing the despair and understanding flicker in Liang Kuan's eyes, Huo Tianqing's smile grew warmer. But his gaze remained icy. You dare not kill me. Liang Kuan clung to this last straw of hope, forcing a semblance of bravado, though his voice trembled imperceptibly. Killing a fellow Hall Master is a grave taboo. It is an act of rebellion, unforgivable, even if Mr. Jiang does not pursue it. The other Hall Masters will not stand idly by. The entire Hongxing will rise against you, no matter how many subordinates you have. You cannot withstand the wrath of the entire gang. Jiang Tianqing cannot protect you. He sought to deter Huo Tianqing with the ironclad laws of the gang and the prospect of collective retribution. Indeed, this was a red line. In a gang that valued hierarchy and rules, assassinating a fellow Hall Master was an extremely serious crime. Huo Tianqing's expression grew more amused. He gently stroked his fingers, observing Liang Kuan's bluster, and leisurely inquired, Oh, is that so? Then, Brother Kuan, how about a little wager? Shall we bet on whether I dare to send you to meet your sworn brother by right now? His tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of curiosity, as if genuinely inviting Liang Kuan to partake in an intriguing gamble. Yet, the glint in his eyes caused Liang Kuan's heart to constrict. This was not a mere bluff or a threat. It was a cold, serious indifference to life itself. This madman. He was genuinely contemplating whether to eliminate him on the spot. Liang Kuan's body bristled with terror, an indescribable fear surging up his spine. He had navigated the underworld for many years, encountered ruthless individuals and desperate men, but he had never encountered someone like Huo Tianqing, who, though newly ascended and seemingly should have concerns, displayed such reckless disregard for rules and consequences. This young man was far more ruthless, insane, and unpredictable than he had imagined. A wager? To stake his life on whether the other dared to violate the gang's taboos? Liang Kuan could not. He had no doubt that if he dared utter a single word of defiance, the silent, standing subordinates around him, like machines of slaughter, would immediately tear him to shreds. Huo Tianqing would absolutely do it. And even if Hongxing sought retribution afterward, what would it matter? He would already be dead. And Huo Tianqing might well have means to contend with it. A monumental fear drowned Liang Kuan's last remnants of defiance and resentment. In the face of the life and death choice, what pride, what enterprise, what enmity, seemed so pale and powerless. His facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, but more so with a resigned despair. He gritted his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth, and with great difficulty, managed to force out a few words. A good film company for you. This utterance seemed to drain the last of his strength, and afterward, he crumpled like a pile of mud. Huo Tianqing's face broke into a radiant smile. As if genuinely pleased. Brother Kuan is indeed generous. A man of discernment is a true hero. He waved his hand to Zhao Yi beside him. Help Brother Kuan up, and see him and his men out. Remember, call a car for Brother Kuan. He is injured and needs proper rest. Zhao Yi nodded and stepped forward, lifting the limp Liang Kuan as one would a small chick. Liang Kuan angrily shrugged off Zhao Yi's supportive hand. Despite the blood streaming from his forehead and the pain throughout his body, he steeled himself, swaying as he stood upright. He fixed a venomous glare on Huo Tianqing, his eyes brimming with spite. What happened today, Huo Tianqing? I will remember. Liang Kuan's voice was hoarse. The transfer papers for the film company will be delivered to Deng Deshi Street tomorrow. Then I shall await your esteemed presence, Huo Tianqing replied with a faint smile, raising the glass that had been refilled by Su Jingyang at some point. Liang Kuan fell silent, his face darkened. as he awkwardly made his way through the corridor opened by Huo Tianqing's subordinates, leaving the bar that had witnessed his profound humiliation. The 2 or 3 dozen subordinates he had brought struggled to help one another, while those unable to move were dragged away by their companions, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the acrid stench of blood. Huo Tianqing leisurely sipped his drink, watching Liang Kuan and his entourage vanish at the bar's entrance. The serene smile on his face gradually faded, and his gaze deepened. In truth, he had no intention of actually eliminating Liang Kuan at that moment. It was not out of fear, but rather a calculated decision that preserving Liang Kuan's life for the time being would be more advantageous for him. As a newly appointed leader of the Red Stick, his foundation was still unstable. To brazenly kill a fellow home master, even if provoked, would undoubtedly violate the gang's core rules, inciting the vigilance and animosity of all hall masters. More importantly, it would immediately disrupt the delicate balance that Huo Tianqing had meticulously maintained. Huo Tianqing had entrusted Deng de Street to him precisely to use him as a means to counterbalance and exhaust Liang Kuan. If Huo Tianqing displayed excessive aggression and a blatant disregard for the rules, even if he were to completely consume Liang Kuan, the next target for Huo Tianqing would likely be Huo Tianqing, an uncontrollable tool whose power has expanded too rapidly and possesses a ruthless disposition, is something that any authority figure would regard with trepidation and wish to eliminate preemptively. Therefore, keeping Liang Kuan alive, allowing him to exist amidst fear and resentment, not only sustains the delicate relationship of mutual exploitation between him and Huo Tianqing, but also enables Liang Kuan to continue drawing a portion of Huo Tianqing's attention and hostility. Naturally, if Liang Kuan were to stubbornly refuse to relinquish the film company, Huo Tianqing would not hesitate to challenge Huo Tianqing's limits. For the cards and strength he holds are far from being entirely controlled by Huo Tianqing. This transaction not only secured tangible benefits, but also further undermined Liang Kuan's authority and financial resources while temporarily upholding the facade of decorum, thus achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. The chaotic situation at the bar would naturally be handled by his subordinates and the apprehensive bar manager. Rising from his seat, Huo Tianqing departed the bar, flanked by Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi. The night breeze, cool and refreshing, dispersed the lingering scent of alcohol and a trace of blood. His thoughts shifted to the new territory bestowed upon him by Huo Tianqing, Dundas Street in Mongkok. Mongkok, located in the western part of the Kowloon Peninsula, is one of the most densely populated and commercially vibrant areas in Hong Kong. It is a true city that never sleeps, with shops lining the streets and neon lights flashing, where a constant stream of people flows around the clock. This immense foot traffic brings substantial consumer spending, making it a coveted territory for various gangs, with lucrative profits from protection fees, venue fees, and various gray market enterprises. Dundas Street lies at the bustling core of Mongkok. Although not long, its strategic position connects to the famous Ladies' Market and Sai Yung Choi Street, while the other end leads to Nathan Road and other main thoroughfares. The street is dotted with an array of snack stalls, tea restaurants, trendy clothing shops, audiovisual stores, and distinctive bars, all favored by local youth and tourists alike, boasting significant commercial potential with a daily cash flow akin to a rushing river. However, such prosperity also signifies fierce competition and intricate power dynamics. The Mongkok area is a melting pot of various factions, including Hung Hing and others like Tung Sing, Wahop Tu, and various smaller gangs, creating a landscape rife with both collaboration and covert conflict. Chapter 47. Liang Kuan's departure and his extraction of profits. Huo Tianqing, collecting the management fees again is not unreasonable. Huo Tianqing humiliated Liang Kuan into surrendering the film company and publicly defeated him. This series of assertive tactics indeed yielded the desired outcome. Had it not been so, Liang Kuan, with his sinister and vengeful nature, would undoubtedly have resorted to tricks when forced to transfer Dundas Street. He might have dispatched individuals to create disturbances, vandalizing key establishments to incite anger among the merchants, thus presenting Huo Tianqing not with a thriving territory, but rather a lamentable mess requiring considerable effort to pacify. Alternatively, he could have pretended to comply while secretly instructing his own men to create minor troubles, rendering Huo Tianqing's takeover arduous and diminishing his authority. Fortunately, the confrontation at the bar showcased Huo Tianqing's ruthless decisiveness and his unfathomable hidden strength, effectively quelling Liang Kuan's arrogance and planting the seeds of fear within him. Faced with such an unpredictable adversary, seemingly indifferent to rules and consequences, Liang Kuan felt not only anger and resentment, but also trepidation. For the time being, he dared not openly create obstacles, at least until he could ascertain Huo Tianqing's true capabilities and devise a safe method of retaliation. He chose to bide his time. Thus, the handover of Dundas Street proceeded smoothly on the surface. Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San, accompanied by some subordinates, busied themselves throughout the day, visiting the main shops, bars, and stalls on the street with the basic information obtained from Chen Yao, announcing their new identity as the security personnel. The process was generally smooth, encountering no anticipated resistance or covert sabotage. Most business owners adopted a whoever watches over it is the same, as long as the payments are made on time mentality. While a few who had close ties with Liang Kuan's subordinates remained tactfully silent upon hearing the news of Liang Kuan's downfall. By the end of the day, the initial takeover was deemed complete. In the evening, Su Zhengyang reported the situation back to Huo Tianqing at their temporary base. Boss, we have a basic understanding of the surface situation on Dundas Street, with a total of 127 shops and stalls, primarily focused on food and beverage, trendy clothing, and small entertainment venues. Zhao Yi and the others are currently sorting out specific management fee standards and the status of each establishment. Su Zhengyang's report was succinct and clear. Huo Tianqing nodded, leaning back against the sofa and massaging his temples. Taking over a street involved far more minutiae than he had anticipated. Su Zhengyang paused before continuing. However, there is one situation. According to a few shop owners who inadvertently revealed and confirmed by a low-level lackey from Liang Kuan, it seems that after the Dragon Head meeting concluded yesterday morning, when Mr. Jiang publicly announced the allocation of Dundas Street to you, Liang Kuan sent his subordinate, Western Boy, to go door to door, preemptively collecting next month's management fees from the entire street. Huo Tianqing's eyes, which had been closed in contemplation, suddenly snapped open, his gaze turning sharp and icy. Yesterday morning? Huo Tianqing's voice deepened. So, before I officially took over, he had already siphoned off next month's funds? Indeed, boss, Su Zhengyang confirmed. It appears Liang Kuan, upon realizing he was losing his territory, acted out of spite and the desire for one last profit, moving before the handover. The money had all been collected and deposited into his account. Damn it! Huo Tianqing couldn't help but curse under his breath, a flash of anger crossing his face. This bastard is truly shameless. If he doesn't dare confront me directly, he resorts to such despicable tricks. This was indeed something Liang Kuan would do. Although the amount wasn't particularly large, such behavior was akin to a toad leaping on a back without biting, simply repulsive. Moreover, this would present him with a considerable inconvenience in subsequent management. The merchants had just paid, and they would certainly be reluctant to part with more money in the short term. Even if they were willing, it would leave a sour taste in their mouths, affecting his ability to establish authority. Su Zhengyang inquired, Boss, how should we handle this? Should we exert pressure on Liang Kuan, or approach it from the gang level? No need, Huo Tianqing interrupted, his expression swiftly transforming from anger to a cold, mocking smile. It's merely a small sum. Liang Kuan is only capable of this much. The money he collected is his. It has nothing to do with me, Huo Tianqing. Su Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped Huo Tianqing's intent. Huo Tianqing turned to Zhao Yi, speaking casually. Zhao Yi, starting tomorrow, arrange for the brothers to collect this month's management fees again, following the same standards Liang Kuan used previously. Remember, while the attitude should be amicable, not a single cent less. Zhao Yi immediately nodded, his expression devoid of any excess emotion. Understood, boss. What Liang Kuan collected was his. We will collect ours. It is only fair. This was Huo Tianqing's approach, simple, blunt, and effective. You collected in advance. That's your affair. Now that I'm here, the rules must adhere to mine. Chapter 48. Lian Haolong comes knocking. Huo Tianqing, dare to call me fatty? You are doomed. To conduct business on my turf? The management fees must be paid to me. As for whether the merchants will have grievances, that is a matter for them to discuss with Liang Kuan, or they may choose to accept reality. He, Huo Tianqing, bore no obligation to pay for Liang Kuan's insatiable greed, nor would he allow his own interests to suffer as a result. Enough of this tiresome charade. It warrants no further attention. Huo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, seemingly casting aside the unpleasantness. He rose from his seat, smoothing his lapels. Today, he had finally claimed his own territory, a cause for celebration. Zhengyang, Zhao Yi, gather a few brothers. Let us find a place to unwind this evening. That night, in a stylish bar in Mongkok, where the music was soothing and the atmosphere relaxed, Huo Tianqing settled into a relatively secluded booth with an expansive view. He wore a custom-tailored dark gray striped suit, the exquisite fabric and flawless cut accentuating his tall, imposing figure. His face was adorned with a pair of fine-rimmed gold glasses, and the gaze behind the lenses appeared somewhat profound and enigmatic in the dim light. A habitual, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips as he lounged against the back of the sofa, gently swirling half a glass of amber single malt whiskey. This image starkly contrasted with the typical impression of gangsters, often tattooed, boisterous, and crude in demeanor. Instead, he resembled a well-educated scholar returned from abroad or a young expert in a particular field, exuding an air of cultured elegance, tinged with a hint of aloofness. His striking appearance and unique presence rendered him quite captivating, even in the shadowy confines of the bar. Several fashionably dressed women, with exquisite makeup, approached him, some boldly and others with subtlety, attempting to pique his interest. However, Huo Tianqing politely and distantly declined their advances, his gaze occasionally wandering through the bar, seemingly searching for something, or perhaps merely observing. The atmosphere at the table was decidedly somber. Su Jungyang sat like a statue in the seat behind Huo Tianqing, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, untouched by the drinks before him. Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and Sun San, his subordinates with military backgrounds, sat rigidly, their beers barely sipped, rarely engaging in conversation, a stark contrast to the relaxed ambience of the bar. They resembled sentinels on a watch rather than patrons seeking leisure. Huo Tianqing appeared unfazed by this, relishing the sense of control and the fleeting relaxation that came after claiming his territory. Yet, this tranquility was short-lived. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the entrance of the bar, accompanied by the panicked pleas of staff and the sound of objects being violently overturned. "Step aside. Can't you see? Brother Long is here. Make way." A group of thuggish men in flashy shirts aggressively pushed past the staff, attempting to maintain order, brazenly barging in. Their demeanor was brazen, eyes scanning the bar as though searching for someone. Huo Tianqing's brow furrowed slightly. How could anyone, in his own territory, be so audacious? This incited a flicker of displeasure within him. Soon, more thugs flooded in, at least a dozen or 20 upon a cursory glance. They surrounded a burly middle-aged man, entering like a constellation of stars orbiting a sun. This man was exceptionally stout, sporting a considerable belly that, rather than being flabby, conveyed a sense of robust strength. He donned a black silk shirt, the top buttons undone, revealing a thick neck adorned with a small tattoo. His round face was framed by thick, dark eyebrows, and his small, piercing eyes exuded a fierce aura, indicative of someone accustomed to wielding power and authority. His visage bore a striking resemblance to a well-known actor famed for portraying gangsters. However, what truly captured Huo Tianqing's attention was the man trailing behind this so-called Brother Long. This man, lean and sharp-featured with short hair and hawk-like eyes, wore a plain jacket and silently followed, yet his unassuming presence exuded a latent intensity that felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of another star known for his tough guy roles. Once this group entered, the previously soothing music fell silent, leaving only the stifled breaths and whispered conversations of patrons. An air of foreboding enveloped the bar. Guided by his entourage, Brother Long's keen gaze swiftly locked onto Huo Tianqing's booth. His expression remained inscrutable as he approached with a steady, oppressive gait, his followers trailing behind like a tide. Finally, he halted before Huo Tianqing's booth, his formidable frame casting a shadow that obscured much of the light, enveloping Huo Tianqing within. Huo Tianqing set down his glass, sitting up slightly straighter, his eyes sharpening behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Chapter 49, A Disagreement That Calls for Violence. Lian Haolong. Does this madman truly dare to act decisively? He realized that the imposing figure before him was no ordinary thug seeking trouble. "Brother Long, it is he," shouted one of the thugs, pointing at Huo Tianqing. Confirming his identity as Lian Haolong, the leader of the Chung Sin Yi Society, who held dominion over the nearby Woman Street. Lian Haolong did not speak immediately, instead scrutinizing Huo Tianqing with those piercing eyes, pausing to assess the value of his suit and cultured appearance, seemingly evaluating what made this newcomer so remarkable, having allegedly dispatched Ba Bai in a single day and forced Liang Kuan to retreat. However, before Lian Haolong could utter a word, Huo Tianqing seized the initiative. The faint smile on his face had not vanished. Rather, it deepened, now infused with unmistakable sarcasm and disdain. He tilted his head slightly, meeting Lian Haolong's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke in a leisurely tone, as if critiquing an unsightly object. "Fat man, you've brought so many people and blocked my light. What business do you have with me?" The term fat man struck like a branding iron, causing the veins on Lian Haolong's forehead to throb. His gang erupted in outrage, several drawing knives or batons, cursing under their breath, ready to charge. Yet, Lian Haolong, seasoned in the underworld, though furious, did not immediately lose his composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strike, his small eyes fixed on Huo Tianqing, his voice gravelly and rough, laden with challenge and threat. "So, you are Huo Tianqing? I hear you are quite formidable, having dealt with Ba Bai in a day. Even Liang Kuan has suffered at your hands. Young man, ambition is commendable, but ignorance of the rules can lead to a swift demise." He paused, taking a step closer, his imposing presence intensifying. "Dengtashi Street was once under Liang Kuan's watch. Now it belongs to you. I do not concern myself with how things are divided within your homeshing. However," his tone shifted abruptly, pointing outside the bar as if indicating the entirety of Dengtashi Street. "There are 3 establishments on this street owned by relatives of my Chung Sin Yi brothers. According to our rules, The dues they owe must be paid to me. Lian Haolong, your men went to collect money this afternoon, even threatening my people, claiming your rules are the only rules that matter. This is crossing the line. Do you understand? The term crossing the line in the underworld refers to the act of encroaching upon another's territory for protection money or interfering in their affairs. A common pretext for conflict. Huo Tianqing understood perfectly that Lian Haolong's claims about relatives' businesses were merely a pretext to instigate trouble. The other party personally brought a multitude of people today, and their intent was not merely to collect the trifling protection fees from a few shops, but rather to seize the opportunity to deliver a harsh warning to the newly arrived neighbor, this upstart with a red cane. They aim to assert dominance over this slice of Mongkok real estate, making it clear who holds the authority here, with Lian Haolong taking matters into his own hands. The posture was already set high, intending to pressure others through sheer force. Faced with Lian Haolong's inquiries and the 20-odd henchmen lurking menacingly behind him, Huo Tianqing did not display any signs of anger. Instead, his smile became even more pronounced, almost tinged with an air of apology. He slightly inclined his body, his tone surprisingly courteous. Oh, is that so? Brother Long, this must be a misunderstanding. Huo Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and spoke with deliberate calmness. My personnel went to collect management fees today, following the merchant list and standards provided by Liang Kuan. Oh no, I mean Brother Kuan. There may have been an error in the list, or perhaps my brothers did not communicate clearly, inadvertently offending your people. If that is the case, I sincerely apologize on their behalf. His demeanor was notably humble, even taking the initiative to shoulder the blame while respectfully addressing the other as Brother Long. The attitude he exhibited was one of a desire for neighborly harmony and amicable business dealings, unwilling to provoke conflict. This unexpected courtesy and concession caught Lian Haolong and his close confidants, including the rugged man reminiscent of an action star, momentarily off guard. Prior to their arrival, they had heard rumors about Huo Tianqing's arrogance, his public humiliation of Liang Kuan, and his ruthless nature. They had anticipated a confrontation where the other would either retaliate aggressively or cower in submission, but they were instead met with this seemingly sincere, yet slippery politeness. The seasoned Lian Haolong, however, did not lower his guard due to Huo Tianqing's courtesy. Rather, he grew even more vigilant. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he understood well that the most dangerous dogs do not bark. The young man before him appeared refined and polite in speech. Yet there was no hint of genuine fear or obsequiousness in his eyes, only a chilling calmness. This was far more disconcerting than overt arrogance. A misunderstanding? Lian Haolong scoffed, evidently unwilling to accept such an explanation. You think you can brush this off with just a misunderstanding? Huo Tianqing, do you believe I, Lian Haolong, am easy to deal with? In Mongkok, my words are the law. If your people are ignorant, then as the elder brother, you must take responsibility. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not end here. His tone intensified, and his followers began to stir, moving closer to exert greater pressure. However, just as Lian Haolong expected Huo Tianqing to continue defending himself or to concede further, the smile on Huo Tianqing's face gradually faded. The veneer of politeness and apology receded like the tide, replaced by a cold, unmasked sharpness and annoyance. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lian Haolong, his voice turning icy and deliberate, each word clear, imbued with a bone-chilling intensity. Brother Long, when it comes to friends, I naturally have the approach of a friend. But towards those who deliberately seek trouble and are ungrateful. He paused, his gaze slicing through Lian Haolong's grim visage. Then, with a tone that seemed to state a fact, he uttered words that would ignite a powder keg. I generally tell them to drop dead, to be fatally unfortunate. Those 6 words detonated like thunder in the silent bar, shattering the previous facade of insincere courtesy and hurling the most direct and vicious insults at Lian Haolong. What the hell did you just say? Seeking death. A hot-tempered henchman behind Lian Haolong immediately leapt forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Huo Tianqing, while others echoed his fury, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge in for a fight. Lian Haolong's complexion turned a deep shade of crimson, his eyes glinting with murderous intent, his fists cracking ominously. At that moment, the conflict erupted. Yet, just as Lian Haolong's men roared, preparing to charge forward, crack, 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 a series of sharp, cold metallic clinks rang out in perfect unison. Behind Huo Tianqing, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun San, and 2 other similarly formidable soldiers, who had remained as silent shadows, sprang up almost instantaneously. Their movements were swift as shadows, and as they rose, their hands swiftly reached for their waists or underarms. By the time everyone realized, each of them was brandishing a dark, menacing handgun. Moreover, these were all formidable service pistols. The muzzles glimmered ominously under the dim bar lights. All pointed steadily at Lian Haolong and his most vociferous henchmen. More unnervingly, the faces of these gunmen bore no expression, their gazes cold and focused. Fingers poised steadily on the trigger guard, exhibiting an exceptionally professional grip and readiness for combat. This was not the demeanor of ordinary thugs wielding guns for intimidation. The atmosphere in the bar seemed to freeze at that moment, as if all sound, the curses, the shouts, even the breaths, had been swallowed by the dark muzzles. A palpable sense of danger, a chilling air, engulfed Lien Haolong and his crew, the fury and murderous intent on Lien Haolong's face. The moment the guns were aimed at him, was extinguished like flames doused with ice water, replaced by unmistakable shock and a hint of panic. His pupils dilated. Fixated on the guns steadily trained on him, his heart raced uncontrollably. He never imagined that Huo Tianqing could be so fiercely formidable. In this port city, where gun control is relatively strict, he had brought along so many firearms. Furthermore, the swift and decisive movements of his subordinates in drawing their weapons, coupled with their seamless coordination, indicated rigorous training. They were far from a disorganized rabble. Lien Haolong had come today, intending to flaunt his numerical superiority, to assert his dominance on Huo Tianqing's turf, leaving an indelible impression. He had even contemplated that if Huo Tianqing were to be uncooperative, he would have his men teach him a lesson. As long as no lives were lost, the gang could settle for a monetary compensation. But he had miscalculated. Huo Tianqing did not play by the usual rules. At the slightest provocation, he revealed his guns, and judging by the situation, if anyone from his side dared to make a move, the other party would undoubtedly pull the trigger without hesitation. At such close quarters, facing more than 5 handguns, the 20-odd henchmen he had brought, armed only with cold weapons, were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Lien Haolong's forehead and back. Having navigated the underworld for so many years, he had encountered danger before, but being in a situation where so many guns were aimed at his head, with his life hanging by a thread at the whim of others, was a rarity. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Lien Haolong understood this better than anyone. To persist in a hardline stance could very well turn him into a sieve the next second. If he were to die, he would lose everything. What face, what territory, what status in the underworld, all were but illusions. The muscles on his face convulsed violently, his eyes brimming with humiliation and rage, yet overshadowed predominantly by an overwhelming dread of death and a calculated assessment of reason. He clenched his teeth so tightly that his gums nearly bled, and ultimately, from the depths of his throat emerged a low growl akin to that of a wounded beast, forcibly suppressing all impulses. He cast a deep, venomous glance at Huo Tianqing, his eyes seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Then, with a rigid expression, he slowly cupped his fists in a gesture of respect towards Huo Tianqing, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice dry and hoarse. Huo Tianqing, very well. Today, I, Lien Haolong, concede defeat. Until we meet again. Having uttered this, he hesitated no more, abruptly turning on his heel and bellowing at his stunned and fearful subordinates behind him, move. The members of Zongxinyi, like a receding tide, turned on their heels in haste and silence, retreating swiftly towards the bar's entrance under the silent menace of several handguns. They had arrived with an air of arrogance and intimidation, but now, as they departed, their backs were marked by panic, even bearing a hint of disgrace, forming a starkly ironic contrast to their previous bravado just moments ago. As they watched Lien Haolong and his entourage vanish at the bar's entrance, Zhao Yi and the others did not immediately lower their weapons, but instead observed cautiously for several seconds, confirming that the adversaries had indeed left. Only then, at the slightest signal from Huo Tianqing's eyes, did they deftly stow their firearms and resume their seats, as if nothing had transpired. Boss, should we? Zhao Yi leaned closer to Huo Tianqing, inquiring in a voice only they could hear, while discreetly making a slicing gesture with his right hand, his gaze sharp. Huo Tianqing gently shook his head, picked up the previously set-aside glass, and took a sip of the now lukewarm whiskey. A hint of a playful smile reappearing on his face as he softly replied, "No rush. It is not the right time yet." His eyes swept across the bar, where patrons were pale with fear, yet could not resist stealing furtive glances in their direction, the curve of his lips tinged with a hint of icy mockery. There are too many eyes here. To eliminate him on the spot would lead to considerable complications. After all, we reside in a society governed by law, haha. His final chuckle resonated with chilling clarity in the now quiet bar, imbued with a sense of foreboding. With the departure of Lien Haolong and the stowing of firearms, the patrons and staff of the bar finally dared to breathe, though the atmosphere remained heavy. The soothing music resumed, yet it could not dissipate the pervasive air of fear and reverence. A myriad of eyes covertly focused on Huo Tianqing, laden with intense curiosity and trepidation. Whispers arose like the buzz of mosquitoes. My heavens, that was a gun, wasn't it? Several of them. This new boss is exceedingly ruthless. Even Lien Haolong was frightened away. It seems the rumors about him dealing with Liang Kuan are true. Mongkok may soon undergo a transformation. Wang Xingyang keenly detected the increasing murmurs and probing gazes surrounding him. He rarely took the initiative, but now slightly turned towards Huo Tianqing, murmuring, "Boss, there are many discussions around us. Should we silence them?" His intention was unmistakable. He suggested employing certain means to ensure the witnesses remained quiet. Huo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, reclining languidly against the back of the sofa. "No need. Let them spread the word. The more who know, the less trouble we may encounter in the future." He remained composed, as if the earlier tension, nearly erupting in violence, was but a trivial, even somewhat tedious, interlude. Lian Haolong, filled with pent-up frustration and unprecedented humiliation, returned to a secluded villa in Kowloon Tong, one of his lairs, characterized by serene surroundings and tight security. Upon entering, he could no longer contain the fury boiling within him, seizing a valuable Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from the foyer and smashing it violently onto the floor. Crash! The exquisite porcelain shattered instantly into countless pieces, scattering debris everywhere. "Huo Tianqing, I curse your entire lineage." Lian Haolong's eyes burned red, veins bulging on his forehead, pacing back and forth in the spacious living room like a wounded beast, gasping for breath. "How dare you point a gun at me? How dare you insult me as a fat man? After all these years in this world, I have never endured such a profound humiliation." The servants and bodyguards in the villa were rendered speechless with fear, retreating to a safe distance. Soon, the core members of Zongxinyi, alerted by the news, began to arrive in succession. The first was strategist Luo Dingfa, a middle-aged man with glasses, who appeared scholarly, but whose eyes revealed a shrewdness. Next came Lian Haolong's younger brother, Lian Haodong, slightly younger and bearing an air of hostility. Finally, the two most formidable subordinates of Lian Haolong, Azhua and Luo Tianhong, arrived. Azhua was sturdy with a hardened visage, while Luo Tianhong was somewhat lean, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade, with a beautifully crafted long sword sheathed at his waist. Chapter 52. The complete annihilation of Zongxinyi. Lian Haolong could never have anticipated such swift retribution. "Eldest brother, calm down. What happened?" Lian Haodong asked hastily upon seeing the shards scattered across the floor and his brother's furious demeanor. Lian Haolong gritted his teeth and recounted the events at the bar, emphasizing how Huo Tianqing initially feigned civility before suddenly turning hostile and humiliating him, culminating in his subordinates brandishing multiple firearms to drive him back. "That Huo Tianqing is simply insane." Lian Haodong erupted with anger upon hearing this. "Brother, he clearly does not regard our Zongxinyi with any respect. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, how can we survive in Mongkok?" Strategist Luo Dingfa adjusted his glasses, appearing markedly more composed. "Donga, let us not be hasty. This Huo Tianqing is indeed formidable. From his dispatch of Ba Bai to the retreat of Liangkuan, and now his treatment of Long Gu, this individual is ruthless and decisive, operating entirely outside conventional norms. What complicates matters further is that he possesses firearms, and it appears he has more than just a few. He is now a formal red stick of Hongxing. If we recklessly take lethal action against him, it could provoke a full-scale retaliation from Hongxing. That old fox Jiang Tianqing is likely seeking any excuse to expand his influence. What of revenge?" Lian Haodong retorted defiantly. "Are we to simply let this go? Being insulted as a fat man while a gun is pointed at our noses, and do nothing? How will people in the underworld view our Zongxinyi? How will they regard you, brother? I see that Huo Tianqing is even more unhinged and arrogant than Liang Kuan. Allowing him to remain is undoubtedly a threat. We must eliminate him before he fully establishes himself." Luo Dingfa shook his head. "I am not suggesting we let it go, but we must proceed with caution. If we act, it must be clean and decisive, leaving no handle for Hongxing to grasp. Moreover, we must first ascertain his background. A person just released from prison should not have so many trained subordinates, especially ones armed. This is highly suspicious." At that moment, Azhua and Luo Tianhong exchanged glances, and Azhua stepped forward, speaking in a low tone. "Long Gu, Fa Gu, regarding Huo Tianqing's background. We had someone investigate the situation on Dundas Street and its vicinity before we returned." "Oh, what did you find?" Lian Haolong temporarily suppressed his fury, looking at Azhua. Luo Tianhong chimed in, his voice as cold as his gaze. "According to several informants mingling on Dundas Street after Huo Tianqing took over, many individuals appeared on the streets maintaining order and collecting management fees, and they are quite peculiar." "In what way peculiar?" Luo Dingfa pressed for more details. "These individuals do not resemble typical gangsters," Azhua described. "They speak very little, move with great discipline, and exhibit a remarkable level of coordination among themselves. Their standing and walking mannerisms suggest they have undergone training. According to an old man who was once a soldier, it bears a striking resemblance to the demeanor of retired military personnel. Moreover, the number may well reach several hundred." scattered across Dun de Shiji and points nearby that Huo Tianqing might control. Several hundred? Veterans? Lian Haolong's brow furrowed deeply, his inner fury cloaked by a deeper layer of suspicion and apprehension. If this were indeed the case, then Huo Tianqing's background would be utterly terrifying. Where did he acquire the resources to recruit and control so many retired soldiers? This transcends the realm of typical gangs vying for territory. Luo Dingfa's expression also grew grave. This complicates matters further. With such manpower and firearms at his disposal, his combat capabilities likely exceed our estimations. Should we engage directly, even if victory is within our grasp? The losses would be catastrophic, and the commotion would be immense. The atmosphere within the villa became somewhat oppressive, while Lian Haolong yearned to tear Huo Tianqing to shreds. As the leader, he had to weigh the overall interests and risks to the gang. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for a decisive course of action. However, unbeknownst to them, a lethal crisis had left them with little time for deliberation. Huo Tianqing had never been one to wait patiently, nor was he a man to swallow his resentment. Just as Lian Haolong was in the villa, raging and summoning his subordinates to discuss strategies, Huo Tianqing appeared to leisurely savor his drink at a nearby bar, all the while having already transmitted orders to Zhao Yi, who was stationed outside, via encrypted communication. His voice, cold and clear, pierced through the miniature earpiece. Zhao Yi, listen closely. Lian Haolong resides at the villa on XX Road, Kowloon Tong. You have 2 hours to prepare. Select 50 of the most capable brothers. Arm them with both long and short weapons, don dark clothing, and wear masks. Prepare 3 inconspicuous cargo vans and plan the evacuation route to Saikang Pier, where a boat will be waiting to take us south. The objective is to eliminate Lian Haolong and all core members of the loyal faithful within the villa. Act swiftly and decisively, and ensure the scene is cleansed thoroughly before retreating along the planned route. Leave no survivors and no evidence pointing back to us. Understood? In the shadows of the bar corner, Zhao Yi's eyes glimmered with a cold light in the darkness, and without any hesitation, he responded in a hushed tone, Understood, boss. Eliminate Lian Haolong and his core, cleanse the scene, and swiftly retreat to the port. Chapter 53, Blood Battle at the Villa. Lian Haolong's subordinates fell to gunfire. With no survivors. Go. Huo Tianqing severed the communication, drained the last drop of liquid from his glass, and a cold, sinister smile crept across his lips. I am a person of little patience, harboring grudges, and preferring to settle scores promptly. Overnight? That would be rather dull. He set down his glass as if merely instructing someone to attend to a trifling matter. 2 hours later, outside Lian Haolong's villa in Kowloon Tong. The night was deep. Shadows danced among the trees. The guards of loyal faithful who had been patrolling the villa perimeter now lay silently in the shadows, their throats or vital areas marked by precise and fatal wounds. 50 phantasmagoric figures, cloaked in darkness, stealthily approached the villa, concealed by the night and the garden. Clad entirely in black with masks that revealed only their eyes, they wielded silenced standard rifles and pistols, moving with almost no sound, communicating through gestures and glances with a chilling proficiency. The substantial wooden door of the villa was effortlessly opened by one soldier, using specialized tools, triggering no alarms. As the door cracked open, a chilling aura surged forth. Leading the charge, Zhao Yi raised his gloved right hand, signaling readiness, and all soldiers immediately checked their weapons, chambering bullets and disengaging safeties in perfect unison. Zhao Yi's gaze, piercing through the eye holes of his mask, swept coldly across the well-lit living room of the villa, where a few silhouettes could be faintly seen engaged in heated debate. His right hand shot forward. Action. The silent command was issued through gesture. 50 elite soldiers surged forth from the shadows like coiled leopards, crashing through the villa's grand entrance in a swift and orderly tactical formation. The first wave of soldiers wasted no time. Their guns were already aimed toward the living room as they entered, fingers poised on triggers. Meanwhile, in the living room, Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azhua, and Luo Tianhong were still embroiled in their heated discussion. Lian Haolong leaned toward his brother Lian Haodong's aggressive stance, insisting they must act swiftly, while Luo Dingfa continued to emphasize the risks and the need for a long-term strategy. Azhua and Luo Tianhong remained silently by their side, the executors awaiting their leader's final decision. Suddenly, Azhua and Luo Tianhong's ears twitched almost simultaneously, and they turned sharply toward the direction of the door. Their instincts far surpassed the ordinary, faintly detecting an exceedingly subtle, yet dense sound of footsteps. Something's amiss. Luo Tianhong hissed, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his sword. Yet, it was already too late. In the split second following Luo Tianhong's warning, a series of muffled, rapid gunshots erupted, silenced by suppressors, shattering the villa's tranquility like whispers from the Grim Reaper. The walls, doors, and windows facing the entrance and hallway were instantly riddled with bullets. Wooden splinters, shards of glass, and plaster dust erupted in chaos. Watch out! Azwa bellowed, forcefully throwing himself onto Chen Haonan to shield him. Yet, standing near the hallway, facing the door, the strategist Luo Dingfa had not reacted in time. He had no opportunity to evade as at least 5 or 6 bullets, penetrating through the wall, struck his chest and head. Ugh! Luo Dingfa emitted a short, muffled groan, his glasses shattering instantly, and his body crumpled backward like a rag doll, crashing into the liquor cabinet before slumping to the ground, blood rapidly pooling beneath him, dead on the spot. Dingfa! Chen Haolong's eyes widened in fury, unleashing a heart-wrenching, enraged roar. Big brother, get down! Chen Haolong, pinned beneath Azwa, cried out in terror. Luo Tianqing reacted swiftly, rolling behind the heavy wooden sofa as the gunfire erupted, unsheathing his sword with a flash of cold steel. After the initial barrage of suppressive fire, the black-clad soldiers poured into the living room like a surging tide. Gunfire flickering in the dim light, bullets cascading like a deluge onto every visible figure within the room. It's Huo Tianqing. It must be him. That madman. In an instant, Chen Haolong recognized the assailant's identity. Who else but the utterly unscrupulous and vengeful Huo Tianqing would dare to attack him in such a manner at this time? A flood of regret and boundless fury surged within him, lamenting not heeding his brother's advice to eliminate this scourge at any cost. Amidst the chaos, though Chen Haonan was pinned down by Azwa, a stray bullet struck his thigh, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream as blood gushed forth. Haonan! Chen Haolong's heart shattered at the sight of his brother wounded, abandoning all else. He seized a heavy brass ornament beside him and hurled it with all his might at the nearest black-clad soldier. The soldier deftly sidestepped, his movements agile, simultaneously aiming his weapon. Protect the dragon brother! Azwa roared, leaping to his feet like a rampaging bull, crashing into another soldier attempting to aim at Chen Haolong, causing him to stagger, shifting the gun's aim aside. Chapter 54. The Mightiest Sword Falls. Chen Haolong. I should never have provoked this madman. Huo Tianqing. As Luo Tianqing darted out from behind the sofa like a flash of lightning, his long sword traced a chilling arc through the air. With a swift hiss, the arm of an approaching soldier clad in black was severed at the wrist, blood gushing forth. The soldier let out a muffled grunt, yet displayed remarkable bravery, attempting to draw his sidearm with his other hand. However, Luo Tianqing's sword was swifter still. The blade flashed again, aimed directly at the soldier's throat. Yet, more soldiers in black surged in from outside, their firepower intensifying. Clearly well-trained, some maintained suppressive fire, confining Chen Haolong and his companions' movements and cover, while others flanked from the sides, seeking optimal angles for their shots. As more soldiers armed with rifles and submachine guns flooded into the villa's living room, the cacophony of gunfire grew denser and more chaotic, yet the web of fire became ever more lethal and encompassing. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, shredding the luxurious mahogany furniture into splinters, sending crystal chandeliers crashing to the ground, while the walls became riddled with a multitude of bullet holes. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the flashes of gunfire illuminated the space, casting it into a hellish light. Chen Haolong, indeed deserving of his reputation as the unrivaled martial artist of the realm, had once been said to have vanquished dozens of foes with his iron fists amidst chaos. Now, in this dire predicament, he unleashed an astonishing ferocity. Utilizing his intimate knowledge of the terrain and an extraordinary reflexes, he deftly maneuvered through the hail of bullets, narrowly evading multiple rounds of gunfire, and lunged toward the nearest soldier like a ferocious tiger. Die! Chen Haolong roared, his large hand seizing the soldier's rifle and lifting it upward, while his other fist, knuckles cracking, struck the soldier's face with tremendous force. The sound of the soldier's skull shattering was unmistakable. He crumpled to the ground without uttering a sound. Seizing the rifle, Chen Haolong attempted to retaliate. But the operation of modern firearms was not his forte, and more critically, the surrounding soldiers offered him no respite. They were well-trained and coordinated, firing in groups of 3, alternating shots to create a crossfire that sealed off any potential escape routes. Rat-tat-tat. A volley of bullets grazed his shoulder, tearing away flesh. Chen Haolong let out a muffled groan, his movements momentarily slowed. Suppress him. Crossfire, do not let him get close. A soldier shouted, evidently taking command in the heat of battle. Chen Haolong had no choice but to abandon his attack, rolling to evade and taking cover behind a massive marble pillar. Bullets pursued him, striking the marble and sending chips flying, leaving behind a constellation of white spots. His right arm had been grazed by a bullet, blood flowing profusely. While it was not fatal, it severely hampered his agility and strength. Faced with this lethal net of firepower, constructed entirely from modern weaponry, his personal valor seemed woefully inadequate. A mere drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, his capable aide, the valiant Azwa, while attempting to provide cover for Chen Haolong, was simultaneously targeted by 3 soldiers from different angles. Though he bravely knocked one down and plunged a dagger into another's abdomen, he was instantly riddled with bullets to his chest and back, at least a dozen piercing through. His robust frame staggered, and as he looked down at the blood gushing from his chest, his eyes reflected a mix of defiance and fury, before he collapsed with a resounding thud, life extinguished. And as for Huo Tianqing, hailed as the strongest swordsman with unparalleled skills, he too found himself in a dire situation. His sword was indeed razor-sharp, and his movements swift as a specter, capable of deflecting bullets at close range, even utilizing the tip of his blade to knock them aside. However, against the relentless barrage of automatic fire from multiple directions, no matter how skilled his cold weaponry prowess, he could not withstand the storm of steel. Relying on his exquisite footwork and the 8-sided Han sword in his grasp, he initially managed to deflect some stray bullets amidst the chaos, even wounding 2 soldiers in the legs, forcing them to temporarily lose mobility. Yet, he was ultimately flesh and blood. Aim for his lower body. Restrict his movement. The soldiers, exhibiting high tactical proficiency, quickly recognized the threat posed by Huo Tianqing's agility and adjusted their strategy. PFF. A series of low-trajectory bullets were deliberately aimed at Huo Tianqing's legs. Despite his desperate attempts to evade, the sword danced like a wheel, but the bullets were too densely packed. Huo Tianqing emitted a pained grunt as bullets struck both knees almost simultaneously. The excruciating agony of shattered bones caused him to lose his balance, tumbling forward, and his long sword clattered from his grip. He fell to the ground, propping himself up with his hands, still yearning to struggle. But the searing pain in his knees and the overwhelming sense of powerlessness from his shattered bones made it clear that he had lost the most crucial ability to move. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with despair and the melancholy of a hero facing his end. Confronted by these soldiers, who had experienced true battle and executed their tactics with ruthless efficiency, he could no longer replicate the legendary sword strike that had once chilled 19 continents. Clean up. The cold command rang out. Several soldiers adjusted their weapons, aiming at the fallen Huo Tianqing. Chapter 55. Reload and clear the scene. Set fire to the villa, leaving no trace. PFF. A barrage of bullets, even more densely packed and almost indistinguishable in sequence, rained down upon Huo Tianqing. His body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, blood erupting from him in bursts. His form rapidly transformed into a sieve, soaking the precious carpet beneath him in thick, viscous blood. The most loyal and righteous of swords had thus fallen. Tianqing, Lian Haolong, peering from behind the marble pillar, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Huo Tianqing was not only his trusted aide, but also a brother he held dear. Witnessing his tragic demise sent Lian Haolong's spirit reeling, plunging him into a state of profound grief. This momentary distraction, in the midst of a life-and-death struggle, proved fatal. There, soldiers immediately seized upon his precise location and vulnerability. Rat-tat-tat. Lian Haolong felt a searing pain rip through his chest and abdomen, as if struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. He looked down to see several gaping wounds opening up in his abdomen and left chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, swiftly staining his silk shirt crimson. Ugh! Lian Haolong staggered backward, leaning against the marble pillar just to remain upright. With his lungs punctured, each breath brought forth blood and a wheezing sound, leaving him in a pitiful state. The soldiers, adhering to the merciless principle of striking while the iron is hot, surged forward without hesitation, encircling him with 5 or 6 guns aimed from various directions, the dark muzzles almost pressing against him. Leaning against the stone pillar, Lian Haolong's gaze drifted across the chaotic scene, resembling a slaughterhouse. His younger brother, Lian Haodong, lay curled in a corner, long since silenced, a large pool of blood beneath him. His strategist, Luo Dingfa, lay beside the shattered liquor cabinet, his glasses nowhere to be found. The bodies of Azhua and Huo Tianqing were not far apart, along with several other loyal subordinates who had rushed in from different rooms of the villa, only to be instantly gunned down, sprawled lifelessly. An endless wave of regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He regretted why he had to provoke that madman. Huo Tianqing, all for the sake of a mere semblance of pride and territory. Just because he felt humiliated when the other had pointed a gun at him in the bar, he had sought revenge? If only he had swallowed his anger at that moment. If only he had heeded Luo Dingfa's advice and planned for the long term, or simply avoided confrontation. Perhaps this catastrophic downfall could have been averted. From the bar confrontation to now, it had barely been a few hours. Huo Tianqing had managed to uncover his address, mobilizing such elite and well-equipped forces to launch this sudden, ruthless, and decisive extermination assault. Revenge executed without delay. Such swiftness of response, brutality, and efficiency left Lian Haolong, a figure who had long dominated the underworld and considered himself seasoned in the face of turmoil, gripped by an icy terror that surged from his very feet to the crown of his head, sending shivers down his spine. Yet it was all too late. As his consciousness began to fade, he noticed two soldiers exchanging signals, cautiously ascending the staircase, weapons drawn, making their way to the second floor. Susu, his wife, Susu, was still upstairs. A sudden realization struck Chen Haonan, his eyes igniting with the last flicker of horror and despair. Do not harm her. He summoned the last remnants of his strength to emit a hoarse whisper, laced with blood. But his voice was too feeble, drowned out in the suffocatingly bloody silence of the villa. From above, faint echoes of a woman's startled cries and inquiries reached his ears, followed by two dull gunshots. And then, silence enveloped all. Those two gunshots rang like the final toll of a death knell, shattering the last vestige of hope within Chen Haonan's heart. Huo Tianqing. With the final vestiges of his life force, Chen Haonan let out a heart-wrenching wail, filled with profound rage, bitterness, resentment, and despair. A sound that pierced through the villa, only to abruptly cease. His eyes widened in fury, his body slumped against a stone pillar, slowly sliding down, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood, breathless. This once mighty leader of the loyalist faction, feared throughout Kowloon, had met his demise. His corpse was riddled with bullet holes. A gruesome sight, more horrific than that of Huo Tianqing. The leading soldier approached calmly, instinctively extending a gloved finger to check Chen Haonan's carotid pulse and breath, confirming his death. Yet, he did not relent. The caution ingrained in him from the battlefield reminded him that mere confirmation of death was insufficient. He raised his handgun, pressing the muzzle against Chen Haonan's bloodied forehead. Bang! A finishing shot, ensuring absolute certainty. Subsequently, he stood and signaled to the other soldiers around him. The remaining soldiers understood the cue, pairing off to systematically check each lifeless body in the hall, whether it be Chen Haonan, Luo Dingfa, Chen Haodong, Azuo, Luo Tianqing, or those ordinary subordinates, executing supplemental shots one by one. Bang! 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 The sporadic, muffled gunfire echoed once more within the lavish villa, now steeped in silence after the massacre, rendering the sounds particularly jarring and cold. Chapter 56. The Underworld Trembles. The name of Huo Tianqing spreads, and none dare to provoke. This was the final sweep, ensuring no survivors remained, leaving no future troubles. After completing the supplemental shots and a brief search of the scene, the soldiers quickly regrouped. A few sustained minor injuries, tending to each other's wounds with practiced efficiency. The entire process was executed with remarkable efficiency and silence. Aside from essential tactical gestures and minimal commands, there was hardly any exchange. Withdraw. The temporary captain barked. The soldiers moved with the same rapidity and order as they had arrived, swiftly exiting the blood-soaked villa along the designated escape route. Before departing, two soldiers retrieved several plastic barrels from their packs, dousing the villa's hall, corridor, and staircase with the acrid gasoline, particularly in areas concentrated with corpses and potential bloodstains. The last soldier retreated to the entrance, igniting a flare and tossing it into the gasoline. Boom! Flames erupted like a ravenous beast, igniting instantly and spreading rapidly. The orange tongues of fire greedily licked at the opulent carpets, wooden furniture, curtains, consuming everything, along with the lifeless bodies that had just met their end, all swiftly engulfed in the roaring inferno. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating the tranquil night of Kowloon Tong. Thick smoke billowed upward, several streets away from the scene. Three inconspicuous vans awaited at a predetermined rendezvous point. The soldiers quickly boarded, and the vehicles roared to life, speeding toward Saigon's dock. On board, the temporary captain produced a secure communication device, connecting it to deliver a steady report. All clean. Zhao's expression showed no fluctuation, merely responding coolly with two words. Retreat. He then transmitted clear orders to the 50 soldiers involved in the raid via a special communication method bestowed by the system. According to plan, they were to head immediately to Saigon's dock, board the prearranged smuggling vessels, and leave the port under the cover of night for a certain concealed location in the south to await further instructions. The operation had resulted in the loss of 6 soldiers, a contingency he had anticipated. In facing a master like Chen Haonan and his core forces, even a surprise assault could not avoid casualties. The remaining 40 must vanish without a trace, leaving neither the police nor any factions a chance to pursue. Huo Tianqing's modus operandi was vividly illustrated in this operation. Ruthless, decisive, leaving no room for mercy, exacting vengeance without delay, never allowing it to linger until the morrow. From the bar conflict to the massacre, merely a few hours had elapsed. Such speed of response and execution was enough to instill dread in any adversary. More importantly, he employed soldiers summoned by the system, utterly loyal, as long as he did not personally appear at the scene and left no direct biological evidence. No matter how many shell casings were present or how the underworld speculated, they could not legally pin the blame on him. This allowed him to wield the most extreme measures without fear of repercussions. That night, the towering flames and thick smoke rising from the upscale villa community in Kowloon quickly alarmed nearby residents and patrolling officers. Fire trucks and police cars raced to the scene, but the blaze was too fierce by the time it was extinguished. The multi-million-dollar villa was reduced to a charred skeleton and crumbling walls. Firefighters and the police who arrived afterward were confronted with a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. In the living room, stairwell, and corridors, they discovered multiple bodies. Burned beyond recognition, severely carbonized. Preliminary counts revealed nearly 10 corpses. Even more shocking to the police was the discovery of numerous twisted and deformed shell casings and bullet heads among the ashes and partially burned furniture and walls. From the residual evidence and some undamaged shell casings, it appeared the assailants had used automatic rifles and possibly machine guns. The interior of the villa was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a beehive, indicative of the fierce gunfire that had erupted. This was no ordinary vendetta or fire. It was a meticulously planned, heavily armed assault. The nature of the case was extraordinarily severe, immediately reported, and drawing the utmost attention from the police hierarchy. The following morning, news of the massacre at Lian Haolong's villa swept through the underground world of the port like a hurricane, with astonishing speed. Information from various channels quickly converged, clashing and spreading. Have you heard? The loyal and righteous dragon brother, Lian Haolong, has been exterminated along with his entire family. Not just his family, his brother Lian Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, the most formidable Azuo, and Huo Tianqing, all dead. Not one remained. No way. Is this for real? Lian Haolong is so powerful. And his subordinates fierce. Who did this? Absolutely true. Kowloon is a charred wasteland. The police pulled out over a dozen charred corpses. They say the scene was littered with shell casings, and the walls were covered in bullet holes, like a battlefield. My God, that's ruthless. A complete extermination. Not even sparing the women? What kind of grudge must they have? Which deity did the loyal and righteous faction offend? In one night, the higher-ups have been wiped out. The gang is thoroughly dismantled. The entire underworld erupted in uproar, all in shock. Lian Haolong was no minor character. He was the formidable leader of the loyalist faction, reigning over Mong Kok with immense power. With a formidable army at his command and a reputation for prowess, I have established a solid standing in the underworld. Chapter 57. The forces of Mong Kok fall silent. Huo Tianqing. This is my territory, and I hold the reins. To think that such a figure, along with his entire core team, could be wiped out overnight, their abode reduced to ashes. This is an unimaginable upheaval. While people are reeling from the brutal reality of the fall of loyalty and trust, they begin to fervently speculate about the identity of the assailant. The abundance of spent shells and the marks of machine gun fire at the scene indicate that the attackers were not only ruthless, but also possessed formidable firepower and professional operational capabilities. This was no ordinary street vendetta. Even Lian Haolong and his subordinates, renowned for their fighting spirit, met such a grim fate, sending a chilling wave through the entire underworld. Who possesses such terrifying power and audacity? After years of navigating the underworld, Lian Haolong undoubtedly had many enemies. Yet, upon hearing the news, those who held grudges against him did not respond with glee, but rather with panic. They feared that this inferno might engulf them as well, drawing the attention of the police or that mysterious killer. Thus, they hurriedly sought to distance themselves through various channels, both openly and covertly. Not me. I absolutely did not do it. My minor disagreements with Brother Long are long resolved. Who the hell is spreading such rumors about me? If I find out, I will kill him. I have nothing to do with Brother Long's affairs. I warned certain individuals not to falsely accuse me. I was gambling in Macau all night yesterday. I have witnesses. In no time, a cacophony of denials and threats erupted throughout the underworld, rendering the atmosphere even more bizarre. As one potential suspect after another was either proactively or passively eliminated from suspicion, a whisper of a rumor regarding last night's events began to circulate among the well-informed. Hey, did you know that yesterday evening, Lian Haolong went to a bar in Mong Kok with Zhua and Luo Tianqing? So what if they went to a bar? Who was sitting in that bar at the time? Hongxing's new red stick, Huo Tianqing. What? They crossed paths. Not just crossed paths. I heard Lian Haolong intended to show Huo Tianqing who was boss, but somehow, he found himself at the mercy of Huo Tianqing's men, who held several guns to his head, forcing Lian Haolong to back down on the spot, leaving with a parting threat. Many witnessed this unfold. This revelation, like a drop of water in hot oil, ignited an even greater uproar. The timing of the conflict and the subsequent annihilation were too coincidental. With this clue in hand, a bold and chilling conjecture, akin to wildfire, rapidly spread throughout the corners of the underworld. Could it be that Huo Tianqing was behind this? Who else could it be? The conflict happened just yesterday, and Lian Haolong was dead by nightfall. But this was too swift and brutal, just because of a minor altercation. An entire family was wiped out? Swift? Ruthless? Consider how Huo Tianqing ascended to power. He climbed to the rank of Red Stick over the corpses of his rivals. I heard that Liang Cohen suffered a significant loss at his hands, even causing the film company to incur losses. I have heard he commands a band of desperados, some of whom are even veterans, exceptionally skilled and armed. Indeed, it is said this fellow has a volatile temperament, more deranged than Liang Cohen, prone to explosive reactions, and particularly vengeful. Motive, means, temperament, ability. All the clues and rumors seem to subtly converge upon that young man, Huo Tianqing, who has recently emerged in Hongxing, with a way of operating starkly different from all traditional figures of the underworld. Although no one possesses irrefutable evidence, and the police are still in a frenzy of investigation, the underworld has its own logic of judgment. Here, often, consensus formed from various signs holds more weight than concrete evidence. Overnight, Huo Tianqing's name was imbued with a new, spine-chilling connotation across all levels of the harbor's underworld. The prior night's conflict, the subsequent annihilation, such a thunderous act of retribution, such a brutal disposition, sent chills down the spines of all who heard the rumors. Huo the Madman. It is unclear who started it, but this moniker, filled with trepidation and fear, swiftly became Huo Tianqing's new alias in the underworld. Everyone keep a low profile, especially over in Mongkok. Keep your eyes peeled, and do not provoke that Huo the Madman. Do you hear me? From now on, anyone encountering Hongxing's Huo Tianqing should be courteous. If you don't want to die, don't stir up trouble. Damn, what a harbinger of doom. Now that Lian Haolong has vanished, the underworld will likely be even less stable. The leaders of various factions sternly warned their subordinates to draw clear lines and prioritize their safety. The smaller and mid-tier heads fell utterly silent, fearful that a single misstep could lead them to the same fate as loyalty and trust. Huo Tianqing, through his extremely ruthless, efficient, and brutal methods, transformed his name in just a day from a somewhat unfamiliar new red stick to a terrifying symbol in the harbor's underworld that could silence even the loudest of cries. Chapter 58. Huang Zhiqing's ambition backfires. In an attempt to capture Huo Tianqing, he was instead taught a lesson. The news of Lian Haolong and his core faction being annihilated overnight fell upon the harbor's underworld like a heavy bomb dropped into deep waters, sending ripples spreading to every corner. And with it, the nickname Huo the Madman, laden with bloodshed and trepidation, swiftly became synonymous with Huo Tianqing, his notorious reputation overshadowing many long-established titans within a short span of time. Originally, the newly delineated territory of Dundas Street in Mongkok was a coveted prize, with various factions eyeing it greedily, waiting for the newcomer Huo Tianqing to solidify his footing or for the extent of Hongxing's backing to become clear before attempting to take a bite, testing the mettle of this new red stick to see if they could partake in his spoils or even displace him. However, the tragic demise of Lian Haolong doused all greed and hope with a chilling reality. Loyalty and trust. Lian Haolong, just like that, gone, along with his wife and brothers, all wiped out in one night. I heard the scene resembled a battlefield, with spent shells strewn everywhere. Was this an ordinary vendetta? This was a military crackdown. Huo Tianqing, no? Huo the Madman. This man is a lunatic. He acts without regard for consequences. Lian Haolong merely went to the bar to assert dominance. He didn't even lay a hand on anyone, just had a few words, and then he was obliterated. Who would dare to provoke him now? Quick, spread the word. Our people in Mongkok, especially near Dundas Street, should keep their heads down. Don't approach unless necessary. Collecting protection fees? Forget it. Preserving one's life is the priority. Yes, notify the venues below that from now on, anyone encountering Hongxing, especially that Huo Tianqing and his subordinates, should be courteous. Absolutely avoid any conflict. In no time, the various forces that had one side Dundas Street with predatory intent became exceptionally subdued and compliant. Not only did they refrain from provoking, but even the small-time thugs who usually hovered around the borders to collect a few bucks were too frightened to tread near Dundas Street, fearing that any misstep might be construed as provocation by that Huo the Madman, inviting catastrophic consequences. Huo Tianqing, through the most bloody and direct means, established his absolute authority in this new territory, and no one dared to challenge him. At the Mongkok police station, in the office of the anti-organized crime unit leader, Huang Zhiqing sat behind his desk, his expression as grim as the sky before a storm. His ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of tobacco. He had just received an encrypted message from an undercover agent embedded within the Hongxing organization. Although the details were vague, it unequivocally indicated that prior to the massacre of Lian Haolong's family, Lian had engaged in a fierce altercation with Huo Tianqing at a bar, casting significant suspicion upon the latter. However, Huang Zhiqing harbored no sympathy for the deceased Lian Haolong. In his eyes, both Lian and Huo were cut from the same cloth, pests of society, detrimental to the rule of law, and mere scum. Their fates were of no concern to him. What preoccupied his thoughts was whether this case could serve as a pivotal stepping stone in his career. The brutal nature of the massacre involving Chen Haonan and his loyal associates had a profoundly negative impact. Huang's fingers drummed against the table, his eyes gleaming with calculation. If he could swiftly solve the case and apprehend the perpetrator, or even achieve a significant breakthrough by identifying the primary suspect, it would be sufficient to elevate him further up the ranks. Perhaps the position of inspector would no longer seem so distant. His eagerness for accolades, coupled with his disdain for Huo Tianqing, the gangster who had repeatedly bested him, led Huang to abandon his usual caution. He did not spend much time verifying the details of the undercover intelligence, nor did he carefully contemplate whether Huo possessed the capability and motive to orchestrate such a complex attack in such a short time. His mind was entirely consumed with the desire to capture Huo Tianqing, extract a confession, and solidify his own reputation with a substantial achievement. Gather everyone. The meeting room in 10 minutes. Huang Ziqing ordered, his tone urgent as he picked up the internal phone. 10 minutes later, the modest conference room of the anti-triad unit was filled to capacity when Huang announced the immediate departure to Dundas Street to apprehend Huo Tianqing. Suspecting his involvement in the Chen Haonan massacre, an oppressive silence fell over the room, as palpable as a pin drop. The faces of all team members displayed expressions of uncertainty, and a flicker of barely concealed fear crossed some eyes. Inspector Huang intends to capture Huo Tianqing? Right now? An experienced officer from the anti-triad team could not help but interject. The scene of Chen Haolong's case is so complex. The shell casings are yet to be analyzed, and eyewitnesses are still being sought. Is it not a bit hasty to go after Huo Tianqing now? And he is known as Mad Hua. The moniker Mad Hua had quietly circulated within the police force. The brutality of the Chen Haonan massacre had even left seasoned officers, accustomed to the violence of the underworld, feeling unsettled. Urgent? Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, and he reprimanded. Solving the case requires seizing opportunities. By the time you dawdle, perfecting the evidence chain, the perpetrator will have vanished without a trace. Now that we have a lead pointing to him, we must take immediate action. As for this so-called Mad Hua, we are the police. Should we fear a gangster? Letting that rumor spread would be a disgrace. He offered no opportunity for rebuttal, slamming his hand on the table. We depart immediately. Target, Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing's residence. Move out. Half an hour later, several unmarked vehicles and an armored car came to a jarring halt outside an old tenement building on Dundas Street, recently taken over by Huo Tianqing's men as a temporary stronghold. Huang Ziqing led a dozen anti-triad officers, his countenance dark and menacing, as they ascended the stairs. Huo Tianqing had been sleeping in late after dealing with the Chen Haonan situation the previous night, still attempting to catch up on rest. He was stirred awake by the urgent knocking and whispered reports from his subordinates, learning that Huang Ziqing had arrived with a visibly grim expression. A wave of impatience and coldness surged within him. He casually donned a robe and made his way to the living room. Huang and his team had already disregarded any attempts at obstruction and barged in. Inspector Huang, Huo Tianqing yawned, his eyes betraying open mockery as he regarded the tense Huang Ziqing. What brings you here again? Disturbing my peaceful slumber so early in the morning. Have you found evidence implicating me in Babai's murder? Are you here to arrest me? Huang Ziqing felt his anger flare at Huo's nonchalant and arrogant demeanor, but he forcibly suppressed it, adopting a stern expression. Huo Tianqing, cease your frivolity. I currently suspect your involvement in the heinous massacre that occurred last night in Kowloon Tong. Please accompany us to the police station for questioning. A massacre? Huo Tianqing raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise before bursting into laughter, his smile dripping with derision. Inspector Huang, your methods of framing are rather pathetic. First it was Babai, and now it's a massacre? Do you think I'm easy to bully? That you can just dump any blame on me? Do you think climbing over me, Huo Tianqing, is particularly effortless? He directly exposed Huang Ziqing's underlying intentions. Huang's expression stiffened, a flash of annoyance crossing his eyes, but he quickly asserted, enough of your nonsense. Whether or not there is a connection will be clarified during the investigation. Now, please cooperate. Huo Tianqing's smile faded, his gaze turning frigid as he extended his hand, palm up. Very well, cooperation for the investigation. Show me. What? Huang Ziqing was taken aback. The arrest warrant, Huo Tianqing replied leisurely. Inspector Huang, this is a place governed by law. If you wish to take me back to the police station for such a serious case, you must possess formal legal documentation, right? An arrest warrant or a court summons. Do you have it? Show it to me. Huang Ziqing was left speechless. His hasty action had not allowed him the time to apply for an arrest warrant. He had intended to leverage his authority as a police officer and the urgency of the situation to forcibly bring Huo in and rectify the paperwork later. The case is of great significance, and the situation is urgent. The arrest warrant will be provided shortly. You must come with us immediately. Huang Ziqing attempted to assert dominance. Ha! Huo Tianqing scoffed, shaking his head as if watching a poor performance. Huang Zhiqing, do you think everyone is a fool? You believe you can forcefully arrest someone without legal procedures? Who do you think you are? The governor? I've told you, this is a society governed by law. Without an arrest warrant, I suggest you and your men vacate my premises immediately. Otherwise, I can charge you with illegal entry and harassment. His tone was calm, yet unyielding. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened further. He realized that mere words would not suffice to take anyone today. Glancing around, it seemed that only that bodyguard named Su Jingyang was present beside Huo Tianqing, as the rest of his men appeared to be fewer in number. He surmised that Huo Tianqing's elite subordinates were likely resting or hiding after last night's operation, making this moment an opportune time to act. His ambition and anger clouded his judgment. Huo Tianqing, you are implicated in a serious criminal case and resisting law enforcement. Seize him, Huang Zhiqing commanded abruptly, gesturing to a few burly officers behind him. Although they felt a twinge of trepidation at the mention of Madhua, they had no choice but to follow their superior's orders. Exchanging glances, they began to converge on Huo Tianqing, preparing to subdue him by force. However, just as they took their first steps, a figure darted forward like a wraith. Silently materializing before Huo Tianqing, it was Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang's movements were so swift they left onlookers breathless. He wasted no time with words, launching directly into action. As the first officer lunged at him, Su sidestepped the outstretched hand, his right hand striking with the precision and ferocity of a viper, delivering a vicious knife-hand blow to the side of the officer's neck. The officer let out a muffled groan, his vision darkening as he crumpled to the ground. As the second officer swung his baton, Su Jingyang remained unflinching, his left hand darting out like a flash of lightning. With fingers curled like claws, he deftly seized the wrist of his adversary wielding the baton, twisting and pulling with precision. Simultaneously, his right knee surged upward, delivering a crushing blow to the officer's abdomen. The officer let out a pained scream as the baton slipped from his grasp, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach. At that moment, the third and fourth officers lunged forward in unison, but Su Jingyang moved with the grace of the wind, executing a low sweeping kick that sent one officer sprawling. Utilizing the momentum, he propelled himself upward, his elbow striking down like a hammer into the ribs of another officer. A sharp crack echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 well-trained officers found themselves utterly incapacitated, having failed to even graze the hem of Su Jingyang's clothing. The entire exchange unfolded within mere seconds, the fluidity and decisiveness of his movements leaving onlookers breathless. Huang Zhiqing and the other officers stood in stunned silence. They had anticipated that Huo Tianqing's bodyguard might possess some skill, but they never imagined he would be so formidable. Such prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary bodyguard or thug. At the very moment Su Jingyang engaged, a rapid, thunderous sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase and corridor. Zhao Yi, Chen Er, and Sun San, leading a throng of men clad in plain clothes yet exuding fierce gazes and formidable auras, surged in like a tidal wave. The once modest living room and corridor were instantly packed to the brim. Their numbers far exceeded those of Huang Zhiqing's anti-crime task force. Furthermore, their positions subtly formed a surrounding encirclement, effectively cutting off any retreat for Huang Zhiqing and his men. Zhao Yi stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over Huang Zhiqing and his visibly alarmed officers, his voice icy as he spoke. What do you think you are? Dare to show disrespect to the boss? Are you seeking death? The situation had shifted dramatically. Huang Zhiqing and his companions, once the aggressive pursuers, now found themselves ensnared and cornered like trapped turtles. Not only did Huo Tianqing's side boast overwhelming numbers, but the terrifying combat prowess demonstrated by Su Jingyang loomed over each officer like an enormous boulder, weighing heavily on their hearts. Huang Zhiqing's complexion darkened, shifting from crimson to pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had initially believed he could take advantage of the situation, only to find himself kicking against an iron wall, plunging into such a perilous predicament. In the living room, the air became thick and oppressive, filled solely with the pained groans of the injured officers and the heavy, tense breaths of both sides. Though the dark muzzles of firearms were not raised, hands rested firmly on their holsters. Meanwhile, Huo Tianqing's subordinates, though not brandishing rifles, conveyed their menace through their bulging waistbands and icy stares. With a surge of wrath, Zhao Yi unleashed a punch imbued with enough force to shatter stone, slicing through the air toward Huang Zhiqing's face. Huang Zhiqing could even feel the wind from the punch stinging his skin, the shadow of death encroaching, his pupils dilating, his mind blank, unable to muster even the most basic evasive action. At that critical moment, Huo Tianqing's calm voice resonated, not loud yet imbued with undeniable authority. Zhao Yi's fist halted, mere centimeters from Huang Zhiqing's nose, as if grasped by an invisible iron vice, coming to an abrupt stop. The force of his punch even ruffled the few strands of hair on Huang Ziqing's forehead. Then, Zhao Yi slowly retracted his fist, yet his eyes, filled with murderous intent, remained fixed upon Huang Ziqing, whose face had turned pale, cold sweat trickling from his brow, as if ready to pounce once more. Huo Tianqing's familiar, cultured smile returned, as if the perilous scene had never transpired. He regarded the still shaken, breathless Huang Ziqing, his tone laced with a hint of apology. Inspector Huang, my apologies. My subordinates are rather uncouth, lacking in refinement, and tend to be direct in their actions. I hope you can forgive any distress caused. Huang Ziqing exhaled deeply, discreetly releasing a breath of anxiety, his back already drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, he genuinely believed he was about to meet his end. The audacity with which they struck at the police without hesitation filled him with dread. This sheer disregard for the law reinforced his belief that the massacre of the Kowloon family was undeniably connected to this seemingly affable lunatic before him. Only such a reckless individual, who disregarded all rules and acted solely on whim, could commit such heinous acts. Huo Tianqing appeared oblivious to the fear and deeper suspicions reflected in Huang Ziqing's eyes. He shifted the conversation, adopting a tone tinged with resignation. However, Inspector Huang, you must understand, I, Huo Tianqing, am a legitimate businessman, abiding by the law. The grave act of assaulting a police officer is something we would never consider. You barged into my premises this early in the morning with such a large contingent, lacking any legal authorization, and even attempted to forcibly take me away. I believe that hardly aligns with proper protocol, does it? My lawyer, the esteemed Jian Aowei, would likely take umbrage and submit a substantial complaint to the police department. At that point, Inspector Huang, you may find yourself in quite a predicament. He casually mentioned the potential complaint, referencing the formidable lawyer Jian Aowei. It served both as a reminder and a veiled threat. Chapter 61, Assassination and Silencing. Huang Ziqing was pushed off the rooftop, leaving no trace behind. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened, his chest rising and falling with a mix of anger and fear. He glared intensely at Huo Tianqing, desperately searching for a crack in the calm facade of his opponent's eyes, but found nothing. He suddenly lowered his voice, adopting an almost accusatory tone, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Huo Tianqing, just because of a minor verbal dispute, you resort to murder? Not even sparing women? Does your conscience not ache? He aimed to provoke a moral confrontation, hoping to elicit a slip of the tongue from Huo Tianqing. However, Huo Tianqing's smile remained unchanged, his gaze now laced with even greater mockery, as if he had heard an utterly ludicrous question. Inspector Huang, you certainly cast a wide net with your accusations. I have stated time and again that I am a legitimate businessman. As a senior law enforcement officer, how can you baselessly label a tax-paying citizen who actively contributes to the community as a murderer? Has your conscience, or perhaps your professional ethics, been consumed by something? His rebuttal was sharp and direct, turning the tables on the accusations and insinuations. In this verbal duel, Huang Ziqing was utterly defeated. He had no evidence to present and found himself completely overshadowed by Huo Tianqing's commanding presence and reasoning. Huo Tianqing dismissed him, as if Huang Ziqing and his cohorts had become mere air. He adjusted his robe and gestured to Zhao Yi and Su Zhengyang. Let us depart. With all this commotion, I can't get any more sleep. Zhengyang, find a decent restaurant for some morning tea. With that, he strode past the still-stunned anti-crime officers, flanked by Su Zhengyang, Zhao Yi, and a throng of subordinates, making his way downstairs without casting another glance at Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing remained rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as his nails dug into his palms, his face a tumultuous blend of humiliation and rage. His subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a mix of frustration and relief that Zhao Yi's punch had not landed. He contemplated issuing a forceful command to intervene, perhaps even draw his weapon. However, considering the overwhelming numbers on the opposing side and the terrifying skills of bodyguard Su Zhengyang, it was clear that none of his men were to be underestimated. More importantly, his hasty actions today lacked proper authorization. Should a violent confrontation erupt, regardless of the outcome, he would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame, jeopardizing his promising future. Driven by ambition, yet valuing his life, prioritizing his career, Huang Ziqing ultimately chose the most humiliating path of restraint. He could only watch helplessly as Huo Tianqing departed, striding away like a victorious general, vanishing into the stairwell. Fall back. Huang Ziqing forced out those two words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and laden with boundless indignation. Today, once again, he found himself humiliated before Huo Tianqing, returning empty-handed. In a renowned Cantonese tea house near Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing sat in a private corner by the window, leisurely savoring fine pu'er tea. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dim sum, including shrimp dumplings, siu mai, and chicken feet. Su Zhengyang faced him, drinking only plain water while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Zhao Yi, Chen Air, and others were scattered across nearby tables. Through the glass window, they observed Huang Jiqing and his dejected team of officers, who climbed into their vehicle and quickly drove away, tails between their legs. Boss, that Huang Jiqing is like a rabid dog, relentless and troublesome, Zhao Yi remarked, his voice low and eyes glinting with cold resolve. Huo Tianqing picked up a shrimp dumpling, chewing it thoughtfully before wiping his hands with a napkin and casting a frigid gaze out the window towards the direction of Huang Jiqing's departing car. Indeed, he is a nuisance, Huo Tianqing replied softly, yet his tone carried a chilling finality. Moreover, he is not like Lian Haolong. He is a police officer, a man of authority. With him watching, many matters will become inconvenient. He paused, seemingly weighing his words, then slightly tilted his head, instructing in a tone only Zhao Yi could discern. Zhao Yi, arrange for 2 of the sharpest, most discreet newcomers. Do not involve anyone who participated in last night's operation. Let them start monitoring Huang Jiqing closely from today. Gather intelligence on his daily routines, frequently visited places, family circumstances, every detail. Zhao Yi perked up, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Boss, you mean? Huo Tianqing raised a hand to silence him, his gaze profound. Remember, it is merely surveillance to ascertain the situation. Do not act rashly. In the harbor, targeting a senior inspector entails a greater risk than confronting 10 Lian Haolongs. If anything goes awry, the police will go into a frenzy, public opinion will erupt, and it could even attract unwelcome attention from higher-ups. We must await the most opportune moment, devise the most meticulous plan, and ensure the action is executed flawlessly, leaving no trace. Furthermore, those who carry out the operation must leave the harbor immediately and never return. His arrangements were exceedingly cautious. The murder of a police officer, especially a senior inspector like Huang Jiqing from the anti-Triad unit, would cross the red line, leading to catastrophic consequences. It was imperative to ensure absolute precision, leaving no room for error. Understood, boss. I will arrange for the most reliable personnel, with utmost discretion. Zhao Yi nodded earnestly. Huo Tianqing ceased further discussion and continued to enjoy his breakfast, as if the previous conversation revolved solely around the purchase of an item. Almost simultaneously with Huo Tianqing's orders, not far from the tea house, 2 inconspicuous men, dressed in ordinary attire and bearing no distinguishing features, each entered different taxis, silently trailing Huang Jiqing's departing convoy. They were soldiers summoned by the system, specifically selected for the surveillance task, adequately trained to remain professional and low profile. Unbeknownst to Huang Jiqing, he had become the target of death's gaze. He returned to the police station seething with anger. His face clouded throughout the afternoon as he dealt with a backlog of paperwork, though his mind was far from his duties. His thoughts were consumed by Huo Tianqing's mocking visage and the potential accolades from the Lian Haolong case. After enduring the day, Huang Jiqing did not head home as usual. Instead, he drove his private car aimlessly through the city, ensuring he was not being followed. He then turned the steering wheel towards the southern district of Hong Kong Island, an area relatively tranquil and populated by the affluent. His vehicle finally halted near an old commercial building on the outskirts of the Ni family's territory. This was one of the designated secret meeting spots. Huang Jiqing ascended to the rooftop alone. The night breeze was somewhat chilly, and the rooftop was desolate, with only a few ventilation pipes and an abandoned water tower. He lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing, gazing at the distant, brightly lit villas of the Ni family, silently waiting. Approximately an hour later, the rooftop door was gently pushed open, and a man dressed in a hoodie with the brim pulled low slipped in. His footsteps were light as he swiftly approached Huang Jiqing, pulling down his hood to reveal a young face that appeared weary and anxious. This was Huang Jiqing's undercover agent within the Ni family, codenamed Arin. Yellow sir, you called for me? Arin's voice was somewhat hoarse, betraying an unmistakable tension and dissatisfaction. Did we not agree to minimize our meetings? The situation within the Ni family has become precarious. My outing is quite risky. Huang Jiqing exhaled a puff of smoke, not meeting his gaze, and directly stated, I have a new task for you. Help me investigate a man, Huo Tianqing, the newly appointed Red Stick of Hongxing, now overseeing Dundas Street in Mongkok. I need to know everything about him, his associates, his funding sources, and the details of his interactions with others. The more comprehensive, the better. Arin paused, momentarily taken aback. Then disbelief washed over his face, his voice rising sharply. Huo Tianqing, that lunatic Hua? Yellow sir, are you joking? I'm currently embedded with the Ni family. It took me years to gain their trust to hear whispers about peripheral businesses. And now you want me to investigate Hongxing's people? Especially that fiend who just wiped out the entire Zhongxing gang. How am I supposed to do that? What excuse do I have to approach him? The moment I make a move, and Yong Shao, that old fox, will suspect me immediately. His agitation was palpable, clearly enraged and terrified by Huang Jiqing's sudden, perilous request. The pressure of long-term infiltration within a drug trafficking organization, with the constant threat of exposure leading to a brutal execution, had frayed his nerves to their breaking point. Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, attempting to soothe him. Arun, calm down. I understand the risks, but this man is of paramount importance. The Lian Haolong case is likely linked to him. If we can obtain evidence against him, it would be a sensational case. This is crucial for our efforts against organized crime and upholding the law. Enough. Arun interrupted harshly, his eyes filled with bloodshot anguish. Upholding the law. Fighting crime. I've been stuck in this hellhole for nearly 4 years. Every day is a tightrope walk, and I can't even dare to speak in my sleep. Watching those people use drugs, deal, and kill, it haunts me with nightmares every night. You promised me a maximum of 2 years. And now, 2 years have turned into more. How long do you expect me to remain here? And now you want me to provoke that lunatic Huo Tianqing? Are you trying to get me killed? Huang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by his intense reaction, falling silent for a moment before softening his tone. Arun, this truly is the last time. If you can help me find crucial evidence against Huo Tianqing, I will immediately file for your return to the team, commend you, and ensure your promotion and raise. Securing your future. I don't believe you. Arun shook his head, his eyes filled with despair. You say that every time. Yellow sir, I am not a tool. I have a name. I am Chen Haonan. I am not your pawn to be discarded when used, or sacrificed at will. He took several deep breaths, striving to regain his composure, yet his voice trembled. Regarding Huo Tianqing, I cannot assist you. The moment I act, it's death for me. And I, Yongxiao, will not overlook any suspicious individuals. If you wish to investigate him, seek someone else. With that, he avoided Huang Ziqing's gaze, pulled up his hood once more, and swiftly exited towards the rooftop door, disappearing down the staircase. Huang Ziqing stared at the empty doorway, his expression grim as he extinguished his cigarette. Aaron's rejection was anticipated, yet it still left him feeling vexed and irritable. Huo Tianqing resembled a dangerously enticing cake laced with poison. He was eager to take a bite, only to find himself lacking the tools to do so. It seemed he needed to devise an alternative strategy. Huang Ziqing muttered to himself, his eyes glinting with calculation. Perhaps he could scout out a few idealistic and justice-driven young individuals at the police academy? Or perhaps seek out those in prison, desperate souls yearning for redemption? Huang Ziqing was far from an unobservant fool. While standing alone on the rooftop, smoking and contemplating, an inexplicable chill suddenly coursed down his spine, an instinctive response honed through years of grappling with danger. He spun around abruptly, his gaze sharp as it swept over the rooftop entrance and the potential shadowy corners. Almost simultaneously as he turned, 2 spectral figures emerged from behind the ventilation pipe at the entrance. Their movements were so swift they nearly surpassed the limits of the naked eye. In their hands gleamed silenced pistols, their muzzles reflecting a chilling glimmer in the dim light. An ambush. Huang Ziqing's mind screamed a warning, adrenaline surging through him. Instinctively, he reached for his gun while simultaneously retreating to seek cover. However, his opponents were faster. Pop, pop. The sound of suppressed gunfire echoed, muffled yet sinister, almost indistinguishable in sequence. Huang Ziqing felt a searing agony rip through his left shoulder and right thigh. The immense force of the impact caused him to stagger. His retreat abruptly halted, nearly sending him tumbling. Blood surged from the 2 bullet wounds, staining his shirt and trousers crimson. Ugh! He let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. The excruciating pain and the dizziness from the blood loss significantly impaired his ability to move. Even more alarming was the cold, silent, and ruthlessly efficient murderous intent radiating from his assailants, a feeling strikingly familiar from the well-trained individuals rumored to have attacked the Lian Haolong villa. A name flashed through his mind like lightning. Huo Tianqing. It was Huo Tianqing. Him again. A tempest of rage and absurd fear surged within Huang Ziqing. He hadn't anticipated such swift and brutal retaliation. Mere moments ago, he had suffered humiliation on Dengdashi Street. And now his adversary dared to strike directly at a police officer with an ambush assassination. In that jarring moment, 2 soldiers lunged forward like leopards. One swiftly kicked away the half-drawn firearm from his grasp, while the other delivered a brutal blow with the butt of his gun to the back of his neck. Huang Ziqing's vision darkened, and he lost all capacity to resist, collapsing helplessly. The 2 soldiers executed their movements with unerring precision, swiftly hoisting the wounded and semi-conscious Huang Ziqing as if he were a mere cargo, dragging him to the rooftop's edge. The icy, rough concrete pressed against his back. The street below teeming with lights and traffic appeared like a miniature model, while the night wind howled into his ears. The chilling touch of death was so palpable it jolted Huang Ziqing from a brief stupor. No. An overwhelming fear swiftly drowned out all his anger and calculations. Huang Ziqing struggled, his voice hoarse and twisted with terror and injury. You cannot kill me. I'm a police officer, a senior inspector. If you kill me, your boss won't escape either. The entire police force will pursue this to the end. He attempted to voice threats, hoping to leverage his identity as a police officer and the potential consequences to intimidate them, grasping for a sliver of hope. He had yet to fully savor the benefits of power, and his path to promotion had only just begun to show promise. He did not want to die. He could not die here. One soldier coldly watched him struggle, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if observing livestock destined for slaughter. He crouched down, leaning closer to Huang Ziqing's ear, delivering a final message in a voice devoid of any warmth. Inspector Huang, our boss wants me to tell you to keep your eyes peeled in your next life. Don't provoke those you shoot and tea. Chapter 62. Huo Tianqing feared Huo Tianqing. This kid is crazier than Liang Kuan and knows how to fight. This statement shattered the last vestige of hope within Huang Ziqing. It was indeed Huo Tianqing, that madman. He truly dared. Wait, I can. Huang Ziqing wished to make one last plea, attempting to propose any possible terms for his life. But the soldier would not grant him the opportunity. The temporary captain stood up, signaling decisively to another soldier. The soldier nodded, grasping Huang Ziqing's shoulders and forcefully pushing him toward the rooftop's edge. No. Huang Ziqing let out a scream filled with ultimate terror, despair, and unwillingness. His voice piercing the silent night sky. His body lost all support, instantly succumbing to gravity, plummeting headfirst toward the unforgiving ground below. The sound of his scream faded quickly, becoming faint, ultimately swallowed by the night wind and the city's clamor. Meanwhile, at the building's lower exit, Chen Haonan, having just concluded an unpleasant meeting with Huang Ziqing, was consumed by anger and anxiety as he hurriedly exited the door, head bowed. He tightened the hood of his sweatshirt, attempting to conceal himself within the shadows and the crowd, his mind echoing with Huang Ziqing's unreasonable demands and his precarious situation. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous, bone-chilling noise erupted less than 2 meters in front of him, as though a heavy object had plummeted from a great height onto metal. The tremendous shockwave caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Haonan was startled by the sudden sound, jolting his head up. Before him, a black sedan parked at the roadside had its roof entirely caved in, forming a grotesque crater. The windshield was shattered into a spiderweb of cracks, and at the center of that dented roof lay a twisted, human-like figure. Blood streamed through the gaps of the deformed roof and shattered glass, glistening a dark red hue under the dim streetlight, evoking a sense of nausea. Chen Haonan felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, halting its rhythm. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the face of the fallen figure, though the visage was somewhat distorted from the violent impact and blood. The familiar suit and the face that had recently issued dangerous orders to him on the rooftop, filled with calculation and indifference. Huang Ziqing. It was Huang Ziqing. The overwhelming shock crashed over Chen Haonan like a tsunami, obliterating all his psychological defenses. He stood frozen, his body icy, as if his blood had congealed. Just moments ago, his superior had been alive and issuing commands. Now, he lay before him, a bloodied and mangled corpse, shattered into pieces. How could this happen? Who did this? Was it the Ni family? No, that's impossible. If it were the Ni family, they wouldn't resort to such means, and the target should be me. Could it be Huo Tianqing, the very madman Huang Ziqing had just asked him to investigate? The thought slithered into Chen Haonan's mind like a venomous snake, suffocating him with overwhelming fear and dread. If it was Huo Tianqing, who had the audacity to kill a senior inspector with such ruthless efficiency, what would he think of a mere undercover agent like himself? An overwhelming sense of desolation and a poignant despair, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning its fallen kin, engulfed Chen Haonan in an instant. As he gazed upon Huang Ziqing's lifeless eyes, which were still wide open in terror and resentment, his eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to spill over. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to suppress the tears. Here, he could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. He quickly lowered his head and tightened his hat, scurrying like a frightened rabbit into the throng of onlookers drawn by the cacophony of noise, before swiftly disappearing into a dim alley, his heart still racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa of Huo Tianqing overlooking the sea in shallow water bay, the morning sunlight poured into the dining room through expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Dressed in a silk robe, Huo Tianqing leisurely savored the English breakfast prepared by the servants while perusing the latest financial newspaper. Chen Yao entered briskly, his face bearing an unusual seriousness and a barely perceptible tremor of anxiety. "Mr. Jiang," he said with a slight bow. "Ah Yao, so early? Have you eaten? Would you care to join me?" Huo Tianqing set down his newspaper, his tone light. "Mr. Jiang, there's an urgent matter," Chen Yao replied, remaining standing and lowering his voice. "A grave incident has occurred in Kowloon Tong. Lian Haolong of Zhongxinyi, along with his wife Susu, his brother Lian Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, and subordinate Azhua, as well as Luo Tianhong, were all gunned down at his villa last night. and the place was subsequently set ablaze. Huo Tianqing's hand, which held a silver fork, paused momentarily, and the relaxed expression on his face gradually faded. He raised his head to look at Chen Yao, his gaze becoming profound. Is the news verified? Absolutely certain. Both the fire department and the police have arrived, retrieving over a dozen charred bodies from the scene, which was littered with shell casings, indicating traces of machine gun fire. Chen Yao stated gravely. The rumors have spread wildly through the underworld. Huo Tianqing remained silent for several seconds, then slowly set down his fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and asked in a low voice, "Have you discovered who was responsible?" Chen Yao took a deep breath, lowering his voice even further. Although there is no direct evidence, all clues and whispers point to one individual. Huo Tianqing's gaze sharpened. Chen Yao uttered a name, Huo Tianqing. Huo Tianqing's eyelids flickered slightly. Despite having his suspicions, he could not help but show a flicker of astonishment upon hearing the name. Leaning back against his chair, he spoke slowly. Is it truly him? Are you certain? Pretty much, Chen Yao analyzed. Last night, Lian Haolong led a group to Huo Tianqing's bar to provoke him, only to be repelled by Huo Tianqing's men at gunpoint. This was witnessed by many. The timing is too coincidental. Moreover, I had someone monitor Huo Tianqing's subordinates. During the latter half of the night, a portion of his men were moved unusually, albeit discreetly. Additionally, there have been recent signs of arms trafficking in the black market. Although the source remains untraceable, the timing aligns. After listening, Huo Tianqing fell into a contemplative silence for a while, then sighed softly, his tone laden with complexity. Huo Tianqing's methods are brutally swift. Lian Haolong was no small figure. And to eradicate an entire family without leaving any room for mercy, his tactics are even more extreme than a coiness. Chen Yao nodded in agreement, a hint of trepidation evident in his demeanor. Mr. Jiang, to be frank, I find Huo Tianqing even more terrifying than Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan is cunning and calculating, but Huo Tianqing seems entirely unconcerned with rules or consequences, acting solely on a reckless fury and an alarming decisiveness. The fact that someone as formidable as Lian Haolong could be uprooted overnight sends shivers down my spine. His words carried a palpable caution, subtly advising Huo Tianqing to consider preemptive measures against this uncontrollable force. Huo Tianqing understood Chen Yao's implications all too well. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression shifting. Initially, he had intended to use Huo Tianqing as a counterbalance to wear down the local tyrant, Liang Kuan. But he had not anticipated that this dragon would prove to be far more ferocious than anyone had expected, devouring the snake instead. And now turning its attention to annihilating another formidable player in Mong Kok. This had entirely deviated from his original plan. What is a Kuan's reaction to this? Huo Tianqing redirected the conversation. Chen Yao's expression turned peculiar. It seems Brother Kuan has acquiesced. I received word that Huo Tianqing pressured him at the bar to sign over the film company's transfer documents, claiming it was to barter for his life. Brother Kuan appears to have genuinely been intimidated, refraining from further protest, and sent the paperwork over yesterday. Upon hearing this, Huo Tianqing's face revealed a distinct disappointment, even tinged with disdain. He had initially harbored high hopes for Liang Kuan as a counterweight to Huo Tianqing, only to find him so easily crushed and yielding so quickly. A useless piece of clay, Huo Tianqing muttered under his breath, shaking his head. He turned his gaze back to the sea view outside, pondering for a long while before finally speaking. Given the current circumstances, with Huo Tianqing's momentum surging and Lian Haolong eliminated, and a Kuan rendered a mere shadow of himself, it would be unwise to confront him directly. Let him continue to stir up chaos in Mong Kok. Having suffered such a significant loss, a Kuan will undoubtedly harbor resentment. It would be beneficial for them to keep each other in check. This established a temporary strategy of restraint, allowing Huo Tianqing and Liang Kuan to continue their internal strife. Chen Yao nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I will remain vigilant. At the temporary office of Huo Tianqing on Tongda Street, Zhao Yi hung up a secure satellite phone call and turned to report respectfully to Huo Tianqing, who was reviewing documents. Boss, the mission is complete. The scene has been thoroughly cleaned up, and all participating brothers have boarded the ship, which has already departed Victoria Harbor and will soon exit the port waters. The dock has been arranged, leaving no trace. Huo Tianqing, upon hearing Zhao Yi's report, nodded slightly, his expression largely impassive, merely reminding him in a calm voice. Just ensure everything is handled properly. The vessel for their departure must be secure, and the arrangements for their landing and accommodations must be reliable. Leave no loose ends. Rest assured, boss. The brothers understand the rules. The ship is arranged by a trustworthy smuggler, and we have our people ready to assist upon landing. They will be directly taken to Nanyang to avoid any attention, with all identity documents in order, so there will be no issues, Zhao Yi assured respectfully. Very well. You may return to your duties. Huo Tianqing waved his hand. Once Zhao Yi departed, silence enveloped the office. Huo Tianqing approached the window, gazing at the bustling night scene of Mongkok, the neon lights casting a flickering glow upon his face. That evening, the local television station indeed aired a news report that captured public attention. Breaking news. At approximately 8 p.m. tonight, a serious fall incident occurred at XX Commercial Building in Shengwan. The deceased has been confirmed by the police as Huang Jiqing, a senior inspector of the anti-triad unit at Mongkok Police Station. Preliminary investigations at the scene revealed that the deceased had gunshot wounds prior to the fall, with multiple bullet marks and traces of blood found on the rooftop, suggesting a possible shootout. The police have yet to determine whether Inspector Huang was murdered and disposed of, or if he accidentally fell during a confrontation with criminals. The case has been classified as a homicide and is under joint investigation by the Major Crimes Unit and the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. A spokesperson for the police expressed deep condolences over Inspector Huang's tragic death and pledged to mobilize all resources to swiftly bring the perpetrator to justice. Reports indicate that the police have begun questioning and investigating several individuals with triad connections in the Mongkok area. The news footage transitioned to the perimeter of the building, showcasing the police cordon, close-ups of damaged car roofs, and some work-related photographs of Huang Jiqing during his lifetime. The host's tone was grave, imbued with a hint of condemnation for the crime and sorrow for the loss of a colleague. Huo Tianqing, with an impassive expression, gazed at the television screen, only picking up the remote to turn off the set after the news segment concluded and transitioned to the next financial update. The room was enveloped in the faint sounds of urban noise drifting in from outside. He approached the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a modest half-glass of whiskey, neat. Savoring it slowly, the amber liquid slid down his throat, imparting a slight warmth. Huang Jiqing was dead. A senior inspector, the head of the anti-triad unit, had been thrust from a rooftop, his body shattered upon impact. Huo Tianqing felt little turmoil within, let alone any burden or guilt. In his view, the world was fundamentally a realm of the survival of the fittest, governed by the law of the jungle. Huang Jiqing had chosen to oppose him, persistently creating trouble, even aspiring to ascend over his corpse. Thus, he must be prepared for retaliation. Those he had eliminated, be it Ba Bai, Lian Haolong, or Huang Jiqing himself, were not virtuous souls, their hands stained with blood that likely rivaled his own. The distinction between police and triads, on some levels, merely reflected hunters cloaked in different guises. Survival, followed by expansion, constituted the singular truth. As the whiskey glass neared emptiness, Huo Tianqing's thoughts crystallized into a clearer, more far-reaching vision. The demise of Huang Jiqing, the downfall of Lian Haolong, and the capitulation of Liang Kuan had indeed solidified his reputation within the underworld, establishing his foothold, yet they also unveiled deeper realizations. What lay beyond simply being a red stick, feared and commanding respect, collecting protection fees, and battling for territory, even if fortune favored him in the future, enabling him to oust Jiang Tianqing and ascend as the leader of the Hongxing. What then? In the end, he would merely be a larger-scale thug. The perspective was far too narrow. Huo Tianqing's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, casting its sight toward a broader future. He hailed from another time and space, aware of the trajectory of history. The harbor was on the verge of returning, and the previous lawless underworld model, reliant on a unique era and context, was destined to gradually fade, swept into the annals of history by more formidable forces. In this era, hailed as the Pearl of the Orient, on the cusp of a new economic boom, to remain content merely with street skirmishes and scrabbling for scraps in the gray areas was tantamount to squandering opportunity, utterly foolish. Personal valor and the might of organizations crumbled under the weight of genuine power. That power stemmed from the state, from order, and most significantly, from capital. Ultimately, thugs were bound for mediocrity. Huo Tianqing murmured to himself, a self-deprecating yet enlightened smile gracing his lips. Even if he achieved the utmost, it would remain the same. The era had changed. In that moment, a fundamental shift occurred within him. He no longer viewed himself solely as a figure of the underworld, a mere red stick of a society. I am a businessman, he affirmed to himself, with conviction. A legitimate businessman. The pursuit of wealth, accumulating vast sums of money, had become his foremost priority in future plans. He recalled the titans of industry from another realm, whose names resonated universally, whose fortunes rivaled nations, and whose influence traversed borders, impacting policy directions on certain levels. Such heights and power were realms that no underworld overlord, not even the so-called underground emperors, could ever hope to attain. Chapter 63, Abandon the Violence. Huo Tianqing, establish a factory, become a proper businessman. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Pay Felucum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon Novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Felucum Android asks Hong Kong film, mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 64. Acquiring a defunct beverage factory. Huo Tianqing, Oriental Cola, ready to overthrow Pepsi. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Help for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. Mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 65. Filming with merchandise. Huo Tianqing. Let Oriental Cola become a sensation across Hong Kong. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Help for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. Mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 66. The police intend to send undercover agents. Huo Tianqing. My people, you cannot infiltrate. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Help for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. Mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 67. Threatening the Hong family in film production. Huo Tianqing. If you do not comply, expect gunfire. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Help for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. Mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 68. The Hong family is forced to submit. Huo Tianqing. If the filming is poor, you will bear the consequences. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. Client link. Help for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. Mobilizing 10,000 troops. I aspire to be the one in charge. Your support is eagerly anticipated. Chapter 69. Underhanded maneuvering. Coca-Cola faces mass poisoning. Panic sweeps Hong Kong. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase access for online reading. Your substantial support enables the author to deliver even more captivating works. Recharge link. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You may install the Kowloon novel Android client for unlimited downloads of all content. The client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 70. The best partners rise to fame. Dongfang Cola is selling like wildfire, with daily sales reaching 20,000 boxes. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 71. Media Frenzy. Huo Tianqing. The film brings goods to the industry, earning profits on two fronts. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 72. Jiang Tianqing sips Dongfang Cola. Feeling a mix of emotions. This kid knows how to make money. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hit for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 73. Pepsi and Coca-Cola unite to strike back. Huo Tianqing, your opponent is me. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 74. Summoning the Father of VCDs. Huo Tianqing, strategizing for the future, advancing the technological industry. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 75. The Hongqing Dragonhead Conference. Huo Tianqing, making money through film while laundering funds is immensely profitable. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 76. The Hall Masters are wildly enthralled. Huo Tianqing, let us earn money together and launder the dirty money together. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 77. The script alludes to Hong Tai. Jiang Tianqing. This script is brilliantly executed. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 78. The Hall Master takes to the stage. Liang Kuan. I will play the antagonist. I am well acquainted with this role. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 79. Collaboration with mainland factories finalized. Huo Tianqing. Daily production capacity of 80,000 boxes. Monopolizing the market. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker. I eagerly anticipate your support. Chapter 80. 2 million to dismiss a beggar? The 9 out and 13 back will leave you destitute. This chapter is a VIP chapter. Please recharge to purchase and read this chapter online. Your generous support for the author enables them to craft even more captivating works for you. Recharge website. Hit pay for lookum if you are already a VIP member. You can install the Kowloon Novels Android client to download all content without restrictions. Client website. Hep for lookum Android asks Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker title. Hong Kong film. 10,000 soldiers. I want to be the decision maker text. Chapter 41 to 60 TXT Chapter 41. Liang Kuan at the bar takes a stand. Huo Tianqing, just right. Let us settle old and new scores together. Moreover, it is specifically noted that this street was originally under Liang Kuan's watch, but it is now officially designated to Huo Tianqing, who had a fierce confrontation with Liang Kuan at the meeting. The implication is clear to all the seasoned veterans present. Who wouldn't understand? This is a blatant act of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, using a knife to kill. The emergence of Huo Tianqing. A ruthless individual who clearly stands at odds with Liang Kun has been strategically positioned right on Liang Kun's territory, even going so far as to carve out a piece from Liang Kun's domain to appease him. This is a blatant attempt to incite conflict between Huo Tianqing and Liang Kun, allowing them to deplete each other while Huo Tianqing remains comfortably ensconced. Balancing the various powers at play, Bai Gu, Han Bin, and the Crown Prince exchanged knowing glances, their lips curling into faint, elusive smiles. This maneuver is both brutal and astute. The moment Huo Tianqing's words fell, Liang Kun's countenance darkened to an extreme. He felt as though his very lungs were about to explode from rage. Although Dengdashi Street does not constitute the core of his Beijiao territory, its strategic location and lucrative prospects, cultivated over many years, have granted him substantial influence in the area. Now, with a mere utterance from Huo Tianqing, he is expected to relinquish it to his adversary, Huo Tianqing. This is not merely a loss of a street, but a significant blow to Liang Kun's prestige. His fury surged within him, almost compelling him to overturn the table. Yet he dared not do so. Huo Tianqing is the leader. His words, once spoken, cannot be openly challenged in front of all the hall masters, for that would be a grave affront, leading to even more severe consequences. He could only suppress his nearly explosive anger and force the words out between gritted teeth. Mr. Zhang's arrangements are thorough. I have no objections. As he uttered those 3 words, his eyes remained fixed on Huo Tianqing, the malice within them almost manifesting his blades, wishing to rend Huo Tianqing to pieces. Huo Tianqing observed everything with keen awareness. He scoffed inwardly at Huo Tianqing's machinations. To use him as a pawn to counterbalance Liang Kun? To treat him as a tiger, intending to devour Liang Kun, the wolf? It may still be too early to determine who is truly the tiger and who is the wolf. For Huo Tianqing, it is not merely a street or a red stick that he desires. In response to Huo Tianqing's scrutinizing and expectant gaze, Huo Tianqing maintained his composure, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect, his voice clear. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, for your generous grant. I shall manage Dengdashi Street diligently and will not disappoint your expectations. His words were delivered with neither servility nor arrogance, imbued with a sense of entitlement, as if that street were already rightfully his. Particularly striking was his unabashed stance, unflinching before Liang Kun's ferocious glare, which elicited a flicker of deeper satisfaction in Huo Tianqing's eyes. This was precisely the bold, tenacious spirit he sought, a weapon unafraid of offending others. Excellent, young man. You possess spirit, Huo Tianqing exclaimed with a smile, then clapped his hands. Then it is settled. Ayao, please coordinate the relevant accounts and relationships of Dengdashi Street with Qing afterward. All right, this meeting is adjourned. The leaders' conference has concluded. Thus, Huo Tianqing's first official territory in Hongxing, Dengdashi Street, was firmly established in a manner rife with tension. After the meeting, Liang Kun was among the first to storm out of the conference room, his face a mask of fury. The indignation within him burned like poison, causing him agonizing torment in his very core. Returning to his domain, his anger only intensified, especially at the sight of Huo Tianqing's mocking, triumphant visage, which replayed in his mind like a relentless echo. Damn it, this brat, this upstart, a mere newcomer, riding on a stroke of luck, dares to defecate on my head? In his office, Liang Kun erupted in rage, shattering several cups, sending his subordinates into a terrified silence. He could not swallow this bitter pill. Huo Tianqing's favoritism, his deliberate provocations, left him powerless for the moment. But he vowed to make Huo Tianqing, the arrogant whelp, understand the consequences of his actions. That very night, Liang Kun, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, ventured to a renowned bar on Poland Street, seeking solace in drink and a means to vent his fury with a few women. The bar was awash in dim lights, pulsating music, and the intoxicating blend of alcohol, perfume, and marijuana filling the air with a charged ambience. Liang Kun secured a private booth, ordered several bottles of expensive liquor alongside an array of fruit platters, and summoned a few alluring hostesses to surround him. He drank deeply, attempting to drown his frustrations in alcohol, yet the more he retreated from his thoughts, the more his anger flared. Observing the insincere smiles of those around him, he found that the cacophony of music only fueled his ire further. Get lost. All of you, get away from me. Liang Kun suddenly erupted, violently shoving away a hostess who had approached him. The young woman yelped as she collided with the table, drinks spilling all over her, leaving her in disarray. Liang Kun paid her no mind, his bloodshot eyes locking onto a bottle, which he smashed against the glass coffee table, sending shards flying. The surrounding patrons and staff were startled into screams, seeking refuge from the unexpected violence. Chapter 42. Liang Kun's provocative outburst. Huo Tianqing, are you courting death? Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors. Liang Kun roared, emboldened by alcohol, his voice cutting through the music. You ignorant bastard. How dare you compete with me for territory? Dengdashi Street is mine. What are you, a freshly minted red stick, and you think you can strut around like a peacock? His subordinates hurriedly urged him to calm down. Brother Cohen, take it easy. This is a public place. What of it being a public place? Liang Cohen shot back, eyes blazing. I fear no one. I swear, within 3 days, I will make you, Huo Tianqing, understand how many eyes the king of hell has. Dare to touch my possessions, and I will ensure you can't remain in Mongkok. Disfigurement is a light punishment. Though we share the same brotherhood, I will not kill you, but I have ways to make your life miserable. He cursed vehemently, venting his pent-up resentment. Although he dared not openly resort to murder due to their shared ties, he was resolute in employing every means necessary to deliver a harrowing lesson to Huo Tianqing, making it abundantly clear who is not to be trifled with. Just as Liang Cohen, fueled by liquor, was spewing threats, the entrance of the bar flickered with light. A group entered, led by none other than Huo Tianqing. He too seemed intent on unwinding, accompanied only by Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi. Dressed in a casual shirt and trousers, his gold-rimmed glasses glinted under the shifting lights, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as if he found the atmosphere to his liking. The bar staff appeared to recognize him, respectfully guiding him to a reserved booth. At first, Huo Tianqing did not notice Liang Cohen's raging presence in the corner booth. The music was blaring, and the crowd was dense. However, as he passed near Liang Cohen's booth, the venomous and violent roar of Liang Cohen pierced through the noise, distinctly reaching his ears. Huo Tianqing, I curse your ancestors. In 3 days, I will make sure you can't stay in Mongkok. Huo Tianqing's steps momentarily faltered. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth froze, then gradually morphed into a colder, more sinister curve. He turned towards the source of the voice, his gaze cutting through the wavering lights and throngs of people, landing precisely on the furious Liang Cohen, brandishing a shattered bottle with a grotesque expression. Huo Tianqing uttered not a word, merely altering his course. He no longer followed the bar staff, but instead strode directly towards Liang Cohen's booth. Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi immediately followed suit, flanking him like guardians. Liang Cohen, in the midst of his tirade, suddenly felt the light dim before him, as if someone was blocking the illumination of his booth. Peering up with bleary eyes, he impatiently gazed ahead. The next moment, his tirade was abruptly silenced, as if a hand had grasped his throat. His gaze collided with that of Huo Tianqing, whose calmness was chilling yet laced with unabashed mockery. Huo Tianqing approached the booth occupied by Liang Cohen, pausing leisurely. He even tilted his head slightly, absent-mindedly digging at his ear, a smile gracing his face as if he had just overheard something delightfully amusing, while his eyes remained as cold as steel. Upon seeing Huo Tianqing stride directly towards him, Liang Cohen's initial shock dissipated, replaced by a potent mix of anger and a sense of affront, the effects of alcohol fading significantly. Especially after he had just issued a veiled threat, the audacity of his opponent to approach him felt like a blatant provocation. The intoxication in his eyes rapidly evaporated, giving way to his habitual sinister and arrogant demeanor. He displayed no attempts to conceal his intentions, instead lifting his chin and glaring at Huo Tianqing with bloodshot eyes. Growling fiercely, Huo Tianqing, what a coincidence. I was just thinking about you, and here you are? Yes, I'm here to deal with you. What are you going to do about it? Before he could finish his sentence, he abruptly seized the half-full glass in front of him, swinging his arm to smash it onto the floor, barely half a meter from Huo Tianqing's feet. Crash! The thick glass shattered instantaneously, scattering shards and amber liquid in all directions. Much of the liquid splattered onto Huo Tianqing's polished black shoes and the cuffs of his trousers, leaving dark stains. Street punk. Liang Cohen sneered, feeling a semblance of relief from his anger after smashing the glass. See that? That's your fate. Dare to touch my belongings? I'll make sure you won't even know how you died. Huo Tianqing lowered his head to inspect the stains on his shoes and trousers, then slowly raised his gaze to meet Liang Cohen's. His eyes were eerily calm, showing no signs of being provoked, yet beneath that tranquility, it seemed as if ice was forming. Liang Cohen, Huo Tianqing's voice, though soft, cut through the background music of the bar with a chilling clarity, in front of Mr. Jiang, you cower. Here, you act so brazenly? Who gave you the audacity? Ha ha. Liang Cohen erupted into a shrill, raucous laughter, abruptly rising from the booth. Slightly taller than Huo Tianqing, he deliberately stepped closer, nearly pressing his face against Huo Tianqing's, his gaze fierce. Brazen? I am brazen. What is it to you? You, a mere lucky brat who took down Ba, actually think you matter? In front of me, you aren't even worthy to carry my shoes. You dare challenge me? Do you even have the right? As Liang Cohen stood, his loyal subordinates sprang to their feet around the booth. A young man with bleached hair and a menacing glare, a burly bald man with a face full of scars, and over 20 other lackeys. All instantly closed in around Huo Tianqing, Su Jingyang, and Zhao Yi, effectively encircling them. Each of them bore sinister expressions. hands resting on their waists or hidden behind their backs, clearly armed. The atmosphere in this corner of the bar turned tense, charged with hostility, prompting patrons to retreat in fear of collateral damage. In the face of such overt hostility and encirclement, Huo Tianqing showed no sign of fear. Rather, a deeper contempt emerged on his face. It was as if he were oblivious to the glaring henchman, his focus solely on Liang Kuen's distorted face, twisted by rage and intoxication. Right? Huo Tianqing scoffed, his tone rife with derision. Liang Kuen, I am genuinely curious. How many fathers do you have that grant you the audacity to be so arrogant before me? This statement was deeply insulting, insinuating that Liang Kuen's bravado stemmed from parental connections rather than any merit of his own. Fuck your mother. Liang Kuen was instantly enraged, his face shifting from red to an ashen hue, cursing vehemently. Huo Tianqing, you're seeking death. If I don't make you shit yourself today, I'll take your surname. Get him. Beat him up. His loyal subordinates, Xiang and Shaqiang, could no longer contain themselves, poised to strike, while the other lackeys fidgeted, eager for the impending brawl to erupt. Wait. Huo Tianqing suddenly raised his hand in a gesture to pause. This action instinctively halted Liang Kuen's subordinates. Huo Tianqing regarded the trembling Liang Kuen, a deeper, more sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. I admire your reckless arrogance. It adds a certain thrill to the proceedings. With that, he turned his gaze from Liang Kuen, merely tilting his head to glance at Su Jingyang, who understood the cue. Without any unnecessary movements, Su Jingyang swiftly placed his right index and middle fingers in his mouth, puffing his cheeks before emitting a piercing whistle. Swoosh! The whistle, sharp and urgent, sliced through the cacophony of the bar's music and the clamor of voices, echoing far and wide. Liang Kuen and his crew were momentarily taken aback by the unexpected sound, perplexed by its meaning. But within mere seconds, boom! The heavy double doors of the bar were forcefully flung open from the outside. Following this, a torrent of robust figures surged in like a flood, silent and swift. 1, 10, 50, 100, more and more. They were clad in ordinary attire, yet their movements were uniformly coordinated, their gazes sharp. Upon entering the bar, they quickly fanned out, some securing the entrance, others advancing along the walls, while many converged directly towards Liang Kuen's booth. In a mere 2 minutes, the once spacious bar was packed to capacity with this influx of individuals. A sea of black, it was evident that their numbers surpassed 200, possibly nearing 300. Moreover, these individuals exuded a formidable air, their actions displaying clear coordination and discipline, not at all the demeanor of ordinary street thugs. Once inside, they did not shout or cause a ruckus. They stood silently, encircling Liang Kuen and his 2 to 3 dozen henchmen in a tight formation, establishing an overwhelming numerical advantage. The previously raucous bar fell into an eerie silence. The music ceased, patrons shrank into corners, barely daring to breathe. The bar's security and manager were pale-faced, cowering behind the bar, too frightened to reveal themselves. Liang Kuen's bravado and fury solidified into disbelief and terror in that instant. His eyes widened as he surveyed the dense crowd, his heart racing, his back drenched in cold sweat. He had assumed Huo Tianqing only brought 2 companions, and that his 20 elite subordinates could easily handle the situation, perhaps even taking the opportunity to humiliate and torment Huo Tianqing thoroughly. Yet, he had never anticipated that Huo Tianqing had set such an extensive ambush outside, and these individuals were clearly not a rabble, a mere ex-convict, freshly initiated into the underworld. How could he command such a formidable force? And they appeared so well trained. This was impossible. With Boss B dead, where did he acquire such resources and influence? Was Jiang Tianqing secretly backing him? Or did he have another powerful ally? Countless questions and fears overwhelmed Liang Kuen. Jiang Kuen, a seasoned figure who has navigated the underworld for years, is acutely aware of the adage that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses when faced with overwhelming circumstances. The muscles on his face twitched involuntarily as he forcefully suppressed the terror and profound humiliation that surged within him, striving to conjure a smile that was painfully unnatural. Resembling more a grimace than joy, his voice softened, tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Brother Tianqing, this is all a misunderstanding. Jiang Kuen chuckled awkwardly, attempting to alleviate the tension. Look at us. We are all from the Hongxing family, brothers in arms. I merely indulged a bit too much and made a jest or two in my inebriation. There is no need to escalate things to such an extent. Let us disperse the brothers for now. I'll host a feast and personally apologize another day. What do you say? He endeavored to smooth over the situation with camaraderie and humor, hoping that Huo Tianqing would relent, for within the gang, it was already a significant concession for a hall master to bow to a mere red stick. However, Huo Tianqing was not swayed by such tactics. He adhered to the principle of either remaining still or striking with overwhelming force, eliminating threats at their roots. Seize the opportunity while they falter. He believed. To ruthlessly beat down a fallen foe was the only way. Granting an enemy a moment's respite was the utmost cruelty to oneself. As Jiang Kuan pleaded for mercy, Huo Tianqing's face bore no trace of triumph or mockery. He barely cast a glance at Jiang Kuan. Instead, he merely surveyed the beleaguered figure of Jiang Kuan and his trembling subordinates before calmly issuing his command. Take action. Leave no mercy for anyone but Jiang Kuan. His voice, though not loud, pierced the hearts of Jiang Kuan's entourage like an icicle. Yes, boss. Zhao Yi, positioned slightly in front of Huo Tianqing, instantly exhibited a bloodthirsty excitement. He had long been impatient for this moment. Like a tiger descending from the mountains, Zhao Yi was the first to spring into action. His target was clear. Charging straight for the bulliest of Jiang Kuan's men, the bald brute known as Shuangqiang. Shuangqiang, still reeling from the shock of being outnumbered, barely had time to react before a figure hurtled towards him with the force of a gale. Instinctively, he attempted to block with a punch, but Zhao Yi was faster. Bang! A powerful kick landed squarely in Shuangqiang's abdomen. The massive figure, weighing nearly 200 pounds, was propelled off the ground, crashing back against the sofa, which toppled under the impact. Clutching his stomach, he opened his mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. His face flushed a deep shade of liver. Without pausing, Zhao Yi seized a heavy whiskey glass from the nearby table and, under Jiang Kuan's horrified gaze, smashed it against his forehead. Crash! The glass shattered. Fragments mixed with liquor and blood splattered from Jiang Kuan's forehead. He let out a short, agonized cry, his vision darkening as he staggered backward. A gaping wound on his forehead, gushing blood, instantly staining half of his face crimson. At the very moment Zhao Yi struck, the hundreds of Huo Tianqing's soldiers encircling them moved in unison, as if receiving a unified assault command, silently and efficiently springing into action. There were no shouts or curses, only the dull thuds of fists and clubs landing upon flesh, punctuated by the sudden cries and gasps of Jiang Kuan's men. The disparity in numbers was staggering, and the difference in combat proficiency was night and day. Although the 30 or so men Jiang Kuan brought were indeed fierce fighters, they were utterly no match for these soldiers, who had undergone systematic training and possessed foundational military skills and enhanced combat abilities. In mere moments, the cacophony of screams, pleas for mercy, and the sickening sounds of bones breaking filled the air. Jiang Kuan's men fell like wheat before the scythe. One after another, some clutching severed limbs and wailing, others losing consciousness outright, some kneeling in desperation yet still mercilessly struck down. None could stand for more than 10 seconds. The entire conflict unfolded with dizzying speed, yet its brutality was heart-stopping. The bar was left in utter disarray, tables overturned, bottles shattered, and the floor littered with moaning, injured bodies. As for Jiang Kuan, after being struck with the whiskey glass, he had no chance to retaliate or flee before Zhao Yi seized him by the collar, dragging him out from the chaos of overturned furniture and debris like a ragged dog, bringing him before Huo Tianqing and forcefully throwing him to the ground. At this point, Huo Tianqing had leisurely seated himself in the most spacious booth, previously occupied by Jiang Kuan. Su Jingyang had procured an unopened bottle of whiskey and a clean glass from somewhere, pouring Huo Tianqing a drink. Huo Tianqing reclined with one leg crossed over the other, gently swirling the amber liquid in his glass, his expression impassive as he regarded Jiang Kuan, who lay sprawled at his feet, bloodied and smeared with liquor and grime, utterly disheveled. Within the bar, aside from the faint sounds of Huo Tianqing's soldiers standing at attention and the pained groans of the injured, there was an oppressive silence. Chapter 45, Extorting Qingkuan Film Industry. Huo Tianqing, surrender the company, or face your doom. All the guests and staff trembled in fear, too terrified to even glance in their direction. Huo Tianqing raised his glass, taking a sip, then, under Jiang Kuan's horrified gaze, slowly poured the remaining whiskey over Jiang Kuan's blood-stained face. The icy whiskey mingled with the blood, coursing down his cheeks, the stinging sensation heightening Jiang Kuan's awareness and deepening his sense of humiliation and powerlessness. He lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his ears ringing. Apart from the pounding of his heart and the agonized moans of his men, he could hear Huo Tianqing's voice, chillingly calm. Brother Kuan. Huo Tianqing casually set the empty glass aside, leaning slightly forward to regard Jiang Kuan on the ground, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. I believe we can strike a deal. Jiang Kuan struggled to raise his head, the blood obscuring his vision, yet he could still make out Huo Tianqing's face, which bore a gentle smile, but whose eyes were as cold as steel. A deal? What deal? His voice was hoarse, laced with caution and disbelief. It was hard to fathom that, having reached this point, the other party still wished to negotiate. What if you trade your company, Qingkuan Film Industry, for your life? Huo Tianqing stated matter-of-factly, as if discussing a trivial matter. What? Jiang Kuan's eyes widened in shock, momentarily forgetting the pain in his forehead. His voice rising in astonishment and fury. Huo Tianqing, are you extorting me? Have you lost your mind? I am a hall master of Hongxing. You invade my territory, harm my brothers, and now you want my film company. Do you even respect the rules of our society? Mr. Jiang will never let you off the hook. He attempted to invoke the rules of their organization and the authority of the formidable Jiang Tianqing to intimidate his adversary. The film company was not only a crucial money laundering channel, but also a symbol of his status, significant in distinguishing him from other hall masters who merely resorted to violence. However, Huo Tianqing, instead of being intimidated, merely smiled and countered, Brother Kuan, do you truly believe Mr. Jiang would come after me for your film company? This query struck Jiang Kuan like a bucket of cold water, freezing him in place, his anger and questions lodged in his throat. Upon reflection, a chilling realization washed over him. Jiang Tianqing, that old fox would relish the prospect of seeing him and Huo Tianqing engaged in a deadly struggle. During today's meeting, Jiang Tianqing had deliberately ceded the territory of Dingdashi Street to Huo Tianqing, clearly instigating conflict. Now, having been publicly humiliated and beaten by Huo Tianqing, should Jiang Tianqing learn of this, he would likely not only refrain from helping Jiang Kuan, but would secretly revel in his misfortune, potentially using this opportunity to further undermine him and diminish his influence. Relying on Jiang Tianqing for justice? That was nothing short of a fool's dream. As despair and resignation flickered in Liang Kuan's eyes, the smile on Huo Tianqing's face grew even warmer, yet his gaze turned increasingly frigid. You dare not kill me. Liang Kuan, clutching at the last straw of hope, attempted to maintain a facade of bravado, though his voice betrayed a subtle tremor. Murdering a fellow sect leader is a grave taboo. It is an act of rebellion, unforgivable. Even if Mr. Jiang chooses to overlook it, the other leaders will not stand idly by. At that time, the entire Hongxing will rise against you. No matter how many subordinates you command, you cannot withstand the wrath of the entire sect. Jiang Tianqing cannot protect you. He endeavored to intimidate Huo Tianqing with the ironclad laws of the organization and the potential for collective backlash. This was indeed a red line. Within a society that emphasized hierarchy and rules, rebelling against superiors and harming fellow brothers was an exceedingly serious offense. A more pronounced amusement danced across Huo Tianqing's features as he gently stroked his fingers, observing Liang Kuan's blustering facade. He languidly inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then, Brother Kuan, shall we place a wager? Shall we bet on whether I dare to send you to meet your sworn brother, Babai, right now?" His tone remained placid, even tinged with curiosity, as if genuinely inviting the other to partake in an intriguing gamble. Yet, the glint in his eyes caused Liang Kuan's heart to constrict in sudden terror. This was no mere bluff or intimidation. It was a chilling, earnest calmness that displayed an utter disregard for life. This lunatic, he was genuinely contemplating whether to eliminate him on the spot. Every hair on Liang Kuan's body bristled, an indescribable fear surging up his spine to the nape of his neck. Having navigated the underworld for years, he had encountered ruthless individuals and desperate outlaws. But never had he met someone like Huo Tianqing, who, despite recently ascending to power and ostensibly having reservations, exhibited such reckless abandon. As if completely unconcerned with any rules or consequences, this young man was far more ruthless, more deranged, and more unpredictable than he had ever imagined. A wager? To gamble his life on whether the other would dare to transgress the sect's most sacred taboo? Liang Kuan could not bring himself to do it. He had no doubt that should he utter even a single dissenting word at that moment, the silent and imposing figures surrounding him, like machines of slaughter, would immediately rend him to pieces. Huo Tianqing was absolutely capable of such an act. And even if Hongxing pursued the matter afterward, what would it matter? He would already be dead. Moreover, Huo Tianqing might very well have means to counter any repercussions. The immense fear engulfed Liang Kuan, extinguishing the last flicker of his defiance and resentment. In the face of the stark choice between life and death, any notions of pride, industry, or hatred appeared utterly pale and powerless. His facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, but more predominantly with a resigned despair. He clenched his teeth, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth as he struggled to force out a few words. The film company will be yours. This statement seemed to drain him of all his strength, and after uttering it, he slumped down, resembling a puddle of mud. A radiant smile spread across Huo Tianqing's face, as if he were genuinely delighted. Brother Kuan is indeed magnanimous. A wise man knows the times. He gestured to Zhao Yi beside him, instructing, "Help Brother Kuan up, and escort him and his men out. Remember, call a car for Brother Kuan. He has been injured and needs proper rest." Zhao Yi nodded and approached, lifting the limp Liang Kuan as one would a small chick. Liang Kuan, brimming with resentment, shook off Zhao Yi's supportive hand. Despite the blood streaming from his forehead and the pain coursing through his body, he struggled to stand upright, swaying slightly. He fixed a venomous glare upon Huo Tianqing. His eyes filled with a hatred akin to that of a viper. I will remember what happened today. Liang Kuan's voice was hoarse. The transfer paperwork for the film company will be delivered to Dundas Street tomorrow. Then I shall await your esteemed arrival. Huo Tianqing replied with a faint smile. Raising a cup of wine that Su Jingyang had refilled at some point, Liang Kuan ceased to speak, his face dark and sullen. As he stumbled through the path cleared by Huo Tianqing's soldiers, leaving behind the bar where he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. The 2 or 3 dozen subordinates he had brought struggled to support one another, while those unable to move were dragged away, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the acrid scent of blood. Huo Tianqing leisurely sipped his wine, watching as Liang Kuan and his entourage disappeared at the bar's entrance. The serene smile on his face gradually faded, his gaze deepening with contemplation. In truth, he had no intention of actually eliminating Liang Kuan at that moment. It was not a matter of courage. Rather, after weighing the pros and cons, he deemed it more advantageous to spare Liang Kuan's life for the time being. Having recently ascended to the position of Hongkuan, his foundation was still unsteady. Should he impulsively slay a fellow sect leader, even if provoked, it would undoubtedly violate the core tenets of the organization, inciting wariness and animosity among all the leaders. More importantly, it would shatter the delicate balance that Huo Tianqing meticulously maintained. Huo Tianqing had entrusted Dundas Street to him with the hope that he would use it to counterbalance and deplete Liang Kuan's influence. If Huo Tianqing displayed excessive aggression and a blatant disregard for the rules, perhaps even directly consuming Liang Kuan, then Huo Tianqing's next target might very well be Huo Tianqing himself. A tool that was uncontrollable, expanding in power too rapidly, and capable of ruthless actions was something any ascendant authority would fear and wish to eliminate preemptively. Thus, temporarily retaining Liang Kuan, allowing him to exist with fear and resentment, would maintain the subtle relationship of mutual exploitation with Huo Tianqing, while also ensuring that Liang Kuan continued to attract some of Huo Tianqing's attention and enmity. Of course, had Liang Kuan been obstinate and refused to relinquish the film company, Huo Tianqing would not have hesitated to challenge Huo Tianqing's limits. After all, the cards and power he possessed were far beyond what Huo Tianqing could fully control. This transaction not only secured tangible benefits, but also further undermined Liang Kuan's prestige and financial standing, all while preserving the facade of order, truly a multifaceted victory. Naturally, the aftermath of the bar's chaos would be handled by his subordinates and the trembling bar manager. Huo Tianqing rose, flanked by Su Jingyang and Zhao Yi, and departed from the bar. The cool night breeze dispersed the lingering scent of alcohol and a hint of blood. His thoughts had already shifted to the new territory in Mongkok that Huo Tianqing had bestowed upon him, Dundas Street. Mongkok, located in the western part of Kowloon Peninsula, is one of the most densely populated and commercially vibrant areas of Hong Kong, with shops lining the streets, neon lights flashing, and a ceaseless flow of people at all hours. It is truly a city that never sleeps. The immense customer traffic generates substantial revenue, making it a coveted territory for various organizations, with protection fees, venue fees, and various gray market businesses yielding lucrative profits. Dundas Street is situated at the edge of Mongkok's bustling core. Though not long, its strategic location is crucial. One end connects to the renowned Ladies Market and Sai Yung Choi South Street, while the other leads to Nathan Road and other major thoroughfares. The street is dotted with an array of food stalls, tea restaurants, trendy clothing stores, audiovisual shops, and distinctive bars, all of which are beloved by local youths and tourists alike, showcasing immense commercial potential, with daily cash flow resembling a rushing river. However, prosperity also entails fierce competition and intricate power dynamics. The Mongkok area is a melting pot of various factions. Besides Hongxing, there are numerous other organizations such as East Star, Hehe Society, and the Numbers Gang, all of which have infiltrated the area, engaging in both cooperation and covert conflict. Huo Tianqing used almost humiliating methods to force Liang Kuan to hand over the film company and publicly defeated him. This series of strong tactics did indeed have the expected effect. If it weren't for this, with Liang Kuan's sinister and vengeful personality, he would definitely use all his tricks when forced to hand over Dengdashi Street. He is likely to send someone in advance to cause trouble on the streets, smash several important shops, anger merchants, and let Huo Tianqing take over not a prosperous oil and water land, but a mess that is full of complaints and requires a lot of energy to appease. Alternatively, he may admit to the transfer on the surface, but secretly instruct his own people who were originally watching on the street to act in defiance, constantly causing small troubles and making it difficult for Huo Tianqing to take over, and his credibility will be undermined. Fortunately, in the battle at the bar, Huo Tianqing's ruthless determination and unfathomable hidden strength truly shattered Liang Kuan's aura and planted the seeds of fear in his heart. Faced with such a crazy person who completely deviates from common sense and seems to not care about rules and consequences, Liang Kuan is not only angry and resentful, but also fearful. He dared not openly cause trouble for the time being. At least until he found out the details of Huo Tianqing and found a safe way to retaliate, he chose to temporarily endure. Therefore, the handover of Dundas Street proceeded exceptionally smoothly on the surface. Zhao Yi, Qin Er, and Sun San, along with some of their subordinates, spent the whole day busy visiting the main shops, bars, and stalls on the street one by one with the simple information they obtained from Chen Yao, indicating that they were changing their identities as spectators. The process was basically smooth, without encountering the expected strong resistance or covert disturbances. Most business people have the mentality of paying on time regardless of who comes to see them. A few who were originally close to Liang Kuan's subordinates also tactfully remained silent after learning about Liang Kuan's downfall. At the end of the day, the initial takeover was considered completed. In the evening, Su Zhengyang reported the situation to Huo Tianqing, who had returned to his temporary resting place. Boss, we have a basic understanding of the surface situation of Dundas Street. There are a total of 127 shops and stalls, mainly catering, trendy clothing, and small entertainment venues. Zhao and his team are organizing specific management fee standards and the situation of each company. Su Zhengyang's report was concise and clear. Huo Tianqing nodded, leaned back on the sofa, and rubbed his forehead. Taking over a street, there are far more trivial matters than imagined. Su Zhengyang paused for a moment and continued speaking. However, there is one situation. According to several shop owners who accidentally revealed it, as well as information we confirmed from a low-level guy at Liang Kuan's side yesterday morning. After the end of the Dragon Head conference and Mr. Zhang's public announcement of the transfer of Dundas Street to you, Liang Kuan sent his subordinate Zifangzi to lead people door to door and collect the entire street's management fee for next month in advance. Huo Tianqing's eyes, which were originally closed to rest, suddenly opened and his gaze became sharp and cold. Yesterday morning? Huo Tianqing's voice lowered. So, he had already scraped off next month's money before I officially took over? Yes, boss, Su Zhengyang confirmed. It should be that Liang Kuan acted before the handover out of anger and the desire to make a final profit after learning that the territory was not secure. All the money has been collected and deposited into his account. Damn it. Huo Tianqing couldn't help but curse softly, a hint of anger flashing across his face. This bastard is really shameless. I dare not come directly, just play this despicable and disgusting lover trick. This is indeed something that Liang Kuan can do. Although the money is not particularly large, this behavior is like a toad jumping on its back without biting. It is disgusting. Moreover, this will bring him no big or small trouble in his subsequent management. Merchants who have just paid will definitely not be willing to pay again in the short term. Even if they are willing, they will still have a knot in their hearts, which will affect their reputation. Su Zhengyang asked, Boss, how should we handle this matter? Need to put pressure on Liang Kuan, or through the club level no need? Huo Tianqing interrupted Su Zhengyang, and the anger on his face quickly subsided, replaced by a cold sneer. It's just a small amount of money. That's all Liang Kuan has achieved. What does it have to do with me, Huo Tianqing? That he received money from his handsome Kuan? Su Zhengyang was slightly stunned, but then understood Huo Tianqing's meaning. Huo Tianqing looked at Zhao Yi standing aside and said calmly, Zhao Yi, starting tomorrow, we will arrange for our brothers to collect this month's management fee again according to the standards previously collected by Liang Kuan. Remember, good attitude. But money cannot be lost. Zhao Yi immediately nodded without any unnecessary expression on his face. Understood, boss. Liang Kuan received his, we received ours. Be perfectly logical and reasonable. This is Huo Tianqing's simple, rough, and effective way of handling things. Did you receive it in advance? That's your business. I'm here, you have to follow my rules. Think Chapter 48, Lian Haolong visits to find fault. Huo Tianqing, do you dare to call me a fat guy? You're dead. Do you want to do business on my territory? The management fee needs to be paid to me. Will merchants have any complaints? That's something merchants need to discuss with Liang Kuan or choose to accept reality. He, Huo Tianqing, has no obligation to pay for Liang Kuan's greed, let alone let his own interests be harmed. Okay, a little boring trick, don't worry about it. Huo Tianqing waved his hand, as if he had forgotten about the unpleasantness. He stood up and tidied up his collar. Today, I finally have my own territory, which is worth celebrating. Zhengyang Zhaoyi, call a few brothers and find a place to relax tonight. That evening, in a stylish and soothing music bar in Mongkok, Huo Tianqing sat in a relatively secluded but spacious booth. He changed into a custom-made dark gray striped suit today, with exquisite fabric and perfect cutting that accentuates his tall figure, still wearing the pair of thin-edged gold-rimmed glasses on his face. The gaze behind the lenses appeared somewhat deep and hazy in the dim light. He habitually had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Leaning against the back of the sofa with a relaxed posture, gently shaking half a glass of amber, single malt whiskey in his hand. This image is completely different from the typical club members who are covered in tattoos, have rough voices, and behave rudely. He is more like an elite scholar who has returned from studying abroad, or a young expert in a certain field, exuding a refined and even slightly distant temperament all over his body. His outstanding appearance and unique temperament make him quite eye-catching even in dimly lit bars. Several stylishly dressed and delicately made-up women have approached him, either boldly and directly, or subtly and tactfully, attempting to arouse his interest. But Huo Tianqing politely and distantly declined, his gaze occasionally wandering around the bar, as if searching for something or simply observing. At the table, the atmosphere seemed somewhat dull. Su Jingyang sat behind Huo Tianqing like a sculpture, scanning his surroundings vigilantly, without even touching the drinks in front of him. Zhao Yi, Qin Er, and Sun San, several military subordinates, sat straight with beer in front of them, but drank slowly and hardly spoke actively, which was out of place with the relaxed and enjoyable atmosphere of the surrounding bars. They seem more like they are on a patrol mission than a pastime. Huo Tianqing doesn't seem to care about this. He enjoys the feeling of controlling the situation and the relaxation after seizing the territory for a moment. However, this leisure did not last long. At the entrance of the bar, a sudden cacophony erupted, accompanied by the flustered pleas of the waitstaff and the raucous sounds of items being violently overturned. "Get out of the way. Are you blind? Brother Long has arrived. So step aside." A group of thuggish henchmen, clad in flamboyant shirts, brazenly shoved aside the staff attempting to maintain order and barged in with an air of arrogance. Their demeanor was audacious, their eyes scanning the bar as if searching for someone. A slight furrow creased Huo Tianqing's brow. How could anyone be more audacious than him on his own turf? This thought stirred a flicker of displeasure within him. Soon thereafter, more henchmen flooded in, and a cursory glance revealed at least a dozen or 20 of them. They clustered around a middle-aged man, who entered as if he were a celestial body, surrounded by devoted stars. This man was extraordinarily robust, sporting a prominent belly that was not merely a sign of excess but exuded a palpable sense of strength. Dressed in a black silk shirt with the top buttons undone, he revealed a thick neck adorned with a small tattoo. His face was round and broad, with bushy brows and small yet piercing eyes that radiated a fierce, commanding presence, as if he were accustomed to wielding power without question. His appearance bore a striking resemblance to a well-known actor famed for portraying underworld figures. However, what truly captured Huo Tianqing's attention was the imposing figure trailing behind this so-called Brother Long, a lean man with short hair and hawk-like eyes. Dressed in a simple jacket, he silently followed, yet the latent intensity he exuded felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of another star renowned for his tough guy roles. As this group intruded, the previously soothing music was abruptly silenced, plunging the bar into a tense stillness, punctuated only by the muffled breaths and whispers of the patrons. A palpable sense of foreboding settled over everyone present. Under the guidance of the henchman, Brother Long's keen, glimmering eyes quickly zeroed in on the booth where Huo Tianqing sat. With an impassive expression, he strode forward with a deliberate, imposing gait, the throng behind him surging like a tide. He ultimately halted before Huo Tianqing's booth, his massive frame casting a significant shadow that enveloped Huo Tianqing within its depths. Huo Tianqing set down his drink, straightening slightly, his gaze sharpening behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Chapter 49. A dispute that escalates to gunfire. Lian Haolong. This lunatic dares to get serious? He realized that the formidable figure before him was no ordinary thug seeking trouble. Brother Long, it was him. One of the henchmen pointed at Huo Tianqing, exclaiming loudly, thereby confirming Huo Tianqing's suspicions about the identity of this man, the leader of the Chung Sin Society, Lian Haolong, who held dominion over the adjacent street of Woman Street. Lian Haolong did not immediately speak, but instead scrutinized Huo Tianqing with his piercing eyes, assessing the expensive suit and refined appearance of this newcomer rumored to have swiftly dealt with Ba Bai and forced Jing Kuan to retreat. However, before Lian Haolong could utter a word, Huo Tianqing preemptively launched an attack. The faint smile on his face did not dissipate. Instead, it deepened, now laced with unabashed mockery and disdain. He tilted his head slightly, meeting Lian Haolong's scrutinizing gaze, and spoke in a languid tone, as if critiquing an unsightly object. "Fat man, with so many of you blocking my light, what do you want with me?" The term fat man struck Lian Haolong like a branding iron, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. The henchmen behind him erupted in outrage, several drawing their knives or batons, cursing vehemently, ready to pounce. Yet, Lian Haolong, a seasoned leader with years of experience in the underworld, despite his fury, did not immediately lose his composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to act violently. His small eyes fixed intently on Huo Tianqing, his voice rough and gravelly, laden with accusation and threat. "So, you're Huo Tianqing? I've heard you're quite formidable. Taking down Ba Bai in a single day and even forcing Jing Kuan to suffer. Young man, having ambition is commendable, but ignorance of the rules can lead to a swift demise." He paused, taking a step forward, the weight of his presence becoming even more oppressive. Dengda Street was once under Jing Kuan's watch. Now it belongs to you. I don't care how you divide things within Hunghing. However, his tone shifted sharply, pointing towards the bar's entrance, as if gesturing towards the entire Dengda Street. There are 3 shops on this street, owned by my Chung Sin brothers' relatives. According to the rules of the Underworld, the fees they owe must be paid to me, Lien Haolong. Your men went to collect money this afternoon, and they even had the audacity to threaten my people, claiming that your rules are the only ones that matter. You've overstepped your bounds, do you understand? The term overstepping bounds in the Underworld refers to the act of encroaching upon someone else's territory to collect protection fees, often serving as a pretext for conflict. Huo Tianqing's mind was clear. The so-called shops owned by brothers and relatives were merely Lien Haolong's excuse to pick a fight. The fact that he had personally brought such a large entourage signified that his true intent was not the trivial matter of a few shops' protection fees, but rather to assert dominance over this newcomer. A new red stick parachuted into his territory. Lien Haolong aimed to send a resounding message about who truly held power in this corner of Mongkok. Facing Lien Haolong's accusations and the 20-odd menacing henchmen behind him, Huo Tianqing exhibited not a hint of anger. Instead, his smile became even more pronounced, even tinged with a semblance of apology. He leaned slightly forward, his tone remarkably courteous. Oh, I had no idea such a matter existed. Brother Long, this must be a misunderstanding. Huo Tianqing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, speaking slowly. My men went to collect management fees today based on the merchant list and standards provided by Jing Kuan. Oh no, I mean, Brother Kuan. Perhaps there was an error in the list, or my subordinates miscommunicated and inadvertently offended your people. If that is indeed the case, I would like to apologize on their behalf. His demeanor was notably humble, even going so far as to take responsibility upon himself while respectfully addressing Lien Haolong as Brother Long. The attitude he displayed was one of a desire for neighborly harmony, a pursuit of mutual prosperity, and a reluctance to stir trouble. This unexpected display of courtesy and deference momentarily stunned Lien Haolong and his closest confidants, including the man who bore a striking resemblance to an action star. Prior to their arrival, they had heard rumors of Huo Tianqing's arrogance, his public humiliation of Jing Kuan, and his ruthless nature. They had anticipated a confrontation where he would either retaliate forcefully or yield out of fear, yet they were met with this seemingly sincere, yet slippery, courteous response. Lien Haolong, a veteran of the Underworld, did not let his guard down in light of this politeness. Rather, he became even more vigilant. Having navigated the Underworld for so many years, he knew that the most dangerous dogs seldom bark. The young man before him, with his refined exterior and courteous speech, revealed no trace of genuine fear or submission in his eyes, only a cold and tranquil demeanor. This was far more unsettling than overt arrogance. A misunderstanding? Lien Haolong scoffed, clearly unwilling to accept this explanation. Chapter 50. 5 guns pointed at his face. Lien Haolong, you've got guts, I concede. A mere misunderstanding. And you wish to sweep everything under the rug? Huo Tianqing, do you truly believe that I, Lien Haolong, am easy to deal with? In Mongkok, the words I speak, rooted in loyalty and righteousness, are the very code by which we abide. If your people lack understanding, then, as the elder brother, you must bear the responsibility. Should you fail to provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will not conclude. His tone grew more intense, and his subordinates behind him began to clamor once again, pressing forward in an attempt to exert greater pressure. However, just when Lien Haolong anticipated that Huo Tianqing would continue to argue or be compelled to make further concessions, the smile on Huo Tianqing's face gradually faded. That veneer of politeness and regret receded like the tide, replaced by a chilling, unmasked sharpness and annoyance. He narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Lien Haolong, and his tone abruptly turned cold, his speech measured yet distinctly clear, imbued with a piercing chill. Brother Long, I, for one, have my ways when it comes to treating friends. But for those who intentionally seek trouble and show no respect, he paused, his gaze slicing through Lien Haolong's sullen face like a knife, before he uttered, in a tone almost factual, words potent enough to ignite a powder keg. I typically refer to them as dead scum, fat pigs. Dead scum, fat pigs. These 6 words erupted like thunder in the stillness of the bar, utterly shattering the facade of false politeness and delivering the most direct, vicious insults squarely to Lien Haolong's face. What the hell did you say? Seeking death. A hot-headed subordinate of Lien Haolong immediately leapt forward, jabbing a finger at Huo Tianqing's nose and unleashing a torrent of curses, while the others roared in anger, brandishing their weapons, ready to charge in for a fight. Lien Haolong's own complexion turned a deep shade of liver, his eyes betraying a murderous intent, his fists clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. The conflict was entirely ignited in that instant. Yet, just as Lien Haolong's subordinates were about to surge forward with their roars, crack, 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 a A series of crisp, chilling metallic clangs rang out, startlingly precise and synchronized. Behind Huo Tianqing, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, Sun San, and two other equally formidable soldiers, who had remained silent like shadows, sprang to their feet with lightning speed. Their movements were ghostly swift. As they rose, their hands instinctively reached for their waists or armpits. By the time anyone realized, each held a gleaming black handgun. Moreover, they were all formidable standard-issue firearms. The muzzles gleamed ominously in the dim light of the bar, pointed unwaveringly at Lien Haolong and his most vociferous subordinates. What was even more disquieting was the expressionless faces of these gunmen, their eyes cold and focused, fingers steady on the triggers, exhibiting an extraordinarily professional grip and readiness for combat. This was no ordinary gang of thugs wielding guns for bravado. At that moment, the air in the bar seemed to solidify into ice. All sounds, shouts, curses, even breaths, seemed to be siphoned away by those ominous black muzzles. Danger. An overwhelming sense of peril washed over Lien Haolong and his crew like a frigid tide. The fury and murderous intent on Lien Haolong's face, at the sight of the guns pointed at him, extinguished like flames doused with ice water, replaced by unmistakable shock and a hint of panic. His pupils dilated sharply. Fixated on the steady guns aimed at him, his heart raced. He could hardly believe it. Huo Tianqing was brazen enough to go this far. In a port city where gun control was relatively strict, he brazenly carried so many firearms. Furthermore, the adeptness and decisiveness with which his subordinates drew their weapons, their seamless coordination, indicated rigorous training. Far from a rabble, he had come today, believing that sheer numbers would allow him to flaunt his power on Huo Tianqing's turf, to instill an unforgettable fear in his opponent and establish his absolute authority in this territory. He had even contemplated that if Huo Tianqing proved unyielding, his men could teach him a harsh lesson, as long as it didn't escalate to murder, in which case, any fallout between their factions could be settled with monetary compensation. Yet, he had not anticipated that Huo Tianqing would play by an entirely different set of rules. A single disagreement, and he drew his guns. And judging by the stance, should anyone on his side dare to make a move, the opposition would undoubtedly shoot without hesitation. At such close range, facing more than 5 handguns, his entourage of over 20 armed only with melee weapons were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Lien Haolong's forehead and back. After years in this world, he had faced danger before, but being so directly confronted with so many guns aimed at his head, with his life hinging entirely on the whim of another, was an exceedingly rare predicament. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. This principle was one Lien Haolong understood better than anyone. Continuing to be obstinate could very well turn him into a sieve the very next second. If he died, everything would be lost. All face, territory, and status in the underworld would be mere illusions. The muscles in his face twitched violently, his eyes filled with humiliation and rage, but more so with the terror of death and the rational weighing of his options. He bit down hard on his teeth, nearly drawing blood from his gums, and ultimately emitted a low growl from his throat, akin to a wounded beast, forcefully suppressing all impulses. He cast a deeply resentful glance at Huo Tianqing, his gaze burning with a desire to consume him alive. Then, with a stiff expression, he slowly cupped his fist towards Huo Tianqing, forcing out a few words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse and dry. Huo Tianqing, very well. Today, I, Lien Haolong, concede. Until we meet again. With that, he showed no hesitation, pivoting sharply to bark at his stunned and fearful subordinates. Leave. The members of the loyal and righteous society turned away, retreating in a hurried and silent manner, like a receding tide, under the silent intimidation of the handguns. They had arrived with an imposing presence, brimming with arrogance. Yet now they departed with a hasty and somewhat disheveled retreat, a starkly ironic contrast to their earlier bravado. As they watched Lien Haolong and his crew disappear through the bar's entrance, Zhao Yi and the others did not immediately lower their weapons, but remained vigilant, observing for a few moments to confirm that the others had indeed left. Only then, at a subtle indication from Huo Tianqing, did they swiftly stow their guns and return to their seats, as if nothing had transpired. Boss, should we? Zhao Yi leaned closer to Huo Tianqing, speaking in a tone only the two could hear, while discreetly making a horizontal cutting gesture with his right hand, his eyes sharp. Huo Tianqing gently shook his head, lifting the glass of whiskey he had previously set down, taking a sip of the now lukewarm liquid, a playful smile resurfacing on his face as he softly replied. No rush. The time is not yet right. His gaze swept over the patrons in the bar, who appeared pale with fear, yet could not resist stealing glances in their direction, his lips curling into a cold, mocking smile. There are too many eyes here. To eliminate him on the spot would lead to complications. After all, we reside in a society governed by law, haha. His final chuckle resonated clearly in the bar that had just regained its silence, imbued with a chilling air of menace. As Lian Haolong and his crew departed and the weapons were holstered, the patrons and staff of the bar finally dared to take a breath. Though the atmosphere remained heavy with tension, the soothing melodies resumed, yet they could not dispel the pervasive aura of fear and reverence that lingered in the air. Stealthy glances, imbued with intense curiosity and trepidation, converged upon Huo Tianqing. Whispers, akin to the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes, began to circulate. My heavens, that was a gun, wasn't it? Several of them. This new boss is truly ruthless. Even Haolong was frightened off. It seems the rumors of Jinkuan being dealt with by him are indeed true. Mongkok is likely on the brink of upheaval. Su Jingyang perceptively detected the rising tide of murmurs and prying eyes around him, and, in an uncommon display of initiative, he slightly turned to Huo Tianqing, murmuring, "Boss, there is much discussion surrounding us. Shall we silence them?" His intent was unmistakable. He suggested taking measures to ensure these witnesses remained quiet. Huo Tianqing waved his hand dismissively, leaning languidly back against the sofa. "No need. Let the rumors spread. The more who know, the less trouble we may face in the future." He exuded an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier confrontation, fraught with tension and nearly spilling blood, was merely a trivial, even somewhat tiresome, interlude. Meanwhile, Lian Haolong, filled with pent-up frustration and unprecedented humiliation, returned to a discreet villa located in Kowloon Tong. This was one of his strongholds, characterized by serene surroundings and tight security. Upon entering, he could no longer contain the fury swelling within him. He seized an exquisite Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase from the foyer and smashed it to the ground with a furious force. Crash! The delicate porcelain shattered instantly, shards scattering across the floor. Huo Tianqing, damn your ancestors to the 18th generation. Lian Haolong's eyes blazed red, veins bulging on his forehead as he paced like a wounded beast in the spacious living room, breathing heavily. How dare he point a gun at me? How dare he insult me, calling me a fat boy? I have navigated this world for so many years without enduring such a profound humiliation. The servants and bodyguards within the villa recoiled in fear, retreating to a safe distance. Soon, core members of Zhongxin Yi, alerted by the news, began to arrive in succession. The first to come was strategist Luo Dingfa, a middle-aged man with glasses who appeared scholarly, yet his eyes betrayed a keen intelligence. Next was Lian Haolong's younger brother, Lian Haodong, slightly younger and bearing an air of hostility. Lastly, the two most formidable subordinates of Lian Haolong, Azhua and Luo Tianhong, made their entrance. Azhua was stocky with a hardened visage, while Luo Tianhong was somewhat leaner, his gaze sharp as a blade, with an ancient-style sword sheathed at his waist. Chapter 52. The core of Zhongxin Yi annihilated. Lian Haolong never anticipated that revenge would come so swiftly. Eldest brother, calm down, what happened? Lian Haodong, seeing the shattered remains and his brother's fury, quickly inquired. Lian Haolong gritted his teeth as he recounted the events at the bar, emphasizing how Huo Tianqing feigned politeness before abruptly turning hostile, hurling insults, and ultimately brandishing multiple firearms to force him into retreat. This Huo Tianqing is absolutely insane. Lian Haodong seethed upon hearing this. Eldest brother, he clearly does not regard us Zhongxin Yi at all. He must be eliminated. Otherwise, how can we continue to operate in Mongkok? Strategist Luo Dingfa adjusted his glasses, appearing considerably more composed. Dongge, let us not be hasty. This Huo Tianqing is indeed formidable. From his handling of Ba Bai to pushing back Jinkuan, and now his actions against Longge, this man is ruthless and decisive, operating entirely outside the norm. What complicates matters further is that he possesses firearms, and it appears he is more than just a couple. He is now a formal red stick of Hongxing. If we recklessly strike against him, it could provoke comprehensive retaliation from Hongxing. That old fox Jiang Tianqing is likely seeking an excuse to expand his influence. Retaliation? What of it? Lian Haodong retorted defiantly. Shall we simply let this go? Allow him to insult us at gunpoint, and do nothing in response? How will others in the underworld view Zhongxin? How will they see you, eldest brother? I believe this Huo Tianqing is even crazier and more arrogant than Jinkuan. Allowing him to remain is undoubtedly a disaster. We must eliminate him before he fully establishes his foothold. Luo Dingfa shook his head. I am not suggesting we let it go, but we must deliberate carefully. If we act, it must be swift and decisive, leaving no room for Hongxing to seize upon any evidence against us. Moreover, we need to ascertain his background. A freshly released inmate should not have access to so many trained subordinates and firearms. That raises significant suspicion. At that moment, Azhua and Luo Tianhong exchanged glances, with Azhua stepping forward and speaking solemnly. Long Go, Fa Go, regarding Huo Tianqing's background, we had someone investigate the situation on Dundas Street and its vicinity before returning. Oh, what did you find? Lian Haolong temporarily suppressed his rage and turned to Azhua. Luo Tianhong interjected, his tone as frigid as his glare. According to several informants operating on Dundas Street, since Huo Tianqing took over. There has been a notable number of individuals appearing on the streets to maintain order and collect management fees, and they are quite peculiar. In what way peculiar? Luo Dingfa probed. These individuals do not resemble typical gangsters, as Zuo elaborated. They rarely speak, their movements are highly regimented, and they exhibit a remarkable level of coordination. Their stances and manner of walking suggest they have undergone training. An old fellow who once served in the military mentioned in hushed tones that their demeanor resembles that of retired soldiers. Moreover, their numbers could be in the hundreds. Dispersed across Dundas Street and nearby locations, Huo Tianqing may control. Hundreds? Retired soldiers? Lian Haolong's brow furrowed deeply. His simmering anger now overshadowed by a deeper layer of suspicion and apprehension. If this were true, then Huo Tianqing's background was far more formidable than anticipated. Where did he acquire the resources to recruit and control such a vast number of veterans? This transcended the typical territorial disputes of ordinary gangs. Luo Dingfa's expression also grew grave. This complicates matters even further. With such manpower and firearms, his combat capability likely exceeds our estimations. If we engage directly, even if we emerge victorious, the losses could be catastrophic, and the commotion would be immense. The atmosphere within the villa turned increasingly oppressive. While Lian Haolong yearned to tear Huo Tianqing to shreds immediately, as the leader, he had to weigh the overall interests and risks of the organization. For a moment, he found himself at an impasse. However, unbeknownst to them, a lethal crisis was looming, leaving them little time for deliberation. Huo Tianqing had never been one to bide his time, nor was he a man to swallow his anger in silence. Just as Lian Haolong raged within the villa, rallying his subordinates to discuss countermeasures, Huo Tianqing appeared leisurely, savoring his drink at the quiet bar, all the while having already issued directives through encrypted communication to Zhao Yi, who was stationed outside. His voice, transmitted through a miniature earpiece, was cold and crystal clear. Zhao Yi, listen closely. Lian Haolong resides at the villa located at XX Road. Kowloon Tong. You have 2 hours to prepare. Select the 50 most capable brothers, fully armed with both long and short weapons, dressed in dark clothing and wearing masks. Secure 3 inconspicuous vans, plan a retreat route, and the destination is Saikung Pier, where a boat will be waiting to take us south. The target is to eliminate Lian Haolong and all core members of Zhongxin Yi within the villa. Act swiftly and decisively, clean up thoroughly, and evacuate along the planned route without leaving any survivors or obvious evidence pointing back to us. Do you understand? In the shadowy corner of the bar, Zhao Yi's eyes gleamed with a cold light in the darkness, and without a hint of hesitation, he responded in a low voice. Understood, boss. Eliminate Lian Haolong and his core members, clean the scene, and evacuate swiftly to the harbor. Chapter 53, Bloodbath in the Villa. Lian Haolong's subordinates were gunned down, with not a single survivor. Go. Huo Tianqing severed communication and drained the last drop of wine from his glass, a cold and sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. I am a person of little patience, harboring grudges and preferring immediate retribution. Waiting overnight. How utterly tedious. He set down his glass, as though merely instructing someone to attend to a trivial matter. 2 hours later, outside the Lian Haolong villa in Kowloon Tong, the night enveloped the scene in deep darkness, with shadows dancing among the trees. The perimeter of the villa was once patrolled by a few loyal guards. Yet at this moment, they lay silently in the shadows, their throats or vital points bearing precise and fatal wounds. 50 ghostly figures, cloaked in darkness, stealthily approached the villa under the cover of night and foliage. Dressed entirely in black, their faces obscured by hoods that revealed only their eyes. They wielded standard-issue rifles and handguns equipped with silencers, their movements producing almost no sound as they communicated through gestures and glances, their coordination chillingly proficient. A soldier effortlessly opened the heavy wooden door with a specialized tool, triggering no alarms. A cold, lethal aura surged into the villa as the door creaked open. Leading the charge, Zhao Yi raised his gloved right hand, signaling readiness. Immediately, all soldiers checked their firearms, chambered their bullets, and disengaged the safeties, their actions synchronized to perfection. Zhao Yi's gaze pierced through the eyeholes of his hood, coldly scanning the brightly lit living room windows of the villa, where several figures could be seen animatedly debating. With a swift motion of his right hand, he commanded, action. The silent order was conveyed through his gesture. 50 elite soldiers surged forth from the shadows like poised cheetahs, charging into the villa in a standard tactical formation. The first wave of soldiers entered without hesitation, their weapons already trained on the living room, fingers poised on triggers. Inside the living room, Lian Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lian Haodong, Azhua, and Luo Tianhong were embroiled in a heated discussion. Lian Haolong leaned towards his brother Lian Haodong's aggressive stance, insisting on swift action, while Luo Dingfa continued to emphasize the risks and the need for careful deliberation. Azhua and Luo Tianhong stood silently by, the executors awaiting the final decision of their leader. Suddenly, Azhua and Luo Tianhong both perked up, their ears attuned to the faint but rapid sound of footsteps. Something was amiss. Luo Tianhong hissed, instinctively reaching for the hilt of his sword. However, it was already too late. In the instant Luo Tianhong spoke, a series of muffled, rapid gunshots erupted, as if the whispers of death had abruptly shattered the villa's tranquility. The walls facing the door and corridor, along with the windows, were instantly riddled with bullets, turning them into mere sieves. Wooden splinters, shards of glass, and plaster dust flew in all directions. Watch out, Azhua roared, forcefully tackling Lien Haodong to the ground. Yet, standing near the corridor and facing the door, the strategist Luo Dingfa failed to react in time. He didn't manage to take any evasive action before at least 5 or 6 bullets, penetrating the wall, struck his chest and head. Ugh! Luo Dingfa let out a short, stifled groan as his glasses shattered, his body flying backward like a rag doll, crashing against the liquor cabinet before slumping to the ground, blood rapidly spreading beneath him, lifeless on the spot. Dingfa! Lien Haolong's eyes widened in anguish, a pained and furious roar escaping his lips. Get down! Lien Haodong shouted in terror as Azhua pressed his weight down onto him. Luo Tianhong reacted with lightning speed, rolling behind the heavy wooden sofa just as the gunfire erupted, drawing his sword, the cold gleam flashing. After the initial wave of suppressive gunfire, the black-clad soldiers surged into the living room like a relentless tide, the flames of their weapons flickering in the dim light. Bullets pouring towards every visible shadow within the room. It must be Huo Tianqing, that madman. Lien Haolong realized the identity of the assailants in an instant. Who else but the merciless Huo Tianqing would dare to attack him in such a manner at this time? His heart swelled with boundless regret and seething rage, lamenting not heeding his brother's counsel to eliminate this menace at any cost sooner. Amidst the chaos, though Lien Haodong was pinned down by Azhua, a stray bullet found its mark, striking his thigh and eliciting a harrowing scream as blood gushed forth. Haodong! Lien Haolong's heart shattered at the sight of his brother being hit, and without a second thought, he grasped the heavy brass ornament nearby, hurling it at the nearest black-clad soldier with all his might. The soldier deftly sidestepped, agilely evading while redirecting his weapon. Protect Longu! Azhua bellowed, springing to his feet like a bull, colliding with another soldier attempting to aim at Lien Haolong, sending him staggering as his weapon veered off course. Chapter 54. The Fall of the Mightiest Sword. Lien Haolong. I should never have provoked this madman. Huo Tianqing. Luo Tianhong, meanwhile, darted from behind the sofa, his sword carving a chilling arc. Swoosh! The arm of a nearby black-clad soldier, gun in hand, was severed at the wrist, blood spraying forth. The soldier emitted a muffled grunt, but displayed remarkable bravery, reaching for the handgun at his waist with his other hand. Yet, Luo Tianhong's sword was swifter. The blade flashed again, piercing straight for the soldier's throat. However, more black-clad soldiers continued to flood in from outside, their firepower intensifying, clearly well-trained. Some maintained suppressive fire to block Lien Haolong and the others' movements in cover, while others flanked from the sides, seeking the optimal angles for their shots. As more soldiers armed with rifles and submachine guns poured into the villa's living room, the gunfire became even more chaotic and dense. Yet the coverage of firepower grew more stringent and lethal. Bullets swept through every corner like a tempest. The exquisite rosewood furniture splintered into fragments. Crystal chandeliers crashed to the ground in shatters, and the walls became a patchwork of bullet holes, smoke and dust enveloping the air. Flashes of fire illuminating the space as if it were hell itself. Lien Haolong was indeed worthy of his reputation as the unrivaled martial artist in the realm, rumored to have defeated dozens of foes in chaotic battles with his iron fists. In this dire predicament, he unleashed an astonishing ferocity. Utilizing his familiarity with the terrain and reflexes surpassing the ordinary, he deftly maneuvered through the hail of bullets, evading several rounds of gunfire as he lunged at the nearest soldier like a ferocious tiger. Die! Lien Haolong bellowed, his massive hand seizing the soldier's weapon, lifting it upward, while his other fist, knuckles cracking, slammed into the opponent's face. The sound of the soldier's skull shattering was unmistakable, and he collapsed to the ground without a sound. Lien Haolong seized the rifle, attempting to retaliate, but the operation of modern firearms was not his forte. More critically, the surrounding soldiers offered him no respite. They were well-trained, their teamwork seamless, 3-man teams alternating fire to create a crossfire that sealed off every possible route for him to escape. Tat tat tat. A volley of bullets whizzed past his shoulder, tearing away flesh and blood. Lien Haolong let out a muffled groan, his movements faltering. Suppress him. Crossfire, don't let him get close. A soldier shouted, evidently taking command in the heat of the moment. Lien Haolong had no choice but to abandon his counterattack, rolling again to evade, seeking refuge behind a thick marble pillar. Bullets pursued him, striking the marble, sending shards flying, and leaving a constellation of white specks. His right arm had just been grazed by a bullet, blood gushing forth. Though not fatal, it severely hampered his agility and strength. Confronted with this lethal web woven entirely from modern firepower, his personal valor appeared woefully inadequate. A mere drop in the ocean. Meanwhile, his staunch ally, the valiant Azuo, renowned for his ferocity, attempted to extricate Lian Haolong from peril, only to be simultaneously targeted by 3 soldiers from different angles. Though he bravely toppled one assailant and plunged a seized dagger into another's abdomen, he himself was instantly riddled with at least a dozen bullets to his chest and back. His robust frame wavered as he glanced down at the gushing wounds on his chest, his eyes brimming with defiance and fury, before he collapsed with a resounding thud. Life extinguished. At this moment, the fabled sword master, Huo Tianqing, also found himself ensnared in dire straits. His long sword was indeed exquisitely sharp, and his movements swift as a wraith. At close range, he could even deflect incoming bullets with the tip of his blade. However, faced with an unrelenting barrage of automatic fire from multiple directions, even the most refined skills in cold weaponry could not withstand the tempest of steel. Relying on his remarkable agility and the 8-sided Han sword in his grasp, he initially managed to deflect some stray bullets amidst the chaos, even taking the opportunity to wound the calves of 2 soldiers, temporarily incapacitating them. Yet he remained flesh and blood. Target their lower limbs. Restrict their movement. The soldiers, trained in tactical acumen, swiftly recognized the threat posed by Huo Tianqing's movements and adjusted their strategy. With a flurry of deliberately low-angled gunfire, they primarily aimed at his legs. Despite his valiant attempts to evade, his sword danced like a wheel, yet the bullets were simply too dense. A cry of anguish escaped Huo Tianqing's lips as he felt bullets strike his knees almost simultaneously. The excruciating pain from shattered bones sent him tumbling forward, his longsword clattering from his grasp. He fell to the ground, hands propping him up, still striving to resist. But the agonizing pain radiating from his knees and the weakness from fractured bones made it painfully clear that he had lost his most vital ability to move. He raised his head, despair and the tragic melancholy of a hero's and filling his gaze. In the face of these soldiers, who had truly witnessed the battlefield and executed tactics with ruthless efficiency, he could no longer replicate the legendary feat of a single sword casting a chilling light across 19 continents. Clear the area. The cold command rang out. Several soldiers pivoted their weapons, aiming at the fallen Huo Tianqing. Chapter 55. Finish the job and cleanse the scene. Set the villa ablaze, leaving no traces. With a rapid succession of gunfire, bullets rained down upon Huo Tianqing. His body convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, splatters of blood erupting from him. His form transformed into a sieve, soaking into the exquisite carpet beneath him, staining it with thick crimson. Thus fell the most loyal and righteous sword. The strongest of them all, Tianqing, Lian Haolong, peering from behind the marble pillar, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Huo Tianqing was not only his capable subordinate, but also a brother he held dear. Witnessing such a gruesome demise sent shockwaves through Lian Haolong's soul, plunging him into despair. This moment of distraction proved fatal in the deadly struggle. There, the soldiers immediately pinpointed his exact location and vulnerability. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lian Haolong felt a searing pain tear through his chest and abdomen, as though struck repeatedly by a heavy hammer. Looking down, he saw several bloodied holes gaping in his abdomen and left chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, swiftly staining his silk shirt crimson. Act! Lian Haolong staggered back, leaning against the marble pillar, barely managing to stay upright. His lungs pierced. Each breath was accompanied by bloody froth, emitting a ghastly wheezing sound. The soldiers, adhering to the merciless principle of striking while one is down, surged forward without mercy, encircling him with 5 or 6 guns aimed from various angles. The dark muzzles nearly pressed against him. Leaning against the pillar, Lian Haolong's vacant gaze surveyed the scene of devastation, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. His younger brother, Lian Haodong, lay curled in a corner, silent, a large pool of blood beneath him. Strategist Luo Dingfa lay beside a shattered liquor cabinet, his glasses nowhere to be found. The bodies of Azuo and Huo Tianqing lay not far apart, along with other loyal subordinates who had rushed in from various rooms only to be gunned down in an instant, lifeless and sprawled. Endless regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent. He lamented why he had provoked that madman, Huo Tianqing, over mere pride and territory. Just because he had been forced to retreat under the threat of a gun in a bar and felt humiliated, he had sought revenge? If only he had swallowed his pride at that moment, heeding Luo Dingfa's advice to bide his time, or perhaps simply avoiding confrontation. He might have escaped this calamity that had unfolded in the blink of an eye. From the bar conflict to this, it had only been a few short hours. Huo Tianqing had managed to trace his address, assembling such elite and well-equipped forces to launch this sudden, ruthless, and decisive extermination. He had truly achieved revenge without delay. The speed of his response, the brutality of his actions, and the efficiency of execution sent chills coursing through Lien Haolong, who had navigated the underworld for years, feeling a bone-deep dread. However, it was all too late. As his consciousness began to fade, he noticed two soldiers exchanging hand signals, cautiously making their way up the stairs toward the second floor. Susu. His wife, Susu, was still upstairs. Lien Haolong suddenly recalled this, his eyes igniting with a final spark of terror and despair. Do not harm her. He summoned his last vestige of strength, rasping a weak voice, tinged with blood. Yet his plea was too faint, drowned out by the villa's suffocatingly bloody silence. From upstairs came faint sounds of a woman's startled cries and questions, followed by two muffled gunshots, and then silence reigned. Those two gunshots rang out like the final toll of a death knell, shattering Lien Haolong's last glimmer of hope. Huo Tianqing. With the last remnants of his life force, Lien Haolong let out a keen cry, filled with profound sorrow, indignation, resentment, and despair. His voice piercing through the villa, only to abruptly cease. His eyes widened in rage, his body slumped against the pillar, and he slowly slid down, ultimately collapsing into a pool of blood, breathless. This once mighty leader, feared throughout Kowloon, had met his end. His corpse was riddled with bullet holes, a ghastly sight, even more so than that of Huo Tianqing. The lead soldier approached calmly, instinctively extending a finger clad in tactical gloves to check Lien Haolong's carotid pulse and breath, confirming his death. Yet he did not cease his actions. The cautious habits forged in the crucible of battle made him understand that merely confirming death was insufficient. He raised his handgun, pressing the muzzle against Lien Haolong's bloodied forehead. Bang! A finishing shot, to ensure absolute certainty. Afterward, he stood, signaling to the other soldiers around him. The soldiers understood, pairing off to methodically check each corpse sprawled across the hall, whether it be Lien Haolong, Luo Dingfa, Lien Haodong, Azuo, Luo Tianqing, or those ordinary subordinates, executing a thorough inspection and delivering finishing shots as necessary. Bang! 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 The sporadic, muffled gunfire echoed within the luxurious villa, recently stained by slaughter, now enveloped in an eerie silence, rendering the atmosphere chillingly stark. Chapter 56. The Underworld in Turmoil. The name of Madman Huo spreads, and no one dares to provoking. This is the final sweep, ensuring that no survivor remains, leaving no future troubles behind. After completing the reloading of weapons and a brief search of the scene, the soldiers swiftly assembled. A few sustained minor injuries, tending to each other's wounds with practiced ease. The entire process was efficient and silent, with minimal communication beyond essential tactical gestures and hushed commands. Retreat, barked the temporary captain. The soldiers moved with the same swift orderliness as they had arrived, quickly exiting the blood-soaked villa along the predetermined escape route. Before departing, two soldiers retrieved several plastic barrels from their packs, dousing the villa's hall, corridors, and stairs with the acrid gasoline, particularly over the areas where bodies lay and blood might have stained. The last soldier retreated to the doorway, igniting a flare and tossing it into the gasoline. Boom! Flames erupted like a famished beast, igniting instantly and spreading rapidly. The orange tongues of fire greedily licked at the expensive carpets, wooden furniture, and curtains, consuming everything, including the lifeless bodies, in a furious inferno. The firelight soared into the sky, illuminating the tranquil night over Kowloon Tong. Thick smoke billowed upwards. Several streets away from the scene, three inconspicuous vans awaited at the designated pickup point. The soldiers quickly boarded, and the vehicles roared to life, speeding toward the Saigon pier. Inside the vehicle, the temporary captain produced an encrypted communication device, and, once connected, calmly reported, all clean. Zhao's expression remained inscrutable, merely responding with a composed retreat. He then transmitted clear instructions to the 50 soldiers involved in the raid through a special communication method granted by the system. Following the predetermined plan, they were to head immediately to the Saigon pier, board the prearranged smuggling vessels, and depart under the cover of night to a concealed location in the south. The loss of 6 soldiers during the operation was anticipated. In the face of a master like Lien Haolong and his core forces, casualties were inevitable. Even during a surprise attack, the remaining 40 soldiers needed to vanish at once, leaving no trace for the police or any factions to pursue. Huo Tianqing's modus operandi was vividly demonstrated in this operation. Ruthless, decisive, leaving no room for mercy, seeking vengeance without delay. From the bar conflict to the massacre, merely a few hours had passed. Such rapid response and execution would instill dread in any adversary. More importantly, he utilized the system's summoned, utterly loyal soldiers. As long as he did not personally appear at the scene, leaving no direct biological evidence, no matter how many shell casings were left behind, or how the Underworld speculated. He could not be legally pinned down. This allowed him to wield the most extreme measures without fear of repercussions. That night, the towering flames and billowing smoke from the upscale villa district of Kowloon soon alerted nearby residents and patrolling officers. Fire engines and police cars raced to the scene. But the blaze was too fierce. By the time the fire was extinguished, the multi-million-dollar luxury villa was reduced to nothing but a charred skeleton and remnants of walls. Firefighters and police who arrived subsequently were confronted with a scene they would never forget. In the living room, on the stairs, and throughout the corridors, they discovered multiple bodies, severely charred and unrecognizable. Preliminary counts revealed nearly 10 corpses. More chilling for the police was the discovery of numerous twisted and deformed shell casings and bullets in the ashes and on the partially burned furniture and walls. From the residual traces and the types of partially burned shell casings, it was evident that the assailants had utilized automatic rifles and possibly even machine guns. The interior of the villa was riddled with bullet holes, resembling a honeycomb, vividly illustrating the ferocity of the gunfight. This was no ordinary vendetta or fire. It was a meticulously orchestrated, heavily armed assault. The nature of the case was extraordinarily severe, prompting immediate escalation to the police hierarchy's utmost concern. The following morning, news of the massacre at Chen Haonan's villa swept through the underground world of the port like a hurricane, at an astonishing pace. Information from various channels quickly converged, clashed, and spread. Have you heard? The loyal and righteous brother Chen Haonan, has been wiped out along with his entire family. Not just his family, his brother Chen Haonan, strategist Luo Dingfa, the most formidable Azua, and Huo Tianqing, all dead. Not a single one spared. No way. Is that true? Chen Haonan is so formidable. And his subordinates are fierce. Who could have done this? Absolutely true. Kowloon is a scorched wasteland. The cops pulled out a dozen charred bodies. They say the scene was littered with shell casings, and the walls were riddled with bullet holes, like a battlefield. My goodness, this is brutal. A complete massacre. Sparing not even the women. What kind of enmity must this be? Who did the loyal and righteous society offend to provoke such wrath? In a single night, the top brass have been wiped out. The gang is utterly collapsed. The entire underworld was in an uproar, everyone shocked. Chen Haonan was no minor player. He was the formidable leader of the loyal and righteous society, dominating Mongkok with a powerful presence. His subordinates were strong and fierce, and he himself was renowned for his combat prowess, maintaining a solid standing in the underworld. Chapter 57. The Mongkok forces fall silent. Huo Tianqing, this is my territory, and I hold the reins. Such a figure, along with his entire core team, had been completely annihilated overnight, with even their residence set ablaze. This was an unfathomable transformation. While people were reeling from the brutal reality of the loyal and righteous society's downfall, they began to frantically speculate about the identity of the assailants. The abundance of shell casings and the marks of machine gun fire left at the scene indicated that the attackers were not only ruthless, but also possessed formidable firepower and professional operational capability. This was far from an ordinary street vendetta. Chen Haonan and his subordinates were renowned for their combat skills and tenacity, yet they met such an end, sending a chilling wave through the underworld. Who could possess such terrifying power and audacity? Having navigated the underworld for so many years, Chen Haonan undoubtedly had many enemies. However, when the news broke, those who had passed grievances with him did not react with joy but with sheer panic. They feared that the flames might engulf them as well, drawing the attention of the police or that mysterious perpetrator. Thus, one by one, they hurriedly sought to distance themselves through various channels, both publicly and privately. Not me. I absolutely had nothing to do with it. My minor disputes with Brother Long were long resolved. Who the hell spread that it was me? If I find out, they'll regret it. Brother Long's matter has nothing to do with me. I warned certain individuals not to lay false accusations. I was gambling in Macau all night yesterday, with witnesses. In an instant, the underworld was rife with various denials and threats, creating an even more sinister atmosphere. As each potential suspect with a motive was either actively or passively dismissed, a rumor about the events of the previous night began to quietly circulate among informed circles. Hey, did you know? Yesterday evening, Chen Haonan went to a bar in Mongkok with Azua and Huo Tianqing. What happened at the bar? Who was sitting in that bar at the time? Huo Tianqing, the new rising star of the Hongxing gang. They crossed paths. Not just crossed paths. I heard Chen Haonan wanted to intimidate Huo Tianqing, but somehow he ended up with Huo Tianqing's subordinates pointing several guns at his head, forcing him to back down on the spot, leaving behind a harsh remark before retreating in disgrace. Many people witnessed it. This piece of information ignited a much larger ripple, like a drop of water in a pot of oil. Last night's conflict culminated in an entire family being annihilated. The timing is eerily coincidental. With this clue in mind, a bold and chilling hypothesis, akin to a wildfire spreading rapidly, has begun to circulate through the underbelly of society. My goodness, could it possibly be the work of Huo Tianqing? Who else could it be? Just yesterday, there was a confrontation, and by nightfall, Lian Haolong was dead. However, this seems excessively swift and ruthless, does it not? Merely due to a trivial altercation, an entire family is extinguished? Swift? Ruthless? Consider how Huo Tianqing ascended to power. He climbed over the corpses of his adversaries to become a red stick. It is rumored that Liang Kuan suffered greatly under his dominion, causing even a film company to incur losses. I have heard that he commands a band of desperados, some of whom are even veterans, exceptionally skilled in combat and armed. Indeed, it is said that this individual possesses a volatile temperament, more deranged and unhinged than Liang Kuan, quick to anger, and with a particularly vengeful streak. Motive, method, temperament, ability. All the clues and rumors seem to subtly converge upon that young man, Huo Tianqing, who has recently emerged in the Hongxing gang, displaying an operational style starkly different from all traditional underworld figures. Although no one possesses concrete evidence, and the police are still frantically investigating, the underworld has its own logic of judgment. Here, oftentimes, a consensus formed from various signs is more powerful than irrefutable evidence presented in a courtroom. In a single night, Huo Tianqing's name has taken on a new, spine-chilling connotation across all strata of the harbor's underworld. The previous night's conflict, followed by the complete eradication of a family. Such a thunderous act of retribution, such a brutal and savage disposition, sends a shiver down the spine of all who hear the rumors. Huo the Madman. It is unclear who initiated this moniker, filled with dread and trepidation, but it has swiftly become Huo Tianqing's new alias in the underworld. Everyone, keep a low profile. Especially over in Mongkok, stay vigilant, and do not provoke that Huo the Madman. Do you hear me? From now on, treat anyone from Hongxing, particularly Huo Tianqing, with utmost courtesy. If you wish to remain unscathed, do not stir up trouble. By heavens, with Lian Haolong's abrupt demise, this underworld is bound to become even more turbulent. The leaders of various factions have sternly admonished their subordinates to draw clear boundaries and prioritize their own safety. The smaller factions have fallen utterly silent, fearful of inadvertently following in the footsteps of Zhong Xianyi. Huo Tianqing, through his extreme ruthlessness and efficient brutality, has, within a mere day, transformed his name from that of a somewhat obscure new red stick into a terrifying symbol in the harbor's underground realm, capable of silencing even the most obstreperous child. Chapter 58. Huang Zhiqing's ambition leads to missteps. Attempting to capture Huo Tianqing, he finds himself taught a lesson. The news of Lian Haolong and his core forces being wiped out overnight has detonated like a bomb in the depths of the harbor's underworld, sending ripples that quickly spread to every corner. The nickname Huo the Madman, laden with bloodshed and apprehension, has rapidly become synonymous with Huo Tianqing, eclipsing even many long-established bigwigs in a remarkably short time. Originally, the newly designated prime territory of Dundas Street in Mongkok had piqued the jealousy of various factions, each eager to wait for Huo Tianqing to solidify his footing or to ascertain the level of support from his backers in Hongxing before attempting to take a bite, testing the mettle of this newly minted red stick and seeing if they could carve out a share or even displace him. However, the tragic demise of Lian Haolong has doused all their greed and hopes with a chilling splash of ice water. Zhong Xianyi, Lian Haolong, vanished without a trace. His wife and brothers, all gone in one night, cleanly executed. It is said that the scene resembled a battlefield, with shell casings littering the ground. This is far from an ordinary underworld vendetta. This is akin to a military extermination. Huo Tianqing, no, Huo the Madman. This man is truly insane. He acts with complete disregard for consequences. Lian Haolong merely sought to assert dominance over him in a bar, without laying a hand, merely exchanging heated words. And yet he was obliterated. Who would dare provoke him? Quickly, spread the word. Our people in Mongkok, particularly near Dundas Street, must keep their heads down. Do not venture there without cause. Collecting protection fees? Forget it. Preserving our lives takes precedence. Yes, inform the establishments. From now on, treat anyone from Hongxing, especially that Huo Tianqing and his subordinates, with utmost politeness. Under no circumstances should there be any conflict. In an instant, the various factions that had previously eyed Dundas Street like hawks have pulled back their sails, becoming exceedingly compliant, to say nothing of initiating provocation. Even the small-time thugs accustomed to lingering near the borders, collecting a few tea money, are now too terrified to tread into Dundas Street, fearing that any misstep might be perceived as provocation by that Huo the Madman, leading to catastrophic consequences. Huo Tianqing has established his absolute authority over this new territory in the most brutal and direct manner, and no one dares to challenge him. At the Mongkok police station, in the anti-organized crime unit's office, Huang Zhiqing sits behind his desk, his expression dark and foreboding like the sky before a storm. His ashtray is overflowing with cigarette butts, and the air is thick with the pungent scent of tobacco. He has just received encrypted intelligence from an undercover agent embedded within Hongxing, which, though vague, clearly indicates that prior to the massacre of Lian Haolong, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Huo Tianqing at a bar, and that Huo Tianqing is a prime suspect. Nevertheless, Huang Zhiqing harbors no sympathy for the deceased Lian Haolong. In his eyes, both Lian Haolong and Huo Tianqing are cut from the same cloth, societal cancers, and refuse to adhere to the rule of law. Their lives and deaths hold no significance for him. What he cares about is whether this case can serve as a crucial stepping stone in his career. The massacre of Lian Haolong and his associates within Zhongxian has had an exceedingly detrimental impact. Huang Zhiqing's fingers tap rhythmically against the desk, his eyes gleaming with calculative intent. If he can swiftly solve the case and apprehend the murderer, nay, even if he merely makes significant progress in identifying the primary suspect, this accomplishment will be enough to elevate him further up the ranks. The position of police superintendent may no longer be a distant dream. His ambition, coupled with disdain for the troublemaker Huo Tianqing, has led Huang Zhiqing to abandon his usual caution. He has not invested much time verifying the details of the undercover intelligence, nor has he meticulously pondered whether Huo Tianqing possesses the capability and motive to orchestrate and execute such a complex assault within such a short time frame. Instead, he is consumed with thoughts of how to swiftly apprehend Huo Tianqing, extract a confession, and solidify his guilt, all to accumulate a substantial merit for himself. Gather everyone. The meeting will convene in 10 minutes. Huang Zhiqing commands urgently, picking up the internal phone. 10 minutes later, the modest meeting room of the anti-organized crime unit is filled to capacity. When Huang Zhiqing announces the immediate departure to Dundas Street to capture Huo Tianqing, suspecting his involvement in the massacre of Lian Haolong, the room falls into a silence so profound that a pin drop would be audible. The expressions of all team members reveal uncertainty, and some even exhibit a flicker of barely perceptible fear in their eyes. Captain Huang is going after Huo Tianqing? Right now? An experienced officer from the anti-organized crime unit cannot help but interject. The crime scene of Lian Haolong's case is so complex. The shell casings have yet to be analyzed, and eyewitnesses are still being sought. Are we really going to apprehend Huo Tianqing based on this? Isn't it a bit too hasty? And besides, he is Huo the Madman. The name Huo the Madman has begun to circulate within the police force as well, following the brutal methods displayed in Lian Haolong's massacre, which have even made these seasoned officers familiar with underworld violence feel a chill of apprehension. Chapter 59. Su Zhengyang disarms an officer. Huo Tianqing, no evidence? Then get lost. Huang Zhiqing's expression darkened as he admonished. Solving a case requires seizing the moment. By the time you dither about perfecting the evidence chain, the murderer will have long vanished without a trace. Now that we have leads pointing to him, we must act immediately. As for this so-called madman Hua, we are the police. Are we to be intimidated by a mere hoodlum? Let such rumors spread, and we shall be the laughingstock. He offered no opportunity for his subordinates to retort, slamming his hand on the table. Let us move out at once. Target, Dundas Street. Huo Tianqing's residence. Action. Half an hour later, several unmarked cars and an armored vehicle came to a rough halt outside an old tenement building on Dundas Street. Recently commandeered by Huo Tianqing's men as a temporary stronghold, Huang Zhiqing took the lead, flanked by a dozen members of the anti-Triad unit. His demeanor grim as they ascended the stairs. After dealing with the Lin Haolong incident the previous night, Huo Tianqing had retired late and was now catching up on sleep. He was awakened by the urgent knocking and hushed reports from his subordinates, and upon learning that Huang Zhiqing had arrived, his expression turned cold and impatient. Draping a robe over his shoulders, he made his way to the living room, where Huang and his team had already entered, disregarding any attempts to stop them. Inspector Huang. Huo Tianqing yawned, his gaze laced with unabashed disdain as he regarded the tense Huang Zhiqing. What brings you here again? Disturbing my slumber at this early hour? Have you unearthed evidence of my involvement in Babai's murder? Are you here to arrest me? Huang Zhiqing's ire flared at Huo Tianqing's languid and arrogant demeanor, but he restrained himself, maintaining a stern visage. Huo Tianqing, cease your frivolous banter. I currently suspect you are connected to the heinous massacre that occurred in Kowloon Tong last night. I require you to accompany us back to the precinct for questioning at once. A massacre? Huo Tianqing arched an eyebrow, feigning surprise before erupting into laughter, his mirth dripping with mockery. Inspector Huang, your attempts at framing me are rather pathetic, are they not? First it was Babai, and now it's a massacre? Do you believe I am so easily bullied that you can pin any misdeed upon me? Do you think it particularly easy to climb over me, Huo Tianqing? He laid bare Huang Zhiqing's thoughts with unerring accuracy, causing Huang's expression to stiffen, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes, yet he asserted, enough of your nonsense. Whether or not you are involved will be revealed in due course. Now, I implore you to cooperate. Huo Tianqing's smile vanished. his gaze now frigid as he extended his hand, palm upward. Very well, cooperation it is. Present it. What? Huang Ziqing was taken aback. The arrest warrant. Huo Tianqing replied leisurely. Inspector Huang, this is a place governed by law. If you wish to take me back to the precinct for such a serious case, you must possess formal legal documentation, yes? An arrest warrant or a court summons. Do you have them? Show them to me. Huang Ziqing found himself at a loss for words. His hasty operation had not allowed him time to secure an arrest warrant. He had intended to rely on his authority as a police officer and the urgency of the situation to forcibly take Huo back, rectifying the paperwork later. The case is grave, and the situation urgent. The arrest warrant will be provided shortly. You must come with us immediately. Huang Ziqing attempted to assert his authority. Humph. Huo Tianqing scoffed, shaking his head as if watching a poor performance. Do you truly believe everyone is a fool, Huang Ziqing? To attempt an arrest without legal proceedings? Who do you think you are? The governor of Hong Kong? I reiterate, this is a society ruled by law. If you cannot produce an arrest warrant, I advise you and your men to vacate my premises at once. Otherwise, I shall charge you with illegal entry and harassment. His tone was calm, yet undeniably firm. Huang Ziqing's expression darkened entirely. He realized that mere words would not suffice to take Huo away today. Glancing around, he noticed only the bodyguard Su Jingyang by Huo's side, with seemingly few other subordinates present. He deduced that Huo Tianqing's elite men were likely resting or hiding after last night's operation, making this the opportune moment. Blinded by ambition and fury, he chose to be resolute. Huo Tianqing, you are implicated in a serious criminal case and resisting law enforcement. Seize him, Huang Ziqing commanded, gesturing sharply to his burly officers. Though the officers were somewhat intimidated by Huo's reputation, they had no choice but to obey their superior's orders. Exchanging glances, they moved toward Huo Tianqing, preparing to subdue him by force. However, just as they took their first steps, a figure appeared before Huo Tianqing like a wraith, Su Jingyang. Su Jingyang's movements were a blur. Without uttering a word, he struck. As the first officer lunged, Su sidestepped, his right hand darting like a viper, delivering a precise and lethal chop to the officer's neck. The officer gasped, darkness clouding his vision as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 61, Assassination and Silencing. Huang Ziqing was pushed off the rooftop, leaving no trace. Huang Ziqing's countenance was dark and brooding, his chest heaving with a mix of fury and trepidation. He glared at Huo Tianqing, seeking a crack in the latter's seemingly calm facade, but found nothing. Lowering his voice, he questioned through gritted teeth, Huo Tianqing, is it because of a mere verbal spat that you resort to slaughtering entire families? You spare not even women. Does your conscience not ache? He aimed to provoke Huo with this moral interrogation, hoping to elicit an unguarded response. Huo Tianqing, however, showed no change in his demeanor, merely regarding Huang with a more scornful gaze, as if he had heard an utterly ridiculous question. Inspector Huang, you certainly cast a wide net with your accusations. I have stated repeatedly that I am a legitimate businessman. As a senior law enforcement officer, how can you slander a law-abiding, tax-paying citizen as a murderer without any evidence? Oh, your conscience. No, your professional integrity has surely been devoured by something. His retort was sharp and direct, flipping the accusations of slander and lack of professional ethics back onto Huang. In this verbal duel, Huang Ziqing was utterly defeated. He could neither produce evidence nor maintain the upper hand in reasoning or authority. Huo Tianqing turned away, as though Huang and his subordinates had become invisible. Adjusting his robe, he waved at Zhao Yi and Su Jingyang. Let's go. With this commotion, sleep is impossible now. Jingyang, find a decent restaurant for some morning tea. With that, he strode down the stairs, flanked by Su Jingyang, Zhao Yi, and a throng of subordinates, passing by the still-stunned anti-Triad officers without even a glance back at Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing remained rooted in place, his fists clenched so tightly that they crackled, his nails digging into his palms, his face a canvas of humiliation and rage. His subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring a mix of frustration and relief that Zhao Yi's earlier punch had not landed. He contemplated issuing a forceful order to block their exit, or even to draw his weapon. However, considering their numerical disadvantage, Su Jingyang's formidable skills, and the apparent strength of Huo's men, he hesitated. More importantly, the hasty nature of his actions and the lack of proper documentation meant that any escalation into violent conflict could lead to dire consequences for him, potentially jeopardizing his promising career. Caught between ambition and the instinct for self-preservation, Huang Ziqing ultimately chose the most humiliating path of restraint. He could only watch helplessly as Huo Tianqing, accompanied by his entourage, swaggered away like a victorious general, vanishing at the staircase. Disband, Huang Ziqing rasped, squeezing the words through clenched teeth, his voice hoarse and laden with profound indignation. Once again today, he found himself humiliated before Huo Tianqing, returning empty-handed. In a renowned Cantonese tea house near Dundas Street, Huo Tianqing sat in a secluded corner by the window, leisurely savoring a fine pure tea. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite dim sum, including shrimp dumplings, siu mai, and chicken feet. Su Zhengyang sat opposite him, sipping only plain water. Ever vigilant of his surroundings, Zhao Yi, Qian Er, and others were scattered across nearby tables. Through the glass window, they could see Huang Ziqing and his dejected team of officers getting into their vehicle and driving away in defeat. Boss, this Huang Ziqing is like a rabid dog. Relentless and troublesome, Zhao Yi remarked in a hushed tone, his eyes glinting with cold resolve. Huo Tianqing delicately picked up a shrimp dumpling. Savoring it before wiping his hands with a napkin, his gaze icy as he stared out the window in the direction of Huang Ziqing's departing vehicle. Indeed, a nuisance. He murmured softly, yet his tone carried a chilling finality. Moreover, he is not like Lian Haolong. He is a policeman, an official. His scrutiny complicates many matters. He paused, seemingly weighing his options, then slightly inclined his head, issuing a command in a tone only Zhao Yi could discern. Zhao Yi, arrange for 2 of the most astute and discreet newcomers. Do not involve anyone who participated in last night's operation. Starting today, they are to keep a close watch on Huang Ziqing. We need to ascertain his daily routines, frequent haunts, and every detail regarding his family situation. Zhao Yi's spirits lifted, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. Boss, are we too? Huo Tianqing raised a hand to silence him, his expression grave. Remember, just observe and gather information. Do not act recklessly. In the harbor, targeting a senior inspector carries greater risk than taking down 10 Lian Haolongs. Should anything go awry, the police will go into a frenzy, public opinion will explode, and it may even attract attention from higher authorities. We must wait for the most opportune moment. Devise the most meticulous plan, ensuring that our actions are executed flawlessly, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, those who carry out the task must leave the harbor immediately afterward and never return. He arranged everything with utmost caution. The murder of a police officer, especially one of Huang Ziqing's rank within the anti-triad unit, would cross a line that could lead to catastrophic consequences. It was imperative to ensure absolute certainty, leaving no threads to unravel. Understood, boss. I will arrange for the most reliable personnel with utmost discretion, Zhao Yi affirmed with a firm nod. Huo Tianqing made no further comments, continuing to enjoy his breakfast as if their previous discussion had merely revolved around a mundane purchase. Almost simultaneously with Huo Tianqing's orders, 2 unremarkable men, blending seamlessly into the crowd, entered separate taxis outside the tea house and silently trailed Huang Ziqing's departing convoy. They were soldiers summoned by the system, specifically chosen for the task of surveillance, trained and sufficiently discreet. Unbeknownst to Huang Ziqing, he was already in the crosshairs of death's gaze. He returned to the police station, seething with suppressed rage, his face clouded throughout the afternoon as he dealt with a backlog of paperwork, his mind far from the tasks at hand. His thoughts were consumed by Huo Tianqing's mocking visage and the potential accolades stemming from the Lian Haolong case. Finally, as the workday drew to a close, Huang Ziqing did not head home as usual. Instead, he drove aimlessly through the city, confirming he was not being followed before steering his car in the opposite direction toward the South District of Hong Kong Island, a relatively tranquil area known for its affluent residents. His vehicle eventually halted near an old commercial building on the outskirts of the Ni family's territory. This was one of the agreed-upon secret meeting spots. Alone, Huang Ziqing ascended to the rooftop. The evening breeze was cool, and the rooftop felt desolate, save for a few ventilation pipes and an abandoned water tower. He lit a cigarette, leaning against the railing as he gazed at the distant, brightly lit villas of the Ni family, silently awaiting his contact. About an hour later, the rooftop door creaked open, and a man clad in a hooded sweatshirt, his cap pulled low, slipped inside. He moved with stealth, quickly approaching Huang Ziqing and lowering his hood to reveal a young face that appeared weary and anxious. This was Ah Run, an undercover operative Huang Ziqing had placed within the Ni family. Sir Huang, you summoned me? Ah Ren's voice was hoarse, tinged with unmistakable tension and frustration. Did we not agree to minimize our meetings? The atmosphere within the Ni family has grown tense. It's perilous for me to be out here. Huang Ziqing exhaled a plume of smoke, avoiding eye contact as he stated directly, I have a new task for you. Help me investigate a man, Huo Tianqing, the newly appointed Red Stick of the Hongxing Triad, now overseeing Dundas Street in Mong Kok. I want to know everything about him. His subordinates, their backgrounds, his financial channels, and his acquaintances. Detailed information is crucial. Ah Ren momentarily froze, disbelief washing over his features, his voice rising in pitch. Huo Tianqing, that lunatic? Sir Huang, are you jesting? I'm currently embedded within the Ni family. It took me years to earn their trust to glean insights into some peripheral dealings. You want me to probe into the affairs of Hongxing? That harbinger of doom who just wiped out the Zhongxin family. How am I to do that? What pretext do I have to approach him? If I make a move, and I Yongxiao will immediately suspect me. His agitation was palpable, clearly enraged and terrified by Huang Ziqing's sudden, perilous demand. The prolonged pressure of living undercover within a drug trafficking organization, constantly facing the threat of exposure and brutal execution, had frayed his nerves to their limits. Huang Ziqing furrowed his brow, attempting to placate him. Arun, calm down. I understand the risks, but this man is critically important. The Lian Haolong case is likely his doing. If we can secure evidence against him, it will be a sensational case. This could significantly aid our efforts against organized crime and uphold justice. Enough. Arun interrupted harshly, his eyes bloodshot and pained. Uphold justice? Combat crime? I've been stuck in this hellhole for nearly 4 years. I'm on edge every single day, afraid to even speak in my sleep. Watching those people use drugs, deal, and kill. Every night I'm haunted by nightmares. You promised me a maximum of 2 years. And now? 2 years have turned into another 2. How much longer do you expect me to endure this? And now you want me to provoke that lunatic Huo Tianqing? Are you trying to get me killed? Huang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback by his vehement reaction, falling silent for a moment before softening his tone. Arun, I assure you. This time it is truly the last request. If you can help me find the critical evidence against Huo Tianqing, I will immediately apply for your reinstatement, commend you, and secure a promotion and a raise for you, ensuring your future is secure. I don't believe it. Arun shook his head, despair evident in his eyes. You say this every time. Sir Huang, I am not a tool. I have a name. I am Chen Yongren. I am not your pawn to be discarded once used or sacrificed at will. I can't assist you with Huo Tianqing. The moment I act, it's as good as a death sentence. And I Yongxiao will not spare anyone he deems suspicious. If you wish to investigate him, seek someone more capable. Upon concluding his words, he no longer cast a glance at Huang Ziqing, swiftly pulled up his hat, and turned to stride towards the rooftop door, vanishing quickly into the stairwell. Huang Ziqing gazed at the desolate entrance, his countenance darkening as he extinguished the cigarette stub between his fingers. Arun's rejection had been anticipated, yet it still left him feeling vexed and irritable. Huo Tianqing was akin to a delectable yet poisonous cake, tempting him to take a bite. Yet he found himself bereft of the means to do so. It seemed he would need to devise an alternative strategy. Huang Ziqing mused softly to himself, his eyes glimmering with calculated intent. Perhaps he could scout for a few idealistic and principled young individuals at the police academy? Or perhaps explore the prison for those desperate souls yearning to redeem themselves. Huang Ziqing was far from an unsuspecting fool. While standing alone on the rooftop, smoking and lost in thought, an inexplicable chill suddenly coursed down his spine. A primal instinct honed through years of dealing with peril. He whirled around, his gaze sharply scanning the rooftop entrance and the potential shadowy corners. Almost simultaneously with his turn, 2 phantasmal figures sprang forth from behind the ventilation duct by the rooftop entrance. Their movements were so swift they nearly transcended the limits of the naked eye. In their hands, they brandished silenced pistols, the gun barrels glinting with a chilling sheen in the dim light. An ambush. A loud alarm rang in Huang Ziqing's mind, adrenaline surging through his veins. Instinctively, he reached for his firearm while retreating swiftly to seek cover. However, his adversaries were swifter. Bang, bang, 2 muffled, eerie gunshots echoed almost in unison. Huang Ziqing felt a searing pain tear through his left shoulder and right thigh. The tremendous force caused him to stagger, disrupting his backward motion and nearly sending him sprawling. Blood gushed from the 2 bullet wounds, staining his shirt and trousers crimson. Ugh! A groan escaped his lips, his face paling instantly. The excruciating pain and the dizziness from blood loss severely impaired his ability to act. What alarmed him further was the cold, silent, and profoundly efficient murderous intent emanating from these 2 assailants, coupled with the eerie familiarity of their trained demeanor. This aura bore an uncanny resemblance to those who had assaulted the Liaolong villa, as described in the rumors. A name flashed through his mind like a lightning bolt. Huo Tianqing. It was Huo Tianqing. Once more it was him. A tempest of fury and absurd terror surged within Huang Ziqing. He hadn't anticipated that the retaliation would come so swiftly and ruthlessly. He had only just suffered a setback on Dengdashi Street, and now they dared to strike directly at a police officer, executing a covert assassination. Just as his mind reeled, the 2 soldiers lunged forward like leopards. One swiftly kicked away the half-drawn sidearm, while the other dealt a heavy blow with the butt of his gun to the back of Huang Ziqing's neck. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he completely lost the ability to resist, collapsing in a heap. The soldiers executed their actions without hesitation, swiftly hoisting the injured, semi-conscious Huang Ziqing as though he were mere cargo, dragging him toward the rooftop's edge. The cold, rough concrete rim pressed against his back, and the lights and traffic below appeared as a miniature model, the night wind howling into his ears. The icy grip of death felt alarmingly vivid, jolting Huang Ziqing from a brief state of unconsciousness. No, An overwhelming dread drowned out all his anger and schemes. Huang Ziqing struggled, his voice hoarse and distorted by fear and injury. You can't kill me. I am a police officer, a senior inspector. If you kill me, your boss won't escape either. The entire police force will pursue you relentlessly. He attempted to utter threats, hoping to leverage his identity as an officer and the potential consequences to intimidate them. Seeking a glimmer of hope for his survival, he had yet to savor the myriad benefits that power bestowed. His path to promotion had just begun to show promise. And he did not wish to die? He absolutely could not die here. One soldier coldly regarded his desperate thrashing, his expression devoid of any emotion, as if observing a livestock destined for slaughter. He crouched down, leaning close to Huang Ziqing's ear, and delivered a final, chilling message devoid of sentiment. Inspector Huang, our boss instructed me to tell you in your next life, remember to keep your eyes peeled and avoid provoking those you ought not to. Chapter 62. Jiang Tianqing fears Huo Tianqing. This lad is even more unhinged than Liang Kuan, and he can fight. This declaration shattered the last remnants of hope within Huang Ziqing. Indeed, it was Huo Tianqing, that madman. He truly dared. Wait. I can. Huang Ziqing sought to make a final plea, attempting to propose any condition that might spare his life. But the soldier offered him no further opportunity. The acting captain rose, signaling decisively to the other soldier. The soldier nodded, grasping Huang Ziqing's shoulders and forcefully thrusting him toward the rooftop's edge. No. Huang Ziqing let out a piercing scream filled with sheer terror, resentment, and despair, his voice shattering the silence of the night. His body lost its support, instantly ensnared by the force of gravity, plummeting headfirst towards the hard ground below from a height of several dozen meters. The scream faded rapidly, becoming faint, ultimately swallowed by the night wind and the clamor of the city. Meanwhile, at the building's ground-level exit, having just concluded an unpleasant meeting with Huang Ziqing, Chen Haonan, filled with indignation and anxiety, kept his head down as he hurried out the door. He tightened the hood of his sweatshirt, attempting to completely conceal himself within the shadows and the crowd, his mind echoing with Huang Ziqing's unreasonable demands and his precarious situation. Suddenly, bang! A thunderous sound erupted, as if a massive object had plummeted from a great height onto metal, the terrifying noise resonating just 2 meters in front of him. The immense shockwave even caused the ground to tremble slightly. Chen Haonan was jolted by the sudden cacophony, his body shuddering as he raised his head. Before him, a black sedan parked by the roadside had its roof entirely caved in, forming a grotesque crater. The windshield was shattered into a spiderweb pattern, and amidst the dented roof, a distorted human figure lay sprawled. Blood flowed steadily from the warped roof seams and shattered glass, glistening a dark red hue under the dim streetlight, evoking a sense of nausea. Chen Haonan's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, halting its rhythm. His pupils constricted sharply, his gaze fixated on the visage of the fallen figure. Although the face bore the marks of violent impact and blood, the familiar suit, and the cold, calculating expression of the man who had just issued dangerous orders to him on the rooftop. Huang Ziqing. It was Huang Ziqing. The overwhelming shock crashed over Chen Haonan like a tsunami, obliterating all his mental defenses. Just moments ago, he had been alive, issuing commands, and in an instant, he was reduced to a bloodied, grotesquely lifeless corpse, shattered before him. How could this happen? Who did this? Was it the Ni family? No, that's impossible. If it were the Ni family, they wouldn't resort to such means, and the target should have been him. Could it be Huo Tianqing, that lunatic whom Huang Ziqing had just instructed him to investigate? The moment the thought emerged, it coiled around Chen Haonan's heart like a venomous serpent, enveloping him in a suffocating terror and a chilling dread. If it truly was Huo Tianqing, then he had the audacity to eliminate even high-ranking inspectors. Employing such brutal and direct methods, what would a mere undercover agent like himself matter in his eyes? An overwhelming sense of desolation, akin to the sorrow felt by a rabbit at the death of a fox, instantly engulfed Chen Haonan. He gazed at Huang Ziqing's lifeless eyes, which were filled with terror and resentment, and his own eyes welled up with tears, a heat threatening to spill forth. He clenched his teeth tightly, forcing himself to suppress the tears. Here, he could not afford to reveal any semblance of abnormality. He swiftly lowered his head, tightened his hat, and, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly blended into the crowd that had gathered to witness the commotion stirred by a loud noise, swiftly vanishing into a shadowy alley, his heart still racing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, at the luxurious villa in Shallow Water Bay, which overlooked the sea, Jiang Tianqing was leisurely enjoying an English breakfast prepared by the servants. The morning sunlight streaming through the large floor-to-ceiling windows into the dining room. Chen Yao entered briskly, his face bearing an unusual seriousness tinged with an almost imperceptible anxiety. Mr. Jiang, Chen Yao slightly bowed. Ah Yao, so early? Have you eaten? Care to join me? Jiang Tianqing laid down his newspaper, his tone casual. Mr. Jiang, There's something urgent. Chen Yao did not take a seat, lowering his voice. A grave incident has occurred in Kowloon Tong. Lian Haolong from Zhongxinyi, along with his wife Su Su, his brother Lian Haodong, strategist Luo Dingfa, and his subordinate Azhua, as well as Luo Tianhong, were all gunned down in his villa last night and subsequently set ablaze. Jiang Tiansheng paused momentarily, his hand holding the silver fork faltering, the relaxed expression on his face gradually fading. He raised his head to look at Chen Yao, his gaze deepening. Is the information reliable? Absolutely certain. The fire department and the police have arrived, retrieving over a dozen charred bodies from the scene, which was littered with shell casings, indicating traces of machine gun fire. Chen Yao spoke gravely. The news has already spread like wildfire in the underworld. Jiang Tianxing remained silent for several seconds, slowly lowering the fork, wiping his mouth with a napkin before asking in a subdued tone, "Have you found out who was responsible?" Chen Yao took a deep breath, lowering his voice even further. Though there is no concrete evidence, all clues and whispers point towards one individual. Jiang Tianxing's gaze sharpened. Chen Yao uttered a name, Huo Tianqing. Jiang Tianxing's eyelids flickered slightly. Despite his prior suspicions, he could not help but display a trace of astonishment upon receiving this answer. He leaned back against his chair, speaking slowly. "Is it truly him? Are you certain?" "It's highly probable," Chen Yao analyzed. "Last night, Lian Haolong led a group to Huo Tianqing's bar to provoke him, only to be repelled by Huo Tianqing's men with firearms. This was witnessed by many. The timing is too coincidental. Furthermore, I had someone monitor the movements of Huo Tianqing's subordinates. A portion of them were unusually mobilized late last night, albeit discreetly. Additionally, there have been signs of arms trafficking in the black market recently. Although we cannot trace the source, the timing aligns perfectly." After listening, Jiang Tianxing remained silent for a while before gently sighing, his tone complex. Huo Tianqing is indeed ruthless and swift. Lian Haolong, after all, was a notable figure. To annihilate an entire family without leaving any room for mercy is a method even more extreme than a Kowloon. Chen Yao nodded in deep agreement, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. "Mr. Jiang, to be frank, I find Huo Tianqing far more terrifying than Brother Kowloon. Brother Kowloon is cunning and calculative, but Huo Tianqing seems utterly indifferent to rules and consequences, acting solely on a surge of fury and madness, coupled with an alarming level of execution. The thought of eradicating a tough opponent like Lian Haolong overnight sends chills down my spine." His words carried a palpable sense of trepidation, even hinting at a warning, as if advising Jiang Tianxing to be preemptively cautious of this uncontrollable force. Jiang Tianxing was well aware of Chen Yao's implications. He lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his expression shifting. Initially, he had intended to utilize Huo Tianqing as a fierce dragon to counterbalance and wear down the local snake, a Kowloon. However, he had not anticipated that this dragon would prove far more ferocious than anyone had predicted, devouring the snake whole and then swiftly turning to eliminate another formidable player entrenched in Mongkok. This had completely deviated from his original plan. What reaction has a Kowloon had on his end? Jiang Tianxing shifted the topic. Chen Yao's face revealed a peculiar expression. Brother Kowloon seems to have acquiesced. I've received word that Huo Tianqing pressured him at the bar into signing over the film company's transfer documents, claiming it was a trade of the company for his life. Brother Kowloon appears genuinely intimidated, having refrained from causing further uproar, and sent the paperwork over yesterday. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tianxing displayed evident disappointment, even a hint of disdain. He had originally placed great hopes on a Kowloon to counterbalance Huo Tianqing, yet found him so easily subdued. "A worthless piece of clay," Jiang Tianxing muttered under his breath. Shaking his head, he turned his gaze back to the sea view outside, contemplating for a long while before finally stating, "Given the current circumstances, with Huo Tianqing's momentum surging, Lian Haolong eliminated, and a Kowloon rendered a mere soft-shell shrimp, it would be unwise to confront him directly. Let him continue to stir chaos in Mongkok. Having suffered such a significant loss, a Kowloon will undoubtedly harbor resentment. It is best to allow them to keep a watchful eye on each other." This set the tone for temporary restraint, observing the situation as it unfolded, letting Huo Tianqing and a Kowloon continue their internal strife. Chen Yao nodded. "Yes, Mr. Jiang. I will remain vigilant." At Dingdashi Street, in Huo Tianqing's temporary office, Zhao Yi hung up a secure satellite phone and turned to report respectfully to Huo Tianqing, who was perusing documents. "Boss, the mission is accomplished. The scene has been thoroughly cleaned, and all brothers involved in the operation have boarded the ship, which has already departed Victoria Harbor. We have ensured that no traces are left at the dock." Huo Tianqing, after listening to Zhao Yi's report, nodded slightly, his facial expression remaining largely unchanged, merely imparting a calm reminder, as long as it's dealt with cleanly. Ensure the ship for their departure is secure, and that the arrangements onshore and the landing points are reliable. Leave no loose ends. Rest assured, boss, the brothers understand the rules. The ship is arranged by a reliable snakehead, and we have our people ready to assist upon landing, ensuring they will be directly taken to Nanyang to evade scrutiny. Their identities and documents are all in order. There won't be any issues, Zhao Yi assured respectfully. You may go back to your tasks. Huo Tianqing waved his hand. Once Zhao Yi exited, the office returned to silence. Huo Tianqing moved to the window, gazing at the bustling night scene of Mongkok, the neon lights casting flickering reflections upon his face. That evening, the local television station indeed aired a report on a captivating case. Breaking news. At approximately 8 o'clock this evening, a severe fall incident occurred at XX Commercial Building in Shengwan. The deceased has been confirmed by the police to be Senior Inspector Huang Jiqing from the Anti-Organized Crime Unit in Mongkok. Preliminary investigations at the scene revealed that the deceased had sustained gunshot wounds prior to the fall, and multiple bullet marks and traces of blood were found on the rooftop, indicating a possible shootout. The police have yet to determine whether Inspector Huang Jiqing was murdered and disposed of, or if he accidentally fell during a confrontation with criminals. The case has been classified as a homicide and is under investigation by the Major Crimes Unit and the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau. The spokesperson for the police department expressed profound sorrow over the untimely demise of Inspector Wang Qicheng and pledged to mobilize all available resources to swiftly bring the perpetrator to justice. Reports indicate that the police have commenced inquiries and investigations into several individuals with Triad affiliations in the Mongkok area. The news footage transitioned to the perimeter of the building, showcasing the damaged car roof in close-up, alongside various work photographs of Wang Qicheng during his lifetime. The host spoke with a grave tone, imbued with a sense of condemnation towards the crime and lamentation for the loss of a colleague. Huo Tianqing gazed expressionlessly at the television screen, only picking up the remote control to turn off the TV once the news segment concluded and switched to the next financial report. The room was enveloped in the faint sounds of urban noise filtering in through the window. He approached the liquor cabinet and poured himself a modest half-glass of whiskey, opting for it neat, savoring each sip slowly. The amber liquid coursed down his throat, imparting a gentle warmth. Wang Qicheng was dead. The senior inspector, the head of the anti-triad unit, had been thrust from the rooftop, meeting a brutal end. Huo Tianqing felt little tumult within, let alone any burden or guilt. To him, this world was merely a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were devoured by the strong. Wang Qicheng had chosen to oppose him, persistently causing trouble, even seeking to climb over his corpse. Thus, he must be prepared for the repercussions. Those he had eliminated, whether Ba Bai, Lin Haolong, or this Wang Qicheng, were not paragons of virtue themselves, their hands stained with blood no less than his own. In certain respects, the distinction between police and gangsters was but a matter of differing attire worn by hunters. Survival, and then growth, that was the sole truth. As the whiskey glass neared its bottom, Huo Tianqing's thoughts became increasingly lucid and far-reaching. The death of Wang Qicheng, the downfall of Lin Haolong, and the capitulation of Liang Quan had indeed solidified his reputation within the underworld and established his foothold, yet simultaneously unveiled deeper insights. Merely being a red pole, exuding power, collecting protection fees, and vying for territory, what then? Even if luck favored him in the future, allowing him to displace Cheng Tinxing and ascend as the leader of Hung Hing. What of it? In the end, he would merely be a larger-scale thug. The scope was far too limited. Huo Tianqing's gaze seemed to penetrate the walls, casting itself toward a broader future. He hailed from another time and space, cognizant of the trajectory of history. The port's impending return heralded the decline of the lawless, opportunistic underworld model reliant on unique circumstances. It was destined to be swept into the annals of history by more formidable forces. In this era, lauded as the Pearl of the Orient, on the cusp of a new economic renaissance, to be content with merely engaging in street violence and scrambling for the remnants of the gray market was a gross squandering of potential, utterly foolish. Personal valor and gang power would crumble before true strength. That strength emanated from the state, from order, and most significantly, from wealth. Thugs, in the end, were bound for insignificance. Huo Tianqing murmured to himself, a self-deprecating yet enlightened smile gracing his lips. Even if one were to rise to the highest echelons, it remained the same. The times had changed. At that moment, his mindset underwent a fundamental transformation. He no longer perceived himself solely as a figure of the underworld, a mere red pole of a gang. I am a businessman, he affirmed to himself, with conviction. A legitimate businessman. The pursuit of wealth, accumulating vast fortunes, had become his foremost priority in future aspirations. He recalled the titans of industry in another realm. Those formidable magnates whose names were synonymous with success, whose riches rivaled nations, and whose influence could transcend borders, shaping policy directions on various levels. Such heights and power were realms forever unattainable by any underworld overlord, even the so-called underground emperors.